Chapter 1 After the 999th clear. Brother, play with me. For the 999th time, I heard this line. Lowering my gaze, I saw a little girl in red who only reached up to my waist, tilting her head back with a stiff smile. The girl wore a red hooded cloak that covered her head, with two braids hanging beside her ears. She had on small leather shoes with white ankle socks, and her right hand held a woven bamboo basket. If not for her unusually pale complexion, she would have looked no different from any ordinary child. But I knew that in 15 minutes, this little girl's face would split into 4 petal-like sections from the center, like some sinister, blooming demon flower, each petal's edge lined with razor-sharp teeth. From its core, it would spew some grotesque, barbed protrusion, equal parts stamen and tongue. It's called Little Red Riding Hood, the final boss of this dungeon. From the beginning of the game, it has disguised itself as a harmless NPC, lurking around players, ostensibly helping them solve puzzles and giving clues. But when the Grandma's Cottage scene appears, it tears off its disguise and devours players without leaving a single bone behind. Average players would surely be fooled by its cute appearance, and come cottage time, when it transforms into a monstrous man-eating flower, 9 out of 10 would be scared out of their wits. But having cleared this level 999 times, I'm beyond fear, I'm downright numb. Big sis, I said, feeling hopeless, you've killed me 142 times, I've killed you 857 times, by rough estimation, we're about even. Can you just let me move on to the next level? Little Red Riding Hood blinked its big round eyes and said, what are you talking about, mister? I don't understand. Sigh, this dumb NPC isn't equipped with an extended voice pack, it can't parse anything beyond the simplest phrases and just defaults to that mindless I don't know anything reply. I let out a long sigh and resignedly took a few steps to the right front. I'm currently at the player respawn point, which also serves as the game's starting point. New players would talk to Little Red Riding Hood here, and she would guide them to choose a weapon. To the right front stood a storage cabinet, the weapon rack. This cabinet had a hollow design, with its upper half made of transparent glass and the lower half featuring solid wooden doors. While appearing utterly ordinary at first glance, it actually hid extraordinary contents: spiked clubs, iron axes, scythes as tall as a person, 10 different weapons in total, all of which I tried before. I picked up the most inconspicuous inflatable mallet from the corner. About 1.5 meters long, it came in a pink shade that macho men would adore, with 2 symmetrical star motifs on its hammerhead. When swung, it even emitted playful squeaky sounds a children's toy no sane player would choose. I had my reasons for choosing it. The mallet was lightweight and easy to wield, but more importantly, if you lifted the cap at the very bottom of its handle, you'd find buttons to toggle between normal/enhanced modes, a secret I discovered during my 458th playthrough. However, switching modes takes 3 seconds, timing is crucial in battle. The pneumatic hammer in enhanced mode weighs like a ton. Only by switching modes while making a downward hammering motion with both hands can you maximize its effect. Otherwise, you'll throw out your back. This is a combat technique I mastered after wrenching my waist 300 times. I've got my weapon, and I'm ready to go. Little Red Riding Hood came running up with quick, light steps. Hello, strange big brother, could you do me a favor? I'm Hong Hong from the lucky neighborhood next door. Mommy told me to visit Grandma who lives in Happiness Community. I grabbed her nose, eyes, and mouth with one hand, then stuffed it behind my back, muttering, why can't I just skip the dialogue? Little Red Riding Hood paused briefly before continuing her exposition. Bored out of my mind, I picked at my fingers. I'd tried hundreds of times already. NPC conversations couldn't be skipped, otherwise I could have shaved some time off my clear run. Finally, the moment arrived. Let's get going now. I dashed out like an arrow released from its bow. The Little Red Riding Hood scenario has 3 main scenes: the street, the stairs, and Grandma's cottage. The monsters in the first 2 scenes aren't difficult, even newcomers can handle them. The real nightmare is Grandma's cabin, which features 3 bosses: the wolf, Grandma, and Little Red Riding Hood. Each disguises themselves, and there's a specific order you must follow to defeat them. New players must first identify them correctly and then take them down one by one, all while guarding against Little Red Riding Hood's final lethal strike. But none of this is a problem for me, having cleared the level 999 times. I dashed through the streets, slaying 3 human-faced wolf spiders at the 2nd, 7th, and 9th intersections, respectively. After listening to the endless chatter of the steamed bun vendor at the street corner, I obtained half of an old photograph, while the other half was retrieved from the bulletin board. Entering the hallway, I hid inside a water tank on the 3rd floor to evade the dangling woman's pursuit. Waiting until she lurked back and forth 4 times, I climbed out and headed to the 4th floor into Grandma's cabin. Inside, a pair of identical grandmas, one real, one fake, greeted me and Little Red Riding Hood with sinister smiles. The moment their laughter faded, I didn't even bother piecing together clues. Instead, I pointed at the left one and declared, "You're the wolf," then at the right one, "You're the dead grandma," before finishing them off with a hammer each. "And you?" I turned around, face to face with Little Red Riding Hood, her maw gaping like a chasm. With one swift motion, I stuffed an inflatable hammer into her mouth. Game over. The surroundings dissolved like a collapsing sandcastle, fading into darkness where only a glowing path remained. A path I could walk blindfolded. On my 1000th completion of the level, I walked while sighing. In my past life, I worked myself to death on a 996 schedule and woke up in this godforsaken place. Clearing it 1,000 times doesn't seem to mean anything, might as well have gone to hell. The thought made my legs go weak for an instant. My body lifted into the air as I screamed, plummeting into darkness. I don't know how long it lasted before I felt myself slam onto the ground. When my vision cleared, everything around me remained familiar, the gloomy sky, the deserted street, the mournful cries of a few birds. Ah, so I've respawned at the checkpoint, I murmured with mixed relief and regret, ready to embark on my 1001st attempt to hunt down Little Red Riding Hood. But this time was different. I stared at the 9 strangers before me and asked warily, "Who are you?" They wore different clothes and included both men and women, clearly not a group, and also looked tense. A girl in sportswear timidly answered, "We're all players." "Aren't you? Players? New players?" My eyes burned so brightly with excitement that the girl thought I was about to devour her. "Don't be scared." I raised my hands to show I meant no harm. "It's just been so long since I've seen living people." Chapter 2. I'm feeling lucky, my turn. Thrilled, I circled the new players eagerly, itching to hug and rub against them, preparing to inhale their presence, though I managed to restrain myself around the girls, keeping a 2-step distance while beaming at them. There were 9 individuals in total, 7 men and 2 women. The men ranged in age from 20 to 35, while the 2 young women were roughly the same age, appearing to be in their early 20s. One wore a smoky purple business suit, looking every bit the office worker, while the other was the sporty girl who had greeted me first, seeming like a college student. My bizarre actions had stunned everyone present into silence, until one brave soul stepped forward and asked, "Are you an NPC in this dungeon?" Me? No, I'm not. I rotated my neck slightly before suddenly freezing, my gaze fixing on something behind the group. That is. All 9 of them flinched, instinctively parting into 2 groups to clear the way. Behind them, where there had been no one moments ago, a little girl in a red dress had appeared. She had the same familiar braided pigtails, the same little leather shoes, the same small bamboo basket hooked over her arm, and the same nauseatingly repetitive opening line. "Hello, unfamiliar big brothers and sisters, would you please do me a favor? I'm Hong Hong from the neighboring Lucky neighborhood. Mom asked me to visit Grandma who lives in Happy neighborhood." Little Red Riding Hood forced a stiff, well-behaved smile with her pale face. A boy in a hoodie walked up and curiously asked, "Are you the NPC?" This is my first time seeing a real White Tower NPC. Just as Hoodie Boy was speaking, a black raven glided down from the deep sky and landed on a withered tree above us. The raven's descent caught my attention. After 1000 dungeon runs, I'd become hypersensitive to sounds, sights, and smells. I noticed the raven's eyes unnaturally rotated, its eyes flashed red, and it emitted the buzzing electric sound characteristic of machinery in motion. Camera? I realized, it's a live stream. Just then, a girl in sportswear appeared beside me unnoticed. Apparently mistaking me for a complete newcomer, she whispered in explanation, "Global live broadcast." Seeing my persistent bewilderment, the girl rolled up her left sleeve to reveal a black smart wristband. I blurted out unconsciously, "Kid smartwatch?" After a brief silence, the girl continued, "This is a player's wristband. It records player information and comes equipped with live streaming functions." The girl spoke while operating, and soon a translucent virtual screen appeared above the wristband, displaying an image of our group of 10 standing at the dungeon entrance. In the upper left corner was the live viewership count, while the upper right showed the streamer's avatar, a plain black image with no other patterns. Below it was the ID, District 1089. 1089? Such a big number. Looks like we're pretty awesome, I said, knowing absolutely nothing but sounding utterly convinced. The girl's name had flashed briefly during the setup earlier. She was Suli, 19, studying at X University. Suli shook her head, dismissing my baseless assumption. The later the district number, the weaker the server. Any district beyond 1000 could be terminated at any moment. Terminated? I asked. It means, the entire district has completely vanished. Suli explained with unease. I nodded in understanding. A death game. At this point, Suli couldn't hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. This dungeon run is crucial. If we fail, me, my family. But I wasn't paying any attention to the girl's emotional appeal, completely absorbed in watching the barrage of rapidly scrolling comments in the bottom left corner of the screen. No way, no way? This rookie doesn't even know about wristbands? What kind of sleeping dragon and young phoenix are these? District 1089 is doomed. Isn't this the district survival showdown? And they're sending out just these 10 noobs? Word is districts ranked below 1000 have terribly chaotic management. The competent players have already moved up, leaving behind nothing but weak leftovers. Is that District 1089? The one that's never participated in any dungeon runs? Yeah, who'd have thought the first event would be a server survival battle? Can't tell if this is lucky or unlucky. Someone get this rookie a copy of the new player handbook already. It's honestly painful to watch. I asked Suli with complete sincerity, do you have a copy of the new player handbook? Suli, you can find it at any bookstore once you get out. Okay, thanks. I was quite polite. Watching the bullet comments wasn't in vain, I was picking up information. So I asked, what does server life and death battle mean? At this point, as if touching a fragile nerve, Suli's eyes welled up with tears again. This dungeon is a life and death instance. It doesn't just determine our lives, it affects everyone in the entire server. Once we fail, not just the 10 of us, but everyone outside will be erased like data in a game, every trace of our existence wiped away. Suli said that survival battles for ranked zones are nothing to the top-tier regions, but for a zone like theirs, mostly filled with elderly people, it's practically a death sentence. The 10 people here now are already the elite of the entire zone. I glanced around at the other 9 so-called elites, their faces ashen and lifeless. Most likely, none of them had any special abilities, ordinary people who had stepped forward only for the sake of their families or loved ones. Suli had already begun crying beside me. Against the backdrop of stormy skies and mournful cawing ravens, the 10 of us seemed even more tragic. The white-collar woman couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes. Grief weighed heavily on everyone except me. My expression remained blank as I stared at Suli's flushed cheeks, reddened from wiping away tears with her sleeve. My frank gaze made Suli visibly uncomfortable. Yes, sir? My eyes followed the movement of her lowered arm. This little genius of yours is quite impressive. Where did you buy it? Suli's melancholy mood was abruptly interrupted, nearly choking on her words. The standard version is available at any supermarket. Good. I smiled politely. While we were talking, the NPC Little Red Riding Hood had already finished introducing the story background and mission. Suli missed part of it and anxiously knocked on her head in frustration. Oh no, I didn't hear anything the NPC said, there must have been clues in there. I glanced at her. Don't worry, missing it doesn't matter. I could recite it backward by now. Suli, seeing that although I was also a newcomer, I was unusually calm, couldn't help but ask curiously, Sir, you. My name is Zhang Sun. Alright, Zhang Sun, aren't you scared? This life and death dungeon has extremely tough monsters, complete annihilation is a very real possibility. I gave her a reproachful look. A young girl like you shouldn't be talking about fighting and killing all the time. Finally having this chance to enjoy the breeze, appreciate the roadside scenery, and be a carefree traveler, isn't that wonderful? An eerie wind blew as we passed a half-collapsed billboard, Suli's face looking like she'd seen a ghost. I ignored her and calmly rejoined the group. The others had already reached the storage lockers, essentially weapon racks. Unlike my previous 1,000 attempts, this time there was an additional rusted metal lottery machine covered in colorful light strips and surrounded by a circle of oddly arranged letters. S comes first, followed by A B C D, all the way to Z, right next to the leading S. What is this? I glanced at the others with questioning eyes, and a meek young man in a suit explained, this represents the difficulty levels of the current game instance. A player needs to shake the handle. Oh, isn't the instance difficulty preset? I asked curiously. It is preset, the suited man replied dryly. This is just a ritual. I think I get it now. Although the difficulty level of the dungeon is already set, no one wants to be the one to scratch this lottery ticket. If it turns out to be hell difficulty, the scratcher would have to shoulder the blame. No wonder everyone's hesitating. I'll do it, I've got lucky hands. I stepped forward confidently. The voice from the lottery machine inside started babbling. Welcome, welcome. Another batch of fresh players has arrived. He. The White Tower welcomes your arrival. Please place your adorable little hands on the handle and give it a gentle shake. Waiting for good luck to come. Fresh players, please make sure to bring all your personal belongings, including hearts, stomachs, arms, bones, The voice abruptly stopped as I found the wire connecting to the speaker and yanked it out. Looking at everyone's horrified expressions, I muttered, what kind of nonsense is this, so noisy? Then I shook the handle as instructed, and 3 orange-yellow balls popped out from the machine. It was actually an SSS-level dungeon. A 3S difficulty dungeon? Holy shit, what kind of beginner's luck is this? Hasn't the total number of 3S dungeons opened across all servers been less than 50? The barrage chat erupted in collective lament, and the players' faces were equally grim. An impatient tall young man rushed forward, grabbing me by the collar. The hell were you randomly drawing for? 3S, how are we supposed to clear this? A man in a suit and another in a hoodie quickly stepped in to stop him. Hoisted up and then dropped unceremoniously. I coughed twice but didn't bother arguing with the tall guy. My throat was still a bit hoarse, so I simply pointed behind me at the storage locker. Just then, Little Red Riding Hood spoke up. Mommy said there are lots of bad people in Happiness Community. Brothers and sisters, please choose a handy weapon to protect yourselves. The tall guy shoved me aside. You pick last. I shrugged, not like anyone would snatch my blindingly pink, star-patterned inflatable hammer that squeaked with every swing. While selecting our weapons, we exchanged names. Suli needs no introduction. The other female player is Chen Zicheng, a white-collar worker. The hoodie guy is university student Zhongyu. The man in a suit is Gu Yuanheng. The tall irritable youth is Meng Chuang, plus a pair of brothers surnamed Wang. The remaining two didn't want to reveal their names, so we didn't press them. The weapon selection process was surprisingly harmonious, with no fighting over choices. In the end, all that remained for me was an inflatable hammer. An inflatable hammer? Who even makes useless weapons like this? Newbies really have the worst luck. Is this Zhang Sun guy not quite right in the head? Why isn't he scared at all? The barrage comments were visible to all 9 other players except me. 8 pairs of suspicious eyes turned my way as Zhongyu sidled up to ask, "Bro, are you a high-risk NPC from White Tower?" I stared at him expressionlessly for a long beat before replying, "Little brother, what the hell's a White Tower?" Zhongyu lowered his head. "Bro, the barrage is just spamming Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix right now. They're complimenting us. Don't let it go to your head." I slung the pink inflatable hammer over my shoulder with a squeaky squeak, its playful tone clashing starkly with the tense atmosphere. Suli stepped forward with her iron axe. "Brother son, want to swap?" "No need, I like this one," I replied stubbornly. With weapons equipped, the game officially began. Little Red Riding Hood led us out of the community guardhouse into Xingfu residential area. The group walked loosely without formation. I stuck close to Red, ignoring the barrage of comments warning newcomers not to cling to NPCs. She was the only person I knew here. I chatted with her amiably. "Sister Red, how old are you this year?" "I don't know Sister Red, had your meal?" "I don't know Sister Red, is Granny Wolf's surname Wolf?" "I don't know." "What's this? Flirting with an NPC?" First time seeing such pointless dialogue, the comments exploded. Suli crept closer to whisper, "Brother son, aren't you scared of it?" I thought to myself, this is my old acquaintance, and smiled. "Don't be afraid. What an adorable little girl, loved by everyone." Little Red Riding Hood grinned, revealing 2 rows of eerie teeth, quite frightening indeed. Suli took 2 steps back. Chen Zicheng pulled her aside and whispered, "Don't get too close. I always feel something's off about that man." Suli hesitated. "Sister Zizi, I don't think Brother Sun seems like a bad person. Do bad guys wear their wickedness on their faces? Don't be so naive." Zhongyu popped up again, eyeing my inflatable hammer with great interest. "Bro, that hammer of yours is really cool." "Pretty neat, huh? But it doesn't look very practical." TSK, young man, you just don't get it. When you repeat something too many times, you get so bored you stop caring about practicality, you just want to stir things up. Bro, you're a philosopher. You understand? Nope. What kind of college student are you? You're an idiot. How did you even pass the Gaokao? Bro, you're overthinking it. I was the last living person left in my class, no Gaokao needed. The admissions office begged me to come. At that moment, the group had just passed the first intersection and was about to cross the second. I noticed the piled-up delivery boxes on the side of the road twitching slightly but continued chatting casually with Zhongyu. As my right foot stepped forward and my body moved past the tattered red banner fluttering at the crossing, a face-sized, human-faced wolf spider shrieked and lunged from midair. The venomous tarantula targeted Zhongyu and me as we were chatting. Reacting swiftly, I smacked Zhongyu aside with one hand while swinging my hammer horizontally with the other. Switching stance mid-motion, I brought it down vertically. The pink mallet smashed straight through the spider's humanoid face, sending dark crimson blood splattering everywhere. Holy crap, what the hell just passed by? A tarantula? And I actually took it down with that crappy inflatable hammer of mine? The live chat exploded. Some were amazed at my reflexes and combat skills, calling me a genius and saying the big guilds would be fighting over me, while others claimed it was just a fluke. But soon someone rebutted, saying that after the live stream ended and people could watch the replay, they'd realize this hammer strike couldn't have been pulled off without at least a decade of training. The live viewer count instantly skyrocketed from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. After the trending post titled "Server Life or Death Battle, Server 1089, Open the Box and Bury Yourself," another post titled "The God of War from Trash Server 1089" blew up. Inside and outside the dungeon, people were discussing me, my weapon, and even pondering the deeper meaning behind my dialogue with Little Red Riding Hood. But how could I care about any of that? As soon as I was confronted by Zhongyu perched on the curbstone, pointing at me with one hand while holding her reddened cheek with the other, murmuring, "Bro, you slapped me," I was rendered speechless. That hard slap probably did quite a number on her male college student's pride. After my strike, the team dynamics shifted completely. The Wang brothers were the first to approach me, trying to cozy up. The older one praised my earlier move, even speculating whether I was some elite player sent by a top guild to save them players from this dumpster tier server. I remained as polite and distant as ever, telling them I was just a newbie who knew nothing. The older brother gave me a thumbs up, saying how fitting it was for a master to be so humble, while the younger one eagerly echoed his praise beside him. Actually, I'm not being modest, I genuinely know nothing. After coming back from the dead, I got thrown into the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon, where Red and I fought and loved each other 1,000 times. My mind's a bit messed up now, and hearing someone talk to me normally feels like a lifetime ago. The Wang brothers still tried to fish for information, asking if the 10 of them had any chance of surviving this life and death dungeon. I gave them a cryptic unlikely with a solemn face. I had confidence in myself. There were only about 5 or 6 lethal monsters in this dungeon, but plenty of terrifying things could scare someone to death. The moment I uttered that unlikely, the tension in the air thickened. I told everyone to pray for their own luck, with no intention of protecting anyone. The Wang brothers trudged back into the group looking dejected, while the tall Meng Chuang sneered for some reason. Netizens were buzzing too. Some said I did the right thing, no need to protect strangers, while others mocked Meng Chuang for putting on airs. The neighborhood roads were potholed, flanked by apartment buildings that loomed like silent soldiers, their oppressive presence making it hard to breathe. Little Red Riding Hood hummed a eerie nursery rhyme in her sweet, lilting voice, something about daddy when hunting wolves in the woods. Mommy served daddy on the table, sending shivers down everyone's spine, but I barely reacted. This nursery rhyme actually laid out the dungeon's obvious clues. A keen observer could spot the hints and prepare for the final scene. Though labeled Little Red Riding Hood, the storyline was set in modern times and rated SSS tier, likely due to its twists, the true or fake grandmother, the reversal of Little Red Riding Hood's identity, and the unsolvable mystery of the hanged woman in the stairwell. I tried over 200 times, touching her meant instant death. Suli still wanted to stick close to me, believing I offered a sense of security. This time, Chen Zicheng didn't stop her. Probably because my earlier performance had changed her opinion of me. When Suli approached, she timidly asked if what I just killed was a spider. I said yes. She shuddered uncontrollably, muttering that the spider had been as big as a human head. She added that she was scared but could handle it. I glanced ahead, we were nearing the 7th intersection, so I told her, well, that's too bad, and pointed out a purple flower by her right foot, asking if she saw it. At first she couldn't find it, but then she actually did, her fair fingertips reaching out to touch. The barrage of comments was questioning what I was doing. Some said I was flirting, others doubted my previous kill was just a fluke. The results came quickly. Suli lowered her head as another face-marked wolf spider scurried from the corner, only to be nailed to the ground by my hammer. Suli stood up in confusion, and I asked from 2 steps away if she wasn't going to pick the flower. She shook her head, saying to leave it there. I shrugged and moved on indifferently. The comments erupted again, all praising my hammer strike just now, proving my skill. They said my movements were clean and stylish, even mocking those who had claimed I could only swing once. Some called me a monster, calm, daring, and strong in combat. Others dismissed the spiders as nothing special. Likely, scouts from major guilds were watching me in the stream. In the White Tower game, innate talent matters far more than late-stage training. Dungeons require analytical puzzle solving, quick adaptability, and combat prowess, qualities I clearly possessed, along with a steady temper and a refusal to bicker. It's been almost an hour since the dungeon run started, and I've already had 2 standout performances. Normally, big guilds would assess recruits over 4 to 5 dungeon runs, but I'm too exceptional. If they don't make a move soon, other guilds might snatch me up. My name is Zhang Sun, and things are getting chaotic. Guilds are already getting restless. Mingke Guild actually sent me a message sincerely inviting player Zhang Sun to join them, attaching a silver contract to the offer. As soon as the news broke, everyone went wild. Some said Mingke was being too generous, while others explained that silver contracts are a type of guild player agreement, with gold contracts being the highest tier, followed by silver, bronze, and standard contracts. Gold and silver contracts are usually reserved for core guild members, offering not just high salaries but sometimes even management positions. Everyone kept mentioning that Mingke is a top 20 ranked guild, and their interest in a rookie like me was a big deal. Some even brought up my nickname, Zhang the Hammer, the god of trash zones, which had people cracking up. Some people say Mingke was badly hurt during the last dungeon raid, so they wanted to bring in a new recruit like me to boost the guild's morale. Turns out they triggered an SSS-level hidden side quest in a regular A-rank dungeon without bringing enough members, nearly wiping the entire team. Right now, I'm in the middle of an argument with Zhong Yufei. He accused me of having double standards, slapping him during the spider fight while just telling Suli to lower her head and look at flowers. I righteously defended myself, saying I hadn't been prepared the first time and hitting him was unexpected. He couldn't believe it, saying I was making excuses after hitting him. When I asked if I'd saved him, he admitted I did but claimed he'd lost his dignity. So I promised to say sorry before hitting him next time. Just as he started feeling somewhat appeased, I immediately uttered sorry and smacked him again, making him curse out loud. I was about to switch my hammer's mode and swing when suddenly a scythe flashed past, cleaving that face having wolf spider clean in half. Looking up, I saw Meng Chuang, that guy who's been at odds with me from the very beginning. He flexed his wrist, withdrawing the sickle and resting it on his shoulder, sneering that I wanted to steal the spotlight alone. I didn't respond, but Zhongya jumped in to argue with him, telling him not to have dodged when the first 2 monsters rushed out if he had any real skill. Meng Chuan couldn't be bothered to engage him and walked ahead without looking back. Zhongya still wanted to press the issue, but I stopped him. We were about to enter the next game scenario, and I didn't want pointless conflict. Netizens were also discussing things. Some said Meng Chuang had a grudge against me, while others thought it was plain jealousy. A few even speculated that if all 10 of us survived this life and death dungeon, 2 or 3 might get contract offers from major guilds. The tension between Meng Chuang and me soured the team's atmosphere. Su Li and Zhong Yu unconditionally backed me. Chen Zicheng disliked both sides but leaned toward the faction with another girl. Gu Yuanhong played mediator and refused to pick sides, and the 2 nameless players sided with Meng Chuang, believing female players would hold them back, ironically making Chen Zicheng double down on supporting me. The Wang brothers are fence-sitters. The older brother sides with Meng Chuang while the younger brother is with me. The younger Wang doesn't miss a chance to butter me up, saying the Singing Sparrow Guild has sent me an invitation. Before I could even grasp the situation, he lit up his wrist display to show me. My face appeared live on the stream, with comments flooding in to greet me, opinions flying left and right. Ignoring the barrage, I focused on the pinned message from the Singing Sparrow Guild. Apparently, they wanted to make sure I wouldn't miss it after clearing the dungeon. I nodded at the screen, triggering another frenzy of comments, some saying I agreed too hastily, others debating whether joining Singing Sparrow was a good idea. Turning to the younger Wang, I asked what a guild even was. He explained that guilds are player collectives, with major ones offering comprehensive training programs and simulation arenas to help contracted players improve. That way, they survive dungeons more often and get paid handsomely for it. I nodded with partial understanding, then asked what Ming Ke was. He seemed at a loss for words and told me to watch my step so I wouldn't trip. I smiled politely at the screen and handed the wristband back to him. Meanwhile, in the vice president's office of the Ming Ke Guild, Vice President Xiao Jun was staring intently at me on the screen while his assistants debated beside him. The female assistant said my mind seemed a bit off, but that my physical reactions were quick and I was rather handsome, which steamed the male assistant. Xiao Jun didn't join their chatter, watching me impatiently listen to the bun shop owner for clues. He remarked that I don't just have strong combat abilities but also a special nose for danger, exactly who they needed. With that, he stood up and told them to pack their things for District 1089, declaring that when I emerged from the dungeon, Ming Ke Guild must be the first ones I meet. Chapter 6 I follow you, hee hee. The party was unwittingly split into 2 groups. Zhang Sun and Meng Chuang each took the lead. Zhang Sun had no intention of forming cliques. With his strength, he could easily speedrun the dungeon unscathed, but he chose not to because deep down, he felt uncertain. This time, the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon not only had 9 unfamiliar players added, but even minor details differed slightly from the 1,000 runs he'd experienced before. No harm done, but it's worth staying vigilant. They got a clue from the photo, one that Zhang Sun had already memorized backwards. It depicted a family of 4, Little Red Riding Hood, her parents, and her grandmother. Little Red Riding Hood stood in the center, holding a lamb plush toy, while her parents' faces were scratched out, leaving 2 hollow voids behind. Grandma smiled affectionately behind Little Red Riding Hood, her aged hands resting gently on the girl's shoulders. Is there any deeper meaning to this photo? Su Li asked. Chen Zicheng frowned, her feminine intuition told her something was wrong. The parents don't seem to have a good relationship. Standing on either side of the old lady, their bodies and expressions look stiff too. Gu Yuanhong glanced at the photo and asked Zhang Sun, "What do you think?" Zhang Sun didn't feel like saying anything. He'd gone over this story 1,000 times until he could recite it backwards. The little girl and her mother endured their father's violent behavior daily. When the grandmother tried to protect the girl, the enraged father shoved her, causing her to fall and die. The mother went mad, grabbing a knife and rushing at her husband. A tragic social incident. This elderly woman dearly loved her child. Zhang Sun said something ambiguous. What does that mean? Sounds like meaningful nonsense. Since the photos are the only clue we have about the dungeon so far, they must be the key lead, right? The orange beauty makes a good point. Starting from the relationships shown in the photo might reveal something. All 8 were studying the thin photograph, with only Zhang Sun and Zhong Yu engaging in playful banter. The slap marks on your face are quite symmetrical. Bro, if you're going to open your mouth, at least say something human. Zhang Sun didn't care about the photos, he was thinking about how to proceed with the next steps. Ahead was Grandma's residence, a 6-story apartment building where Grandma lived on the 4th floor. The layout of this apartment building was quite bizarre, with entrances on both the left and right sides, and either entrance could lead to Grandma's cottage. The NPC Little Red Riding Hood came to a stop, her tiny finger pointing toward the building's entrance. Go up from here, and you'll reach Grandma's house. Which entrance? Gu Yuanhong asked. Well, Mom said any will do. Before Zhang Sun could speak, Meng Chuang spoke first. In that case, let's split up. The barrage chat starts scrolling. These youngsters are too reckless. Don't they know splitting up in horror dungeons always leads to trouble? Are these 2 branching paths? Will they unlock different endings? Splitting up might not be bad. With this tense atmosphere, the 2 groups might end up fighting in the hallway. You just want to hoard the boss loot all for yourself, don't you? With Zhang Sun here, he's bound to take the lion's share. Zhang Sun had no objections to this. You pick first. The only difference between the two building units was the unsolvable hanged woman, which would randomly appear in only one of them. Zhang Sun couldn't grasp this point either, so in his view, choosing either option made no difference. Meng Chuang chose Unit 1. He took the lead with two nameless players, and Brother Wang followed Meng Chuang's group. Younger brother Wang glanced at Zhang Sun, then at his elder brother's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose to follow his brother into Unit 1. Zhang Sun noticed Little Red Riding Hood wasn't moving. Red sis, why aren't you following them? Little Red Riding Hood tilted her head upwards, blinking obediently. Big brother, I'll follow you, hee hee. Zhang Sun realized something. There is only one Little Red Riding Hood. It didn't follow Meng Chuang's group, but followed them instead. So when they reach the final stage, Meng Chuang's team won't encounter the Little Red Riding Hood counterattack event, but they will. Considering the principle of balancing difficulty, then Meng Chuang's group should have encountered the unsolvable hanged woman scenario, but they didn't. Because during those 1,000 previous clears when Zhang Sun battled alone, all the dungeon bosses focused entirely on him alone, such distinctions never appeared before. Now it's clear that the two-unit setup naturally had its purpose. Zhang Sun speculated like this, though he still didn't dare take the risk. You all stay downstairs, Zhang Sun said. Not only were the people present astonished, but even the barrage comments were shocked. Holy shit, is Zhang Shen really going to solo the boss? Even though these teammates are useless, you can't just charge in recklessly like this. Big Hammer must have his own considerations for doing this. So confident in your own abilities? Better not crash and burn. I can already see how this will end. Zhong Yu was the first to oppose Zhang Sun's proposal. I object. Brother, isn't this just sacrificing yourself? Don't worry, I've got this. What do you mean you've got this? Who knows what's hidden there? I'm coming with you. Su Li also stepped in to persuade him. Brother Sun, if you think I'll slow you down, I won't go. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Chen Zicheng remained silent, but his expression showed disapproval. Gu Yuanhong didn't make a sound. Of course Zhang Sun couldn't admit he'd walked these corridors so often his soles were nearly worn through. Who could openly boast about having cheat codes? He could only put on an air of fearless remorse, placing both hands on Zhong Yu's shoulders. Xiao Zhong, you're still a university student. Focus on your studies, don't throw your life away in this game. Infected by his emotions, Zhong Yu's eyes reddened. And you too, Su Li. Zhang Sun turned his head again to look at the girl who was shedding tears beside him. You too, focus on your university studies. When you have time, teach Zhong Yu, he's a bit of a fool, so do take care of him. Su Li burst into sobs with a woo-woo-woo sound. Brother Sun, don't worry, I'll study hard. Zhang Sun's gaze extended over Zhong Yu's shoulder, landing on Chen Zicheng and Gu Yuanhong not far away. Being adults themselves, the two nodded in understanding, signaling they would take good care of the two students and put Zhang Sun's mind at ease. Zhang Sun smiled faintly. I'm off. He waved his hand without looking back, his tall figure appearing utterly tragic. The barrage of comments cried along. Never expected Zhang Sun to have such a spirit of self-sacrifice. Sigh, in this day and age, there are still players willing to give up themselves to protect others. What? Such a rare newcomer, and they're done for in their debut battle? No way around it. Once a dungeon opens, outsiders can't enter anymore. Shouldn't we be able to use the rescue card to forcefully tear open the dungeon entrance? Don't be naive, the drop rate for that rescue card is insane. All the major guilds are hoarding them to save their own leaders. The rescue card is a special reward dropped after defeating the White Tower boss. After the dungeon closes, external players can use a rescue card to reopen the dungeon entrance. However, these cards are extremely rare. Even major guilds only possess 3 to 5 in stock, some of which were acquired at high prices from the black market. The Singing Sparrow Guild also had one. At this moment, Xiao Jun had arrived at the main gate of White Tower in District 1089 with his two assistants. Once the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon concludes, surviving players will be teleported here. Guilds ranking high on the leaderboard have every move keenly tracked by the media. Xiao Jun made no deliberate effort to conceal his movements. The moment the private jet emblazoned with the crimson and gold emblem of the Mingquan Guild touched down at District 1089's airport, reporters lying in wait swarmed forward. Deputy President Xiao. Did Deputy President Xiao come here specifically for the newcomer? Is Mimic really going to sign Zheng Xian with a silver card? Will Mimic use their rescue card to retain Zheng Xian? Xiao Junsong, dressed in a suit, loosened his tie with one hand while holding his phone to his ear, speaking to Mimic's guild leader. Okay, I understand. Xiao Jun hung up the phone and stood still, with his two assistants Su Herong and Chang Jie flanking him on either side. Ming Ke has always approached promising newcomers with full sincerity. Xiao Jun flashed an official smile. As long as Zhang Sun survives the regional server life or death battle, Ming Ke will deliver a Silver Plus contract straight to his hands. Chapter 7 The Two Grandmothers. Silver Plus, contract. The reporters erupted in an uproar. the Oriole Guild actually offered Zhang Sun even better terms. In an instant, the White Tower forums, major marketing accounts, and live broadcasts were all set ablaze by this news. The explosive nature of this incident wasn't just about the Oriole Guild raising their offer to Zhang Sun for a second time, it was the fact that a Silver Plus contract and a rookie making their debut battle were two things that rarely ever went hand in hand. Silver Plus, as the name suggests, is a tier above the standard, silver, contract. With major guilds becoming increasingly sophisticated, the traditional gold silver bronze rankings no longer sufficed, leading to the creation of 3 additional tiers, plus, plus plus, and plus plus plus. Silver Plus contract not only indicates that Ming-Ke highly values this new recruit they're about to sign, but also directly positions him as the future core of their guild. Such contracts typically appear only for veteran members who've served the guild for several years, requiring both proven capability and unwavering loyalty. No one expected Ming-Ke to place such extraordinary importance on Zhang Sun. The other guilds that had been merely observing from the sidelines now couldn't help but suspect Zhang Sun must possess some extraordinary skills that Ming-Ke had detected. They gradually released news saying they were going to sign Zhang Sun. Mr. Urchui's worth skyrocketed overnight. Someone in the livestream also reposted a post with an explosive headline. Singing Sparrow's Grand Romance, Vice President Xiao Jun claims rookie Zhang Sun to receive Silver Plus contract. The barrage exploded. Frowny face Silver Plus? Is Ming-Ke actually serious? Has there ever been a precedent for offering a Silver Plus contract to a newcomer? It's clear that Singing Bird is seriously short-staffed. Short-staffed enough to offer a Silver Plus contract? That's practically guaranteeing Zhang Sun a promotion to Vice Guild Leader. Seems like Zhang Sun is about to be forcibly wedded by Singing Bird. What other guild would dare offer such favorable terms to a rookie? Anyone with half a brain would accept. No, but Hammer Boy's brain is genuinely faulty. The voice of Zhang Erchui asking what Silver Plus rang in my ears. Stop talking about it. I can already hear and see it in my mind. At this moment, Zhang Erchui wasn't paying attention to what the barrage comments were discussing. He didn't even have the means to. He didn't own a Zio Oshiankai smartwatch yet. The raven flapped its wings and landed by the half-shattered window in the stairwell, its dark eyes slowly rotating as it dutifully recorded every image. Footage from the raven's perspective was also streamed live. For convenient broadcasting, each player had an independent camera tracking their movements. Viewers simply needed to select different camera angles for their preferred viewpoint. At this moment, Zhang Sun's viewpoint had gathered approximately 1 million viewers. Once the figures of Suli and Zhongyu vanished from sight, Zhang Sun turned his gaze to Little Red Riding Hood, who clung close beside him. A sinister smile flickered across his face, gone as swiftly as it appeared. Little Red Riding Hood, confused and oblivious, looked up at him with a sweet yet stiff expression. Did Hammer 2 just smirk sneakily? Must be seeing things. With Hammer 2's IQ, could he even pull off a sinister look? Looking down on our scum district's war god Zheng Hammer 2, are we? Damn it! Quick, switch to Meng Chuan's viewpoint. They've got big trouble over there. Just as Zhang Sun had anticipated, the inverted woman was indeed not on his side. Correspondingly, Meng Chuan's situation was exceptionally dire. After leading the other 4 into the hallway, Meng Chuan proceeded with caution. They heard the sound of dripping water in the stairwell, but when they looked up, everything around them was dry. The Wang brothers hesitated, but Meng Chuan urged them not to back down. We've come this far, it's either life or death now, no turning back. Meng Chuan's attitude was resolute. The Wang brothers clenched their teeth and had no choice but to follow. The dimly lit hallway was murky, and above, the flickering light cast erratic shadows. Residents still maintained outdated sliding iron doors as security measures outside their homes, which creaked eerily as they swayed in the cold wind. Thud, thud. Footsteps neither heavy nor light sounded from above their heads. The younger Wang brother trembled, unable to resist his curiosity, peering upward through the winding staircase railings, right into the grotesque, twisted features of a monstrous face. Ah! Screams suddenly erupted continuously in the livestream, splattering blood smeared the camera lens, and the blurred images only intensified the audience's terror. Damn it! What's going on? That grotesque female face. What kind of monster was that? Shit, it's the upside-down woman. She's appeared in other instances too. That thing's unbeatable. Oh no, are all 5 of them doomed? No wonder it's a 3S level ultra difficulty dungeon. There's even a hanged woman? How are we supposed to beat this? Its highest achievement was wiping out a small guild. Downstairs, Suli, Zhongyu, and the others who had stayed behind also activated Meng Chuan's perspective. The camera has an automatic cleaning function. As the blood mist dissipated, the lens adjusted through several angles, finally capturing a relatively clear image. The stairwell was covered in blood and chunks of flesh, revealing from the scene that both Wang's younger brother and the 2 unnamed players had been eliminated. Brother Wang was drenched in blood, gripping his wristband to call for outside help. Help! Help! He let out a scream, and the screen froze on his twisted expression. For a brief moment, the barrage of comments fell silent. Several player avatars in the vertical row on the right side of the livestream screen instantly turned gray. Suli covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Equally pale-faced Chen Zicheng patted her on the back, soothing her emotions. Zhongyu and Gu Yuanhan also had varying expressions on their faces. Especially Zhongyu, whose expression flickered with momentary gravity. His actions were a stark contrast to his previously useless performance. Orange sister, Suli's voice trembled. Brother Sun, Jinsun, could he be in danger? It's okay, everything will be okay. Chen Zicheng stroked her long hair, glancing down at her wristband screen. Meng Chuang survived, so Zhang Sun might have a chance too. Compared to the brutal scene on Meng Chuang's side, Zhang Sun's situation was remarkably calm. He took 3 steps at a time, rushing up to the 4th floor. Little Red Riding Hood trailed behind him, floating almost soundlessly without leaving any footsteps. When Zhang Sun arrived on the 4th floor, the first thing he saw was Little Red Riding Hood's crimson cloak. This was the final challenge. Zhang Sun knew the cameras were still following him, so he couldn't just kick the door down this time. Normally, he'd blast through the old door with a dramatic yell, something like, "Here comes your soul-reaping nemesis," before charging in with his hammer swinging. But not today. The livestream audience was watching, he had to act a bit more dignified. Zhang Sun knocked politely on the door, as if paying a visit to someone's home. "Hello, is anyone there?" After a long while, a hoarse, aged woman's voice came from within. "Who is it?" Little Red Riding Hood tiptoed beside them. "Granny, it's me. Mom sent me to bring you something." After a long while, slow footsteps could be heard approaching. Coming. An elderly woman in a long robe, wearing a dark purple shawl over her head, cracked the door open just a slit. She first eyed Zhang Sun warily, then lowered her gaze. Only upon seeing Little Red Riding Hood did her face soften into a loving smile. "Good child, Granny will open the door for you now." Clank, the first security door was pulled open. Then came the second one. Granny's little room was warmly decorated, looking strikingly out of place with the shabbiness outside. But no matter how warm it feels, soon it will be stained with layers of blood. Zhang Sun walked through the door, and Little Red Riding Hood introduced him to her grandmother. "This big brother is a kind soul. He protected me all the way to Grandma's house." The hunched-over grandmother looked up at Zhang Sun for a moment and gave him a gentle smile. "You're a good kid too." Zhang Sun walked into the room without changing his expression as his grandmother locked the door behind him. At that moment, another similarly aged voice came from inside the room. "Who is it?" Zhang Sun's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Damn, isn't that Grandma's voice? Why are there 2 grandmas?" Chapter 8 Reward Settlement. The bullet comments are going wild. Did I hear that right? Those 2 voices are exactly the same. Sounds like 2 old grannies talking. The real and fake Monkey King, or real and fake grandma? According to the original story of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf disguised itself as the grandmother. So does that mean one of these 2 is the real grandmother and the other is the boss? But how are we supposed to tell them apart? There was that earlier photo, right? It had Little Red Riding Hood and the real grandmother in it. We don't have any other clues. But the wolf wasn't in that photo. This really lives up to being a 3S dungeon, utterly insane. Let's keep watching Zhang Sun. He doesn't seem the least bit nervous. Has Aryu even grasped the situation? He looks like he's barely awake. I'm freaking out over here. Zhang Sun's eyelids drooped halfway. He truly didn't seem very alert. He wasn't sleepy so much as fed up. He'd played this final level 1,000 times already, and even the most patient person would get irritated. There was a short intergenerational bonding scene here, and Zhang Sun was just waiting for it to play out. How many times had he said it? Couldn't the developers behind the scenes add a skip button? It was downright unfriendly to veterans like him who kept replaying. When the loving exchange between Grandma and Little Red Riding Hood finally ended, the grandma who'd only been a voice from the bedroom emerged at last. Little Red Riding Hood was very surprised. Why are there 2 grandmothers? The 2 grandmothers looked almost identical in appearance and stature. Even if Zhang Sun had examined them 1,000 times, he wouldn't have been able to spot any differences between them. Judging by appearances alone wouldn't resolve this predicament. Zhang Sun was well aware of this fact. Every old woman claimed to be Little Red Riding Hood's real grandmother. Here Little Red Riding Hood still had a few words to say. "If you all say you're my grandmother, then tell me my favorite color." In unison, the color red. "The things I love to eat." Grandmother's answers remained surprisingly consistent. Tell me more about when I was little." This time, it was even more outrageous. Both grandmothers had recalled the exact same event, even using identical wording. Little Red Riding Hood wore a troubled expression, her tiny hands clutching at Zhang Sun's shirt hem. "Brother, please help me. I can't tell which one is my real grandma." Zhang Sun lowered his head, placing a hand on the back of the little girl's head and gently stroking it twice. "It's okay, Sister Hong, I got your back." With a sharp smack, Zhang Xian delivered a solid slap to Little Red Riding Hood's head. "Damn, bullying a kid like that. What's the point of that move? I understand. Little Red Riding Hood's real grandmother would naturally worry about her granddaughter and instinctively check if the child was hurt. So that's how it is. Just as the bullet comments speculated, Jung Sun used this trick to distinguish the real grandmother from the fake one. Whether alive or dead, this bond of kinship remains unchanged. Jang Sun was certain of this, which is why he never made the wrong choice. Sure enough, the grandmother on the right, despite her stiff expression, subconsciously shifted her toes slightly toward Little Red Riding Hood. Jang Sun moved swiftly, swinging his arm in a full arc before delivering a brutal hammer blow to the grandmother on the left. You're the wolf. The fake grandmother let out a mournful howl, collapsed to the ground, and transformed back into its true form, a wolf. It was Little Red Riding Hood's vicious father. Little Red Riding Hood screamed in fear and couldn't stop hiding behind Jang Sun's back. Whether it was the fear of dead bodies or simply the fear of her father remains unclear. The boss is actually humanoid? The story's setting seems more complicated than it appears. There are clues buried in that little girl's nursery rhyme. Her father is the prime culprit. Is this instance over now? The final boss has been defeated. Why isn't Jang Sun moving? Something's wrong. Look how creepily that real grandmother is smiling. Jang Sun turned to look at the remaining real grandmother and reached out to pull off her scarf. The deep wound on his neck was exposed. Grandma, you too, you're already dead. Jang Sun's voice had barely faded when the kindly old woman's face suddenly contorted. Her skin turned ashen green, her eyes bloodshot as she stared fixedly at him. Outsiders must be driven out. Her voice was like a cracked bell, reverberating through the entire hallway, loud enough for even Zhongyu and the others downstairs to hear. What's going on? Chen Zicheng stared intently at the screen. Gu Yuanheng and Zhongyu both shook their heads. Could it be the boss's voice chat? Su Li speculated. Jang Sun also found it strange. Throughout all 1,000 previous attempts, he had never once heard this line. Could it have been updated? The moment his attention wavered, Granny grinned sinisterly as her withered hands suddenly transformed into vines, lashing toward Jang Sun with terrifying speed. Holy shit! Zhang Xin, be careful! Zhang Xian deftly pressed one hand against the vine while flipping his body midair, switching modes on his inflatable hammer before delivering a crushing blow to Grandma's head. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thanks to Urchui's quick reaction. Wait, Little Red Riding Hood, that little girl's face. The camera happened to focus on Little Red Riding Hood's face, revealing her innocent expression under the hood suddenly twisting into something else. A crimson fissure appeared from her forehead down to the bridge of her nose, while another vertical line emerged across the center of her cheeks. Four bloody lines divided Little Red Riding Hood's smooth face into 4 segments, peeling apart in different directions like fruit rind. Holy shit, my eyes are gonna burn out. What kind of psychological horror is this? I need to test my sanity level. This NPC actually turned into a boss? The door was suddenly yanked open with tremendous force, revealing a blood-red figure outside. It was Meng Chuang. Meng Chuang exhausted all his strength. He was fortunate to discover a water vat large enough for one person to hide in, evading the pursuit of the inverted woman, and barely managed to reach the 4th floor. He yanked open the door, only to be met with the terrifying face of Little Red Riding Hood. What the? Spotting a new target, Little Red Riding Hood seemed to keenly sense that Jang Sun was not an easy foe. Shifting her gaze, she charged at Meng Chuan like a wild beast. Bang! With a loud noise, Little Red Riding Hood's body seemed to have all its strength drained as she collapsed to the ground. Meng Chuan and Jang Sun stood panting heavily, facing each other from a distance. Jang Sun chuckled, lifting his pink squeaky hammer and resting it on his shoulder. You've got some skills. That thing wasn't easy to deal with. Meng Chuang essentially owed his life to Jang Sun. Had Jang Sun not intervened while Meng stood there dazed, Little Red Riding Hood would have swallowed him whole without leaving a single bone behind. But he was stubborn, getting him to say thanks felt like pulling teeth. Likewise, he said. After dealing with the wolf, grandmother, and Little Red Riding Hood one by one, Jang Sun's shoulders finally relaxed. The surrounding scene began to dissolve into virtual cubes, and soon, they would be able to leave the dungeon. Only the surviving players could leave. The thrilling SSS-level dungeon finally concluded, and the barrage of comments collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Next up should be the reward distribution, right? Good thing Jang Sun reacted quickly, that Little Red Riding Hood really caught everyone off guard. Did only Meng Chuan survive that hanging woman level? Hey, didn't Jang Sun say something like that thing? Does he know something? Must have been intentional. Look how messed up Meng Chuan is, clearly went up against some powerful monster. Wonder what the rewards are. The rewards for this 3S level must be incredibly generous: weapons, items, special cards. Last time on a 3S level, if I remember right, they gave away the dungeon for free. The Eternal Guild secured ownership of everything in that dungeon: NPCs, monsters, all of it belongs to their guild now. Who knows what they'll do this time? As the dungeon scenario faded away, the surroundings gradually plunged into darkness. Only a faint white glow emanated from each player's body. With the floor barriers gone, Jang Sun could now see the others clearly. Brother Sun! Brother! Su Li and Zhong Yu were the first to rush towards Zhang Sun, brimming with excitement. Chen Zicheng and Gu Yuanheng remained where they were, their relieved expressions evident upon seeing Zhang Sun unharmed. "Brother Sun, are you hurt?" Su Li asked with concern. Zhang Sun shook his head truthfully, completely unharmed. Once the surviving players gathered, the reward distribution began. A square gift box appeared before each of them. Except for Meng Chuang and Zhang Sun, the other 4 players' boxes were nearly identical in both size and packaging. "Is this the reward?" Su Li curiously picked up the box, which was only about the size of her 2 palms. Meng Chuang's gift box was much larger, big enough to hold 2 basketballs. Zhang Sun's gift box was even bigger, standing nearly half as tall as a person. "Should we open it up and take a look?" Su Li asked. Gu Yuanheng adjusted his glasses and reminded, "The reward inside this box is different for each person. You can choose to open it privately. In case there's any special reward, you wouldn't want others to see it." Rip! The sound of unwrapping suddenly rang out. Gu Yuanheng sighed helplessly and turned his head. Sure enough, it was Zhang Sun tearing into wrapping paper. What could it be? Something this bulky? Zhang Sun's burning curiosity was understandable. In all 1,000 attempts before, the boss had never dropped anything for him. Each time ended with empty hands and a trip back to the respawn point. It wasn't just Zhang Sun who was curious about the contents, the livestream viewers were itching to know too. Did Zhang Sun really just dismantle it outright? Does he not know this thing could have been taken apart privately? Someone should remind him. Never mind, he wouldn't stop anyway. Don't tell him, let everyone have a good show. I'm so anxious, so anxious. Can't you open it faster, faster? The gift box was placed with its opening facing upwards. After clearing away the outer packaging, Zhang Sun tore off the tape. All the players' eyes were fixed on him. Could there be something dangerous inside? Su Li murmured to herself. Possibly. Zhang Sun came to his senses. You all stand back a bit. Would they really pull a counterattack during the reward segment? Zhong Yu craned his neck, peering around nervously. Zhang Sun stopped responding, focusing intently on retrieving the items inside. The first reward was that pink inflatable hammer. An inflatable hammer? Doesn't this reward seem a bit perfunctory? Not necessarily. Weapons brought out from 3S dungeons are basically 3S level gear. Zhang Sun wields this thing with ease, and its destructive power is no joke. The color scheme is truly cringeworthy. Zhang Sun was quite satisfied with the first reward. This inflatable hammer was handy for him to use. If he could take it into the next dungeon, that would be even better. Zhang Sun held the inflatable hammer and suddenly felt like the thing was a bit of a nuisance. Can you put it away? He asked. Go buy a player bracelet. Any rewards you earn in the dungeon can then be stored as data. Gu Yuanheng explained to him. Oh, that makes it much more convenient. Zhang Sun continued rummaging through the gift boxes. What is this? He pulled out 2 metal cards. The card bore peculiar designs. One depicted the symbol for infinity, the other an hourglass. Gu Yuanheng's eyes lit up. Here are 2 skill cards. Revival card and time stop card. Holy shit, they're actually purple tier cards. Urchui's got some damn good luck. The revival card gives you a chance to resurrect in a dungeon, while the time freeze card offers an opportunity to pause time during combat with monsters. Both can help you secure victory. Though they're consumable cards, these 2 function as lifesavers, ensuring survival even in ultra-hard dungeons. In the White Tower dungeon, drops like weapons, items, and potions are common, but skill cards are nearly always rare. Selling them at the black market could fetch you a hefty sum. Zhang Sun nodded with partial understanding and carefully pocketed the card. There was another compartment beneath the gift box. This layer was sealed with copious white foam padding. Zhang Sun reached in and fumbled downward until his fingers brushed against something soft. It felt like some sort of fabric. He shook off the foam balls clinging to his hand, looking puzzled, and was about to reach out again. Then the contents of the box popped right out. Big brother, play with me. What the? Zhang Sun instinctively swung the inflatable hammer. When the hammer was just 10 centimeters away from that thing, he finally got a clear look at its face. It was his old acquaintance, Sister Hong. Isn't this the NPC? Little Red Riding Hood? No way, does this thing really have a revival mechanic? Shouldn't the boss stop attacking players after the game ends? This is a subordinate and NPC from White Tower who made a contract with the player. Even the well-informed Gu Yuanheng was explaining things for Zhang Sun. It's part of the reward. When an NPC in the instance forms a contract with a player, they become the player's subordinate. Next time you enter an instance, you can bring them along to fight. Chapter 9: The Sparrow's Additional Condition. Holy shit, this is the first time I've seen someone with a subordinate. Pretty rare. The White Tower isn't stingy with props and weapons, but they don't just let their NPCs go easily. And this NPC clearly looks high level. Er Chue is so damn lucky. It's a 3S ranked dungeon, surviving is already a miracle. What's wrong with getting some good rewards? Speaking of which, once they claim their rewards, they'll leave the White Tower, right? The scouts from Ming Ke are probably lying in wait outside. Is Zhang Sun really joining Ming Ke? Forget those 2 hammer strikes earlier, his performance in the boss fight far exceeded expectations. Yeah, a triple kill at that level would easily land him in the top 15 of the individual rankings. Aren't the other top guilds going to try poaching him? Are they just going to sit back and let Ming Ke snatch him up? Must be some concerns. Last time Qinglan fished out a counterfeit with the bronze tag, now it's been discounted and still won't sell. Stuck with dead stock. You mean Huazian? More like psychological pressure, but his skills are solid. Whatever the reason, he's useless now. Rewards claimed, Little Red Riding Hood instance fully concluded. The colorful virtual blocks dissipated, leaving a few survivors standing in the empty hall. This was the first floor of the White Tower, utterly bare except for a single closed door. Such was the nature of the White Tower. Its appearance was that of a pure white, unadorned spire, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. After the arrival of the fourth cataclysm, towers of varying heights suddenly emerged across the globe. The towers enrolled all of humanity as players, offering substantial rewards to those who entered and conquered their dungeons. But accordingly, if players fail the game, they must also pay with their lives. Who developed the White Tower, why it descended upon Earth, and what its purpose is, none of these questions have answers. It appeared overnight and utterly transformed everything. Zhang Sun remained unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't react much. The 1,000 torturous repetitions at the beginning did indeed alter his personality considerably. Then let's part ways here. Zhang Sun looked as if he had just returned from a frenzied shopping spree, his left arm clutching Little Red Riding Hood while his right shoulder bore the weight of his hammer, bidding farewell to the crowd. Meng Shuang had already passed out from blood loss. Zhong Yu propped him up, his face full of impatience, while Gu Yuanheng deftly called for an ambulance nearby. Hearing Zhang Sun was about to leave, Zhong Yu called out, "Hey, bro, where are you staying? Leave me your contact info." Zhong Yu's words reminded Zhang Sun of something. He hadn't secured a place to stay yet, but Zhang Sun was the type to go with the flow. He'd figure it out after exiting the dungeon. So he replied, "I'll contact you when I have the chance." His attitude was neither distant nor close, leaving Su Li, who had been silently hopeful by his side, feeling somewhat disappointed. Chen Zicheng saw right through her thoughts. If you want his contact information, you should be more courageous. She patted the girl's back. "No, I better not." Su Li shook her head. "As long as we're in the same district, we'll meet again sooner or later." Zhang Sun walked toward the gate but suddenly stopped halfway. He lowered his head and locked eyes with the round-eyed Little Red Riding Hood. Perhaps it was because they'd left that decaying environment, though the NPC's face remained corpse-pale, it no longer looked quite so terrifying. "I'm saying, what are you going to do after stepping through this door? I don't have a wristband right now." "I don't know," said Little Red Riding Hood innocently. Zhang Sun's question was quickly answered. The moment he pushed open the door, the outside air rushed in, and Little Red Riding Hood and the inflatable hammer turned into data dust-like particles, merging into his body. "Will it automatically input after buying the wristband?" Zhang Sun muttered to himself. Relieved of those 2 burdens, he flexed his shoulders lightly. Before he could take more than 2 breaths of fresh air, he ran straight into reporters waiting outside. "What are your thoughts on surviving the 3S dungeon, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Sun, are you really going to join Ming Ke? Mr. Zhang, do you have any prior experience working with a guild?" Zhang Sun, who had never encountered such a situation before, was startled. Where did all these people come from? As he stood there helpless, 2 tall bodyguards in black suits parted the crowd and flanked him protectively. "Mr. Zhang, our deputy chairman requests your presence. Please follow us." Zhang Sun nodded in bewilderment. Though unclear about the man in black's origins, this was still preferable to being trapped by reporters at the entrance. The bodyguard proved their professionalism, despite some struggles. Zhang Sun finally pushed through the crowd. More exhausting than entering a dungeon instance. He was ushered into a black business sedan, and once the door closed, the reporters outside could no longer follow. The van emblazoned with the Crest Society logo sped away. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Xian sat face-to-face with Xiao Jun, the vice president of the Crest Society, flanked by assistants Su Herong and Chang Jia. Su Herong winked at Zhang Xian with her left eye, coquettish and playful, while Chang Jia maintained a stony expression throughout, clearly disapproving of Zhang Xian. Zhang Sun didn't know their identities, but it was clear that Xiao Jun sitting in the middle was the leader. He remained silent, and so did the other 2. "Mr. Zhang, hello," Xiao Jun said, dressed in a sleek suit, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze. "First time meeting you. I'm Xiao Jun, the deputy president of the Ming Ke Guild." Zhang Sun gave a nod. "Hello." Xiao Jun cut straight to the chase. "Mr. Zhang, we've witnessed your performance in the dungeon. Your overall capabilities are outstanding, precisely the talent our guild urgently needs. Let's speak frankly, I'd like you to join the Ming Ke Guild. The contract is already prepared." Su Herong handed Zhang Sun a black folder, brushing her fingers lightly against the back of his hand as she withdrew them. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun was as unyielding as iron, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. He carefully studied the contract Xiao Jun had given him. Though many of the professional terms were unfamiliar for now, he could still tell it was an exceptionally generous offer. Mingke had shown sincere goodwill. Zhang Sun rubbed his temples. Although players didn't feel fatigue inside White Tower, the accumulated exhaustion and drowsiness hit him like a tidal wave the moment he stepped out, making it hard to stay upright. Unfortunately, now wasn't the time for sleep. Vice President Xiao, there's much I don't understand, but even I can see the terms you're offering seem excessively favorable, far beyond what should be given to a newcomer. If there are any additional requirements, please state them directly. There was a glimmer of admiration in Xiao Jun's eyes. It seemed Zhang Sun wasn't just a simple block of wood. The man was clever and sharp. The Cry-Sparrows have just one request. We hope you can quickly participate in the Huayin 4th High School instance. Huayin 4th High School, that very instance which had nearly wiped out Cry-Sparrow's second team last time. Vice Captain Xiao Jun had led the entire second team into what should have been a routine A-rank loot farming run, until the dormant SSS-ranked side quest awakened. The game caused a massive shock throughout Mingke, leaving deep psychological scars on all members who watched the live broadcast, as well as those who survived. We're organizing a new team to enter Huayin. Zhang Sun, I want you to lead it. Why the urgency? Zhang Sun detected something unusual in the request. Your people have been psychologically traumatized. Staying away from that dungeon forever would be the wise choice. Xiao Jun's smile faded, while Su Herong and Chang Jie beside him wore profoundly solemn expressions. Because the guild leader's sister is trapped in a side quest, her life hanging by a thread. Chapter 10, The Dream World. No wonder Mingke was so desperate and willing to pay any price. Xiao Jun's explanation made sense, but Zhang Sun had to remind him. Vice President Xiao, anyone with eyes can see how dangerous this expedition is. The chances of the guild leader's relative surviving are practically zero. We know. Xiao Jun's flawless expression finally cracked slightly, but the guild leader insists, alive or dead, we must bring them back. Zhang Sun nodded. So, Mr. Zhang, does this mean you accept? Zhang Sun shook his head. Hey, Yu Changjia, with his fiery temper, spoke bluntly, what's going on? Are you messing with us? Su Herong rested her chin on one hand. Mr. Zhang, feel free to make any requests, don't be shy. I won't join Mingke, but I'll help you clear the Huayin dungeon. Zhang Sun's clear eyes stared at Xiao Jun sitting in the center. This is my answer. Whether you accept it or not is up to Mingke. You won't join the guild yet still want to help us? Chang Jie's astonishment was written all over his face. What kind of saint are you? Saving all sentient beings? Zhang Sun smiled, the expression carrying a hint of slyness. I don't want your silver contract, but I will propose other conditions. Rest assured, they'll definitely be within your acceptable range. Su Heron looked toward the silent Xiao Jun, who pondered for a moment before making his decision. Alright, but let me be clear up front, whether Mingke fulfills Mr. Zhang's conditions will depend entirely on Huayin's performance in the dungeon. Of course, I won't let you down. The business sedan glided smoothly along the highway. As they passed through a commercial district, Zhang Xian gazed at the scenery receding outside the window. I have one more request. Go ahead, Xiao Jun responded. Since you're putting me in charge, I'm betting my life on Mingke. It's only fair to have the entire Mingke at my command for a few days, isn't it? Don't push your luck. If not for the ceiling of the car, Chang Jie would have jumped to his feet. Zhang Sun curled his lips in disdain and turned his head away. Forget it if you won't agree. Stop the car, stop it. I'm getting out. Hey, you're really pushing your luck. Chang Jie. Xiao Jun called his assistant by his full name in a low voice, forcing him to quiet down, though he still clearly remained defiant. Now that Mink was counting on Zhang Sun to work for them, they naturally had to keep him well appeased. As long as you don't go too far, we'll follow your lead. Zhang Sun beamed with joy. That's more like it. Chang Jie almost passed out in anger. Brother Xiao, you're really spoiling him like this. Su Herong added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. What does it matter? We're counting on them right now. Even you, Sister Rong. Xiao Jun made a silencing gesture. Whatever needed to be said could wait until they got back. Zhang Sun ignored the exchanged glances between them. Pressed against the car window, he suddenly spotted a supermarket. Oh, I just remembered something. What now? That impatient voice could only belong to Chang Jie. Zhang Sun turned around and smiled at Chang Jie. I want to buy something. The business vehicle parked in an inconspicuous corner as Chang Jie stepped out with a gloomy expression. Help me buy a Xiao Tian Kai, a player's bracelet, and get me a copy of the newcomer's guide too. Zhang Sun's words echoed in his ears. With one hand in his pocket, Chang Jie kicked a pebble in frustration. Can't it wait? There are plenty of phoenixes, must you have one right now? His figure gradually faded into the distance as Xiao Jun turned to gaze at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was truly exhausted, his eyelids battling against each other uncontrollably. The player bracelets sold in supermarkets are the most basic, few features and easily damaged. If you want one, Mingke can customize it for you, Vice President Xiao said softly. Zhang Sun shook his head wearily, his body hunched inside the oversized Mingke team uniform that Su Herong had just found for him. He had casually draped it over himself. I just want the cheap one. You Mingke people, Rigging the game. Fell asleep? Su Hairong tugged the oversized jacket higher up Zhang Sun's shoulders. After all, it's a 3S dungeon, it's really draining. With negotiations no longer needed, Xiao Jun also relaxed and leaned back in his chair. Vice President, Su Hairong no longer deliberately put on a coy expression, her face etched with deep concern. Is this really feasible? Zhang Sun has only cleared one dungeon. He appeared out of nowhere, with his entire past a complete blank slate. On the way to District 1089, Su Hairong had already looked into Zhang Sun's background. This player has no record of registration with any guild, nor any past gaming footage, indicating it's his first time entering White Tower as an individual player. All this merely proves Zhang Sun is a complete rookie. Yet when Su Hairong investigated his background, she found no valuable information either. No parents, no school records, no employment history. He seemed like a visitor from outer space, appearing out of nowhere in the game. If forced to make a comparison, it was somewhat similar to when the White Tower first descended. Su Hairong brushed against his hand while passing him the contract. His skin was warm, he was human. But this still didn't make her trust Zhang Sun anymore. Xiao Jun also seemed quite vexed by this. We're just clutching at straws out of desperation, so we have to trust him for now. This was also the chairman's decision. Cheng Jia randomly picked up a player wristband at the supermarket, grabbed a copy of Beginner's Guide, signed some autographs for fans who recognized him, then hastily pulled up his hoodie and rushed back to the car. Let's go, hurry, he said, slamming the car door shut. The fans are catching up. After the car started, he settled back into his seat and turned to see Zhang Sun's face, deep in sleep. Cheng Jia was so angry his nose almost twisted. He threw the items into Zhang Sun's lap. I told you not to. Su Hairong's high heels kicked his calf, and he lowered his voice. Didn't you say you wanted to watch it right away? Fell asleep? So good at bossing people around. Let him rest. Xiao Jun loosened his tie again. No matter what happens in the future, right now he's one of our Mingke people. Cheng Jia, mind your attitude. Cheng Jia was truly at a loss for words about his grievances. Brother Xiao is like this, and so is Sister Rong. Both of you favor him. He hasn't even joined our guild yet. If he really did, would you all just stand by clapping and cheering even if he tore it apart? What are you talking about? Su Hairong tapped someone's head with her crimson lacquered fingers. How could we let him dismantle the guild? I knew Sister Rong would stay clear-headed. What if you hurt your hand? Xiao Jun smiled faintly, while Su Hairong suppressed laughter at seeing Cheng Jia's frustrated yet speechless expression. Zhang Sun appeared to be deeply asleep, completely undisturbed by any outside noises. Yet his sleep seemed restless, his brows persistently furrowed, and his body occasionally trembled slightly. Zhang Sun was indeed asleep, but he was having a strange dream. To call it a dream isn't entirely accurate. If it were one, it felt far too real. He stood outside the desolate school gate, where not a soul was in sight. The security booth's window had been smashed, leaving a gaping hole. When the wind blew through, it let out a mournful whine. The sign that had once stood by the school gate had fallen and now leaned against the wall, its surface white with black characters. Huayin Fourth High School. Brother. A voice whispered eerily. Zhang Sun looked down to see Little Red Riding Hood lifting her face, now split into 4 segments, her long tongue hissing as it flicked out. A hand still clutched the hem of his clothes. As he lowered his head, Zhang Sun also realized that a black player's wristband had somehow appeared on his wrist. He tapped the screen open. It already displayed his personal information. Name, Zhang Sun. Level, LV 99. Chapter 11, Don't Scare the NPCs. Reached max level already? Zhang Sun, filled with curiosity, tapped on his wristband, causing a semi-transparent virtual screen to pop up displaying all his information. Name, Zhang Sun. Level, LV 99. Spirit Power, 999. Combat Power, 999. Card slots, Time Stop card *1, Revival card *1. Weapon, Inflatable Hammer, romantic pink with star patterns, a tough guy's favorite. Subordinate, Little Red Riding Hood, a socially awkward girl with 4 face layers. Don't call her kid, call her Big Sister Red. Review, hard to believe someone actually replayed the tutorial level 1000 times and maxed out their character. Good luck, you boring lunatic. Zhang Sun stared silently at the final review section, as if he wanted to replay it 1,000 times? So damn annoying. Although this evaluation inexplicably stomped on him, the good news was that his perseverance in the novice level actually allowed him to max out his stats. It's hard not to recall some legendary tales of those who mastered ultimate skills while still in the starting area. Even though his level was maxed out, Zhang Sun wasn't particularly proud about it. Over the many years since the White Tower appeared, countless people had probably already reached level 99. This hardly counts as an achievement. Stay humble. Zhang Sun, completely unaware of external affairs, naturally didn't know that the current top-ranked player on the individual leaderboard was only at level 48. Before the White Tower underwent its first upgrade, the maximum level was capped at 50. Zhang Sun's situation was the bug of bugs. Having soloed the 3S dungeon 1,000 times, he now exists on an entirely different plane, both mentally and combat-wise. But But Zhang Sun himself didn't pay much attention to these matters. His thoughts were simple: just to survive in this reborn new world. The new world is tough to thrive in, with all these guilds and these mystical mumbo-jumbos. Zhang Sun muttered to himself as his fingers swiftly tapped the screen to check other features. Live streaming, cloud storage, all the basic functionalities were fully available. It looked quite similar to the interface he'd seen on Su Li's smartwatch earlier. But ever observant, Zhang Sun noticed his smartwatch had a hidden page that could only be accessed through his fingerprint and facial recognition. Full holographic simulation feature for dungeons. This function is privately customized, globally limited to one unique ID. Using the dungeon simulation function, players can repeatedly enter dungeons within a limited number of attempts. Player deaths under this feature have no impact on reality. Current simulation dungeon, Huayin 4th High School. Please set the number of simulations, maximum 1000. Simulation can be stopped at any time. The hidden function was a delightful discovery. With this feature, Zhang Sun could instantly simulate any game dungeon he was about to enter. And the even better news was that the simulation function could be stopped at any time. He no longer had to complete it 1,000 times like before to exit the process. Though he had been too drowsy to follow the latter part of his conversation with Xiao Jun clearly, Zhang Sun was fairly certain that his next instance would be Huayin 4th High School. First, let's set the number of simulations. Zhang Sun tapped the screen with his fingertip. Let's set it to 1000 times. We can stop anytime anyway. Current simulation count, 1000. Instant simulation officially begins. The bracelet's main screen switched from a clock face to a timer, indicating the simulation had started. Zhang Sun retrieved his inflatable hammer from the cloud space. The current in-game time was 5 p.m., but under the overcast and dreary sky, the deserted school appeared even gloomier. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zhang Sun rubbed the tip of his nose and sneezed. What's that smell? Like rotting meat. Truly unpleasant. The entrance of Huayin No. 4 High School was hardly different from that of any ordinary school. The automated sliding gate meant for vehicles had long been broken, its tracks overgrown with withered grass. There was another, narrower gate meant for students, just wide enough for one person to pass through, sandwiched between the broken sliding gate and the security booth. Glancing at the school nameplate standing nearby, he reached out and pushed open the narrow student gate beside the security booth. Creak! The rusty alloy gate let out a screech. Zhang Sun stepped inside, with Little Red Cap following closely behind, her small leather shoes tapping twice. After that, no other sounds were heard. Upon entering the school, Zhang Sun felt, perhaps it was just his imagination, that it was even darker here than outside the school gates. Only 5 minutes had passed. What greeted him was an enormous sports field with a rubberized circular track, white goalposts, and not a soul in sight. The teaching building stood 4 stories high on his left, forming an L shape. From a distance, the windows appeared pale blue, likely due to lack of maintenance with the school abandoned. Many were broken, some completely missing, gaping like cavernous maws. Zhang Sun's gaze swept across the row of windows on the 3rd floor, where one was half broken. When he looked over, whether it was a reflection or something else, he kept feeling like a shadow had flashed by. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Without dwelling on it too much, after briefly surveying the surroundings, Zhang Sun averted his eyes. Little Red Riding Hood was now standing on his right side, having somehow reverted back to the appearance of an ordinary little girl. Zhang Sun lowered his head and whispered to her, Sister Red, how come there aren't any NPCs in this dungeon instance? The school isn't small either. If I have to search floor by floor, when will I ever finish? I don't know either. Zhang Sun never expected to get any useful answers from her mouth, treating her simply as a rather useless audience member. Otherwise, he'd feel too lonely talking to himself, which would be downright strange. Alright then, let me show you around. Consider it a stroll. Little Red Riding Hood quickly slipped her small hand into Zhang Sun's. Though her face was too stiff to show much expression or convey many emotions, this little gesture seemed to reveal the happiness in her heart. Zhang Sun wasn't nearly as happy. His hand felt like it was clutching a block of ice. It's so cold. An adult holding a child's hand was about to set off, hoping to find some useful clues to clear the level as quickly as possible. But the moment Zhang Sun raised his head, his footsteps halted abruptly. Before him, inexplicably, appeared a figure who looked like a security guard. The security guard held a white enamel mug in one hand and a bottle of mineral water in the other, with a round face, chubby body, and a noticeable stutter. Upon seeing Zhang Sun for the first time, instead of harshly shooing him away, he gave a somewhat simple and honest smile. Hello? Zhang Sun took half a step back, hiding behind his elder sister Hong. Sister Hong looked bewildered. Who are you? Zhang Sun asked warily. You must be the new staff member, Xiao Zhang. I heard about you from the security department. It seems they mistook him for the new security guard. No wonder they didn't shoo him away. I'm Xiao Zhang. Zhang Sun naturally embraced his new identity. This is my little sister. Come on, say hello to Uncle. He shook the hand holding Little Red Riding Hood's, and the little girl obediently waved. The chubby security guard turned pale as a sheet. Who? Bro, THTH there's no one beside you. DD don't scare me like that. Chapter 12, The Yell. To think the NPC actually couldn't see his subordinate. Perhaps it was for the best. The chubby security guard clutched his chest, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Jang Sun. The malicious Jang Sun, far from offering any explanation, added insult to injury. Can't you see it? Well, maybe only I can see it then. The chubby security guard's eyes rolled back in terror, nearly fainting from shock. Alright, I was just teasing you, bro. Jang Sun quickly steadied the man. Only then did the guard regain his composure, grumbling slightly, Xiao Zhang, why you just got here and already pulling pranks on me? Sorry, didn't expect you'd scare so easily, bro. The two walked back to the security office single file, the portly guard trudging heavily ahead while muttering under his breath. Behind him, Jang Sun still held the little girl's hand. He lowered his head, pressed a finger to his lips, and softly went shoo. Little Red Riding Hood covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze vacant, and nodded vigorously. The security guard pushed aside his snug jacket, revealing a hefty ring of keys hanging from his belt. After fumbling for a while, he found a square-headed one and opened the door to the security room. With two soft pops, the overhead bulb flickered before casting a dim yellow glow. The pudgy security guard introduced himself as Mr. Lee. He then pulled out two thick books to cover the broken hole in the window before dragging down the greasy curtains. This cramped space finally looks like a habitable room. He carried out two stools, placed them beside the knee-high table, coughed twice, and called for Jang Sun to sit. Jang Sun obediently seated himself, with Little Red Cap standing close beside him. For the first simulation, Jang Sun wasn't in a hurry to slay monsters and clear the level. Obtaining more clues would naturally be ideal, even if death was inevitable. Missing clues would easily get you stuck. This was something Jang Sun had profoundly realized through those 1,000 replays. Now that the simulation could be terminated anytime, he wanted to boost efficiency and thoroughly figure out the dungeon with the fewest attempts possible. X Xiao Zhang, this is the D-Duty roster. K keep it safe. Jang Sun lowered his head and flipped open the notebook Old Lee had handed him. From Monday to Sunday, each day is divided into 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and evening, with one person always present in the security office during each shift. For the past few months, there had been about 6 or 7 staff on duty, but recently, only 2 names have appeared in rotation. Li Yuechu and Guard Feng. Li Yuechu was clearly Old Li's name, while Guard Feng presumably had the surname Feng. His full name wasn't revealed, perhaps intentionally by the copy. The latest weekly schedule came out, still with just 2 names on it, Li Yuechu and Security Guard Zhang. Security Guard Zhang, that was Jin Sun's identity within the instance. Bro, this Security Guard Feng, did he quit or something? At the mention of Feng Baoan, Old Li's expression darkened. Xiao Zhang, this old Feng, he's that someone we see can mention in our S school. Oh, Jingshuan nodded, then I won't mention him anymore. Ha! Though he said he wouldn't mention it, it was Li Yuechu who became visibly uncomfortable instead. Most security guards were quite talkative, so when Jang Sun abruptly cut off the conversation, Old Li felt so stifled it practically made his skin itch. Old Feng was my previous colleague. Why you're here to take his shift? Old Li mentioned that security guard Feng had worked at number 4 high school longer than he had, making him the relative newcomer. Jang Sun asked where all the previous security guards had gone. Old Li's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes darting nervously around before he lowered his voice. Those people all ran away or died. This school, it's not safe. There's, that thing haunting this place. Jang Sun's brow furrowed. He was in simulated conditions. To the outside world, he appeared to be in a sleep state. The vehicle sped along the highway, carrying Mingke and the others to the airport. Cheng Jia, never one to sit still, leaned closer to Jang Sun and poked him with his finger. Sleeping this soundly? His finger hovered beneath Jang Sun's nose, checking for breath. He's still alive. Xiao Jun paid it no mind, assuming Jang Sun had simply exhausted too much energy in the dungeon. Let him rest. Have someone wake him when we reach the airport. Then he turned to ask Su Herong. How's the situation outside? Su Herong adjusted her pink gold-framed glasses, fingers tapping away at the keyboard as she scoured forum and media updates. Journalists caught Jang Sun boarding the car. Now the outside world thinks he's very likely to sign the contract. After all, no rookie would turn down a Silver Plus contract. But Jang Sun refused. Xiao Jun also found this situation troublesome. Singing Bird needed Jang Sun to clear the Huayin 4th high school dungeon, but they also hoped to recruit him into their guild for their own use. However, Jang Sun's attitude was clear-cut. He had his own plans. Let the PR team release news that Singing Bird and Jang Sun are negotiating contract details. It wouldn't hurt to make the outside world think Jang Sun is about to join us. That way, other guilds will cool their heels. As for Jang Sun himself, let's keep him steady for now, at least until the Huayin dungeon is cleared. Once we rescue the people, we'll listen to his demands and try to sway him. We can't just let Jang Sun slip away so easily. Xiao Jun had a premonition that after clearing the Huayin dungeon, Jang Sun's reputation would skyrocket again. He had been serving as vice president for about 2 or 3 years and had already developed his own insights when it came to recognizing talent. Jung Sun was no ordinary individual. Given the current strength and capabilities of Singing Sparrow, the idea of permanently retaining such a genius was probably just wishful thinking. But having Jang Sun lend his talents to Singing Sparrow for a year or two to boost the guild's reputation was still a very worthwhile deal. Jang Sun stirred twice in his sleep, showing signs of waking up. Xiao Jun signaled the other two to remain silent. Jang Sun's eyes opened slightly, the figures of the 3 people opposite him vaguely reflected in his gaze. Awake? Xiao Jun asked. He seemed to still be immersed in the dream, taking a while to comprehend Xiao Jun's words before nodding faintly. Herong. Xiao Jun called out Su Hairong's name, whereupon she poured a cup of hot tea for Jang Sun. After expressing his thanks, Jang Sun took the cup in both hands, cradling the disposable teacup as he took slow, measured sips. His mind remained preoccupied with the conversation he'd just had with Li Yuechu. Old Li said that within just 1 month, Huayin No. 4 High School had witnessed 3 consecutive accidents: a male teacher surnamed Su, a security guard surnamed Feng, and a sophomore female student surnamed Liang had all met with misfortune. Rumors began swirling around Huayin No. 4 High School all at once, casting a gloomy shadow over this otherwise ordinary secondary school. As he spoke, Old Li pulled out a thermos from beneath his feet. He grumbled about how difficult the job had become, how the school was on the verge of closing down, and how their salaries were being withheld. Jang Sun watched Old Li's water-pouring motions expressionlessly, twisting open the bottle cap, pulling out the wooden stopper, then tilting the bottle. The sound that came from the bottle was oddly dry, not at all like the sound of water. Jang Sun's eyes followed Old Li's pouring movements. He watched as a thick, murky red liquid drew an arc in the air, splattering down along with indistinct chunks of meat before cascading into the broad enamel mug. Drink up. Old Li's round face stretched into a guileless grin as he pushed the enamel mug toward Jang Sun. Chapter 13. I did it on purpose. A message suddenly popped up on the wristband, reminding Jang Sun that he was about to arrive at the airport. Taking advantage of the situation, Jang Sun saved his progress and returned from the simulation to reality. Upon waking up, he saw the very same trio from Mingke standing before him. Su Hairong reminded him that they would arrive at the airport soon, as the private jet from Mingke was waiting. Jang Sun nodded, his mind still lingering in the previous simulation. It turned out to be 3 lives lost, and that enthusiastic, stuttering security guard didn't seem normal either. It's unclear whether he'd already turned twisted or simply hadn't realized he was dead. Jang Sun fastened the player's bracelet purchased by Chang Jia onto his left wrist. He looked up at Xiao Jun. I want the recording from my last entry into the Huayin instance. Xiao Jun nodded. Everything's ready for you. You can take a look after boarding the plane. Having received an affirmative answer, Jang Sun stopped asking further questions and began fiddling with the wristband. Just like in the dream scenario, he immediately caught sight of the simulated dungeon's icon at a glance. Jang Sun pretended not to see it. The icon's position was inconspicuous, and, as expected, the other 3 people hadn't noticed it. Many players download all sorts of random apps on their bracelets, which is not uncommon. He clicked open the White Tower forum, and a virtual screen popped up with a wide variety of posts covering just about everything. Since it was currently the winter transfer window, the hottest topics revolved around player trades between major guilds, which ace left which team, who managed to score a bargain in a struggling region. Star players naturally drew the most attention, with the slightest rumor sparking massive waves across the internet. There was no shortage of gossip either. Thanks to guild promotions, many star players had built their own fan bases. At a glance, Jang Sun spotted a post about a male player breaking up with his girlfriend, marked with a trending tag. Wherever there was drama, the gossip-hungry crowd would surely flock. Of course, Jang Sun's name was also in the trending post. Battle God Zhang Ikhui from the Rotten District really joining Mingke? Insightful discussions welcome. Jang Sun clicked on the post. As the title says, did Ikhui just sell herself to Mingke like that? Second floor. Obviously? Even the chirping sparrows have silver upgrades now. What noob wouldn't covet silver gear? Unless their brains got chewed up by those damned horse monkeys. Horse monkeys are low-tier mobs from the White Tower dungeon. Though weak-leveled, they're utterly berserk, attacking anyone at 50-50 odds while spitting acid. Once they latch onto you, expect to lose at least 2 chunks of flesh before breaking free. Who rules the White Tower's chaos? Brother Horse calls the shots. Continuing the thread on 3rd floor. Looks like Air Chua's brains might have been gnawed away by that zombie monkey, blankstare.jpg, but isn't any guild trying to poach Mingke's people? How could they? 1 silver seal from Mingke is probably worth a bronze tally from those top guilds. Don't compare like that. There's still a wall between elite houses like Mingke and Wanshur, the gap's about 10 sinmiaos wide. Aqua Sect really can't walk down the street without getting randomly kicked. Aqua Sect furious. So, can Senmyo actually bring in some fresh blood? How can a former heavyweight allow itself to decline like this? How? The boss keeps crying poor at every press conference. Unless they find 10 fools with more money than sense. Weren't we discussing Ikhui and Ming-Kei? What's left to discuss? Ming-Kei isn't some scumbag like Joding who ditches newcomers after a casual fling. The Lark should be sending Zhang Sun into a new dungeon soon. Wait for the Hammers show. The discussion thread was buzzing with activity, and replies were pouring in so fast that Zhang Sun grew tired after just 3 or 4 pages. Outside dungeons, his energy reserves never seemed quite sufficient, but he recognized that Xiao Jun was using him to generate hype. Zhang Sun didn't voice any direct opinion about this. He closed the forum page, and shortly after, the car came to a stop. This time Xiao Jun didn't need to make a grand fuss, taking Zhang Sun through the VIP passage. However, photos of Zhang Sun wearing the Singing Sparrows jersey and yawning as he got off the car were still captured by the media. It seemed his entry into the Singing Sparrows was already a done deal. Zhang Sun kept yawning while walking, making Chang Jie beside him unable to hold back. Are you that sleepy? Zhang Sun squinted at him. Chang Jie. What? He suddenly called out my full name, and Chang Jie's heart skipped a beat. Are you a reincarnated loudspeaker or something? So noisy. It was literally just one sentence. Pissed me off. Xiao Jun had Su Hairong pass Zhang Sun a red and gold bag containing the handbook, guide, and guild mascot plush given to all new recruits by Singing Sparrow. I'll be traveling for a meeting once we reach District 068. Zhang Sun, other guild members will receive you there. Ask Hairong or Chang Jie if you need anything. At this point, he remembered something. Hairong will be running a dungeon these next couple days. Stick with Chang Jie, he'll also be joining Huayin's dungeon team this time. Good chance for you to get familiar with things. Since adjusting its guild management team once, Singing Sparrow still hasn't found particularly suitable professional candidates. Some positions within the guild are currently being filled by senior players serving in concurrent roles. Both Su Hairong and Chang Jie are senior players from White Tower. Before Chang Jie could refuse, Zhang Sun reacted first. No way, just seeing Chang Jie makes me feel suffocated. Chang Jie was about to explode. You think I want to babysit you? Zhang Sun kept a straight, pale face. See, this is the kind of attitude Ming-Kei has. I'm posting right now that I'm a free agent. Hey, you're going back on your word. Chang Jie panicked. Zhang Sun would never go back on his word, he simply enjoyed stirring up trouble for no reason. Both Xiao Jun and Su Hairong could see through his antics, but they remained silent, letting Zhang Sun bully others as he pleased. Where will I stay when we get to Ming-Kei? Will I be sharing a room with someone? The meticulous Xiao Jun had already arranged everything in advance. I've arranged a separate room for you, but if you'd prefer to stay with other team members to get familiar with the situation, that's also possible. Su Hairong turned back with a playful smile. You could room with me too. Zhang Sun nodded in response. Then I'll live with Chang Jie. Chang Jie? You find me so annoying, yet you still want to live with me. Are you doing this on purpose? Yes. Zhang Sun calls it as he sees it. Chang Jie sulked on the side, while Zhang Sun's anger had already dissipated. That said, the reason he lived with Chang Jie was precisely to familiarize himself with Qing Xue's situation as quickly as possible. Compared to Su Hairong and Xiao Jun, Chang Jie had fewer schemes up his sleeve and was easier to understand. Zhang Sun didn't want to waste too much time deciphering other people's thoughts. At his core, Zhang Sun wasn't a social person. Simulating dungeons already consumed much of his energy, and if possible, he wished to avoid all other troublesome matters. The Phoenix Bird Sanctuary wasn't his ultimate destination, but it made for a good temporary stop. As they chatted, the group boarded the plane one after another. Zhang Sun grew tired after exchanging a few cordial words with Chang Jie. Once on the plane, he fell completely silent, curling up in the spacious seat to review footage. Xiao Jun had just handed him a tablet preloaded with video footage of Phoenix Bird's second team entering the Huayin simulation from their previous attempt. The captain of the Ming-Kei second team is the younger sister of the guild president, named Tao Xueqing. At 17, she is very young but remarkably skilled. Her first dungeon experience was at the age of 10, and now she's chalked up 7 years of experience. She took over leadership of the second team last year and has already successfully cleared 1S rank, 4A rank, and numerous B and C rank dungeons. Tao Xueqing's appearance belies her strength. She looks like a shy, delicate beauty. Had she pursued a normal education, she might have become one of those popular campus queens at university. When assigning tasks to teammates, Captain Tao speaks with a gentle voice, yet her arrangements reveal every step to be well-reasoned, demonstrating her seasoned experience. It can be said that if Huayin were merely an ordinary A-level dungeon, Tao Xueqing would have already led her team back triumphantly, adding another accomplishment to her record. But the problem arose when one of their teammates accidentally triggered a nightmare side quest at the terrifying 3S difficulty level. Chapter 14, Captain Xiao Tao. Zhang Sun hit the pause button and zoomed in on the screen. He wanted to see clearly how many players had entered the dungeon. Aside from Captain Xiao Tao, this Huayin instance also included Vice President Xiao Jun, 2 male team members, and 1 female team member. 5 people in total. Just as in Zhang Sun's simulated process, the first NPC they encountered upon entering Huayin Middle School was the security guard, Old Li. At the beginning of Li Yu's recounting of 3 bizarre murder cases, Tao Xueqing suggested that their group take the night shift. With someone covering his shift, Old Li happily left with his enamel mug in hand. Afterwards, Tao Xueqing led the team into the school building. Upon entering the building, the Minke Squad 2 first encountered a female NPC named Xiaoying, who served as a guide in this instance, much like Old Li, providing background details for the story. Huayin, being an A-rank dungeon, didn't have high-level monsters. After dealing with 2 headless vengeful spirits, they smoothly arrived at Class 5 of the second year, the site of the first incident Old Li had mentioned. The boss in the Class 5 classroom scenario was that male teacher surnamed Su, who had died by jumping from a building. As the first boss to appear, he wasn't particularly strong and was swiftly dispatched by a single slash from one of the male team members. The second scenario was a storage room at the end of the hallway, guarded by a boss, the janitor surnamed Foam. This monster's terrifying appearance frightened a female team member into screaming, which for some reason enraged it, sending it into a berserk state. But it had its limits, and was ultimately destroyed by Xiao Jun and Tao Xueqing working together. The third scenario took place on the school rooftop. All 5 survivors reached the final challenge. If they could pass this one, they could leave with their rewards. After a brief conversation with Xiaoying, she revealed that the girl with the surname Liang had jumped from this very spot, ending her own life. Tao Xueqing guessed that, according to common sense, the final boss would be her. Now they just needed to wait for the right moment to trigger the boss. However, something must have gone wrong somewhere along the way. The world flipped upside down, and the 5 of them fell from the rooftop into a hidden corridor. The corridor was like a bizarre maze, with overlapping shades of purple and red. Black patterns snaked across the walls like living eyes. Aside from Captain Xiao Tao and Vice President Xiao, who could barely hold their ground, the other 3 were kneeling in pain. The hidden boss of the corridor suddenly appeared, instantly biting off one teammate's head. Before the other 2 could even scream, their lives were also taken. Losing 3 teammates in an instant caught Tao Xueqing and Xiao Jun completely off guard. Not only was this boss's speed so fast that its silhouette became a blur, but it could also vanish at will into the eyes embedded in the walls, leaving the remaining 2 utterly powerless to fight back. The playback ended here. The progress bar reached its conclusion. When Zhang Sun tried to see what happened next, he found there was nothing more. What happened after that? He asked Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun brought a cup of coffee and sat down opposite him. He looked terrible. Recalling that scene, even Vice President Xiao, known for his composure, lost his usual calm. The surveillance cameras were destroyed, so the events afterward weren't recorded. Though I was there myself, I couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion at that moment. All I can do is tell you what I remember. Xiao Jun said that he and Tao Xueqing had exhausted all their equipment just to deal with that hidden boss whose shadow they couldn't even catch. They were both experienced players who harbored no naive illusions. Right then, they realized that Corridor was undoubtedly an extremely difficult side quest. The boss's level far surpassed theirs, making it impossible to confront. Both had prepared themselves for the possibility of not surviving, yet each hoped the other would live. Xiao Jun threw all his stamina potions to Tao Xueqing, while Tao Xueqing went even further. She used a teleportation card, forcibly ejecting Xiao Jun from the dungeon. Teleportation cards were rare purple-tier items capable of forcibly teleporting a critically wounded player out of a dungeon. Minke possessed only 2 such cards, one held by the leader of the first team and the other by the second team's leader, precisely for these life-or-death moments, to at least ensure the survival of the team captains. But Captain Xiao Tao chose to save her teammate, giving Xiao Jun the chance to survive. Xiao Jun was in a coma when he was transported out. After 48 hours of continuous emergency treatment at the hospital, it took another 4 or 5 days before he regained consciousness. After narrowly escaping death, Xiao Jun began assembling a new team to return to Huayin. It was at this precise moment that Zhang Sun emerged out of nowhere, and Xiao Jun immediately fixed his sights on him as the ideal candidate. Zhang Sun, Xiao Jun revealed a hint of exhaustion now that they were away from the media. With no outsiders here, I'll get straight to the point. Huayin's instance has become a massive psychological shadow over the entire Minke guild. Not only do we need to find Xueqing now, but we must also dispel this shadow, otherwise, the guild will fall apart. Su Hairong and Chang Jie stood silently nearby, their expressions equally grave. It's extremely difficult to reorganize personnel for the dungeon run. As vice president, I can't force anyone. After all, during Huayin's livestream, everyone was watching. Everyone witnessed their teammates' deaths. I will definitely enter the dungeon again. Chang Jie will accompany me, while Hairong stays outside to assist the president with guild operations. Vice President, Su Hairong suddenly straightened up, her face incredulous. You never mentioned this arrangement to me. Wasn't it decided earlier that the 3 of us would go together, plus 1 or 2 others? Yes, but after discussing with the president, we realized that won't work. We can't risk all the guild's core members in there. Then let Cheng Jie assist the president. I'll enter the dungeon. This won't do. Chang Jia immediately objected. Rongjia, you know me, all I'm good at is fighting. Before Su Hairong could say anything, Zhang Sun nodded in agreement. I agree with that point. Who asked for your damn agreement? Sensing the tense atmosphere with sharp intuition, Zhang Sun, that merciless, cold-blooded machine, scratched the side of his face with his index finger and glanced at the other three. How about you save the sentimental drama for later? Let me speak first. Xiao Jun composed himself. Go ahead. First of all, tell me, can we re-enter this failed dungeon? Regarding Zhang Sun's confusion, Xiao Jun explained that all the copies of White Tower would automatically disappear only if cleared successfully. If the attempt failed, the copy would simply close and wait for the next player to enter. Does the dungeon not reset after a failure? I mean, even if you wanted to recover the bodies, it would. The refresh rate for hidden side quests is much slower. Do you have any proof? We found a testimonial on the forum and contacted the person directly. He claimed to have entered the hidden route of the same dungeon instance twice, and even found the ring he accidentally dropped during his first trip in one of the rooms. Alright, assuming we locate the corpse, how do we bring it out of the instance? From my last experience, only surviving players can leave the dungeon. Don't worry about that, we've prepared special items for this. After asking everything he wanted to know, Zhang Sun closed his eyes and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Then I have no more questions. If you need anything. Zhang Sun mumbled, half his face buried in the blanket, I need to sleep for a very long time. After saying these words, he fell silent. This sleep lasted a full day and night. Zhang Sun didn't know how he arrived at the Mingke Guild. When he woke up, it was to an unfamiliar ceiling. The clock on the wall showed 4 a.m. Chang Jia was peacefully asleep on the single bed a few steps away. Zhang Sun got out of bed, walked over, and mercilessly yanked Chang Jia's blanket away with an iron grip. Get up! Get up! Rouse everyone and come dungeon crawling with me. Chapter 15. This run won't cut it. Can't sleep at midnight, watching Sin Miao mining in the dungeon. Same, woke up at 4. What's so interesting about mining? It's relaxing. The water gang can't even mine properly, truly living up to their name. Holy shit, the Chirping Sparrow team is starting a dungeon run. What? I'm awake now, wide awake. Livestream in Zone 068, Huayin 4th High School Dungeon Phase 2 starting now. Hurry over. Zhang Sun stood energetically outside the White Tower's entrance, facing 4 yawning Chirping Sparrow team members. Xiao Jun and Chang Jia were familiar faces to him, along with 2 new recruits, 1 male and 1 female. The male recruit named Xiao Wu appeared very young, barely 20 years old. The female recruit was Li Shuang, a substitute player from the Mingke second team. Neither of the newcomers seemed experienced, their restless gazes revealed anxious unease. Not a single main force member from the first team was present. Zhang Sun wasn't stupid, he could see Xiao Jun was placing all his bets on him. The race shouldn't be risked like this. To Mingke now, Zhang Sun was an unrelated outsider. Even if he failed, it would just mean an outsider had fallen. Still, Vice President Zhao's willingness to risk everything alongside him showed remarkable courage and insight. This bit of scheming didn't escape the notice of some in the barrage comments. Is Erchui part of Mingke now? Probably not. Until there's an official announcement, it's all just empty talk. If he hasn't signed any contract, would Erchui willingly tackle such a high-difficulty dungeon? Don't get it. Right now Erchui's like that reckless monkey outside White Tower in my mind, pure brute force and nothing else. It's time for the random difficulty selection. This dungeon run is led by Zhang Sun. Typically, the captain should brief the team before the official difficulty is drawn, explain some key points, outline basic tactics, and boost everyone's morale. But Zhang Sun doesn't seem aware of this responsibility at all and immediately turns to push open the door. Ekui probably forgot he's the captain, didn't he? Percent. After all, it's my first time, no experience. What the hell is a team leader anyway? Said in Erchui's tone. I actually quite like Erchui's style. Guild dungeon runs these days feel way too performative. Exactly. Why all the fuss? Just get it done. Xiao Jun pulled the person back, and Zhang Sun slapped his forehead in realization. Oh right, I still need to say a few words. Amid the varied expressions of the team members, Zhang Sun spoke with solemn seriousness. Wait here, don't wander off. I'll be right back. He turned to run toward the main gate again. Wait. This time, Chang Jia stopped him. Are you sleepwalking? What nonsense are you talking? Zhang Sun responded with a bewildered expression instead. Is there a player limit for the instance? No, but that settles it then. No, that's not right. Chang Jia almost got tangled in his reasoning. How can you live all by yourself? What's the issue? You 4 are just getting in the way. What's going on? What happened? Did something go wrong? Ekui lives up to his name, he's going to solo this dungeon. Solo? Don't even dream about it. Not just that 3 side quest, even an A-level dungeon is impossible to solo. Is the so-called Crash Zone God of War actually a fraud? He doesn't seem reliable at all. A fraud? What fraud? The Water Gang is on high alert. Second Hammer seems kinda impatient this time? His performance is different from his last dungeon run. Jang Sun's unusual behavior couldn't escape the eyes of the barrage comments, and the sharp-eyed Xiao Jun also noticed it. Jang Sun, he asked, do you have some other concerns? You seem very anxious. Jang Sun was indeed in a hurry. There was a discrepancy in time between the simulated dungeon and the real world. After a day and night of continuous simulation, Jang Sun had run through it 500 times. Only 20 instances triggered the 3S side quest. To be honest, the White Tower probably wasn't trying to make things difficult for players. The hidden side quest in this dungeon doesn't trigger frequently, and there's no reliable method to activate it. Under normal circumstances, unlocking this side quest would be quite challenging. But one must admit, the Mingke second team was just that unlucky. For Jang Sun, clearing it wasn't the issue. He'd already grasped the key techniques, but he hasn't yet figured out the pattern for unlocking hidden side quests. It appears to be random, and randomness means lack of control. With luck, he might trigger it during his first official dungeon run. Otherwise, you'd have to run the dungeon a few more times. To save time, Jang Sun decided to solo the dungeon. Hearing that Jang Sun didn't want to bring anyone alone, Chang Jia got angry too. If you're not bringing anyone, then why did you wake us all up so early in the morning? I don't know the way, Jang Sun stated bluntly. You, Chang Jia, Xiao Jun interrupted Chang Jia and continued persuading Jang Sun. We're familiar with this scenario. The chances of triggering a hidden side quest might be higher with us. Jang Sun pondered and found this reasoning sound. His luck was good, so his probability of triggering it was low. Perhaps among the other four there was some perennial unlucky fellow who'd immediately activate the side quest upon entry. Alright then. Believe in metaphysics for once. Same procedure as last time. Getting into the dungeon requires a lottery draw. Welcome, Jang Sun deftly yanked the cord, forcefully silencing the beeping and blaring lottery machine ahead of schedule. The letter A was marked on the shaken-out sphere. As expected, the Huayin instance didn't include a weapon selection phase. Players could use any weapon from their cloud storage. Jang Sun only had an inflatable hammer, while the other 4 team members carried an assortment of weapons, though they all appeared to be standard ones. Here it comes, the familiar pink. This color scheme makes me lose more sanity than the dungeon monsters. Blinding me, God help. Can't Two Hammer get a weapon that matches him? Mingke is so stingy, won't even provide one. This hammer seems to perfectly match Air Choi's mental state. After entering the dungeon, unlike many players who seek attention during live streams, Jang Sun rarely glances at the live chat and pays no mind to viewers' discussions. He avoids self-promotion, yet carries a viral charm all his own. During the first run, Jang Sun caused no trouble. Xiao Jun had expected some theatrics, but miraculously, the man quietly led the team forward. Apart from refusing to communicate with NPCs, having others handle all interactions, there were no other irregularities. Unless you consider taking down a boss in 3 seconds an irregularity. Jang Sun never spoke to NPCs, remaining completely silent, but he was exceptionally proactive in clearing bosses. The first boss didn't even get a chance to roar before Jang Sun eliminated it. The second one was even worse than the first. It didn't even have time to open the door. Jang Sun smashed through with one hammer strike, sending the door panel flying horizontally and squashing the monster flat like a pancake. The barrage went practically insane. Holy shit, Jang Sun is just built different. What kind of reaction speed is that? Is he really doing the Huayin dungeon for the first time? You must have watched the replay of the Sparrow Squad 2's last dungeon run before, right? Watching replays makes such a huge difference. I've already climbed to the top of the solo rankings. Sparrow really hit the jackpot with this rookie. He's an all-rounder, a six-sided beast. He's even stronger than in the last dungeon run. How much time has passed since then? 2 days? Truly the god of war in a dumpster zone, single-handedly dragging District 1089 up to rank 900. District 1089 advanced that many spots? Yeah, well it is a 3S level instance after all. Stop chatting. Stop chatting. God Zhang is already soloing the final level. The final level was on the rooftop, where Battle God Zhang and the other 4, who seemed to be sleepwalking, stood completely unharmed. The moment Jang Sun steadied himself, he clicked his tongue in disapproval. TSK, this run's a bust. What? Chang Jia, beside him, was about to ask what was wrong when he saw a vague white figure rising near the railing of the rooftop. Final boss. Just as Chang Jia was about to shout, his body suddenly lurched forward, headfirst, and the scenery below the rooftop rapidly zoomed toward his eyes. Chang Jia froze, then erupted into curses. Damn it, Jang Sun actually pushed all 4 of them down. Chapter 16, may I knock you out, please? Since they failed to defeat the final boss, the White Tower automatically determined that the dungeon hadn't been cleared. The 4 who were pushed off the rooftop were still dazed even after the game scenario faded away. You, Chang Jia felt the world spinning around him. Why did you push us down? Jang Sun stood beside them, looking completely unbothered, his fingers tapping incessantly on the holographic screen projected from his wristband already prepped to enter the dungeon again. If we defeat the final boss, the White Tower will declare the instance cleared. Once the entrance permanently closes, none of us will be able to get back in. Though Zhang Sun fought bosses fiercely, he never lost sight of the original objective. Here, take this too. He lifted a caramel-colored cloth bag from beside his feet and tossed it next to Cheng Jia. What's this? Mission reward. A bag of gold coins. Copy failure still rewards gold coins, which can be exchanged for items, weapons, and more in the trading market. During Li Shuang's first dungeon run, she didn't get to experience anything before just following the others in a rush. She cautiously asked, then, what should we do next? Keep going, Zhang Sun answered without hesitation, until we trigger the 3S side quest. He bent down to tighten his shoelaces, then straightened up again. They were now in the first floor hall of the White Tower, where a blue button waited beside Zhang Sun's hand. Press it, and players would enter the instance. Zhang Sun's hand was already resting on it as he glanced at the others. Let me tackle this run solo first and see if I can unlock the side quest. How can you solo it? Cheng Jia said. Let him go. This time Xiao Jun didn't object. On the contrary, after gaining concrete understanding of Zhang Sun's abilities, he gradually developed trust in him. He seemed to have everything under control and genuinely believed the other four would only get in his way. Though baffled by the vice president's intervention, Cheng Jia chose not to argue. The other two team members naturally had no objections. Then I'll be going. Zheng Xian pressed the button to enter the instance. Last time, he had only taken the inflatable hammer from cloud storage. This time, he summoned Little Red Riding Hood. The little girl with braided hair looked blank, blinking her stiff eyelids. Holy shit, Sister Hong. Is Sister Hong carrying this game? Absolutely. I heard that subordinates need to be trained by their owners for a while to develop synergy before stepping onto the field. Can Zhang Sun really handle using such high-risk subordinates right away? But that's God Zhang we're talking about. Just wait and see. Little Red Riding Hood truly lives up to her reputation. She's outrageously popular. The number of viewers in the stream skyrocketed instantly. Compared to those household name champions, the rising star Zhang Sun garnered even more attention this week. Hailing from a slum district, crowned as a legend in his debut match, taking on 3 opponents alone in a boss battle, master of high-risk devotees. These elements combined made Zhang Sun's popularity explode instantly. He himself didn't care, but everyone was watching his every move. During this debut at Singing Sparrow, many players from major guilds, even ACE-level competitors, were watching the livestream. After finishing his morning training, Wazian from the Qinglan Guild didn't join the other players for breakfast. Instead, seizing this rare break, he retreated to the empty lounge and tuned into the live broadcast of Area 068 to watch the Huiyin raid. Zhang Sun's figure had already appeared outside the gates of Huiyin 4th High School, with Little Red Riding Hood obediently held by his hand. If not for the eerie backdrop, the scene could almost pass as an older brother dropping his little sister off at school. Huazian adjusted the volume on his smart bracelet by pressing the plus button while wearing his Bluetooth earbuds. Zhang Sun's voice came through clearly. Red, let's make a deal. The first boss is mine, and the second one's yours. I dunno. You'll know whether you know or not, you'll find out soon enough. The long string of tongue twisters made Little Red Riding Hood blink her big, innocent eyes naively. Don't glare like that, or your eyeballs might pop out. Surely you know whether you're dead or not. Zhang Sun's snark was merciless, and the barrage of comments erupted with ha-ha-has. Zhang Sun was not only good at fighting, but also a natural showman. His live streams were wildly entertaining. Some contestants are highly skilled but quite solemn. Others excel at banter and jokes, yet appear rather awkward in fights. Zhang Sun had both qualities, which was why his live streams were so popular. Huazian also chuckled a couple of times. Xiao Hua, what are you looking at that's making you so happy? Two teammates wearing Qinglan team uniforms squeezed into the break room one after another, making Huazian suddenly grow flustered. Nothing, really. He instinctively tried to conceal the bracelet, but his teammate held his arm. Hiding what? Let us see too. Wow, isn't this that scrapyard war god? In just a few days, Zhang Sun's name had spread through all major guilds. The guild's attitudes toward him varied. Some dismissed him as a fleeting phenomenon, while others meticulously studied his soul dungeon run to assess his capabilities. The Azure Breeze Guild belonged to the former category. Its leadership paid no attention to Zhang Sun and prohibited guild-affiliated players from focusing too much on such a highly unpredictable and uncooperative player. Players like Zhang Sun, with his unique approach, weren't unheard of in the past, but they not only disrupted guild arrangements, their endings were often disastrous. Thus, Huazian had no choice but to study him in secret. One of his two teammates forcefully grabbed Huazian's forearm, preventing him from pulling his hand back. On the screen, Zhang Sun and Little Red Riding Hood had already begun their conversation with security guard Oli. What's so interesting? Players like this always meet an early end, one of them sneered. Right, another chimed in, but this guy reminds me of Xiao Hua breathtaking in his debut, then after being bought by a major guild, TSK. The explosive news of Qinglan splurging bronze tokens on a complete rookie with only one dungeon run under his belt still felt like yesterday. Yet after joining Qinglan, that rookie disappeared like a drop in the ocean. Whether due to lack of skill or other reasons, his performance remained mediocre, gradually slipping from the first team to the second, and now barely a nameless member of the third squad. This newcomer was Hua Xian. Recognizing the implication in his teammates' words, Hua Xian didn't refute them. His expression remained blank, almost numb. The other two teammates also found the situation dull. After clicking their tongues a few times and exchanging some idle remarks, they finally left. Once they'd gone, Hua Xian put his headphones back on. Others called them kindred spirits, but he knew Zheng Sun was different from him. From combat prowess to mental fortitude, Zheng Sun embodied true strength. Only time stood between him and its confirmation. At this moment, Zheng Sun was conversing with Old Li, staring at that all-too-familiar face, one that reappeared far too often. Zheng Sun felt nearly nauseated by its predictability. Old Li spoke to him. Xiao Zhang, you know, I know. Our middle school isn't safe. Zheng Sun would stop at nothing to speed up conversations with NPCs. Old Li's speech became halting and broken before he suddenly fell into silent contemplation. Li little Zhang, what's you wrong? Old Li thought of something and sprang to his feet. Could it be a ghost? Old Li, sit down, Zheng Sun said politely, urging him to sit. Just as Old Li barely touched the edge of the chair, Zheng Sun added, wouldn't it be easier if I just knocked you out here and spared us both that pointless conversation? Chapter 17, The Pitiful NPC Flees in Panic. Old Li stared at Zheng Sun as if looking at a living devil. The devil smiled gently. Ha ha ha, is Kui finally going to make a move on the NPC? I knew it, when this kid stays quiet, he's definitely brewing something shady. When Kui goes silent, mischief is surely afoot. So, is this method really going to work? Zheng Sun was true to his word. With lightning reflexes and fluid movements, he knocked Old Li out cold with a single enamel mug strike. Nothing happened. Done, said Zheng Sun, grabbing Little Red Hood by the collar as if handling a cat. Let's go, no time to waste. He rushed out the door and headed straight for the teaching building. At the entrance of the teaching building, he would see a faint figure, the second NPC, the girl named Xiaoying. If progressing normally, Xiaoying would run away when players reached the entrance, making it impossible to catch her no matter how hard they chased. This was exactly what happened when Zheng Sun's team cleared the level for the first time. Everyone witnessed it. But while humans couldn't catch up, it didn't mean other things couldn't. Zheng Sun smashed open the creaking school building gates with a hammer, pointing at the fleeing Xiaoying and shouting, Little Red, chase her. Little Red Riding Hood's small face split into a grin as she excitedly stuck out her tongue. She darted forward like a firecracker bursting with red sparks. The barrage comments went wild with shock. What kind of move is this? Chasing after an NPC? Wait, wouldn't most people run away screaming at the sight of that ghost-like NPC? Poor NPC, getting scared off by players instead. Forget the NPC, look at Erchue's terrifying destructive power. Knocking down doors like they're nothing? Might as well join a demolition crew. What does he even want to do with that NPC? Holy crap, kidnapping? Little Red Riding Hood, true to her reputation as a former high-risk NPC from Light Tower, quickly dragged Xiaoying to Zheng Sun while holding her hostage. The NPC sat curled up on the ground, looking terrified. Zheng Sun crouched down, still carrying his hammer on his shoulder. Don't be afraid, he said. I won't do anything to you. Hearing his words, Xiaoying grew even more frightened. I want to ask if you know how to unlock that 3S branch line. Xiaoying shook her head vigorously. That's such a shame. Zheng Sun wore an expression of regret as he raised his hammer high. Xiaoying tightly shut her eyes. A gust of wind brushed past her ear. Unscathed, Xiaoying looked up in surprise to see Zheng Sun already standing at the staircase to the first floor. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish the storyline. Xiaoying quickly stood up and followed Zheng Sun upstairs. Zheng Sun moved swiftly. Though he often appeared listless outside the dungeon, his physical stamina far surpassed that of other players during gameplay. He climbed the stairs so fast that his movements blurred, and in the livestream, viewers could only catch occasional glimpses of moonlight reflected off the hammer's surface. Is Erchue a bit too fast? What kind of stamina is this? Flying too low. Zheng Sun's style is quite uncommon among players, isn't it? The White Tower's dungeons are fraught with danger, mostly horror-themed. Just surviving them without being scared to death already counts as having nerves of steel. But him? He went and demolished the boss's lair entirely. Does Kui not like solving puzzles? Is it really okay not to solve puzzles? Isn't the pattern of White Tower just solving puzzles plus killing monsters? The puzzle difficulty in the first dungeon wasn't high, so it's hard to tell. If that's the case, then specialized players like Kui would definitely lose value. Can't really blame Kui either. After all, there's Master Ma outside White Tower, Doghead. For a moment, the barrage was all discussing whether Zheng Sun could solve puzzles. So will he? Cheng Jia asked outside the copy. The four of them, with nothing better to do, gathered around the bracelet screen watching the livestream. Li Shuang replied in his soft voice, hard to tell. Doesn't seem like he's encountered any sections requiring puzzle solving to progress. That's true. Xiao Jun also leaned towards this answer, turning to look at their other silent male teammate, Xiao Wu. What do you think? Xiao Wu appeared even more introverted than Li Shuang. Being suddenly called by name gave him quite a start. I think it should be something I'm good at. Oh, what makes you say that? Cheng Jia was the type who instantly treated everyone like old friends, slinging an arm around his shoulder despite this being their first meeting. Xiao Wu's shoulders sank under the weight, his voice growing even quieter. While looking at the photos in Little Red Riding Hood's notebook, he muttered, the old woman pities the child. That's how he deduced the wolf and grandma during the boss fight. I think he has puzzle-solving skills. His voice grew fainter as he spoke, yet he mustered the courage to add one final sentence. Just because he makes it look easy doesn't mean it is. The four people outside the clone were also within the camera's view, and Xiao Wu's statement gained widespread recognition. That's right. Zhang Sun isn't reckless, he has his own judgment. That triple kill was truly stunning, even a bit beyond reason. Zhang Sun's split-second judgment was just too fast. Was he really clearing Little Red Riding Hood's instance for the first time? I haven't heard of anyone else attempting Little Red Riding Hood's instance before. This is the first time it's opened. The life and death dungeon battles in the region are usually entirely new instances. It might just be a coincidence. Just a wild guess. 3 accurate guesses in a row? That can't be just luck. Xiao Wu's words made the other three stop and think. Cheng Jia was the first to respond. Didn't expect you to know him so well. Xiao Wu, have you secretly watched Zhang Sun's replays? While Ming's attitude toward Zhang Sun wasn't as negative as Qinglan's, they didn't encourage their team members to emulate his behavior either. To put it bluntly, Zhang Sun's reckless lone wolf style could be a surgical knife when used properly, but might tear his own team apart when misapplied. Currently, the Elite Guild's teams have largely established their systems. As dungeon difficulties keep escalating and monster levels continue rising, a single misstep in team coordination could easily lead to complete annihilation, an outcome nobody would find surprising these days. But Zhang Sun is too much of an anomaly. If any major guild wanted to recruit him, they'd likely have to make drastic adjustments to their existing member lineup. Mingke Guild needed Zhang Sun, but not multiple versions of him. That's why they avoided making a big production out of rallying members to study his tactics. Xiao Wu quietly analyzed Zhang Sun's methods on his own without saying a word to anyone. I managed to catch the live stream, and then studied it several more times afterwards. What's so great about that stuff? Watching it once is enough. Cheng Jie waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly remembered something. But Xiao Wu, I don't think I've ever seen you before? Are you a substitute for the second team? Why yes, I'm not well known, and my skills aren't great. It's normal that Brother Cheng wouldn't recognize me. Cheng Jia had a straightforward and carefree personality, unlike many key members of the guild who cared about seniority. Aside from occasionally saying things that didn't sound too pleasant, overall, he was an easygoing person to get along with. Don't be so formal, why do you seem a little afraid of me? I don't care about seniority or hierarchy. Alright, Xiao Wu replied meekly. After Xiao Wu agreed, Cheng Jia couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he kept feeling there was something strange in Xiao Jun's gaze when looking at him. What's up, bro? He couldn't keep things to himself and asked whatever was on his mind. It's nothing, Xiao Jun smiled, just suddenly realized that being naive isn't so bad after all. Veiled innuendo? Overthinking it. Cheng Jia looked utterly baffled. Xiao Jun had always been more cunning than him, and he couldn't outwit the guy. Talking too much would only reveal his lack of wit. With his head full of question marks, his gaze returned to the livestream. At this glance, he was shocked. Holy shit, what's Zhang Sun doing? Forcing the boss to jump off a building? Chapter 18, Handholding Success. Rewind the clock 10 minutes earlier. Zhang Sun smoothly eliminated the vicious male teacher in the classroom, then made his way to the storage room. What happened in the storage room was downright paranormal. With Zhang Sun's command of Hong Hong, go, Little Red Riding Hood pulled out a cleaver from her bamboo basket adorned with a bow and barged in through the door. Zhang Sun simply shut the door behind her, folded his arms, and leaned against the wall to wait. In less than 2 minutes, there came a polite knock from inside. Big brother, open the door please. Zhang Sun turned around and opened the door. Little Red Riding Hood had already cleaned herself up, her small face pale white, raising her left hand for him to hold. The storage room's door was left slightly ajar this time, with that thick liquid seeping out sideways through the gap. The Raven camera captured one last fleeting glimpse of the scene inside as it flew away. Viewers who witnessed that moment nearly vomited. That's messed up. Is Sister Red being a bit too brutal? After all, it's a high-risk level. Last time, if it weren't for Zhang Sun's triple kill, it would have wiped out the entire team. That's terrifying. But this subordinate is actually so obedient? I've seen some subordinates chase their owners to bite them. Choi taught it well, I guess. When would he have time to teach? Didn't they go from one dungeon to the next within 2 days? I heard that if a player's level is exceptionally high, they can suppress subordinates and make them obey obediently. But here's the question, as a newbie, does Ikui have that high of a level? Zhang Sun spent the shortest possible time bringing Little Red Riding Hood to the final stage. As expected, the final boss appeared, a female high school student surnamed Liang. This time, Zhang Sun didn't immediately leap down from the building as he had before. Xiaoyin had appeared beside him at some point, her hands clasped together, staring nervously at the pale figure in the distance. That's Liang Keiyin, who passed away not long ago, she said. Zhang Sun nodded, gripping the hammer tightly in his right hand, with Little Red Hood standing in front of him, ready for combat. Then Zhang Sun put away his weapon. What's wrong, Air Hammer? What's going on? Why did you suddenly put away your weapons? Don't feel like fighting this time? I'm late, but why did Ikui abandon the level last time? Mingke didn't say, but I guess they wanted to farm the 3S side quest. What's the point of refreshing that? Didn't it fail last time? I don't know. Maybe to look for Xiao Tao. There's insider information saying Team 2's Tao Shueching might still be alive. After Zhang Sun put away his weapon, the boss also revealed its form, a long-haired high school girl wearing a summer uniform. Her face was ghastly, her expression sinister as she eyed Zhang Sun and Xiaoyin with malice. Xiaoyin retreated 2 steps back. Zhang Sun caught it out of the corner of his eye but said nothing. Are you Liang? Zhang Sun spoke up. I'd like to have a chat with you. Zhang Sun's strategy was straightforward, he would try every possible method he could think of. If anyone understood this dungeon's content best, it would be the NPCs and the boss. This time he didn't want to take down the boss, he wanted to talk with her. Do you have some grievance to settle? Zhang Sun suddenly said. What's Ikui up to? Can't understand, giving the boss psychological counseling? I think it's more like trying to coax information out of them. Isn't the boss going to attack? To everyone's surprise, the moment Zhang Sun finished speaking, the boss's expression suddenly changed as tears began to stream down its face. Zhang Sun? It actually works? Ha 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 ha, Urchui's expression is killing me. Even Ikui probably didn't expect this. I reckon he's just trying to hit a dead rat with a blind cat. Zhang Sun took a few steps forward. Liang Keiyin sat curled up on the ground, continuously wiping her tears with her hands. From her mouth, Zhang Sun learned a truth. Liang Keiyin said she was originally a sophomore in Class 5 of Huayin 4th High School. Because of her outstanding academic performance and good looks, she was envied and ostracized by the girls in her class and was even harassed by a teacher surnamed Su. She was terrified and reported the incident to her homeroom teacher. Not long after, Teacher Su was expelled. Unable to bear the moral condemnation, he chose to end his own life. Liang Keiyin thought everything could finally come to an end, and she could peacefully finish high school. Unexpectedly, she was followed by a school security guard who attempted to assault her. She resisted desperately, and in the end, both perished together. She said she couldn't bear the sorrow, knowing that one evil person still lived unscathed. She simply couldn't rest in peace. Zhang Sun asked her who that person was. Li Yuechu. Liang Chuan's expression suddenly turned vicious. He's in cahoots with that security guard named Feng. Li Yuechu? Isn't that the security guard at the school gate? Damn, is this some kind of hidden plot? So as long as we resolve the boss's concern, we can unlock the hidden side quest? Doesn't seem like it. Last time when Xiao Jun and his team ran this instance, they didn't trigger any similar plotline either. So what should we do now? What to do indeed? Zhang Sun was pondering this very question, but suddenly he heard a sound of sobbing. He turned his head and saw Xiaoyin behind him shedding tears. What's going on now? Moved to tears? Xiaoyin wept bitterly, her clean little face streaked with grimy tears. You're lying. Her finger pointed at Liang Keiyin as she shouted through gritted teeth. Liang Keiyin seemed not to recognize Xiaoyin. Who are you, and why are you saying I'm lying? Could it be, you're one of those girls who ostracized me back then? After uttering the word lying, Xiaoyin seemed as if her soul had been drained, returning to her silent and numb state. Zhang Sun was thoroughly confused. What kind of plot twist is this? Liang Keiyin is the most vengeful spirit haunting Huayin No. 4 High School. As long as she's absent, everything can be resolved. This is NPC Xiaoyin's line. She says it every time you reach the boss stage. It seems no different from before. Zhang Sun felt a bit dazed. Liang Keiyin seemed deeply shaken by her words. What vengeful spirit? How could I couldn't have harmed everyone. I don't believe it. She covered her face with her hands, visibly in extreme anguish. Before Zhang Sun could say anything, as if unable to bear it any longer, she let out a piercing scream and made to jump off the building. Zhang Sun was utterly shocked. Hold on a second. He dashed forward a few steps and grabbed the boss's hand. Applause, congratulations to our lovely couple for successfully holding hands. Ha 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 ha, Kui, stop making me die of laughter. Why are you saving the boss? Ha ha ha. If the boss dies then it's complete game over. Akui must be cursing internally. Akui, it's all for survival. This was the scene Cheng Jie saw when he opened the screen. He misunderstood. Jung Sun never intended to kill the boss. On the contrary, he was trying to save her. Hey sis, give me a heads up before you jump, alright? Jang Sun exerted force with his arm, hurling the boss back heavily. Luckily he was quick, otherwise the boss would have died. How would we play then? Alright, stop dancing around. I'll take your place. With those words, he leapt without a moment's hesitation. As he fell, Jang Sun couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. He thought he saw a dark shadow standing behind the railing of the rooftop, silently watching his descent. The silhouette appeared to be that of a girl. Even as the game scene faded away, Jang Sun remained lost in deep thought. You're back? Xiao Jun and the others rushed to meet him, and Cheng Jie's hands suddenly felt heavy. Another bag of gold coins. After tossing the coins over, Jang Sun gathered his things, preparing for his third dungeon run of the day. He was sorting out his clothes while thinking about Xiao Yin's words. Setting aside the content of those words, wasn't Xiao Yin showing too much emotion for an NPC? Chapter 19, Wealthy, but Furious. Sun Ji, do you want to take a break? Jang Sun was bending down to let down his trouser legs when someone spoke to him. You're Xiao Wo. He didn't pay much attention to his teammates after all. In the end, one could only rely on oneself. It took him a moment to recall the name of the young man before him. Yes, Xiao Wu seemed extremely introverted. For someone with such a personality to take the initiative in greeting a stranger, it seemed he truly admired Jang Sun. Jang Sun shook his head. It's fine, I'm not tired. He was telling the truth. As long as he was in a dungeon, his energy seemed limitless. It was in the real world where he often felt drowsy, so he wanted to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Jang Sun, Xiao Jun also stepped forward. Got any clues? Facing Xiao Jun, Jang Sun unexpectedly spoke a few more words. After all, with the guild leader absent, he as the deputy was now the top authority. He was still waiting for the Mingke exchange conditions. This dungeon isn't particularly difficult. If there's any challenge, it's triggering that hidden side quest, Jang Sun said bluntly. I'm genuinely curious, which unlucky soul on your team had enough influence to drag everyone into the ditch all at once? Jang Sun had, of course, studied the video footage of the Twin Sparrows' second team's dungeon run. But no matter how many times he watched, he couldn't pinpoint exactly which action had triggered the side quest. Jang Sun theorized there must be a hidden mechanism on the rooftop. During his simulated runs, he'd conducted numerous tests. Stepping on a specific tile likely transported them to that corridor. But this brick was random. No matter how many times Jang Sun tried, he couldn't discern any pattern. He found it strange. In his understanding, hidden side quests like this should have fixed trigger conditions. Yet it seems some force was preventing him, almost like a protective mechanism, keeping players from entering more dangerous situations. This kind of protection has now become the biggest obstacle. I might need to try many times, Jang Sun said to the other four. You don't have to stay here. If something comes up, just leave. How can we do that? Li Shuang said with concern. At least one person should stay to keep you company. No need, Jang Sun shook his head. It wouldn't make much difference. The team member who triggered the side quest earlier is probably gone by now. If that person were here, it might improve efficiency a little, but as it stands, I'll just have to try slowly on my own. With that, Jang Sun turned to Xiao Jun, the only person here who could make the decision. Xiao Jun pondered for a moment. Asking you to enter the dungeon alone was already a stretch for everyone. Leaving you alone in the tower, both emotionally and logically, simply doesn't sit right. Xiao Jun understood that Jang Sun's approach would benefit their guild, Mingke, but abandoning a newcomer alone in the White Tower would give other guilds ammunition for criticism. It would also paint Mingke in a bad light among players, damaging the guild's reputation. As the vice president, Xiao Jun had to consider these matters. Jang Sun, you don't need to worry about us. If you need anything, we're right here and can assist immediately. Alright, Jang Sun didn't want to waste words. Then I'm going in. Jang Sun initially maintained a good mindset. After all, as an experienced player well versed in repeatedly clearing dungeons, even grinding through it 1,000 times before hadn't worn him down, what were a mere dozen or so attempts now. Yet he still overestimated himself. During simulations, Jang Sun triggered a side quest on his 10th attempt, but the hidden boss was too strong, and he failed to clear the level. The second time the hidden route appeared was roughly after another 20 runs. By the third time it appeared, Jang Sun could already reduce the hidden boss to near death. But Jang Sun was a meticulous man. To thoroughly familiarize himself with the boss's combat style, he stubbornly cleared the hidden level 20 times before finally stopping his simulations. Yet when he entered the actual dungeon, for some inexplicable reason, this hidden side quest simply refused to spawn no matter how long he waited. This was already the 29th attempt, and Jang Sun hadn't even caught a glimpse of the hidden boss's shadow. It defied all logic. 29 times already? Damn, Air Chue really has patience to spare. What's the current speedrun record? 12 minutes and 38 seconds. That fast? What's the current record on the A-level dungeon leaderboard? Over half an hour, but Ikui smashed that record long ago. Damn, you're a beast, Zheng. You're that strong solo too? The crucial point is he didn't seem the least bit impatient. If it were me, I would have torn the tower down by now. Zhang Sun's expression remained tranquil as he repeatedly cleared waves of monsters, tossing each bounty of gold coins from the White Tower onto the ground after every round. By midday, the gold coins from the White Tower's first floor had already piled up enough to fill an entire corner. The 56th attempt, and Zhang Sun still hadn't triggered the hidden boss. Just finished dinner. Is Erchui still grinding? He's at it. 50-something runs now. Jesus, is he even human? Forget stamina, anyone else would have gone insane by now. Erchui seems to be half crazy now. After exiting this dungeon, Zhang Sun didn't rush to start the next one. Instead, he sat down in the corner piled high with gold coins. Xiao Jun handed him an energy drink and some food. How are you holding up? Still got energy left in the tank? Zhang Sun didn't nod, nor shake his head, he showed no reaction at all. Standing so close, Xiao Jun could see his eyeballs trembling slightly, as if rapidly processing some thought. He operated like a high-speed machine, singularly focused on clearing levels with no other thoughts. Xiao Jun pressed an unwrapped energy bar into his hand, but after taking a half bite, he just clamped it between his teeth without chewing. Zhang Sun? Xiao Jun called his name. Zhang Sun seemed to finally establish a connection with the outside world. His eyes focused, and after taking a big bite of his energy bar, he punched the ground hard. The pile of gold coins stacked like a small mountain behind him clattered as they slid down. The barrage of comments started laughing. Second Hammer finally got impatient. Ha ha ha, leaning against the golden mountain while pounding the ground, this is too funny. Some people have mountains of wealth but aren't happy. Dog head. Second Hammer never suffered such humiliation in this lifetime. Just watching exhausts me, let alone doing it myself. I'll go home and teach my son a lesson, to put the same effort into studying as Uncle Erchui puts into gaming. Jokes aside, Xiao Jun and the others were genuinely concerned about Zhang Sun's situation. They gathered around Zhang Sun, who was sitting in the corner. What's wrong? Do you really not want us to take your place? Cheng Jia bent down and asked. How about giving us a try? Li Shuang suggested. Maybe with different people, we'll be able to trigger it. Zhang Sun made his disagreement clear. Even if you trigger it, you won't clear the 3S side quest. Hey, you! Cheng Jia was about to retort, but seeing Zhang Sun's utterly sincere expression that showed no signs of lying, he swallowed back all the words on the tip of his tongue. Where do you think the problem lies? Xiao Jun was the more level-headed one. There's some force blocking me, Zhang Sun said. Statistically speaking, I've met the required attempts, it's time for this route to drop. As for whether what's blocking me is an NPC or a boss, I don't know. Nor do I understand its purpose. How could this situation arise? Li Xuan was slightly stunned. According to the White Tower dungeon settings, there shouldn't be any will deliberately obstructing players like this. Zhang Sun also felt a headache coming on, he rubbed his temples. Is he an NPC in the instance? Xiao Jun said. Li Yuechu and Xiaoyan are non-aggressive NPCs, Teacher Su, security guard Phone, and classmate Liang are bosses. The identity of the hidden boss is unclear. Throughout the entire instance, these are all the NPCs. I've tried everything, nothing works, Zhang Sun said. Those NPCs won't trigger the hidden route, no matter if I talk to them, threaten them, or just take them out. As for Liang, I haven't touched her. She's the boss of Scene 3. If she's eliminated, the instance will shut down permanently. The group fell into deep thought. They were trapped in a colossal enigma. No matter which way they turned, it led to a dead end. In the end, it was Zhang Sun who came up with a solution. Alright, taking some of your suggestions into account. Starting from the next dungeon run, I'll bring one person with me each time. If a hidden questline triggers, remember to protect yourselves. Zhang Sun didn't conceal the truth and clearly explained the dangers to the other individuals. I can only guarantee that the boss will be eliminated, but whether you'll survive the boss's attacks, that's something I can't promise. Think carefully before following me. Chapter 20, The Whole Truth Comes Out. Every person who chose to become a White Tower player had already contemplated life and death from the day they registered. Even players with gentle personalities like Li Xuan were prepared for this. No need to worry, Xiao Jun said. Since the four of us are here, we've already considered all possible outcomes. Very well, Zhang Sun nodded. I'll assign an order at random, just follow me one by one. You won't need to fight the boss, just stay close. The first one to follow Zhang Sun into the dungeon was Li Shuang. Li Shuang had little experience and was afraid of speaking recklessly, lest she disturb Zhang Sun's work. She followed Zhang Sun anxiously the whole way, hardly daring to breathe heavily, only nearly screaming out loud near the storeroom but quickly covering her mouth in time. One round ended. When she emerged from the dungeon, Li Shuang's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. She had survived. Zhang Sun didn't spare her so much as a glance, immediately calling up the next person. The second one was Cheng Jia. Although Cheng Jia was straightforward in nature, he wasn't one to mess things up. Before setting off, Zhang Sun had warned everyone not to act impulsively, and Chang Jie truly managed to restrain himself. It was Zhang Sun who ended up staring at him after they passed the checkpoint. "What are you looking at?" Chang Jie asked impatiently. "Nothing. I thought you'd been possessed or something." Zhang Sun showed an expression of relief. "Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't argue with me?" "A little bit, yeah." The third one was Xiao Jun. This time Zhang Sun slowed his pace, exchanging a few whispered words with Xiao Jun before initiating the instance, words no one else could quite catch. What are Kui and Vice Captain Xiao discussing? Probably strategizing. Xiao Jun still got some skills. Just a couple years back he was regularly solo clearing A-rank instances. After taking on the vice president's position, one has no choice but to shoulder the burden. Since the president is useless, everything falls on the vice president. Who actually is the president of Ming Sparrow? They've never made an appearance. Tao Xueji, Tao Xueqing's older brother. Originally, the Ming Sparrow president was the eldest brother, Tao Xueshan, but after he sacrificed himself, the second Tao's sibling took over. This second Tao keeps a low profile, no photos, no one's ever seen them in person. It's starting. Zhang Sun and the team are about to enter the dungeon. Just like the previous two times, Zhang Sun took the lead in setting the pace. But as soon as they entered the teaching building, Xiao Jun disappeared. It wasn't until Zhang Sun had been on the rooftop for a while that Vice President Xiao finally showed up. "Well?" Zhang Sun asked. "Yes," Xiao Jun affirmed. "Then it's settled." Ignoring NPC Xiaoyin and boss Liang Kaiyin, the two of them leapt together from the rooftop. They arrived on the first floor of the White Tower. This time, Zhang Sun wasn't in a hurry to proceed with the next attempt. Instead, he waited patiently for Xiao Jun to open his wristband. The wristband had a photo function. Xiao Jun zoomed in on the picture he had taken. This is the roster for Class 5. Liang Chuayin's name is listed, but there isn't a single girl whose name includes the character Yin. Immediately after, he swiped his finger across the screen to flip to the next image. "But I found their class photo, and there's a girl here who looks exactly like Xiao Yin. Xiao Jun tapped the screen again, swiping to the third image. The names are written on the back of the photo. Xiao Yin's real name is Li Yueying. The others were all startled. Li Yueying? Cheng Jia raised one eyebrow. That security guard was named Li Yuechu. Siblings? Xiao Jun nodded. Highly likely. Zhang Sun silently examined the evidence, his expression indicating he'd already guessed part of the truth. "Just as I thought," he spoke after a moment's pause. "I went to check the roster in photos, but what I saw differed from what Xiao Jun photographed. I couldn't see Li Yueying's image." "You mean," Li Shuang began to understand, "that NPC was interfering with you?" "Correct." Zhang Sun confirmed this before bringing up another matter. "What about Professor Su?" "He was falsely accused," Xiao Jun said. "I found a torn-up statement in his office that basically said Liang Kaiyin had feelings for him, but he didn't want emotions beyond a teacher-student relationship, so he refused. Liang Kaiyin grew resentful and framed him. Unable to bear the slander, he took his own life." "Ah!" Li Shuang let out a soft cry. "How could this be? Poor teacher." "What's the story with Security Officer Feng and Security Officer Li?" Xiao Wu asked from the side. "Security Officer Feng isn't innocent, he truly did evil deeds. It's just that the victim was Xiaoyin." While Liang Kaiyin was twisting the truth, Zhang Sun spoke expressionlessly before turning his gaze to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun confirmed Zhang Sun's explanation. "Good, I found the official bulletin from the school. The real victim is student Li." "That explains security guard Li's appearance," Cheng Jie said gravely. "He came for his sister. Perhaps security guard Feng's death is related to him." With all the clues sorted out, a tragic story unfolded before everyone's eyes. Li Yueying, having been too outstanding, became the target of jealousy and suffered bullying from a small gang led by Liang Kaiyin. The poor girl was then violated and murdered by a demon-like villain. Li Yuechu sought revenge for his sister, targeting security guard Feng and Liang Kaiyin in turn. As for teacher Su, he was an additional layer of tragedy. The truth came to light. For a long time, no one spoke, silent as stone statues. Only Zhang Sun stood ready, prepared to enter the instance for the last time. Before setting off, he asked Xiao Wu, "Are you still coming along?" "There's really no great need, I already know who to look for." Xiao Wu didn't hesitate. "Please let me go with you." "Very well." The figures of the two blurred and vanished from the first floor of the White Tower. This time Zhang Sun moved with clear purpose, never slackening his pace. Having repeated this process so many times, yet still maintaining such stamina, to any observer, he would already appear to be of monstrous caliber. When they saw Li Yuechu again, both of their moods had changed, especially Xiao Wu's. As they said their goodbyes, Xiao Wu said earnestly to security guard Lao Li, "You don't need to feel guilty anymore." This sentence seemed beyond the comprehension range of NPC Lao Li. He showed no reaction, merely maintaining his simple, honest smile. Only after leaving the security room did Zhang Sun ask Xiao Wu why he had said those words to Lao Li. Xiao Wu felt a little embarrassed. "It was just my wild guess. Failing to protect his younger sister must have been what tormented him most. Revenge couldn't make up for that kind of pain." Zhang Sun, walking ahead, slowed his pace momentarily before resuming as if nothing had happened. They're NPCs, without emotions. Those truths are all scripted. I know. Xiao Wu snapped out of his emotions and flusteredly explained, I was overthinking things. It's fine. Zhang Sun summoned his hammer, preparing to face the boss inside the teaching building next. Immersive gameplay, nothing to critique. Xiaoyin first appeared at the entrance of the teaching building. But this time, Zhang Sun didn't send Little Red Riding Hood to chase after him. Xiao Wu was still a bit puzzled. Big bro, shouldn't we chase after them? No, it's not time yet. Zhang Sun paid no attention and proceeded with his original plan, dealing with the first two bosses before heading to the rooftop. Before pushing open the roof door, he suddenly said, Xiao Wu, that's not your real name, is it? Xiao Wu froze. In a moment, I might have to expose your identity to save her. To avoid disrespect, I'm asking for your consent first. Zhang Sun's hand rested on the rooftop door handle, just a gentle press would open it. He was waiting. 30 seconds later, a voice broke through the silence. Okay, I'm fine. Thanks for your trouble. Chapter 21, Speed Trumps All. What did Zhang Sun mean by what he said? No idea. Some kind of code? Speaking of which, that Xiao Wu looks unfamiliar. Never seen him before. Why would Xiao Jun bring him along? Is Mingke really that short-staffed? Who knows, probably just grabbed at the last minute to make up the numbers. Let's see if Hammer 2 can pull it off this time. If not, I'm gonna lose it. Does Zhang Sun even have a clue what he's doing? He doesn't seem very capable. New here, huh? You can say Air Hammer has no brains, but you absolutely cannot say he lacks skill. Air Hammer, I thank you for speaking up for me. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Sun pushed open the rooftop door. The moonless night outside was eerily silent, with gusts of cold wind raising goosebumps on one's skin. As usual, the moment they stepped onto the rooftop, Xiaoyin appeared. After Xiaoyin delivered his lines, it was the boss's turn to make an entrance. Spotting that hazy white silhouette, Zhang Huan released Little Red Riding Hood. Red sis, go keep an eye on her. Before Liang Keyin, as a boss, could even make a move, she was already terrified by the little girl beside her. The girl's face split into 4 horrifying petals, and she was clutching a blood-stained cleaver. Liang Keyin took 2 steps back, casting a pleading glance towards Zhang Sun in the distance. A trace of pitiable vulnerability actually appeared on the boss's face, but Zhang Sun remained unmoved as he stiffened his expression. Don't move. Wait your turn, you'll be dealt with last. When the boss tried to resist, the gleam of Little Red Riding Hood's cleaver flashed as she chopped off one of its arms. The bosses and NPCs of White Tower are also tiered. Someone like Sister Hong who originated from an S-class dungeon inherently suppresses those below S-class. Liang Keyin clutched her severed arm, frustration boiling within her, yet she dared not budge. After handling this side, Zhang Sun turned his gaze to Xiaoyin, who had remained silent throughout. I want to enter the hidden side quest. Xiaoyin remained motionless. I know who the hidden boss is inside there, Zhang Sun continued. It's you, isn't it? Xiaoyin, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his head as if by reflex, only to bury it deeply again. You and the boss hiding in the corridor must be 2 sides of the same coin. When the first team entered the dungeon, you failed to control it properly, resulting in them falling into the hidden branch. 2 died and 1 went missing. Afterward, to prevent further tragedies, you desperately tried to stop others from accidentally triggering the hidden route. Zhang Sun continued speaking without waiting for Xiaoyin's response. I was wrong, he said. I thought everything in the instance was preset. NPCs were just NPCs, bosses were just bosses, all following fixed commands. I never imagined there could be an NPC with the awareness to protect players. NPCs protecting players? How is that possible? No way. No matter how lifelike the NPCs in White Tower are, they're ultimately just preset characters. Has Ikui gone crazy from grinding the same dungeon too many times? If we grant consciousness to NPCs, the entire world building of White Tower would be overturned. Maybe this is just a prerequisite for triggering hidden side quests? Like convincing NPC Xiaoyin or something similar. Xiaoyin's hands hung tightly clenched into fists by her sides, her body trembling slightly. Players, please defeat the boss, Liang Keyin. Zhang Sun glanced sideways at Xiao Wu next to him, then quietly averted his gaze once more. There's still a girl trapped in that hallway right now. Her brother is searching for her. Xiao Wu lifted his eyes in surprise. He had thought Zhang Sun would directly expose his identity. They had even silently agreed on this before stepping onto the rooftop. He was already prepared to shoulder the responsibility he should have taken on long ago, but Zhang Sun didn't. I can fix it, Zhang Sun said calmly, as casually as discussing the weather. Just let me in, and I'll handle it. Xiaoyin lifted her pale face, her dark eyes faintly glistening with unshed tears. She didn't respond to Zhang Sun's words, but her right foot retreated half a step backward. A wave of dizziness washed over everything. Vibrant color blocks nearly filled the entire field of vision, while shrill jeers echoed from all sides. Zhang Sun showed not the slightest trace of fear, quite the contrary, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they had arrived. Xiao Wu stood slightly behind and to his right, beads of sweat glistening on the tip of his nose. Zhang Sun glanced back and was somewhat surprised to see the person standing there unscathed. The chaotic noise of this space, along with the colors and patterns on the walls, violently assaulted the player's vision and hearing. An ordinary person would have already passed out, but Xiao Wu remained conscious. His abilities clearly shouldn't be underestimated. Protect yourself, Zhang Sun raised his voice over the noise before declaring, I'm going in. Okay. After receiving Xiao Wu's response, Zhang Sun materialized his inflatable hammer, gripping it with both hands. The hidden boss was just 10 steps away from him on the ground, half its head protruding while its body remained buried beneath the undulating patterns. Its eyes narrowed into slender slits as it emitted a sinister, cackling laugh. It sank back into the ground. It begins. The boss reappeared on Zhang Sun's left side, was swiftly knocked away by a hammer strike, then launched another offensive from above. Zhang Sun slid backward with light-footed grace, effortlessly dodging. He locked eyes with the boss. The battle suddenly accelerated as if someone had pressed fast forward, with attacks and defenses reversing several times in mere moments. The corridor echoed with explosive cracking sounds while glass shattered from frames crashing down the walls. Dazzling. Holy shit, that's way too fast. My eyes are going blind. Is this even humanly possible? Has Second Hammer really cleared this level 70 or 80 times before? How does he still have this kind of explosive power? This isn't just about explosive power, is it? The association should probably investigate whether Zhang Sun is actually human. It's terrifying. In the 20 simulated hidden levels he'd completed previously, Zhang Sun had already mastered the combat essentials. Nothing but speed. That's all there is to it. This creature, though adept at hiding, only lurks within those large eye patterns, somewhat like a game of whack-a-mole. Zhang Sun's reaction speed, honed through countless simulations, had become nearly equal to the monster's. Just 3 more minutes, and he could end the fight decisively. Bang! The boss suddenly switched targets, launching an attack at Xiao Wu nearby. Zhang Sun caught a glimpse at first glance, but it was a bit too far. His eyebrows furrowed deeply as he yanked the inflatable hammer out of the ground where it was firmly embedded and swiftly gave chase. Clang! A flash of white light streaked past, the force of it sending the boss flying back with a screech as it melted into the wall. Standing embedded in the ground was a 3-foot-long sword. As the blade straightened upright, Xiao Wu's calm face was revealed behind it. It's the giant K. The giant blade? Wasn't that the weapon used by the late President Tao? Didn't you say it was passed on to the next president? So who is this guy? It's Tao Xueji, the president of Lark Society. Xiao Wu, also known as Tao Xueji, rose to his feet using the giant sword Zhuek for support. Without needing much discussion, their eyes met and they instantly understood their respective roles. Zhang Sun took charge of the front corridor section while Tao Xueji handled the rear. With assistance now available, their efficiency skyrocketed, causing the boss's health bar to plummet rapidly. The boss is about to rage, hold on tight. Back to back, Zhang Sun warned in a low voice. The eye patterns around them suddenly accelerated their swirling motion, the noise growing increasingly shrill and piercing. The boss's body radiated a purple glow as its form expanded to monstrous proportions. Its jaw unhinged wide, preparing to unleash a deafening roar. Zhang Sun leaped up from the ground, shoved the hammer into its mouth, and flicked the switch to change modes. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, everything came to an end. Chapter 22, The Strange One. Dust filled the entire screen as fine grains of sand drifted down from above. Did we do it? I think so. That hidden boss was terrifying. Just hearing its screams made my blood run cold. I didn't dare open my eyes at all, terrified that the first thing I'd see would be Erchuang's corpse. Is Ikuang still alive? He should be alive. Zhang Sun lay motionless on the ground for so long that the livestream audience thought he'd died, before finally pushing himself up with trembling hands. Pfft, cough cough. He coughed twice and waved his arm at the dust in front of him, clearly choking on it. Zhang Sun scrambled up from the ground and turned to search for Tao Xueji's figure. Tao Xueji was pinned beneath 2 stone slabs, fortunate that they had crossed to form a triangular space, sparing him from being crushed directly. Zhang Sun pulled the person out. I died? Tao Xueji's eyes widened in disbelief. You're dead. Zhang Sun, that annoying fellow, was deliberately trying to scare people. His words sent a shiver down Tao Xueji's spine. She scrambled to her feet and quickly checked her pulse and temperature. Phew, still alive. Brother Sun, about my sister. Second brother. A large painting bursting with vibrant colors came crashing down from the wall, revealing a dust-covered figure emerging from behind it. Though covered in dust, her beauty remained unmistakable. Tao Xueqing didn't shed a single tear. Covered from head to toe in grime, she smiled as brilliantly as the spring sunshine. I knew you'd come to save me. Tao Xueji's eyes instead reddened as she helped her younger sister up from the ground. I'm late. Tao Xueqing shook her head and patted her second brother's arm, signaling him not to dwell on it. Her almond-shaped eyes wide open, she smiled at Zhang Sun. Thanks, Brother Zhang. I know you've gone through a lot to uncover this hidden thread. Zhang Sun nodded without a trace of humility. That's right. If not for your brother paying me, I'd have bolted in an instant. Still, he was genuinely curious. Can you tell what's happening outside? Tao Xueqing nodded, then suddenly lowered her voice, turning away from the camera. I'm being hidden. With those words, Zhang Sun understood. Only one person could have hidden her. The hidden level was successfully cleared, and the surroundings transformed back into the rooftop. Liang Keyin was still being threatened by Sister Hong. Judging by her disheveled appearance, she must have endured quite a bit of torment from Little Red Riding Hood. Just give me a swift death, she hissed through gritted teeth. Xiaoyin had disappeared without a trace, and Zhang Sun scanned the area once more, but still couldn't spot her. Eyeing the repulsive Liang with distaste, Zhang Sun lacked even the slightest inclination to finish her off. His task was complete, and he couldn't be bothered to lift another finger. Red sis, thanks for handling it. With a final scream, the boss met their end, closing the curtain on a life of wickedness. This time it truly ends. Little Red Riding Hood returns to Zhang Sun's side, slipping her hand into the adult's warm palm. With one hand holding hers and the other in his pocket, Zhang Sun gazes upward as the crow-black sky gradually dissolves into silver-white pinpricks of light. A shadow silently appears beside him. Without turning his head, Zhang Sun knows exactly who it is. Thank you. Xiao Yin's entire body emitted a faint glow, her complexion restored to rosy health, indistinguishable from when she was alive. Li Yueying had always been such a gentle and delicate child. Had none of this happened, she could have lived a long and fulfilling life. During this brief moment as the gaming scenery faded, the outside world couldn't hear their conversation. Zhang Sun didn't turn around, still gazing at those stars. You don't need to thank me, he said. If I hadn't been so stubborn in viewing you all as emotionless virtual avatars, this would have ended long ago. Xiaoyin shook her head. That wasn't your fault, I was the one putting up obstacles. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if watching a memory unfold. I died in utter humiliation, but I never meant to harm innocents. I only wanted to rot here together with Liang Keyin, that would have been enough. But I never imagined it would manifest into such a monstrosity. Maybe this is just who I am, ugly and strange. Ugly? So what? Strange? So what? Zhang Sun shrugged. Does looking normal make someone normal? To me, everyone's the same, everyone is strange. The girl was taken aback. It was the first time she'd heard someone say such a thing. Do I look normal to you? I'm strange too. Zhang Sun was always like this, unconcerned with others' opinions, untouched by anyone who might leave a mark on his heart. Only money could. His gaze always seemed fixed on some distant horizon. Xiaoyin smiled. Goodbye then, strange one. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. The spots of light dissipated, and all returned to silence. When the light returned, it was the brilliant glow of the White Tower's interior. Xiao Jun, Cheng Jia, and Li Shuang were gathered together, all seeming rather anxious, with Cheng Jia pacing back and forth incessantly. They're here. Tao Xueji was supporting her weakened sister, while Tao Xueqing waved at the other three. Li Shuang burst into tears. Xueqing was her friend, and it was for friendship's sake that she had signed up for this life-threatening game. Cheng Jia and Xiao Jun visibly relaxed as they stepped forward to inquire about the Tao siblings' condition. The last one to emerge was Zhang Sun, who collapsed to the ground the moment he landed, startling the others. Cheng Jia, being the closest, immediately rushed to support him. Zhang Sun? Zhang Sun! Wake up! The barrage of comments also erupted with concern. What's wrong with Zhang Shun? Is he injured? Quick, call an ambulance. Why is everyone just standing there watching? Physical exhaustion? After grinding so many times, even an Iron Man would collapse. The camera zooms in on Zhang Sun's face, fine beads of sweat on his forehead, lips drained of color, his condition visibly deteriorating. Shut up. The surrounding noise was too chaotic. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Sun frowned with his eyes closed and snapped. He's tired, Xiao Jun remarked after glancing at his expression. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. The dungeon was successfully cleared, and as per tradition, it was now time for the rewards. Since the only players remaining in the dungeon during the final stage were Zhang Sun, Tao Xueqing, and Tao Xueji, the rewards belonged to the three of them. Tao Xueji's gift box was the smallest, but he didn't mind. Saving his loved ones was far more important than any reward. Tao Xueqing's was slightly larger than her second brother's, while Zhang Sun's reward remained the biggest of all. After claiming the rewards, players can leave the White Tower on their own. I'll call a car to pick us up. Cheng Jia volunteered for the task. But what about Zhang Sun? Should we call an ambulance? Ah, and don't forget his rewards, we should take those with us too, Li Shuang reminded. No need. Someone abruptly spoke up to interrupt, drawing everyone's gaze in their direction. The largest gift box had already been opened, with one player's head buried deep inside the oversized box, half their body sticking out. I'll walk myself. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm grabbing my own reward. Only rewards could summon the fully conscious Equi. This dungeon's difficulty isn't low, the reward should be quite generous, right? No need to guess. Akhui will demolish it anyway. Zhang Sun rummaged through the loot. This time's rewards were truly plentiful. 10 packs of Oddball Potion, that's literally its name, Oddball, usable on both NPCs and players. Large Capacity Stamina Potions *20. Disposable Defense Shields *3. Teacher's Pointer *1. The Security Guard's Enamel Bowl *1. What the hell is all this nonsense? The healing potions and stamina bottles up front make sense, and the shield is just a shield, but what kind of junk are those last two things? Those two? They're treasures. Anything used by dungeon NPCs can be weaponized. I remember one player got their hands on a spittoon, the thing could grow or shrink, and it never missed when smashing monsters in-game. Doesn't seem as good as the Little Red Riding Hood duplicate. Didn't we collect the subordinate last time? We probably can't collect them this time. Those bosses all look pretty weak, unless there's a hidden boss. Zhang Xian tossed all the miscellaneous stuff outside, thinking the box was empty, and was about to leave with his rewards. Then his leg accidentally bumped into it, tipping the gift box over, causing a painting to fall out from inside. The drawing was a pencil sketch of Li Yueying's upper body. Zhang Sun, you dropped another one behind you, Cheng Jia reminded him before stepping forward and lowering his head curiously. What's this? Zhang Sun, who was carrying a large pile of things in his arms, also turned his body around. The two squatted down facing each other. What's the frame for? Cheng Jia asked. Not sure, Zhang Sun replied, extending a hand and lightly tapping his index finger against the glass of the frame. Tap tap. With a sudden whoosh, a massive floral object burst forth from the portrait. The force of the rushing air brushed past the two onlookers, sending them staggering backward uncontrollably. Ouch! The items in Zhang Sun's arms scattered all over the ground. Clutching his forehead, he was just about to see what had happened when he heard an unbearably loud and grating sound. Zhang Sun! Zhang Sun jumped in fright. Cheng Jia could clearly see what was before him. Damn it, isn't this the hidden boss? Zhang Sun kept hearing Li Yueying's words replaying in his ears. If fate allows, we'll meet again. If fate allows, we'll meet again. It wasn't specified that we'd be meeting your dark side. Zhang Sun still couldn't figure out where this giant flower thing's eyes, nose or mouth were located. Judging by the white sheet it was draped in, it vaguely resembled a stingray. When Zhang Sun remained silent, the flower creature began to cry. Woo-woo, Zhang Sun, I'm Xiaoyin. Don't you recognize me? Who are you? Zhang Sun's head was buzzing from its wailing. Are you the one from the hallway? No, I'm not that ugly thing. It had the nerve to say about others, I'm a gift from the White Tower, custom made just for you. Knockoff? I'm top quality. I'm angry. Zhang Sun understood that the original villainous boss from the dungeon had been eliminated by him. This newly emerged reward was probably a data-copied version created by the White Tower. Perhaps there was an issue with its preset personality settings, resulting in such a silly, clumsy creature. Little flower. I'm Little Een. Zhang Sun resisted associating this thing with classmate Li. I said, Xiaohua, so you're the final reward? Yes. Starting today, I am your subordinate and you are my master. Master can call upon me anytime there's a need. Also, my name is Xiaoyin. Alright Xiaohua, got it Xiaohua. Zhang Sun stored the incessantly protesting Hua Dongxia's data into his wristband, then crammed all the rewards inside as well. After finishing these tasks, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed into deep sleep. Chapter 23 Zhang Sun's Condition. Zhang Sun woke up in a spacious, brightly lit room. The warm sunlight streamed into the room through the half-open window, so comforting it felt like still being in a dream. He spread open his palm and stared blankly at his fingers, lost in thought. Someone knocked twice on the door. Receiving no response, the outsider pushed it open themselves. It was Tao Xueqing. Brother Zhang, you're awake? She was surprised at first, then delighted. Tao Xueqing wore a long goose-yellow dress with the Mingke team jacket draped over it, her own team uniform. In her hands was a tray bearing breakfast, warm water, and a small bottle of vitamins. Zhang Sun surveyed the room's arrangement. This was clearly a ward specially prepared for patients, though decorated with unusual warmth. Tao Xueqing adjusted the chair by the bed with her calf before placing the tray she carried onto the bedside cabinet. Have something to eat first. His stomach empty, Zhang Sun found himself experiencing the rare sensation of hunger. Without ceremony, he picked up the bowl of congee and began eating slowly. How long have I been asleep? A full day and night. Tao Xueqing picked up an apple, leisurely peeling its skin. After you collapsed at White Tower, we called a car to take you back to the guild. You've been sleeping ever since. Cheng Jia and brother Xiao both came to see you, but you were still unconscious then. My brother has business engagements now, but once he's free, he'll come visit brother Zhang too. Percent. The moment Zhang Sun heard so many people were coming to visit him, his head started throbbing. I'm fine, don't bring so many people over. I'm not some tourist attraction, no need for everyone to come sightseeing. Tao Xueqing couldn't help but chuckle at this. Neither spoke as the wall clock ticked rhythmically. Tao Xueqing finished peeling the apple, cut it in half, and placed both pieces on a clean plate before handing it to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun drank half a bowl of porridge, then suddenly pondered the words he'd just heard again. Your brother went to a business dinner? With his personality, he attends business dinners? Tao Xueqing sounded rather surprised. You and my second brother haven't known each other long, have you? How would you know? I guessed. You siblings are both introverts, and hasn't Mingke always been managed by Xiao Jun? That's right. Brother Xiao has helped us a lot, he's practically family. Who would have thought Deputy Chief Xiao, who looks so cunning, still had some human feelings in him? Tao Xueqing smiled faintly at Zhang Sun's sarcastic remark, but as they talked, her expression turned melancholy as something came to mind. Second brother wasn't originally like this. When first brother had that accident, in that instance dungeon, second brother was there too. He was still young then, suffered a huge shock, and developed some trauma afterwards. She didn't finish what she was saying, as if unwilling to continue such a sorrowful topic. Tilting her head slightly, she smiled. But everything's fine now. Second brother says he wants to take responsibility too, to protect both me and the guild. Though Tao Xueqing was introverted, she was an optimist at heart, otherwise she wouldn't have survived through such desperate circumstances all alone. Zhang Sun nodded expressionlessly. That's good. By the way, Tao Xueqing recalled what Xiao Jun had reminded her earlier. Brother Xiao asked me to check, are you absolutely determined not to join our guild? Zhang Sun's stance remained unchanged. That was our agreed condition from the beginning. Tao Xueqing wore a regretful expression, but she had a good eye for people. She knew that while Zhang Sun might appear indifferent about everything, it was actually very difficult to sway his decisions. Alright, I'll go talk to him later. But Brother Zhang, can I ask what your terms are? You've helped Mingke immensely this time. Brother Xiao and my brother both said that offering you a vice president position would be no problem at all. From the very beginning, Mingke came forward with full sincerity. The Silver Plus contract spoke for itself. At that time, Xiao Jun had simply signed Zhang Sun with a gambler's mentality, hoping he could clear the Huayin dungeon. And now, Zhang Sun had successfully completed the mission. Tao Xueqing was brought out unharmed, and none of the team members suffered any injuries. It could be said to be the best possible outcome. Mingke should rightly offer Zhang Sun a more generous reward. Hearing Tao Xueqing's words, Zhang Sun smiled. The vice president position? That's quite generous of you. We're dead serious. Tao Xueqing, seeing Zhang Sun's disbelief, grew slightly irritated and emphasized each word to him. When Mingke makes a promise, we keep it. Zhang Sun waved his hand dismissively. I believe in your sincerity, but that's not what I'm after. What does Brother Zhang want? Zhang Sun deliberately kept them in suspense. And Vice President Xiao? Why hasn't he come to see his great hero right away? Quite the cold shoulder. No sooner had he spoken than the clinic door was rudely shoved open from outside. The Vice President is busy. Who has time to deal with someone idle like you? That boisterous voice could only belong to Cheng Jia. At the sight of Cheng Jia's face, Zhang Sun grabbed both ends of his blanket and wrapped it tightly around himself. I suddenly feel critically ill, like I've seen something filthy. Absolutely revolting. Tao Xueqing stifled a chuckle as Cheng Jia made a helpless gesture, signaling her to stand up. He yanked the blanket away in one swift motion. Get up, get up. Stop pretending to be sick, go soak up some sunshine. Ahem, cough cough, so this is how Mingke treats its patients? I'm posting this on the forums to expose you all, Zhang Sun retorted, deliberately trembling as he pulled the player wristband from his coat pocket. Cheng Jia, stop bothering him. Two more people entered through the door one after another, the Vice President Xiao whom Zhang Sun had been clamoring to see, and Guild President Tao Xueqing. Outside the door, a couple of Sparrowhawk team members were peeking in, all eager to catch a glimpse of this so-called slum district war god. Zhang Sun found himself surrounded by several people. I've come down with a crowd sickness. Don't all crowd in here like this, I feel like throwing up. The Tao siblings, simple-hearted as they were, immediately prepared to leave upon hearing Zhang Sun say he wasn't feeling well. Cheng Jia's fists itched just hearing him speak. Vice President Xiao came through in the end, tucking the blanket back over him. Bear with it, for the sake of money. Are we negotiating terms now? Zhang Sun suddenly showed no trace of illness, sitting up in one swift motion. Come on then. Weren't you feeling sick? Cheng Jia's temples throbbed visibly. I'm cured now, Dr. Xiao, a miraculous healing, Zhang Sun declared with complete seriousness. Cheng Jia walked to the door of the room, shooed away the gossipy teammates lurking outside, then shut the door firmly. Leaning against the door panel with folded arms, he listened intently. Vice President Xiao held a black folder in hand, opened it, and passed it to Zhang Sun. Though you didn't want the silver tier contract, you've done our guild a tremendous favor. The reward you deserve must still be given. This is additional compensation beyond your original terms. Have a look. Zhang Sun took it over. Mingke was extremely generous, offering not just financial rewards but also in-game items and weapons needed for the game. Moreover, all the gold coins Zhang Sun earned through clearing levels remained entirely his. Mingke didn't take a single one. I'm very satisfied. After signing his name, Zhang Sun closed the folder. Now, shall we discuss my conditions? Though they were chased away, soon enough several members of the Ming-Ke team gathered again outside the door, pressing their ears against the wall to listen. 10 minutes later, Cheng Jie's voice came from inside. What kind of condition is this? We don't agree. Chapter 24, The Guild's Big Star. Zhang Sun wanted to start his own guild. He proposed that Ming-Ke would take full responsibility for handling the matter. Starting a guild wasn't an easy task, as Zhang Sun had already studied the beginner's guide thoroughly. First, it required a substantial amount of money to register the guild's name. Second, they needed to submit a series of documents to the Players Association to prove the guild's operational capabilities. The requirements may seem few, but each one is hard to meet. Because the conditions are difficult to fulfill, players who usually entertain the idea of starting an official guild often begin by establishing a small studio first. This functions as a miniature version of a guild, adopting similar operational models to a formal one, all to ensure a smooth transition once the requirements are met. But Zhang Sun didn't want to go through all that trouble. There was a shortcut. As long as any of the top 20 guilds on the leaderboard are willing to provide sponsorship, a player can be granted the right to establish their own guild. In the most recent point rankings, the Ming-Ke Guild happened to secure the 18th position. Requirements met. Normally, major guilds are reluctant to offer such sponsorship. It's thankless labor that risks dragging their own reputation into the mud if things go wrong. But Ming-Ke now owes Zhang Sun a huge favor. The person he rescued was the guild leader's younger sister. Zhang Sun had said he wouldn't make any demands that would put Ming-Ke in a difficult position. Tao Xueji and Xiao Jun exchanged a glance before the latter spoke. You've brought up a condition we never anticipated. No one expected Zhang Sun to establish his own guild. As a top-tier player, he certainly wasn't lacking attention from major guilds. Moreover, Zhang Sun's performance during his second dungeon run was witnessed by all. Many guilds would spare no effort to recruit him, placing contracts right on his desk. Although Zhang Sun currently lacked enough points to make the rankings, his abilities clearly positioned him at the forefront of the solo leaderboard. Xiao Jun initially thought Zhang Sun had rejected Ming-Ke because he aimed higher, perhaps intending to join one of the elite powerhouse guilds directly. But judging by the situation now, he'd rather drive alone than get in someone else's car. If it were someone else, it might be about pride, wanting to make their own way through struggle. But Xiao Jun guessed that given Zhang Sun's temperament, he simply didn't want to be controlled by others. Solo players weren't unheard of, but many dungeons required joining under a guild's name, and events like the All-Star tournaments hosted by major guilds also demanded affiliation. Without joining a guild, individual players currently face significant limitations. Zhang Sun had considered all factors, so he decided to establish his own guild. Xiao Jun had much to say, but words stuck in his throat. He couldn't decide where to begin, resulting in prolonged silence. Tao Xueji and Tao Xueqing, both introverted by nature, similarly found themselves at a loss for words in this situation. The only one left who could speak was Cheng Jie. What kind of nonsense is this? Zhang Sun, if you don't think highly of our Ming-Ke, you're free to join another guild. But now you want to start your own guild and have our people run the paperwork for you. Isn't that just making trouble? If money's the issue, I can earn it myself, just a matter of running a few more dungeons, Zhang Sun replied with clear reasoning. But I need Ming's guarantee. The consultation room fell dead silent. Zhang Sun had nothing more to say. He waited for Ming's response. It was Xiao Jun who responded to him. Your request came as quite a surprise to us, and I'm not entirely familiar with the executive meeting procedures. All this requires preparation time. Tell you what, why don't you get some proper rest first, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Zhang Sun didn't press them for an immediate decision today. Alright then. One night passed with Zhang Sun sleeping with his head covered in the clinic, waking up to eat, and spending this time in a carefree manner. During this time, Tao Xueqing stayed briefly, keeping him company with conversation. They talked about the White Tower, the association, and the guild topics Zhang Sun needed to brush up on. Cheng Jie lingered longer, but Zhang Sun found him irritating and impossible to shake off. In the end, he could only cover himself with a blanket and pretend not to hear a word. Xiao Jun didn't keep him waiting too long after saying he'd give him an answer. At 8 o'clock the next morning, just as he had gotten out of bed, there was a knock at the door. Let's go, big hero, said the visitor, Su Herong, whom he hadn't seen in days. Our vice president wants to see you. Su Herong led a sleepy-eyed Zhang Sun through the training room where the players practiced. Separated by a transparent glass wall, a few players paused their idle chatter and, as if on cue, turned their gaze toward Zhang Sun as he passed by, yawning. Su Herong caught a glimpse too, her crimson lips curving upward. You're quite the star of our guild now. As expected. Quite immodest, aren't we? Just telling it like it is. Su Herong walked ahead, her high heels clicking crisply against the glossy dark floor tiles. I heard from the vice president about your terms. Really won't join our guild? Songbirds are relatively humane, you won't get a raw deal staying here. Jang Sun rubbed the back of his neck, rolling his shoulders twice. His whole body had stiffened from such prolonged sleep. More than one group has tried to persuade me. Thank you for your kindness. Fine, since you insist on not coming, there's nothing we can do. But our deputy chairman is shrewd. He probably won't agree to your terms easily. Jang Sun's expression remained indifferent. I have a feeling. Just as Su Hairong had said, Xiao Jun wasn't about to let Jang Sun leave so easily. They arrived at Xiao Jun's office. After bringing him in, Su Hairong departed, leaving only the two men. Xiao Jun invited Jang Sun to take a seat. We at Mingke accept your terms, Jang Sun. Here's a proposal we worked overnight to prepare, please take a look. New guilds require operational plans that must be reviewed and evaluated by the association's professionals. Xiao Jun spent half the night working with the manager and assistants to produce this thick stack of paperwork. Jang Sun flipped through the documents as Xiao Jun's explanations reached his ears. Opening a guild requires an application period, about 2 weeks for processing. During this time, Jang Sun, it's best if you avoid entering particularly difficult or time-consuming dungeons so our staff can reach you whenever needed. Okay. Jang Sun agreed readily. After tackling 2 high-difficulty dungeons in a row, he also wanted to give himself a little break. There's no need to go into unnecessary details for now. Just follow the procedure, and everything will be fine. Talking too much might annoy you. Xiao Jun had already figured out Jang Sun's temperament with near certainty. But Jang Sun, there's one thing I need to remind you. Mingke will only act as a guarantor, not assist you in operations. These operational plans may seem feasible, but to keep the guild running sustainably, you'll need investors and sponsors. Otherwise, you won't even be able to pay the players' salaries. Jang Sun nodded repeatedly, agreeing in word, but he clearly wasn't paying much attention. Xiao Jun sighed lightly. He figured that Jang Sun, with no background or connections, had probably started the guild on a whim, nothing more than a fleeting burst of enthusiasm. When the hype dies down and they start losing money, tasting the bitterness, they'll naturally choose to join the guild without a fuss. Jang Sun flipped to the last page of the proposal and looked up. I have no objections. Now, let's hear your requirements. What? You must have demands. Jang Sun's clear black and white eyes met theirs. Just say it outright. Really, nothing gets past you. Xiao Jun couldn't help but feel resigned. Outsiders called Zhang Xian a reckless brute who only cared about dungeon diving, but from Xiao Jun's perspective, he saw everything crystal clear. Since both parties were being frank, Xiao Jun decided to speak plainly. I'd like you to sign a loan contract with my guild, and also invite you to attend tomorrow's press conference. Chapter 25, Major Announcement. White Tower Forum. Is Mingke about to officially announce Jang Sun? Hurry up and join the discussion. As the title says, link, Mingke Guild will hold a press conference in 2 days. Second floor, came too early, don't know what to say, waiting for the experts to join the discussion. This news report is written so unclearly, all it says is that Mingke is going to hold a meeting. At the end, it listed the attendees. Jang Sun's name was there. Is Two Hammer last? Doesn't seem like an official announcement. If they were introducing a new member, wouldn't they put him front and center? Guess they couldn't reach an agreement. Huayin Benekui performed exceptionally well this time. Mingke seems a bit beneath his talents now. They're offering a silver plus contract and he still won't take it? Jang Sun better not be acting foolish. His playstyle is too distinctive, it's hard to integrate into other guild team systems. He could easily end up being deadweight. Since when does the god Zheng need your advice? Stop lecturing him. What kind of lunatic is ranting upstairs? No way, Jang Sun's still a rookie and already has fans like these? Must be sarcasm. We'll know in a couple of days. Hopefully, Hammer won't get the short end of the stick. Going up against a guild of that size, you could easily get scammed out of your last penny. If Phoenix Cry doesn't secure Genie, shouldn't other guilds start making moves? Haven't heard of any guild reaching out to Hammer privately, mainly because Phoenix Cry seems to have it in the bag. Other guilds probably don't want to step in. I think Air Chue is already part of Mingke, otherwise, I'd flip upside down and farm dungeons. At 9 a.m. 2 days later, the press conference began as scheduled. Mingke went all out for this event, inviting dozens of media outlets to attend. The grand scale wasn't just for Jang Sun's sake, it was also to formally introduce the guild leader to the public. Jang Sun and the others were now in the lounge, with the stylists attending to them. The young woman in charge of makeup held her kit, at a loss. Jang Sun, who had finally struggled into his suit, lay sprawled across the table like a boneless worm. I shouldn't have agreed to this. He whimpered weakly. At 5 in the morning, his door was knocked open, and several strangers dragged him outside, starting to change his clothes and fix his hair. Jang Sun could never get enough sleep in real life. If it weren't for dungeon missions, he'd want to wake up at noon every day. After more than 2 hours of fussing, he finally caught his breath only to be told they needed to apply some light makeup on him. Jang Sun absolutely refused. If this kept up, he'd fall apart before the press conference even officially began. Your guild members really live such exhausting lives. He pressed his face against the table, refusing to lift it no matter who came. We're all just players, why make yourselves behave like celebrities? Xiao Jun adjusted his tie in the mirror while responding to him. The guild needs image, and we should properly manage our fans too. It's good for operations. He straightened up and told the helpless makeup artist, forget it if he doesn't want to. 5 people attended this press conference: Tao Xueji, Xiao Jun, Zhang Sun, Su Hairong, and Cheng Jia. At 8:50, they entered the venue as camera flashes continuously lit up, causing Zhang Sun to squint slightly. The press conference was broadcast live, allowing all players to watch it via bracelets and other electronic devices. The event consisted of 3 segments. Xiao Jun began by briefly explaining their current dungeon raid situation and complimented Zhang Sun. Next, Tao Xueji, president of Mingke, introduced herself, briefly outlined the future development of Mingke, and then took a moment to praise Zhang Sun. The final part was the media Q&A session. Almost all the questions were directed at Zhang Sun. Mr. Zhang, do you plan to stay with Mingke? Are you satisfied with Mink's silver tier contract? With such excellent performance, have you considered other guilds? Assistant Su Hairong cleared her throat twice. Please maintain order. If you have questions, raise your hands, and we'll ensure everyone gets ample opportunity to ask. She glanced at Zhang Sun over the heads of the 2 people between them. He nodded and flicked on the microphone switch. Every camera lens focused on this dazzling new star. Mr. Zhang, you refreshed the Huayin dungeon a total of 76 times this round. Do you think dedicating so much effort to the same dungeon is worthwhile? A tall male reporter posed the question. Zhang Sun nodded. It's worth it. After all, I've earned quite a few gold coins through failures. So Mr. Zhang, do you consider the rewards more important? If someone offered a high price, would you enter the dungeon at all costs? Staying alive is more important. Without life, there's nothing. Your first battle in Mingke was such a high difficulty dungeon. Do you think this arrangement is reasonable for newcomers? They offered me a price I couldn't refuse. So you still believe that in White Tower's game, money and rewards outweigh everything else? I said it before, the fundamental premise is survival. A bunch of empty talk left the journalists exchanging bewildered glances. Why does this whole conversation feel like meaningless chatter? Meanwhile, the barrage comments section was going wild. LMAO Akui is truly the contemporary master of nonsense. Erchui's right. The survival rule in White Tower is nothing more than living plus making money. What a genius at conversation. This answer is as good as no answer at all. If anyone dares call Akui the horse master outside White Tower again, I'll set them straight. Clearly, he's way smarter than that monkey Ma. Akui, if possible, please refrain from comparing me to that monkey Ma. Thank you. The reporters asked a few more questions, but Zhang Sun's interest was limited. After selectively answering some, his enthusiasm waned, and he no longer wished to speak. Xiao Jun smoothly took over, rescuing Zhang Sun from the awkward situation. Regarding the future of newcomer Zhang Sun, Xiao Jun remained tight-lipped, offering no further clarification. It wasn't until the very end of the press conference, when all the journalists assumed the old fox would sidestep the question entirely, that Xiao Jun suddenly gave a direct response. We will now collectively provide an explanation regarding Zhang Sun's whereabouts. The journalists instantly perked up, and the number of viewers in the live stream surged by tens of thousands in an instant. Here it comes. Finally bringing up the key issue? Listening to Xiao Jun, that old fox, talk is exhausting. He can go from zone 0001 to zone 0999 without breaking a sweat. Why am I getting nervous? Should I really stay with Mingke or not? Is he really going to join another guild? Shout out to the upside down dungeon running bro here. Zhang Sun can make a name for himself wherever he goes. Let's support his decision. Yeah, a newbie, only cleared 2 dungeons so far, plenty of potential. Don't set too many restrictions. Go to Wanshur Corporation. They've got deep pockets and heavyweight backing. Join our Jioding crew. We offer great perks for new recruits. Anyone but your 9 chickens outfit. What's wrong with our Jioding group? Are we eating your rice? Sounds like another batch of wild dogs barking. Water Gang. Consider joining the Water Gang. Forums and livestream chats are buzzing with intense discussions about Zhang Sun's next move. Someone even started a poll thread that's already topped the forum's trending list. After briefly explaining the situation, Xiao Jun turned his head to glance at Zhang Sun. Guess, he mouthed silently. I'll take this. Zheng Xian pulled the microphone toward himself with a lazy grin. Thanks for the support from all the journalists and our audience outside. No need to keep making wild guesses, you'll never figure it out. I will establish my own guild, naming the new guild Cycle. At the same time, my guild will maintain a friendly cooperative relationship with the Mingke Guild. Cycle Guild will loan the player, Zhang Sun, to the Mingke Guild. The loan terms are for 3 instances, A rank or above, with a duration of 1 year. Chapter 26, The Calamitous Child Yen. Zhang Sun is starting his own guild. The news exploded across all major platforms as soon as it broke. As a rookie who's recently garnered overwhelming attention, Zhang Sun's next move became a major concern for players and guilds alike, especially after clearing 2 3S difficulty dungeons back-to-back. Most had speculated he'd join one of the top 10 elite guilds on the leaderboard, the only question was which one. But no one expected that Zhang Sun would actually declare during the press conference that he wouldn't join any guild. Double Hammer is starting a new guild. Any experts want to analyze the impact this will have on other guilds. Rookie Zhang Sun is going independent. Is this career suicide? Why is everyone saying Guildmaster Zhang is doomed? Any supporters out there? Online discussions were buzzing, and major media outlets were eager to interview Zhang Sun in person. But after dropping that explosive news, Zhang Sun seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, neither diving into dungeons nor spotted by anyone. When reporters questioned the Mingke Guild, it was unclear whether the vice leader had ordered a gag, as everyone claimed to have no idea of Zhang Sun's whereabouts. While the outside world was in an uproar, inside Mingke, training and dungeon runs continued smoothly and methodically as usual. Where did you dig up this junk again? Chen Jia pushed open the door to his room after finishing his afternoon training session and saw a figure squatting with its back to him. Spread out on a worn-out blanket in front of the figure were lumps of dirt and stones of various sizes. These seemingly ordinary objects were actually a type of mined resource from White Tower. Once the outer layers of dirt were peeled away, they revealed precious multicolored ores inside. The person rummaging through this pile of junk was none other than Zhang Sun. Contrary to external speculation, Zhang Sun did not immediately move out of the Mingke Guild. This was quite normal, he didn't own property in this world yet. Xiao Jun reminded him to acquire a property for guild registration purposes. It didn't need to be large, but he needed to have one nonetheless. Zhang Sun pondered this and agreed buying property required substantial funds, especially for one officially registered as a guild address, which would be even more expensive. Mingke couldn't afford to put up this money. If they did, Mingke would effectively become Xuanhui's shareholder, and if the guild performed poorly, Zhang Sun would be held accountable to Mingke. Even the registration capital had to come entirely from Zhang Sun's own pocket. The gold coins he'd previously farmed from the Huayin dungeon had all been converted into this world's currency, barely covering the guild's minimum registration requirements. Now Zhang Sun needed a small property both as his personal residence and the guild's registered address. He was making money for this very reason. White Tower had various types of dungeons, one of them being the material dungeons. These could be repeatedly farmed, the mined ores could be exchanged for items and, of course, money. These dungeons weren't too difficult but were quite time-consuming. Coincidentally, Xiao Jun had prohibited him from tackling harder dungeons lately, so he spent his days in the material dungeons, mining away. Mining had its own pleasures, no need to worry about monsters biting his head off the next second, relaxing and stress-relieving. Zhang Sun currently wanted to avoid media harassment and keep his whereabouts undiscovered, so he had no choice but to pick the most remote dungeon copies to enter. Fortunately, Mingke had internal teleportation points, making things much more convenient. Xiao Jun had granted him access, allowing Zhang Sun to choose suitable dungeon copies to travel to. Everything was fine, except for Chang Jie's room. Now his room looked like a mine shaft. The material just now was from the desert area, so there's quite a bit of dust. Open the window a bit, Zhang Sun said without looking up, still fiddling with his treasures. Chang Jie grumbled under his breath but also found the air in the room irritating. He walked to the window and opened it halfway. Then he turned around, crouched down, and faced Zhang Sun, helping him sift through the dirt. After spending several days together, though they still bickered and exchanged sharp words, the two had come to coexist peacefully. Chatting idly about this and that, Zhang Sun suddenly remembered something. Hua Ziyan, do you know him? Hua Ziyan? Cheng Jie stopped digging in the dirt, raising his eyebrows. A member of the Qinglan Guild. Why are you suddenly asking about him? I ran into him while mining today. I didn't recognize him, but he recognized me. Is it really okay? I thought you didn't want anyone to know your whereabouts right now. He said he wouldn't tell anyone. And you believe that? That's something you tell a child. I mined with him for a while, and he gave me everything he dug up. He seems like a good person. Zhang Sun packed the cleaned ore into burlap sacks, ready to have someone take them to the trading market tomorrow. That Hua Ziyan bears some resemblance to you. Cheng Jia was using an old toothbrush to clean dirt from the crevices, realizing Zhang Sun hadn't been wrong, this thing really was stress-relieving. About a year ago, his debut battle stunned everyone. Back then, all the major guilds were scrambling to sign him, but in the end, Qinglan secured him with a bronze contract. Oh, but during Qinglan's debut, he didn't perform very prominently. At that time, he was placed in the first team, and the deputy captain of the first team nearly lost an arm trying to save him. Oh, because of this incident, Hua Ziyan was disciplined and demoted to the second team. After that, it seemed like nothing went right for him. He made a few more blunders and ended up sliding down to the third team. I heard he hasn't played in a long time? Oh, Cheng Jie blabbered on for ages, only to receive 3 indifferent ahas from Zhang Sun on the other end, which made him furious. My mouth's gone dry from all this talking. and this is how you brush me off? Zheng Sun switched on his wristband's flashlight to examine the ore. I'm not really sure what's going on either. Can't seem to make conversation. Cheng Jia rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I'm telling you to be careful, this Hua Ziyan causes trouble every time he goes into battle. Qinglan's fans even call him Disaster Ziyan. Rumor has it their guild has already put him up for rent, but no one wants him. Other guilds think he's bad luck and don't want to bring misfortune upon themselves. What era is this? Have faith in science. Go tell that to the guild leaders. No one's renting Qinglan even at half price now. That cheap? It's not about the price. Yu Cheng Jia paused, sensing something. You're not plotting something shady again, are you? Listen, even if you're renting players, you should at least pick decent ones. Besides, don't you solo dungeons? If you need help with duo dungeons, I, young Master Chang, might reluctantly lower myself to join you. Cheng Jia's willingness to humble himself only earned a cold retort from Zhang Sun. You're too expensive, I can't afford it. It sounded like both a compliment and a jab at the same time, leaving Cheng Jia speechless for a long moment. Zhang Sun truly hadn't harbored any ulterior motives. His brief encounter with Hua Ziyan had merely been a passing moment, never intended to spark any future developments. But the next day, when he returned to that extremely remote mining area in the desert, he saw Hua Ziyan again. The sandstorm in the sandy area was fierce, forcing every player to wrap a gray cloth around their heads to cover their mouths and noses. Zhang Sun, dressed head to toe in full gear, spotted Hua Ziyan similarly decked out. The latter's eyes lit up as he strode briskly over. Hello, Master Zhang, we meet again. Chapter 27, that won't do. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time is somewhat hard to excuse. The material site Zhang Sun chose was extremely remote. Not wanting to encounter anyone, he had naturally put careful thought into selecting it. No normal person would come to such an out-of-the-way place to mine. Though puzzled in his heart, he said nothing, merely nodding as a form of greeting. Just like last time, there wasn't much interaction between them as each dug their own share. Material collection had a fixed duration, with 4 hours being the maximum. After finishing this round of mining, Zhang Sun slung the ores over his shoulder. When he turned around, a fully stuffed sack of ore was waiting behind him. Those were the ores dug by Hua Ziyan, accompanied by a note saying for Zhang Sun, yet the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Sun didn't stand on ceremony, taking 2 bags of ore back to Ming Sparrow. Did you find money? Cheng Jia happened to be back in their room fetching something during training when he ran into Zhang Sun. Noticing Zhang Sun's barely concealed excitement, he couldn't help but ask. I guess so, met some kind souls. Cheng Jia was baffled. For the next 3 days, it remained the same, the two encountering each other at the ore deposit, mining in silence, with Hua Ziyan leaving the ore for Zhang Sun. Before he knew it, Zhang Sun had accumulated a considerable sum from selling the ore. On the 4th day, at the mining area, Hua Ziyan stood at the bottom of the mine pit, holding a pickaxe, completely absorbed in mining. Don't you need to train? A voice sounded from above. Hua Ziyan looked up and saw Zhang Sun crouching on a small, flat section of the mine, his pickaxe hanging loosely in his hand as it traced random lines on the ground. Hua Ziyan hesitated for a moment. I've taken leave these past few days. Just resting. Oh. Hua Ziyan's excuse was flimsy, but Zhang Sun didn't press further. He slammed the pickaxe into the ground with force, gripped it with one hand, slid down from the height, and landed 5 steps away from Hua Ziyan before starting to chip away relentlessly. If you need my help with anything, just say it directly. After all, I've taken quite a lot of your ore. No, I don't actually need those ores. Hua Ziyan rubbed the back of his head. I just came here to relieve some stress. He didn't specify the source of his stress, but with Cheng Jia chattering in his ear daily these days, Zhang Sun had gathered some understanding of his situation. Alright, Zhang Sun tossed a golden ore into the hemp sack. My offer stands indefinitely. If you ever need help, just ask any time. The two miners maintained this silent understanding for a week, during which Zhang Sun was occasionally called out to sign documents. Xiao Jun handled affairs reliably, arranging all procedures so seamlessly that Zhang Sun barely needed to lift a finger. The online buzz recently shifted focus elsewhere. Which guild signed new members? Which guild cleared high-difficulty dungeons? While the arrival of the White Tower posed a threat to humanity's survival, it also brought tremendous opportunities. Amidst the external chaos, Zhang Sun continued his peaceful days alone in the mining zone. The only downside was that his good mining buddy Hua Ziyan hadn't shown up for 2 straight days, costing him half of his usual earnings. Zhang Sun couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about it. Xiao Jun called him in the afternoon, saying all the paperwork would be completed in another 2 or 3 days. Zhang Sun planned to mine for 2 more days before moving on to other investments, resuming the pace of his earlier days. The portal was designed like a tall chimney. Shortly after Zhang Sun climbed out of it, another one appeared about 10 meters away from him. It was Hua Ziyan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Hi, Xiao Hua. Zhang Sun took the initiative to greet him. Hua Ziyan seemed to be in poor spirits, appearing more troubled than before. Something must have happened. But upon hearing Zhang Sun's voice, he managed to force a smile. Long time no see. 2 days aren't really that long. Zhang Sun was delighted. Hua Ziyan's arrival meant double the mining rewards for him tonight. But Hua Ziyan remained preoccupied. Zhang Sun noticed, yet he didn't ask. Comforting others wasn't his forte. As long as the other person trusts enough, I'll speak my mind. The two of them dug in silence, moving in perfect unison as before. Amid the rhythmic tapping sounds, Hua Ziyan finally opened up. I might have to leave Qinglan. The guild was composed of the decision-making body, upper management, the management team, the battle teams, and ordinary players. Hua Ziyan had initially been recruited into a battle team, but without any outstanding performance, Qinglan didn't want to keep deadweight and gave him an ultimatum. Either voluntarily terminate the contract and remain as a regular player in the guild, or leave outright. My loan listing has been up for over a month with no team willing to take me. First, because almost all guilds are fully staffed during this period. Second, they believe renting me would be a waste of money with no real impact. Zhang Sun didn't respond, but Hua Ziyan continued anyway. He desperately needed to vent, even if the other person wasn't the best audience. Never thought it would end like this. Back then, Hua Ziyan was full of vigor and ambition when he first arrived at the Qinglan Guild, carrying grand aspirations and hopes. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, he was unable to utilize his talents, ultimately ending up in this state. To say there's no regret would be a lie. But what could be done? It wasn't as if he hadn't fought for it. The iron pickaxe struck the ore with a clanging sound. Zhang Sun spoke up. There's no other way then. We'll have to find another path. Such consolation was worse than none at all. Hua Ziyan felt uncomfortable hearing this, but when he saw Zhang Sun's calm profile, somehow those distracting thoughts briefly drifted away from him. I really envy you. That's normal, it means you have good taste. Hua Ziyan couldn't help but chuckle. Do you always talk to everyone like this? I mean, you're quite straightforward. Yeah, people who matter will care no matter how you say it, and those who don't won't care no matter how sweet you talk. That's how I speak, take it or leave it. Having been reborn, Zhang Sun refused to live a stifled life. He couldn't care less about others' opinions. That's nice, Hua Ziyan said wistfully. If only, never mind. It was 8 p.m., and after mining for an hour, Hua Ziyan's bracelet buzzed twice. Apparently the guild was contacting him. After glancing at the message, Hua Ziyan's cheerful mood for the evening was instantly shattered, his shoulders slumping. Zhang Sun, he said, having been corrected to use the name properly, I have to go. Oh, well, take care then. See you another time. Zhang Xian didn't even lift his head, focusing intently on digging out an especially deep ore chunk. By the time he finally extracted it and looked up, Hua Ziyan had already left. Xiaohua had forgotten to leave him any ore. This wouldn't do. Watching the smokestack portal begin to fade, Zhang Xian hauled his sack of minerals and scrambled through the entrance. Hua Ziyan had just stepped out of the teleportation chamber when members of the team cornered him. He had claimed illness to skip training, but his teammates reported this to the captain of the third team. Now, inexplicably, the matter had reached the first team. By the time Hua Ziyan returned to Qinglan, the couches in the teleportation room were lined with people. Captain Su Guan and Vice Captain Meng Yijia from the first team were there, along with the captain and vice captain of the third team. The moment the third team's captain spotted Hua Ziyan, rage erupted. He launched into a stern rebuke. Hua Ziyan, skipping practice without reason and sneaking out to have fun. You've utterly humiliated the entire third team. Chapter 28, Come out and play. The teleportation chamber wasn't equipped with incandescent lights, only a few dim wall lamps illuminating the space. It cast a gloomier pall over every face. Hua Ziyan's face was pale, his lips pressed tightly together as he silently endured the scolding from the third team captain. Normally you don't take training seriously, and now sneaking out to have fun? Claiming you're not feeling well, and then what? Playing doesn't make you tired? If it weren't for your teammates worrying something might happen to you alone and reporting it to me, I'd still be completely in the dark about your little escapade. The captain was so angry he started ranting incoherently, and the deputy captain of the third team chimed in, tearing Hua Ziyan apart and making him seem utterly worthless. Xiaohua, don't blame us for scolding you. Ever since you joined Qinglan, you've just been freeloading, you've never really contributed anything to the team. The first team's captain, Su Guan, and deputy captain, Meng Yijia, said nothing. Su Guan silently watched Hua Ziyan, while Meng Yijia still managed to keep a smile on his face. Xiao Lu, take it easy. Ziyan's young, this is the age to fool around. As long as he realizes his mistake and corrects it, that's what matters. Captain Lu from Team 3 quickly seized the opportunity to flatter. Yes, Deputy Captain Meng is absolutely right. Hua Ziyan, the deputy captain has spoken up for you, just admit your mistake and let's be done with it. Captain Lu wasn't a bad person. He was strict with Hua Ziyan on usual days, but when the latter claimed illness, he still granted leave. He didn't know what Hua Ziyan had gone through in Teams 1 and 2 previously, but based on his usual performance, the young man clearly had talent. No one knew why he'd fallen so low as to end up in Team 3. He openly and covertly protected Hua Ziyan, but this little Hua had low emotional intelligence and couldn't get along with his teammates. Today, he was reported by someone from his own team, accusing him of faking his illness to skip work and instead spending hours playing in the materials dungeon. Captain Lu lost his temper and cursed a few words, but somehow, Meng Yijia, the deputy leader of the first team who happened to be passing by, overheard him. Not only did Deputy Captain Meng hear it, but he also brought Captain Su Guan into the matter. Su Guan was a man who couldn't tolerate the slightest misconduct. With a rigid and stern personality, he criticized team members mercilessly and never hesitated to deal harshly with those who displayed a bad attitude. This time was bad, right in Captain Su's danger zone. Xiao Lu was frantic and furious, genuinely wanting to curse Hua Ziyan for being so disappointing. After this incident, he somewhat understood, Xiao Hu must have offended Meng Yijia back in the first team. No wonder he couldn't stay in either the first or second team and had slid down to the third. Originally, their third team was supposed to play the good cop, sternly criticizing him a bit, and Hua Ziyan would dutifully admit his mistakes. Maybe, just maybe, the matter could have been brushed aside. But the usually obedient Xiao Hu, as if brainwashed by someone, actually resisted. "I'm not wrong," Hua Ziyan spoke up for himself for the first time, his voice still trembling slightly. "I did go to the hospital, and I've already submitted the medical certificate to the captain. Evening hours are private time, how I spend them shouldn't violate team regulations as long as..." "How dare you talk back?" Captain Lu was furious enough to feel his brains boiling, itching to slap some sense into this stubborn subordinate who wouldn't take the escape route offered. "That's enough, Lu," Meng Yijia cut in mercilessly after thoroughly enjoying third team's dramatic performance. "Hua's got a point. The team's authority only extends so far. As long as our players aren't out street racing, drinking, or doing anything dangerous, we've no business interfering." Then, he looked at the ramrod straight Hua Ziyan and smiled. "Besides, Xiao Hua will soon have new opportunities. We shouldn't bring him bad luck. At the moment of parting, if you still insist on scolding him, be careful he settles scores with you when he becomes successful." Meng Yijia's casually thrown words deliberately poked at Hua Ziyan's sore spots, making him involuntarily clench his fists. He knew perfectly well how he had been driven out of Team 1. This happened a year ago, when rookie Hua Ziyan made his debut. The top brass of Qinglan had high hopes for him and assigned him to join the first team to tackle an S-level instance called 7th Hospital. The difficulty of this instance wasn't low, but the Qinglan first team consisted of elites and had made thorough preparations. For an S-level instance, they could basically guarantee a no-casualty run. At the time, Deputy Team Leader Meng volunteered to guide the rookie through the map. Meng Yijia had only recently been promoted to Deputy Leader, and Su Guan thought he wanted to prove himself to secure his position, so he assigned him the task of mentoring Hua Ziyan. The two entered the operating room before the Raven camera was destroyed by monsters. That segment of footage was lost, and viewers in the livestream saw nothing but darkness. Soon after, the surveillance footage in the hallway showed Hua Ziyan escaping alone, while Meng Yijia's screams echoed from the operating room. The vice-captain was injured, so Su Guan forcibly halted the instance using a rest note. There are several ways to interrupt a dungeon instance. Either the players are completely wiped out resulting in automatic failure, or they find a bug within the dungeon, or they use a pause symbol. Just like when Zhang Sun repeatedly cleared the Huayin dungeon by jumping off buildings last time, it wasn't because jumping wouldn't kill him, but because he had discovered a bug here during simulation. Of course, this bug remained undiscovered for so long because no sane person would jump off a building without using a skill card. Death in the game would directly lead to death in reality. Rest is also one of the powerful skill cards. It can halt an ongoing dungeon and eject all players. However, the power of skill cards comes with a price. After Su Guan used rest to rescue everyone, each team member seemed drained of energy and remained unconscious for days before waking up. Meng Yijia was the most severely injured. He nearly bled to death. This is already a fortunate situation. If it were worse, lives could have been lost. A team had exerted tremendous effort to narrowly escape from the dungeon, and everyone, including the viewers, believed it was Hua Ziyan who abandoned the deputy leader and fled alone, resulting in Meng Yijia suffering severe injuries. Such betrayal of a teammate is extremely serious, but Qinglan, considering he was a newcomer with much to learn, decided to move him to the second team to teach him gradually. It's said that Hua Ziyan tried to defend himself, but that's merely hearsay. The facts were laid bare, leaving no room for argument. Only the parties involved know the truth. Now the two parties stand face to face, locked in confrontation, with the gulf between their statuses now irreparable. Meng Yijia appears in the posture of a victor, while Hua Ziyan, the one who was once the guild's great hope, favored by the higher-ups, and even considered a potential vice-captain candidate for the first team last year, is about to be driven out of Qinglan Guild. Had it been anyone else, leaving a major guild might still have secured them a spot in one of the smaller guilds ranked 30 or 40. But Hua Ziyan couldn't be branded with the infamy of a petty man, having contributed nothing to the team. He was unceremoniously thrown out by Qinglan, the breakup anything but dignified. Any other guild unwilling to offend Qinglan wouldn't sign him. What does talent matter when you end up unwanted by anyone? Faced with Meng Yijia's snide remarks, Hua Ziyan had no strength to fight back. He was never good at defending himself. Had he been, he would have proven his innocence long ago. How could it have come to this? The transfer chamber fell silent, save for the sound of Hua Ziyan's slightly labored breathing. Su Guan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Who went to the materials archive with you? Hua Ziyan looked up, visibly surprised, unsure how Su Guan had guessed. You've been mining at the materials archive for over a week, yet only today did you bring back ores. The sand zone environment is harsh, you wouldn't go there just for leisure. Who did you give your ores to? Mangjia didn't understand why Su Guan cared about this. They checked all transit logs, only Hua Ziyan's entries appeared. He's not from our team, so let's not pursue it. Su Guan shook his head, persistent. Tell us. It's Zhang Sun. Hua Ziyan hesitated before uttering that name. Zhang Sun. The name dropped like a bomb in everyone's hearts. Anyone involved with the White Tower game would instantly recognize that name. Su Guan seemed startled that a member of his own team could be connected to Zhang Sun, momentarily frozen in place. Zhang Sun. Just mentioning that name made Meng Yijia grit his teeth. Another so-called genius. Getting involved with someone who disregards rules and discipline. No wonder you're becoming more and more. Talking about me? A voice that shouldn't have been here sounded. Several people turned toward the source of the sound in unison. A head emerged from the chimney-shaped portal, its owner extending an arm to hook onto the outer wall, supporting their entire body. Narrowing his eyes, he swept his gaze across the room before finally settling on Hua Ziyan, who stood isolated and vulnerable. He waved his hand excitedly. Little Hua, why are you standing there dumbfounded? Come out and play. Chapter 29, Bring on your nastiest tricks. Zhang Sun hung limply like a salted fish, completely ignoring everyone else's expressions as he continued beckoning to Hua Ziyan. After all, he was notoriously bad at reading people's moods. Not that he needed to. His brazen appearance came with such self-righteous confidence that for a moment, no one even thought to question why he had come to Qinglan. It was Meng Yijia who snapped out of it first. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? Me, Xiaohua and I were halfway through mining when he suddenly left without a word. I wasn't happy about it, so I came to see what he was up to. Hooking one hand on the edge of the teleportation portal, he bent down and scooped something up before tossing it out with a thud. It was a bag of ore. Waiting for his treasures to emerge first, Zhang Xian supported himself on the ledge with both hands before flipping over. As an uninvited guest, Zhang Xian carried himself more at ease than anyone else present. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he guarded his bag of ores while conversing with the others. Seems you folks aren't busy with anything important. I thought you'd been called back for training. We are indeed discussing training matters with Ziyan. This is Qinglan's internal affair, Mr. Zhang. If you wish to visit, kindly make an appointment. Meng Yijia spoke with lofty rhetoric, but this approach had no effect on Zhang Sun. If this tactic worked, Xiao Jun would have already brought Zhang Sun to heel long ago. It's late at night, couldn't this wait until daylight? You're imposing on people's private time. This is a serious matter, Mr. Zhang. Please don't interfere. Then you speak, I'll just listen in. Zhang Sun folded his arms and stubbornly refused to leave, determined to hear everything. Meng Yijia was at a loss for words, momentarily unsure how to respond. Team 3's Captain Lu and Deputy Captain exchanged glances, uncertain how to address the suddenly appeared Mr. Zhang, especially given his disheveled miner's appearance. Su Guan waved his hand, signaling them to leave first. The two hastily closed the door behind them as they fled. Only 4 people remained in the room. Meng Yijia seemed to regain his composure slightly. This Zhang Sun was truly frightening, one careless moment and he'd lead you astray. Mr. Zhang, he said, Ziyan is still officially part of our Qinglan Guild and must abide by the association's rules. His excuses for skipping training severely disrupt discipline, this cannot be tolerated. Zhang Sun had only caught fragments of their earlier conversation, but his mind worked quickly. It was clear to him that Hua Ziyan faced systemic oppression within Qinglan. Combined with this gaunt man's conspicuously peculiar manner of speaking, identifying the source of that oppression wasn't difficult. I can't interfere with your guild affairs. Zhang Sun wouldn't let himself be led into a trap. I'm here for Xiaohua. Like I said, you can scold him first, then I'll take him out to play. Why must it be Hua Ziyan? Su Guan, who'd been quiet from the start, finally spoke up. Zhang Sun didn't know him, but judging by his aura, he could tell this man held higher status than the other two. It's not absolutely necessary to have Xiaohua. I'm going mining, and Xiaohua helps me out. If you're willing, you're welcome to join us too. He was being remarkably generous. Meng Yijia simply couldn't comprehend Zhang Sun's logic. Captain Su and I are the captain and vice captain of Qinglan. You want us to go mining in the Sand District mines? What's wrong with that? Aren't mines dug by people? Why can't we go? You! Su Guan made a gesture, signaling Meng Yijia to quiet down. Zhang Sun, I know you. You made a grand announcement at the press conference about starting a guild, but it seems you lack the financial resources to sustain it. You've been quiet these days, probably holed up at Mingke. You have nowhere else to go. Mingke owes you a huge favor, so they're handling all the bureaucratic procedures for your guild startup. And the reason you haven't gone dungeon diving for over a week, opting to mine instead, is because you're short on money. Sugwon truly lived up to his reputation as Qinglan's ace. His ruthless leadership in managing the team was matched only by his razor-sharp mind, a shrewd man indeed. Nearly 90% of Zhang Sun's recent actions had been accurately deduced by him. You approached Huazian first because you're short on people and wanted to rent him cheap. Huazian was just about to explain that it was he who happened to meet Zhang Sun, and he who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. But Zhang Sun quietly pressed his right hand downward at his side, signaling Huazian not to explain. I do need Xiao Hua. He's good-natured, doesn't steal credit, unlike some people who enjoy climbing up by stepping on decent folks. At this point, he deliberately shot a glance at Mengijia. With Sugwon present, Mengijia dared not argue, afraid of being seen through by the former. Qinglan just went and exposed people. Perfect timing. I've saved up enough money. Zhang Sun lifted his chin. I want to rent Huazian. I refuse. As Sugwon's words came out, Zhang Sun's brows furrowed tightly. Sir, my surname is Su. Mr. Su, this is the modern era, we should honor contractual agreements. When it comes to loaning out team players, the captain has the final say. I refuse. Let me remind you, this is going back on your word. It was just a verbal discussion between the two of us and doesn't have legal effect. Zhang Sun immediately felt troubled. He never expected the Qinglan guild members to be so shameless, clearly willing to abandon Huazian, yet when someone came to rent him, they actually started putting on airs. What kind of nonsense is this? Well, there's nothing we can do then. Xiaohua, you'll have to wait a bit longer. Zhang Sun didn't linger on the matter. He was a novice when it came to messy clauses about player loans. This required a professional's expertise. I'll give you a heads up, Sugwon spoke up as Zhang Sun was about to slip back through the portal with his sack of treasures slung over his shoulder. Even if you find Xiao Jun, it won't do you any good. Zhang Sun ignored him, not even turning his head, pretending he hadn't heard. He left with an air of haughtiness, but the moment he returned to Mingke, he scrambled frantically to track down Xiao Jun. Su Herong told him Xiao Jun was away on business and to call him if anything came up. Now Zhang Sun was in the room talking on the phone with Vice President Xiao, a very busy man, and Shang Jia was also present. It's tricky, Xiao Jun said. There was some noise at first, but then he moved to a quieter place. When it comes to loaning players, aside from the players' own willingness, the team coaches, captains, and the guild executives all want to say. Huazian's name has already been made public, meaning the executives at least agree. Qinglan is a bit special, their first team captain has a lot of authority. Now that Sugwon isn't letting him go, no other guild has the right to interfere. Cheng Jia snidely commented from the side. That's bad news. Sugwon is notoriously stubborn. 10 donkeys couldn't drag him back once he's made up his mind. It's nearly impossible to change what he's decided. Zhang Sun shot him a glare, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. Actually, there might be a way. Xiao Jun sounded oddly cheerful over the phone. If you're willing to join Mingke and give up on starting your own guild, I could personally step in and settle this little issue for you. No thanks, Zhang Sun replied listlessly. Working myself to death for Mink's benefit? I'd be losing out big time. Hey, did we at Mingke ever shortchange you on food or drink? Cheng Jia rolled up his sleeves. We even set up a guild for you. Don't push your luck. I'm a bit curious, Xiao Jun asked. Why are you so fixated on Huazian? There are other players of similar caliber. Zhang Sun's reasoning was straightforward, without any attempt to conceal the true reasons. Because it's cheap. Alright, Xiao Jun couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Sun's reasoning was utterly typical of him. The logic tells me I should persuade you to give up as soon as possible. Qinglan's attitude is a bit too bullying. This is a clear-cut, mutually agreed transaction. Why shouldn't anyone be allowed to rent a player who's openly listed? Exactly. Zhang Sun nodded repeatedly. It's not appropriate for Mingke to interfere in this matter. As the deputy leader, of course I have to protect the guild's interests. That was just how Xiao Jun spoke, slapping a grand label on things first, before getting to the actual point he wanted to make. However, you personally share a deep friendship with Shueji and me. As a friend, I can't just stand by with my hands in my pockets while you panic. Zhang Sun was indeed getting desperate. Cut the crap, Xiaoji. Only when begging for help would he address him as Ji. Just unleash whatever dirty tricks you've got. Dirty tricks would be an overstatement. Let's just call it a little gift between friends. Xiao Jun's end transmitted the sound of keyboard clacking. I've sent it to your wristband email, remember to check. The call abruptly disconnected, likely because someone interrupted Xiao Jun's side, making it inconvenient to continue. Zhang Sun illuminated his wristband screen, and sure enough, there was a new message. He projected the file from his email onto the wall. It was a simple map showing several scattered copies, apparently in different districts. These copies seemed unrelated at first glance, with their only common feature being the Celadon blue Qinglan emblem marked on each. What is this? Zhang Sun asked, puzzled. Cheng Jie squinted at it, then suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Holy shit, isn't that the Qinglan Guild's emblem? Brother Xiao is seriously playing favorites. Zhang Sun was still completely clueless, while Cheng Jie, always one to revel in others' drama, was even more worked up than the person actually involved. He jabbed his finger aggressively at one of the dungeon markers. Old Zhang, no need to hold back, take turns robbing it. Rob the damn thing. Chapter 30, easy to learn good, quick to pick up bad. The number of White Tower dungeon copies is indeterminate, and no one has been able to calculate an accurate count to this day. Once cleared, the dungeon will close and vanish, but if not cleared, it can be reopened infinitely. A new batch of dungeons refreshes periodically, with varying levels of difficulty. Major guilds must farm dungeons to accumulate points, acquire advanced weapons and subordinates, and climb the leaderboard rankings. For well-established guilds, randomly initiating a dungeon is a rare occurrence. Typically, they gather extensive relevant information, perform computational simulations, and conduct comprehensive assessments before ultimately selecting the most suitable dungeon to enter, thereby increasing their success rate. Dungeons chosen by major guilds are usually marked on site. These dungeons are open to all players and aren't exclusively claimed by any particular guild. However, when players notice markings left by top-tier guilds, especially those ranked within the top 20, they tend to think twice before entering. Such dungeons often pose considerable difficulty. Those without sufficient skill levels entering would merely contribute another reference case for the major guild's technical teams, with no guarantee they'd even make it out alive. The markings are placed in spots that are noticeable but not overly conspicuous on site, completely invisible on online maps. Major guilds refrain from openly claiming territory in such a blatant manner. However, among the top 20 major guilds, there exists a special map displaying the emblems tagged by each guild. Once marked, other guilds tacitly understand not to encroach on another's territory. No one wants to offend anyone. Unless there is a deep-rooted conflict, like that between Wanchur and Jiuding, they would never plunder each other's marked copies. This was originally intended for the guild leaders and vice leaders. Now, Xiao Jun specifically extracts Qinglan's segment to send to Zhang Sun. His intentions are glaringly obvious. Marked copies usually have good stuff. Sure, people die easily, but with your crazy playstyle, old Zhang, there's no way you'd have a problem, Cheng Jie said with unusual excitement. Just watching makes me hungry for it. Zhang Sun finally managed to make sense of Cheng Jie's incoherent explanation, and his eyes lit up as well. Come with me then. No, I can't, Cheng Jie tugged at his thick hair desperately, his expression tormented. Brother Xiao is reasonable about most things, but he's absolutely forbidden our team members from snatching other guilds' marked dungeons. He says it undermines the rules. If I dare try, he'd skin me alive and hang my hide at the guild's entrance. Thinking of Xiao Jun's smiling face and listening to Cheng Jie's account, Zhang Sun couldn't help but shudder. Deputy Chief Xiao was absolutely capable of doing such things. Yet snatching the marked book wasn't just about visible rewards, it brought psychological satisfaction too. These guilds all had varying degrees of friction with each other. Who wouldn't want to ruthlessly fleece their old rivals? Old Zhang, Cheng Jie suddenly fixed Zhang Sun with an intense gaze, looking at him like he was the village's last hope. You've got to completely loot Qinglan this time, or I'll lose all respect for you. Don't worry, said Zhang Sun, having fully grasped what he needed to do after all. It's hard to learn to be good but easy to slip into bad habits. I definitely won't let the guild down. The two villains huddled around the map, eagerly discussing which dungeon to raid first. Back in Qinglan, Zhang Sun left the unsuccessful negotiation, much to Meng Yijia's delight. Even his scolding remarks toward Hua Ziyan became noticeably briefer. Su Guan didn't mince words, nor did he intend to exchange pleasantries with Hua Ziyan. After all, the man was merely a bargaining chip to suppress Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun must not be allowed to gain prominence. Su Guan bore no personal grudge against Zhang Sun, nor did he like mixing private feelings with official matters. It was just that his extensive experience had sharpened his instincts. Zhang Sun was trouble. If given an inch here, the man would take a mile and never leave. Ming Ke was the glaring precedent. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. For prestigious families like Qinglan, maintaining their status requires meticulous deliberation and avoiding mistakes at all costs. Zhang Sun, who has stirred up constant turmoil since his debut, is clearly an unpredictable element. The farther away, the better. With everyone harboring their own thoughts, Hua Ziyan, caught in the eye of the storm, emerged as the night's most tragic figure. He was scolded non-stop for over an hour by the guild's captain and vice-captain, and by the time he returned, it was already past 11 p.m. His roommate, the one who had reported him, turned over impatiently at the sound of him opening the door, muttering a couple of harsh curses. Hua Ziyan had grown numb to such treatment. Without turning on the lights, he washed up in the dark and lay down on his narrow single bed, scrolling through messages. Perhaps Zhang Sun's offer to rent him was just a fleeting whim. Captain Su's rejection came as a surprise, but it wouldn't change anything. He was destined to be abandoned by everyone in the end. He took off his player wristband, placed it by the bedside, and prepared to clear his phone notifications before sleeping. There were only 3 new messages, all from the same person. Brother, is your training going well? Got 100 on today's test. Show big brother. Image. Her sister's neat and tidy handwriting covered the exam paper, and Huazian finally showed a genuine smile. Great. I'll take you out this weekend. To unwind. Soon, another message popped up. No worries, focus on your work. The guild must be keeping you busy. I'll take good care of myself. Brother, you should look after your health too. His younger sister was so sensible that Huazian seldom needed to worry about her. But precisely because of this, he found it even harder to broach the subject with her. He was about to leave Qinglan soon. Huazian typed words into the dialog box, then deleted them, repeating the process several times. Just as he was about to give up in frustration, his phone suddenly vibrated, alerting him to a new message. His fingers tapped the screen, exiting the current chat page. When he saw who had sent the message, Huazian bolted upright from his bed. It's Dr. Zhang. Hello there, Xiaohua. I'm Zhang Sun. Sorry to bother you so late at night. The ellipsis on the screen indicated the other party was typing, and Huazian waited slightly nervously, his palms sweating. Can you send me Qinglan Team 1's internal training plan? Huazian was stunned, unsure what Zhang Sun could possibly need it for. Internal plans were confidential, team members weren't allowed to leak them. Huazian didn't know how to refuse someone, but he had no choice. He braced himself and began typing. Before he could send it, another message came through. Xiaohua, that wasn't me just now, some idiot with a compulsive hand. Don't take it to heart. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Sun brandished a pillow and delivered a fatal blow to Cheng Jia's head. Don't screw this up. Cheng Jia pretended nothing had happened, flipping open the book by his bedside and reading it upside down. 3 minutes later, Huazian finally received Zhang Sun's next message. I'm contacting you so late to give you a heads up. For the next week, you'll probably be dealing with a lot of mudslinging and insults. Hold on, it's fine. This time, Huazian really sent back a question mark. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zhang Sun, suddenly saying these vague and disconnected things. What did he mean by getting scolded? Because Zhang Sun's strangely worded messages had been bothering him all night, Huazian couldn't sleep well. When he got up with dark circles under his eyes, Qinglan was already in an uproar. He heard his roommate cursing loudly. Zhang Sun, that bastard, fucking raided our base. Chapter 31, Don't Be Absurd. Zhang Sun started his live stream at 5 a.m. Currently, he's outside White Tower number 3 in Sector 179, one of the marked dungeons belonging to the Qinglan Guild. The camera wobbled twice before Zhang Sun's face appeared in the center of the streaming screen. Hey, can you guys hear me? Zhang God. Holy shit, is that second hammer? You bastard, finally decided to show up. Where the hell have you been these days? Almost didn't recognize who you were. I thought you'd accidentally died in some dungeon. Didn't you say you started your own guild? Why are you still soloing? Can't afford to recruit people? Misham, I know you all missed me so much. The barrage comments were a mixed bag, with plenty of disguised haters. Fame brings controversy. Zhang Sun now has no shortage of fans, but there are also many who dislike him. Zhang Sun paid no mind, treating them all as friendly greetings. Today we'll clear a dungeon, nothing too difficult, just something for everyone to enjoy. It must be said that Zhang Sun was currently the White Tower's hottest player, effortlessly drawing crowds. Just like last time, he started his dungeon run in the dead of night and ungodly hour, but within mere minutes, hundreds of thousands had flooded into the livestream. LOL, Akui said let's not make it harder. For newcomers in the stream, here's a fact. This guy in front of you has only cleared 2 instances since debut, both at 3S rank. The key point is he looks relatively normal besides being mentally unstable. Urchui's probably only got normal going for him, his mental state is downright concerning. You should be hospitalized immediately for treatment. I wonder what difficulty level today's instance is. Honestly, considering Urchui's luck among players, he's really unlucky. Why does he always get stuck with 3S instances? But that Mingke incident shouldn't count, it was practically an open book exam. Here we go, Erchui is about to drop the bomb. Wait a minute, is that a logo at the entrance? Unlike previous instances where he'd rush straight into the dungeon, Zhang Sun deliberately lingered at the entrance this time. Casual viewers simply assumed he'd been cooped up for too long and had a lot to say, but sharp-eyed folks spotted something remarkable. That's Qinglan's emblem, isn't it? Holy shit, it's a signature edition notebook. What's a signature edition notebook? It's just that the top 20 guilds have done their reconnaissance and are preparing to tackle this dungeon soon. Regular players should steer clear of this one, too easy to lose everything. I remember other guilds giving marked dungeons a wide berth too, no one wants to step on anyone's toes. Ha, then does God Zhang not know about this? Double hammer, check the live chat. I'm dying of suspense here. Run, hammer. The Azure Mist Guild is too powerful, our newly established Ragtag Guild can't afford to provoke them. The barrage of comments showed mounting anxiety, yet Zhang Sun himself remained utterly oblivious. He wasn't paying attention to the livestream. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, thoroughly examining the tower's exterior before finally noticing the palm-sized Celadon Guild emblem. What's this? He even tried rubbing it with his fingers, but failed to wipe it off. Looks like children's scribbles. With that, he stood up and forcefully pushed open the door of the White Tower. Shit, Erchue, use your damn brain. Erchue's IQ is offline again. Who the hell lets their kid play near the White Tower? Yo, anyone nearby offline to give him a heads up? Messing with a major guild isn't a joke, you know. The White Tower treats everyone equally, but there are unwritten rules between guilds and players. Once you offend a top-ranked guild, the consequences are unimaginable. Major guilds will add offenders to their blacklists, and naturally, other guilds won't accept them either. Moreover, players managed by these guilds won't team up with blacklisted individuals for dungeon runs. Zhang Sun is a lone wolf who prefers solo runs, but not everyone has the skill to go it alone. Many White Tower dungeons don't restrict party sizes, but an ideal team consists of 4 to 7 members. Experts have calculated that the survival rate in parties is significantly higher than going solo. If you're ostracized by the major guilds, then truly, in the worldview of White Tower, you'd have no means of survival. The barrage chat was worried about Zhang Sun, yet he pretended not to see it. What are you all talking about? The messages are scrolling too fast for me to read. Never mind, I'm entering the dungeon. Wait, at least scroll up and take a look. Oh no. I can already picture Erchue getting a bounty placed on him by Qinglan. Aren't Qinglan's people going to show themselves? From now on, don't say Erchue is intact, he's clearly blind. Of course, Zhang Sun wasn't actually blind, ignorant or lacking common sense to deliberately charge into a marked notebook. Those folks from Qinglan, at the very least the ones at the teleportation room last night, knew exactly what was happening. He did it on purpose. Early in the morning, the squad member on marker duty woke everyone up, saying a player was about to trigger an instance. Usually, this meant rival guilds were provoking a fight. The guild's combat team had to rally quickly and head to the White Tower to defend the instance, and worst-case scenario, it could even escalate to real-life brawls. All 3 teams from Qinglan were ready to go, but when they fastened their pants and straightened their clothes, they saw just one lonely figure outside the marked area. Zhang Sun. The surveillance room was buzzing with activity, packed with people inside and out. All the core members of Qinglan were present. Meng Yijia clenched his teeth as he stared at the lone figure on the screen. Su Guan watched in silence. As the camera zoomed in, whether Zhang Sun had noticed or it was mere coincidence, he curled his lips at Qinglan's team members on the other side of the lens. One hot-tempered team member couldn't hold back. Captain, this is provocation. Yeah, Captain, one guy actually dared to mess with our Qinglan's marked loot. Even if it were another guild picking a fight, they'd at least bring a dozen people. The dozen were divided like this: 5 went into the dungeon to brawl, while the rest fought outside. The team members were young and hot-headed. As an elite guild, Qinglan gave them both confidence and excessive arrogance. What kind of behavior is this from Zhang Sun? Removing markers is essentially home theft, while live streaming is just building hype. It's like a thief beating gongs and drums at the doorstep of your vault, preparing to blast the door open with cannons. No one could possibly tolerate this. Now it's not just ordinary viewers in the live streaming room, other guilds are also watching the show. The top 20 guilds have a large group chat where guild leaders and key members gather. Normally, aside from a few chatty individuals who love spamming messages, most members just lurk silently. At 5:30 in the morning, these night owls finally made their move. Sen Miao, Li Shaoan, image. Sen Miao Li Shaoan, I passed by during my morning run. Is this Qinglan's notebook? Why did the gate open by itself? The others in the group are enjoying the live stream drama, just needing someone to take the lead. Well, the innocent team leader of Sen Miao tossed out a bombshell, bringing everyone else into the open. By Shi Wanghe, not opened by itself, it's been pried open. Live stream link. Shangbei Du Wenshu, who's the blind fool daring to mess with the marked copy? Jiuding Yeshua Shan, it's Zhang Sun, the newcomer who's been making waves lately. Wanshur He Yuxing, Zhang Sun? Wasn't he missing for days? Where's Ming Ke? Speak up, at Ming Changjia. Ming Changjia? Songbird, Changjia, what do you want me for? Eternity, He Yuxing, what do you mean, what do you want? The Zhang Sun from your guild just entered a dungeon. Songbird, Changjia, first of all, Zhang Sun isn't part of our guild. Songbird, Changjia, second, he entered a dungeon? Let me go check. Changjia entered Zhang Sun's livestream and promptly gifted a yacht. Wanshur, He Yuxing? Wanshur, He Yuxing, bro, don't be ridiculous, open your eyes and see whose dungeon Zhang Sun is running. Lying on his bed with legs crossed, Changjia chuckled gleefully. Fingers rapidly typed out the text. Crimson Sparrow, Changjia, oops, my bad, totally misread that. Crimson Sparrow, Changjia, that's Qinglan's marked book, He Yuxing from Wanshur, why are you in such a hurry? I'll call them myself. Crimson Sparrow, Changjia at Qinglan, Su Guan at Qinglan, Meng Yijia. Chapter 32 Turning Up the Heat. Chang Jia was an expert at stirring the pot. To make sure his comments wouldn't go unnoticed, he specifically tagged both the captain and vice-captain of Qinglan's team. Half a minute passed without a response from either of them, which finally gave others the courage to chime in one after another. A knock sounded at the door. After Chang Jia called out "come in," the door creaked open to reveal a small head peeking inside. It was Tao Xuecheng. "Chang, are you up? Brother Xiao asked me to show you the revised training schedule for Team 2. I've finished adjusting it." "Alright, let me take a look." The two stepped out and sat down on the hallway couch. Chang Jia asked Tao Xuecheng if she'd watched Zhang Sun's livestream. Look. Tao Xuecheng got up early just in time to see it. "Is this Qinglan's marked notebook open? Should we mention it to Brother Zhang?" Chang Jia flipped through the training schedule with a mysterious tone. "Brother Zhang knows what he's doing." "Ha!" Tao Xuecheng, being exceptionally sharp, immediately sensed there was something fishy going on. It must be Zhang Sun and Chang Jia conspiring to play dirty tricks. Then, will Qinglan target Brother Zhang? Chang Jia curled his lip in a disdainful smirk. "That troublemaker Zhang Sun, we should thank our lucky stars if he's not targeting others first. Especially since he's deliberately targeting us now. Don't worry, Qinglan won't make any moves this time. No blame for those who don't know, as they say." On Qinglan Guild's side, the dissatisfaction among team members grew louder. Just waiting for Su Guan's order, they'd immediately storm into District 179. Yet Su Guan acted contrary to their expectations. Everyone quiet. Captain Su commanded high prestige within both the squadron and guild. His firm reprimand, though not particularly loud, instantly silenced everyone. Nobody make any sudden moves. Chang Jia was right even when provoked to their limits by Zhang Sun. Qinglan didn't dare act recklessly. Mark ban is not something that can be openly discussed, it's an unspoken rule between guilds and players, but that doesn't make it justified. No one, no guild, can treat a dungeon as their private property. Even if someone told Zhang Sun that it was Qinglan's workbook, he would still have his excuses ready. Who says Qinglan's people must be the ones to open this book? If it were between guilds, it would be easier to handle. But with Zhang Sun going solo, Qinglan sending 20 more people to reason with him clearly looks like bullying. Elite guilds can't just focus on winning, their reputation is also at stake. If fan support drops and player perception sours, it would severely impact the guild's operations. When that happens, the higher-ups will come demanding answers. Su Guan considered the bigger picture, but the team members couldn't swallow their anger. "Captain, should we really tolerate him running wild on our turf?" "Yeah, Captain, this makes our guild look so pathetic." "Right, exactly right." The team members started murmuring among themselves again, and Mengijia took a deep breath. "Calm down. Zhang Sun is streaming live right now, just waiting for you to lose your temper and rush out to confront him. His live stream has nearly 1 million viewers. Do you really want those million people to tear our guild apart online?" After the deputy captain's explanation, the team members finally understood and fell silent. "That Zhang Sun is so sneaky," someone muttered under their breath. Hua Zian stood at the outermost edge of the crowd. Apart from the captain and vice-captain, he was the one who understood best why Zhang Sun had acted this way. No wonder the god Zhang had warned him to prepare for criticism. Regardless of whether Zhang Sun had acted this way for the sake of leasing personnel or simply to cause Su Guan some trouble, Hua Zian found a shred of comfort in it. But, can he really come out unscathed? By now, Zhang Sun had already entered the first floor of the White Tower, preparing to dive into the dungeon. Many top players enjoyed interacting with fans in their livestream chats before dungeon runs, but Zhang Sun wasn't one of them. If he hadn't wanted to provoke Qinglan's people earlier, he wouldn't have bothered speaking a single word. Now that his goal was accomplished, Zhang Sun sealed his lips, becoming stingy with his words. Today's dungeon run was something he had already simulated in advance. After settling things with Chang Jia, it was already past 1 in the morning. Zheng Xian seized every minute to sleep, entering the dungeon in his dreams and simulating it dozens of times. This dungeon is S rank. The puzzle-solving part is pretty tricky and quite draining. By the time he got to the last combination lock, Zheng Sun was utterly fed up. He threw the wooden box to the ground in self-abandonment, the inflatable hammer in his hand striking down in frustrated fury. Click! The lock opened. Zhang Sun, sitting on the ground. Is this really possible? It was like opening the door to a whole new world. Zhang Sun's mind suddenly lit up with possibilities. After practicing 4 or 5 more times until everything was perfectly mastered, he finally stepped out. Just as Zhang Sun placed his hand on the enter button, his wristband vibrated twice, alerting him to an incoming message. He switched the live stream screen to the messages interface. It was from Chang Jia. Lao Zhang, Qinglan's people are all watching your stream. Don't just focus on beating the boss, throw in some taunts too and show them what you're made of. Zhang Sun thought it made sense since they were already here. The pressing of the button was decisive, as the surrounding virtual cubes emitting a faint glow began to rise. Zhang Sun's consciousness plunged abruptly, and the scene shifted instantly. This was a colossal labyrinth named Alice's Horror Corridor. It resembled a series of elongated art galleries, with abstract paintings hung at intervals along both walls. The colors in each of these abstract paintings are extraordinarily bold and intense, depicting twisted human figures, deformed animals, along with mysterious patterns and words scrawled in blood. A casual glance might provoke discomfort, but prolonged staring creates the uncanny sensation of being drawn into the painting's world by some peculiar enchantment. As the instance began, the livestream audience could clearly see the scene before them. What is this? An art exhibition? This must be the maze. See how there are 3 paths to choose from at the entrance. What on earth is that supposed to be? Some kind of art piece? It looks absolutely vile. How are we supposed to choose between 3 paths? Is only one of them the correct way? Where's the NPC? Let's determine the difficulty of the dungeon first. Jang Sun walked to the right, where there was a long table covered with blue velvet cloth. Lifting it revealed a randomization machine. Welcome, welcome. This time, Jang Sun couldn't be bothered to unplug the wires, letting the machine beep and blare until it finished. The eerie, sharp synthesized voice drifted through the empty corridor, creating echoes that made the surroundings seem even more desolate and chilling. The lottery machine slowly came to a halt, and an orange ball rolled out from the exit. The letter S was marked on it. Just one? Just one. Only S rank? Not seeing 3 balls roll out really feels kind of unsettling. Don't let Jang Sun lead everyone astray. S-rank dungeons aren't something just anyone can sleepwalk through. Exactly, didn't Zone 685 open an S-rank instance yesterday where only 2 survivors made it out? The guild admin should ban new players from watching Two Hammers dungeon runs, they're all getting misled. No kidding, I saw a newbie on the forum asking if they could open S3 dungeons after clearing twice. Do they think they're 3 Hammer or something? What the hell is 3 Hammer anyway, ha 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 ha. Qinglan's marked dungeon must have some tricks, right? Even though it's S difficulty, can 2 Hammer really brute force it like that? I don't think so. There are 3 branching paths at the entrance, looks like a 3-player dungeon. The barrage of viewer comments was boiling with discussion, just as Jang Sun finished charging up. Ahem, he said, grabbing a passing Raven drone camera and holding it in his hand. Today's dungeon is S rank. As you can see, the difficulty isn't low. The Qinglan guild members were also watching Jang Sun's livestream, closely observing his every move. You know it's not easy, yet you're still dawdling, a teammate mocked. Even if our elite first team members took on this dungeon, it'd take at least 3 hours. As soon as these words left the teammate's mouth, Jang Sun's voice came through the loudspeaker. We agreed not to push too hard this time. Let's make it 30 minutes, tops. Chapter 33, sometimes you've got to switch up your approach. 30 minutes. Jang Sun made the announcement, and whether on forums or live streams, it caused an uproar. Half an hour? How is that even possible? Didn't Jang Sun clear an A rank last time by compressing the time to under 13 minutes? But that's an A rank instance. Anything with an S in it automatically doubles, no, triples in difficulty. That's a fair assessment. Currently, White Tower instances max out at SSS rank, but the gap between different SSS instances can be pretty significant. Some are rated SSS simply because that's the highest possible designation, their actual difficulty could be way beyond. Players suggested that the General Association should assign higher difficulty levels, but the association has no say in it. The dungeon difficulty is determined by a lottery machine, their manual decisions would be meaningless. Dungeons marked with an S typically take around 23 hours on average. Larger maps consume more time, while smaller maps are quicker to clear. Regardless, half an hour counts as a speedrun. It wasn't just the barrage comments and forums, even the spectating guilds were a little surprised. At the Eternal Guild, He Yuxing had just finished a round of training, his long legs casually propped up on the table as he absent-mindedly drank water and watched a live stream. When Jang Sun uttered the words 30 minutes, he choked, spraying water everywhere. A teammate across from him hurled a couch pillow his way, cursing in disgust. He Yuxing swatted the pillow away and quickly tapped the barrage comments section to confirm. Holy shit, I thought I misheard. Is Jang Sun really going to clear an S-rank dungeon in half an hour? Who? Half an hour? Which mental hospital did this lunatic escape from? What kind of crazy talk is this? Yuxing, you should watch fewer sci-fi movies. Your mentality has already far exceeded the current cognitive level of humanity. He Yuxing originally wanted to discuss it with his teammates, but ended up becoming the butt of their jokes instead. He was utterly fed up. Get lost, all of you. Why is it so hard to share some thoughts with you guys? One teammate, seeing his annoyance, sidled up to him with a grin. Who is it? Half our S dungeon clears again, some greenhorn who doesn't know their limits? He Yuxing dragged the virtual screen in front of him. Let's see which rookie it is. Holy shit, his teammate froze upon seeing that handsome face at the center of the screen. Isn't that Jang Sun? The guy who got God tier with just 2 hammers. Jang Sun had long been famous across all major guilds, especially within pro teams. These rookie dark horses are all their future competitors, they can't help but keep an eye on them. What's he trying to do? Steal Qinglan's annotated notebook? And finish in 30 minutes, his teammate exclaimed in shock. This is like slapping Qinglan twice in the face. The members of Qinglan Guild had indeed turned ashen-faced, especially the one who had just said 3 hours. He didn't dare lift his head now. Meng Yijia forced himself not to show too deliberate an expression, trying to watch the live broadcast calmly while also comforting the embarrassing teammate. It's fine, maybe he's just talking big. Zhang Sun never talked big. He meant what he said, afraid others wouldn't believe him. He even stepped on the table to take down the wall clock. Set it to 12 o'clock and wait till 12:30, I'll clear the dungeon. After saying this, he hung the adjusted clock back in its original position. The second hand began ticking in circles, yet Zhang Sun showed no urgency to start. Instead, he first gave a brief explanation. This is an S-rank dungeon. If you combine puzzle solving with monster slaying and follow the standard procedure, there's absolutely no way to complete it within half an hour. A barrage of question marks filled the screen. Then why the hell did you bring it up? Are you messing with us? Can you be a little more patient? Divine Zhang said it's just standard procedure. Yeah, why not just wait and watch Second Hammer's show then? I doubt he can pull it off. Breaking into someone else's marked book and still bragging about it. Humility matters in life, or someday when you fall from grace, everyone will be eager to stomp on you. This time the barrage exploded with activity, as Zhang Sun fans and anti-fans tore into each other. But the man himself kept talking to the Raven camera, completely unaware of the online storm. Since conventional procedures won't work, we'll have to adopt some unconventional methods. Beside Zhang Sun's feet, 2 black swirling shadows emerged, one for each foot. The shadow resembled 2 lumps of clay, slowly stretching and taking shape. Finally, a short little girl appeared, along with a bizarre flower-like thing that half enveloped Zhang Sun's body. It's Air Chue's subordinate, Red's sister? And what's that snot-like flower thing? Zhang Sun's new favorite is called Xiaohua. If I remember correctly, wasn't the original name Xiaoyin? Little Red Riding Hood doesn't like to talk much, preferring to stick close to Zhang Sun and demanding to hold hands immediately. Xiaoyin, on the other hand, chatters endlessly. Zhang Sun, long time no see, Zhang Sun, shall we go out and play? Xiaoyin's voice was ambiguous, neither clearly male nor female, more akin to some talking beast. It had no face, and its body was indistinct, the entire being best described as indescribable. Zhang Sun told it to quiet down, he had important tasks to arrange. See those 2 entrances? Zhang Sun pointed left and right. Red to the left, little flower to the right. Ignore obstacles, if anything blocks your way, deal with it as you see fit. Little Red Riding Hood clicked her small leather shoes as she prepared to dash off, while Littleine practically drooled with eagerness to fly away. Zhang Sun grabbed one in each hand. Don't rush, I'll go first. He had simulated this dungeon and knew everything like the back of his hand. The bullet comments were right, this was a 3-player dungeon. A 3-player dungeon didn't mean it was limited to 3 people, but that at least 3 were required to enter, starting from the left, middle, and right paths. The Alice Dungeon's distinctive features were heavy puzzle solving plus escape and kill. After entering through the 3 entrances, players would encounter looping corridors with several locked doors in between. Only by solving the puzzle in the painting, opening the locked box in the corner, finding the correct key, and activating the door of the corresponding color can one finally clear the level. During this process, entering the wrong password will activate the boss in the corridor, a monster called the Painting Corpse. This creature will chase and bite players, the fate of getting caught is unimaginable. All 3 entrances must have players entering, otherwise, after 15 minutes, the painting corpses from the corridors corresponding to the 2 unattended entrances will flood into the corridor where players are present. 15 minutes was the duration Zhang Xian had calculated during his simulation. As long as they hit this exact timing, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Xian retrieved a black whistle from his cloud storage, something he'd purchased before departure. It served no special purpose other than being exceptionally loud. He stationed Sister Hong and Xiaohua at the left and right entrances respectively, instructing them not to enter until they heard the whistle's signal. After completing this step, Zhang Sun stepped alone into the middle entrance, soon swallowed by the darkness. The wall lamps in the corridor lit up one after another. Zhang Sun walked at a leisurely pace. Though the barrage urged him to hurry, he dawdled until reaching the first locked chest. From the entrance to here, we've passed 4 paintings, which likely correspond to a 4-digit password. Zhang Sun fiddled with the chest in his arms, seeming utterly disinterested in solving the puzzle. Is there a code in the painting? Damn it, I didn't even look at it properly. Why hasn't Equi solved the riddle yet? It's getting frustrating to watch. Is it the colors in the painting? Or some special pattern on it? It'll take even longer than half an hour to decipher this. Just now, we were interrupted. This dungeon run will require some unconventional methods. Zhang Sun put the box back in place, then stretched out his right hand. The inflatable hammer materialized in his grasp. Everyone should try a different approach sometimes. You don't always have to solve puzzles to get the key. Bang! He slammed the hammer down hard on the crate. Chapter 34, thick with artistic atmosphere. Holy shit, that scared me. What the hell was that? Is this really how puzzles are solved? What kind of puzzle solving is this? Ha ha ha, I saw it coming but second hammer actually went through with it. Is this puzzle solving or demolition work? Did I just hear something? Holy shit, could it be a monster appearing? Speak of the devil, hoarse growls came from the dark corridor, accompanied by the sound of something crawling rapidly. It really is one. Fuck, this thing is so goddamn ugly. Run, Aikui. Unlike the leisurely pace of the old man earlier, Jang Sun snatched up the keys, slung the hammer over his shoulder, and bolted with his long legs eating up the distance. Had he not pulled back in time, the painting corpse's teeth would have torn clean through his calf meat. Players breaking containers violently triggers dungeon monsters, and the painting corpse in Alice's instance is an unsolvable horror you can't brute force. Jang Sun was well aware of this, so he smashed it and immediately bolted, leaving behind a blur of his silhouette. Before him stood a crimson door, perfectly matching the red key in his hand. With practiced precision, Jang Sun unlocked the door, kicked it open, then quickly used his body to brace against it, keeping the monster outside. Once the iron door had been opened with the correct key and closed again, it automatically locked itself, barring entry to the creature. The barrage comments collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Thought Air Choi was about to meet his end. Told you Air Choi's reckless playstyle would backfire. Thank goodness he ran fast enough. Let's just properly solve puzzles this time. Look at him, he clearly hasn't learned his lesson. Holy shit, he's raising that hammer again. Jang Sun truly didn't learn from his mistakes. After finding the second password-protected box, he gave it another fierce hammer strike. This time, a blue key popped out. The monster locked outside the door started screeching again as the lock automatically released, sending it crashing headfirst into the room. Jang Sun took one glance and immediately bolted. Here we go again. You're making me nervous. I wish the next one is a blue door. Ha, why are there crossroads here? At the sight of a T-shaped intersection ahead, Jang Sun didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned to run towards the right fork. The corpse painting was hot on his heels. At the intersection, failing to brake in time, it crashed into a wall, shaking loose two framed artworks. Snarling grotesquely, it too veered right down the road. The first-person view sways unsteadily, thick with tension and oppression. The audience, having switched to Jang Sun's camera feed, holds its breath in suspense until at last, a door comes into view. Shit, why is it the white door? What do we do now? Second hammer's got the blue key. We're done for, this round's a goner. Wait, is the other side the blue door? Wrong way. Now this Jang Sun. Jang Sun appeared completely normal. Aside from his rapid breathing from the intense running, there was no other noticeable change in him. At the white door, he came to a sudden halt and discarded the blue key in his hand. Then he swung his hammer straight at the door. Is this really okay? Fine, since he's already gone in. Damn it, what's okay about this? The door's open, but the monster got in too. The bullet comments got it right, forcing the door open means it can't block the monster anymore. Jang Sun clutched his hammer as he kept running desperately for his life. The puzzle-solving game had completely turned into a survival chase, with all livestream viewers' hearts suspended in tense anticipation. The General Association staff had already posted warnings in the livestream, advising viewers with heart conditions to watch with caution. For the first 15 minutes, Jang Sun was trapped in a vicious cycle, breaking crates, retrieving keys, failing to unlock doors, and being chased by monsters. Every time he obtained a key, the barrage kept wishing that the next door would definitely be the matching color. In the end, no one cared about solving the puzzles anymore, they were all watching to see when Jang Sun would finally get bitten to death. The forum's voting poll remained pinned at the top of the front page without ever coming down. Yet the man himself in the dungeon seemed completely at ease, even finding the leisure to check his watch and calculate whether the time was up yet. He checked his watch and only then remembered the 15-minute rule. That's right, 15 minutes. Didn't we agree to send 2 subordinates after 15 minutes? I really can't understand Jang Sun, why wouldn't he leave one behind to protect himself? Yeah, otherwise how could we end up in such a mess? Speaking of which, this maze has 3 paths, is there even one correct route? We'll know once Sister Hong and the others come in later. So what's Jang Sun gonna do now? The monster's still chasing us. Jang Sun was quite skilled at dismantling boxes by now. With a quick glance, he spotted the safe in the corner and hurled a hammer at it. The box snapped open with a click, and a green key tumbled out. I don't even dare wish for the next door to be green. Whatever works, since just now, regardless of whether it's right or not, Erchua just smashes the door down with one hammer. I'm numb, completely numb. As if deliberately contradicting the barrage of comments, this door was indeed green. Everything was within Jang Sun's expectations, matching the simulated route perfectly without any deviation. Unexpectedly, he put away the inflatable hammer and unlocked the door with a key. Jang Sun's movements were swift and decisive, showing no signs of fatigue despite having run for so long. The heavy door slammed shut, trapping the monster outside where it could only snarl helplessly. Zhang Sun raised his wrist to check the time on his bracelet. Just 15 minutes right on schedule. Breathing a sigh of relief, he pulled the whistle from his collar and clenched it between his teeth. The whistle sounded bright and prolonged, echoing throughout the entire maze. The barrage chat regained its enthusiasm for discussion. What secret weapon is this whistle? No idea. Haven't seen Zhang Sun get anything like this as a reward in any dungeon. Probably just an ordinary whistle. What damn good is that? I think Zhang Sun shouldn't mess around for nothing. Will Sister Hong and Xiao Hua not hear it? Wouldn't that be all over? After blowing for 10 seconds, Zhang Sun pushed with his tongue tip, and the black whistle fell back onto his neck. He didn't move immediately, but rather lowered his eyelids and pricked up his ears as if listening for something. What's Double Hammer doing? Just standing there dumb, waiting for what? I think I heard a noise. It's getting closer. Is it a monster? That sounded like something collapsing. Doesn't seem like something a monster could pull off. Holy shit. Quick, switch to the other 2 corridor feeds. Sister Hong and Xiao Hua are gonna level this dungeon. The scene shifts to 2 other corridors, or perhaps they can no longer even be called corridors. Little Red Riding Hood's head fell onto her back due to the rapid running, and the small basket in her hands, which seemed like it would only add to a little girl's cuteness, had now transformed into a weapon of immense destructive power. She didn't even glance at the password-protected cases, simply smashing through the doors with brute force in rapid succession. Truly befitting a formerly top-tier 3S dungeon high-risk NPC, the monsters behind her couldn't even come close to matching her speed. As for Yin's side, it went without saying. This subordinate, who had just been claimed by Zhang Sun, was essentially the toughest weapon herself. Like a torpedo, she smashed through doors and walls alike, taking the shortest possible path to reach her master's side. Zhang Sun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the tremendous commotion they had caused, then hoisted his hammer and resumed battering the door in his original rhythm. The next 15 minutes became a nightmare for the audience, the monsters, and Alice's dungeon alike. In the final minute, Zhang Sun successfully reunited with his 2 subordinates. Before them stood the last gate to clear the level. A barrage of question marks and waves of holy shit flooded the bullet comments as Zhang Sun in the screen placed his hand on the doorknob, smiling. Red, play for release to celebrate. Little Red Riding Hood took out an old-fashioned radio from her magical basket, flipped the switch, and the graceful melody of piano music immediately filled the air. The beautiful piano music, paired with the corridor that looked like it had been bombarded in the shattered picture frames, created an atmosphere of fragmented artistry. Chapter 35, The Dagger is drawn when the map is unrolled. The Alice Dungeon offers a total of 3 rewards. Portable door *1, can expand or shrink at will for easy carrying. Though resembling a rectangular shield in appearance, it can indeed function as one. Bottomless water flask *1, an essential for both home and travel, a must-have item for the budget-conscious. Demotion card *1, drops the dungeon difficulty by 1 level, bet you're thrilled about that, noob. These were the 3 items Zhang Sun obtained. Perhaps because it was only S-rank difficulty, there were no subordinate creatures to recruit this time. Thinking it over, the only monster he'd encountered in the dungeon was that ugly corpse painter, not particularly cute, rather boring, and only capable of gaping its maw to bite people. He wasn't particularly interested in recruiting it anyway. Mission accomplished, Zhang Sun converted both subordinates and rewards back into data, storing them in his wristband before casually preparing to leave the White Tower as if nothing had happened. The barrage comments hadn't even processed what just occurred. That's it, it's over? 30 absolutely heart-stopping minutes. I can't believe it really did take just 30 minutes. Did Zhang Shuinjin really clear Qinglan's marked notebook this smoothly? More than that, what's truly terrifying is Erchuang's strength. Just what is Erchuang's background anyway? S-rank, solo cleared, 30 minutes. I'm speechless. Not just the regular viewers in the livestream were shocked, even the core members of various guilds remained stunned for a long time. Inside the Eternal Guild, someone among the gathered members clicked their tongue twice. That newcomer's truly terrifying. This is my first time seeing someone brute force their way through a dungeon like this. Maybe it'll start a new trend? No one will need to solve puzzles anymore. Come on, you'd need Zhang Sun's level of stamina and strength for that. That corridor wasn't short, could you handle being chased by an unbeatable monster for half an hour? Why bother being reckless? There's still a puzzle-solving section anyway. Yuxing, what do you think? Yuxing's expression had shifted from initial amusement to profound solemnity. I need to go talk to the captain. What's up? Ask him if we can buy Zhang Sun over. It's tough, didn't Zhang Sun start his own guild? Then we'll just have to take him out. Dude, get a grip. Don't be so black and white about things. Not everything we can't have needs to be destroyed. Ah, you don't get it. Yuxing's attempt at maintaining a solemn expression lasted less than 5 seconds before cracking. What if Zhang Sun decides to target us someday? That'd be a huge problem. The troubles Yuxing mentioned were something that Qinglan Guild truly experienced firsthand. For 20 minutes after the Alice dungeon concluded, not a word was spoken. The other team members were utterly stunned by the formidable strength Shang Tsung had displayed. When they finally gathered their wits and noticed the stormy expressions on their captain and vice-captain's faces, they dared not utter a syllable. It was as if a thief had set off fireworks at their doorstep, robbed them blind, and walked away scot-free. Meng Yijia clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. This Shang Tsung, he's absolutely going too far. As soon as the vice-captain spoke up, others quickly chimed in agreement. Yeah, that's right, no puzzle solving, just brute forcing his way through. Who plays dungeons like that? Lucky us, the monsters in this dungeon aren't high level. I think so too. More voices chimed in agreement, growing increasingly assertive until emotions nearly spiraled out of control, and they began cursing Shang Tsung again. Outside the crowd, Hua Ziyan felt their words were unjust. He wanted to defend Shang Tsung but remembered his friend's warning. Someone knocked on the table twice, not hard, but with just enough force for everyone to hear. It was Su Guan. Captain Su stood up, turned around, and faced his agitated team members with a solemn voice. Simply dismissing others' performance in dungeons as mere luck is the height of arrogance. Every player who survives a dungeon has their own abilities and skills. Rather than wasting time gossiping about others, you should focus on reviewing the replays. Have you finished watching the last dungeon playback yet? At Su Guan's command, all the team members quickly sprang into action. Those who needed to train their physical fitness did so, while others studied the playback recordings. Only when the training room had returned to its usual rhythm did Su Guan finally stand up and leave. Meng Yijia wanted to call out to him, but sensing the oppressive aura around Su Guan, he had no choice but to give up. Before stepping out the door, Su Guan shot Hua Ziyan a deep, lingering look before shutting the training room door behind him. That gaze left Hua Ziyan feeling somewhat at a loss. After leaving White Tower and evading all the media and fans, Zheng Huan boarded an unmarked black car devoid of any insignia. As soon as he opened the door and got in, the car immediately drove off without a moment's delay. The driver wearing a flat cap was Cheng Jia. Cheng Jia was in an excellent mood. Though there were no major grievances between Mingke and Qinglan University, minor conflicts were everywhere, equivalent to finally venting his pent-up frustration. But he still couldn't resist mocking Shang Tsung a couple of times. Your status is really impressive now. Even a ranked celebrity player like me has to chauffeur you around. Shang Tsung fiddled with his phone while responding casually. When your brother here strikes it rich, you'll get your cut. Cut the crap. Spare me the empty promises. Cheng Jia turned the steering wheel. Who are you messaging? What's next? Do you have Su Guan's contact? Send it to me. Ask Brother Xiao for it. Su Guan usually doesn't add people as friends. Oh, it wasn't until evening that Shang Tsung finally got Su Guan's contact from Xiao Jun and sent a friend request. Su Guan had just finished training and stepped out of the shower when he saw his phone light up. He unlocked the screen, and a friend request popped up. Shang Tsung requested to add you as a friend. Su Guan sat on the edge of the bed, thought for 2 minutes, then tapped accept. After that, he put his phone on the bedside table and was about to grab his wristband to watch today's dungeon replay. 3 buzzes signaled a new message. It was from Zhang Sun. Hello Team Leader Su, this is Shang Tsung speaking. His first line of introduction appeared perfectly ordinary. Next comes the second item. Pardon the interruption, I'd like to inquire about something. The tone was reasonably polite. Then follows the third message. I'd like to rent your guild's player Hua Ziyan. What do you think, Captain Su? After reading 3 messages, a 4th arrived. If you refuse, I'll sabotage your 547 instance run tomorrow. The map of Yen was too short, just 4 messages, and the dagger was revealed when the scroll ended. Chapter 36, The One-Man Guild. The 547 district dungeon was Qinglan's next marked target. If one attempted to defend Shang Tsung by saying Alice was just a coincidence, there was absolutely no way to explain away this 547 incident. Shang Tsung possessed the marked dungeon maps of all major guilds. It's not hard to guess who sent him the map. Su Guan exited the chat page and searched through his contacts list. He sent it to Xiao Jun. Did you give Shang Tsung the map? A succinct question. It wasn't long after dinner, so he guessed the reply wouldn't take too long. But Xiao Jun replied in an instant. Not a chance. Even if you wanted that map, the Circuit Guild wouldn't even make the list. Xiao Jun denied it, but only a fool would believe him. Su Guan pondered over the matter for 8 or 9 minutes, including the instance of 547 in Mink's attitude, before finally replying to Shang Tsung. Hua Ziyan won't rent it out, and the instance of 547 won't be yielded either. Half a minute later, Shang Tsung responded. Just a single emoji. Frowny face smile. Su Guan glanced at it before tossing his phone onto the bed, then grabbed a towel to dry his hair. On the other side, at the Mingke Guild, Shang Tsung threw his chopsticks into the food tray after reading the message. This Su Guan is truly impervious to reason, yielding neither to kindness nor threats. Vice Chairman Xiao sat across from him, the two of them dining in the Mingke cafeteria. After the usual meal hours, the cafeteria was nearly empty, only a handful of people lingered, deliberately stalling, their ears subtly tuned to their conversation. Su Guan won't tolerate being trampled on. He's not the type to retreat when faced with difficulty, Xiao Jun said, lowering his gaze to the generously portioned, nutritious meal laid out before Zhang Sun. With a faint smile, he added, "Does the dinner I brought you taste good?" Zhang Sun, who had been steadily working through the meal untouched by others, showed no trace of guilt at the remark. Instead, he shoved 2 big mouthfuls in and chewed with deliberate gusto. "It smells amazing. What are you eating that's so delicious?" Chen Jie circled around to Zhang Sun's table and picked up a meatball from the plate. "It's really good." "Cheng Jie," Xiao Jun's smile deepened, "help me grab another copy." "Vice President, why me? Next dungeon run, you're out." Damn. Cheng Jie obediently went to get food, leaving just the 2 of them again at the windowside table. "You've already vented your anger, shouldn't you know when to stop now?" Xiao Jun took a sip of hot water from his disposable cup. "Who said I wanted to vent anything?" Zhang Sun poked at a meatball with his chopsticks, looking like he'd lost his appetite again. Do you really want to rent Huazian?" "Of course." Zhang Sun nodded vigorously. "It's not just because it's cheap, is it? That phone call yesterday, you were brushing me off. I've watched Huazian's performance videos." Zhang Sun set down his chopsticks, looping his arms behind the chair back as he gazed up at the colorful chandelier on the ceiling. "He's really talented, but his mentality's off." "What's going on there?" One of Qinglan's unsolved mysteries is how Huazian, who stunned everyone with his debut, could plummet into obscurity after his first show. Was it related to that deputy captain from Team 1? Zhang Sun's words made Xiao Jun freeze momentarily. "How did you know?" Meng Yijiao always seemed quite decent toward Huazian. "Well, I suppose everyone thinks so." After giving an ambiguous reply, Zhang Sun didn't continue the topic. At this moment, Cheng Jie returned carrying a food tray with identical dishes to those already on the table. "Back already," said Cheng Jie. "The meatballs were gone, so it's the same as before. Have a seat, please." Cheng Jie sat beside Xiao Jun, while Zhang Sun rested his chin in his hand, gazing at the nightscape outside the window. "I want to buy a house." Cheng Jie pricked up his ears. "Buy a house? Have you saved up enough money?" "Not enough, so I was thinking of finding a loophole somewhere." Cheng Jie pondered Zhang Sun's words and suddenly slammed a fist on the table. Xiao Jun, who was picking carrots, frowned. "Sorry, Xiao Ji, my bad." Cheng Jie quickly apologized, then immediately redirected the conversation to Zhang Sun. "You're not planning to rob somewhere, are you?" "Listen, Lao Zhang, we've got to keep our heads straight. Ripping off Qinglan's capital was one thing, but we can't go occupying their entire damn base." "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Sun couldn't stand his train of thought. "How could I possibly need such a huge space just for myself?" "So that's the reason?" "Well, as long as you don't lose your head over it." "What kind of place do you want to buy?" "If you're starting a guild, I'd suggest renting an entire office floor." "An office floor?" Zhang Sun said. "Still too big, I wouldn't use that much space." "But you have to think ahead. Once the guild takes off, you'll need to recruit players and assistants eventually. Where are you going to house all those people? You can't just stuff them in a drawer." "I don't need that many people. I'm fine by myself." "You alone?" Cheng Jie chewed on these words, startled, then hammered the table again. "What? Just you? A one-man guild? What? Problem?" "It's not a problem, but why create a guild if you're playing alone? What about multiplayer dungeons? What about large-scale raids? Renting people? I've been busy securing my first contract. Besides, individual players can't handle many dungeons anyway, that'd just be losing money." Zhang Sun had already mapped out his plans when preparing to establish his guild. He meticulously studied the beginner's guide, familiarized himself with all dungeon types in White Tower, and even borrowed books from the seldom visited Whispering Sparrow library that had gathered dust over time. He was doing everything possible to understand this world and how guilds operated. Nearly 7 or 8 years had passed since White Tower's emergence. People had transitioned from initial terror to adaptation, eventually forming the Players' General Association. Guilds backed by major conglomerates gradually established order, organizing scattered players into groups, then selecting the finest among them to form competitive teams, slowly shaping the current landscape. White Tower's dungeons fell into categories including standard dungeons, material dungeons, and regional life or death dungeons. Standard dungeons had varying difficulty levels, with SSS being the highest. Material dungeons dropped crafting items without entry limits. Zhang Sun's first dungeon was a regional life or death variant, technically a modified standard dungeon but one that determined an entire district's fate. Failure meant complete disappearance of all inhabitants without a trace. Although the dangers of the White Tower dungeons never diminished, the existence of guilds turned these risks into business opportunities. Tempting rewards attracted hordes of players, with top-tier combat teams enjoying elite status and widespread admiration. In addition to naturally spawned White Tower dungeons, the Alliance headquarters regularly organized various competitions, creating virtual dungeons through tech and inviting guild teams to participate. Among these events, the most anticipated was the quarterly All-Star Tournament. The top-ranking guilds, typically the top 20 by points, would send their star players to compete. Winning this tournament yielded massive point rewards, substantial material prizes, and brought immense attention to the victorious guild, making it an all-around lucrative opportunity. To participate in the All-Star Tournament, joining a guild is the first step. Individual players stand no chance. The mere thought of being unable to participate in similar competitions as an individual player made Zhang Sun feel that establishing this guild was absolutely essential. Zhang Sun briefly explained his idea, but Cheng Jia dismissed it, assuming he had just escaped from a mental hospital and hadn't adjusted to modern society yet. Xiao Jun finally picked out all the hated carrots and spoke. Not a bad idea. But if you want to compete in those major tournaments run by big guilds, like the All-Stars, you'll need a ton of points. A whole lot. About how long would that take to save up? Roughly 10 years. I might not live that long, so I advise you to disband the patrol immediately and join Ming Ke. Zhang Sun shifted his posture, clasped his hands beneath his forehead, assuming a thoughtful posture. Seeing him so distressed, Cheng Jia was affected, hardly daring to breathe heavily. After a moment, Zhang Sun lowered both hands to rest beneath his chin, fixing Xiao Jun with an intense gaze before speaking. Omniscient, omnipotent, wise and rational Xiao Jun, our brilliant deputy guildmaster, what lofty insights might you have to share? Cheng Jia, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. So you were meditating all that time just to think of ways to flatter people? Zhang Sun shot him a look that clearly said, how can you be so childish? Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Xiao Jun actually fell for it and pointed him in the right direction. The next All-Star event is in about 2 months. Even if you grind dungeons non-stop until you drop dead, you still won't get a ticket to compete. So, the association always sends their own people to the All-Star matches. Since most of their staff are desk workers, they can't handle high-intensity dungeons. That's why this spot goes empty every year. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up, but he still had doubts. Then may I ask, Brother Xiao, can players who are already in a guild sign up to become staff at the General Association? Of course. To balance the various factions, many managers and executives from major guilds hold concurrent positions at the General Association. In a world where the White Tower exists, sacrifices happen anytime and anywhere, and manpower isn't as abundant as you might think. Then let me ask another question. Brother Xiao, how should I recommend myself to join the General Association? The General Association isn't like a guild, backed by major corporations with substantial revenue from live streams and dungeon runs. Popularity translates into funding, and you're currently a hot topic with built-in traffic. If you apply, I think they'd be willing to take you in. But you'll need someone to vouch for you. Xiao Jun smiled knowingly while Zhang Sun wore a pained expression. Alright, fine, just say it. How many dungeon runs does Ming Ke need me to carry this time? I don't ask for much, just 2 things added to the lease contract you're giving Ming Ke. Count the locally marked map I provided for you last time as one of them. Got it. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth and agreed. After receiving his promise, Xiao Jun conveniently finished his dinner, everything except the carrots. Get some good rest tonight and wait for the good news. Chapter 37, I have proof. After responding to Zhang Sun that he wouldn't relinquish marker copy number 547, Su Guan immediately called an emergency team meeting that very night. The meeting room was brightly lit, yet utterly silent. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, White Tower number 6 with 547 pages, we're going in. Su Guan said this with his back to the whiteboard, addressing the 4 team members in the conference room. The 4 team members consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The only female member, Wang Shadong, who had a more calm disposition, looked somewhat concerned. Captain, isn't this too rushed? In the past, we prepare for at least 3 days before tackling a marked copy. The buzzcut male team member sitting across from her, Yin Lixin, retorted. Zhang Sun has already climbed over our heads, are we really going to let him steal all the guild's marked copies? That's not what I meant. I'm saying we shouldn't let Zhang Sun throw us off our rhythm. There's no time left to hesitate. If we let him steal our copies again this time, where will Qinglan's pride be? The 2 kept exchanging words, their emotions clearly getting out of control, until Su Guan tapped the table with the back of his hand, signaling them to quiet down. Only after they turned their heads away in silence did Meng Yijia speak up. Captain Su's decision wasn't wrong. Shadong, thorough preparation is good, of course, but Zhang Sun is petty, he won't let things go. He's already targeting our guild. As soon as Meng Yijia finished speaking, the only male teammate who hadn't said a word from the start, half asleep until then, let out a sudden chuckle. What's your take on this, Mingxian? Meng Yijia asked with a furrowed brow. Luo Mingxian was considered a seasoned member of the team, having joined just 1 year later than Su Guan. If not for his overly casual personality and dislike for responsibility, the position of deputy captain might never have gone to Meng Yijia in the first place. Though Meng Yijia held reservations about him, he couldn't express his displeasure too openly due to Su Guan's trust in Luo Mingxian. He always suspected Luo Mingxian had whispered criticisms about him to Su Guan behind his back, yet he had no proof. Meng Yijia's position as deputy captain was granted by the higher-ups. Su Guan merely refrained from opposing it, as the person he truly trusted was Luo Mingxian. Because of this, Meng Yijia often felt unsettled. As for me, of course I'll follow the lead of the captain and deputy captain, Luo Mingxian drawled. Whatever you guys say goes. Mingxian, Meng Yijia smiled, though his dissatisfaction with the answer was evident. You're a veteran member of the team. Your opinions and ideas hold significant reference value. Oh, so my words actually matter. Luo Mingxian sprawled lazily across the table, stretching. I thought I was just disposable. You. Alright, Su Guan mediated, disliking the growing friction within the team. If Mingxian doesn't want to speak up, no need to force him. Meng Yijia swallowed this silent grievance, leaning back against his chair without another word. Every time, without fail, whenever arguments erupted, Su Guan would ostensibly mediate while actually siding with Luo Mingxian. Luo Mingxuan's words also carried deeper implications. Regarding the incident where Huazian injured Meng Yijia back then, he was the only one in the entire team who stood up for Huazian. Outside the door, Meng Yijia had overheard him arguing with Su Guan. Huazian has real talent. Are you blind, Su Guan? The first team tackles high-difficulty dungeons. If we fail, we die worse than anyone. If someone holds us back, the whole team could perish without a proper burial. And you're just going to let such promising talent go to waste like this? The entire argument mainly consisted of Luo Mingxuan's one-sided cursing and rebukes. The fact he dared point fingers and shout like this showed just how close his relationship with Su Guan truly was. A long time passed before Su Guan spoke, his voice slightly weary. That's enough, Mingxian. You can vent your emotions in front of me, but once you step out that door, not a single word about this matter is to be mentioned again. Did Su Guan not understand the unsavory circumstances? He was simply compromising to protect the other team members. At the time, the upper echelons of the guild were embroiled in fierce infighting, and Meng Yijia had the backing of one faction. If Su Guan hadn't played dumb and conceited, he would have pushed members of the first, second, and even third teams into the fire. In the worldview of the White Tower, making someone disappear without a trace is all too easy. This incident ultimately concluded with Huazian being demoted to the second team. Su Guan raised no objections, while Luo Mingxuan's temperament grew increasingly enigmatic, though he wouldn't openly oppose Meng Yijia. Superficially, the first team appeared harmonious again. Yet recent high-level reshuffles had left Meng Yijia emotionally volatile, a state directly tied to these events. He couldn't afford any mishaps, whether it was Huazian or Zhang Sun far away in Mingke. No one could shake his position. The operation regarding Dungeon 547 was already crystal clear. Su Guan was a man of his word who rarely changed his mind. Calling everyone to this meeting felt more like a notice than a discussion. All that remained was to iron out the specific details and arrangements. The meeting didn't adjourn until 9:30. Su Guan instructed everyone to rest early, forbidding phone use to conserve their energy. As they were leaving, Wang Shudong hesitated before asking a question. Captain, Zhang Sun's personality doesn't seem like someone who's petty. Why would he target our guild so specifically? Wang Shudong had keen perception and some understanding of Zhang Sun, having meticulously studied his 3 dungeon replays, especially the second time. He and Ming Ke weren't particularly close at that point, yet he replayed that same instance dozens of times. You could tell he was growing visibly impatient by the end. If Zhang Sun hadn't genuinely wanted to save people, he could have easily given up then and there. There was no need for him to risk his life entering that place over and over again. Though eccentric in nature, it was clear Zhang Sun wasn't a bad person at heart. Just as Meng Yijia reached the doorway, he heard Wang Shudong pose that very question. He wanted to hear Su Guan's opinion, but Luo Mingxian spoke first. Zhang Sun? Luo grinned cheerfully, suddenly energetic after the meeting ended. Now you're talking. Shudong, you're right. That guy wouldn't lift a finger to prop up a fallen oil bottle normally. For him to go through so much effort, I reckon it's our Qinglan guild that must have offended him somehow. Hearing Luo side with an outsider, Yin Lixin bristled before Captain Su could even get angry. Bro Luo, how could it be our fault? That guy clearly lacked the eyes to see what he was messing with. He touched our guild's possessions. What's the big deal? We could just rob him back. No skills, no talking rights. Hey! Yin Lixin got smacked on the back of his head, feeling utterly wronged. Facing his longtime friend, Su Guan's demeanor relaxed slightly as he shot Luo Mingxian a sidelong glare. He wants to rent Huazian. That's absolutely not allowed. Luo Mingxian turned serious in an instant. We can't let Xiaohua go. His next sentence was, but we can let Zhang Sun join in. Wang Shudong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Su Guan gave her a helpless look. Wishful thinking. Let him join the first team while you vacate your position? I'll give him my spot, and you can let me take over as team captain, old Su. Bro, you've been planning this for a long time. Yin Lixin's words slipped out before she realized, making everyone laugh. Even Su Guan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Meng Yijia, who had been listening the whole time, had a dark expression as he silently walked away. No matter how cheerful the atmosphere was before setting out, when they truly stood before the White Pagoda, the Qinglan team members, except for Luo Mingxian, all wore serious expressions. One reason was that they would be facing dungeons of an unknown S-rank level. The second reason was that they didn't know whether Zhang Sun would appear, or how he might appear. The Qinglan Guild had a dedicated live streaming channel with professional moderators. An announcement was made 1 hour in advance, and by then there were already 2 million viewers in the room. After all, they were a prestigious guild. Over the years, they had amassed a massive fan base, and every time they entered a dungeon, it drew widespread attention. Su Guan led the team into the White Tower, first making some preparations before entering the dungeon. Inside the tower, floating spherical cameras circled around them, capturing every moment. Has Qinglan started another instance? That's so sudden. Qinglan is usually meticulous, typically planning 1 week in advance, with a 3-day notice before going in. This impromptu entry must have been triggered by that damn Zhang Sun's provocation. Seriously? Maybe Zhang Sun just got lucky last time. It's not like he's blind, the comments were spamming like crazy, he's definitely pretending not to see them on purpose. What's actually going on between Qinglan and Second Hammer? Who knows? Looks like Akui won't show up this time. Qinglan's already here, surely they wouldn't dare snatch someone right in front of them. How could he possibly have the nerve to come? Last time was already a blatant grab. Of course, Qinglan's livestream chat was filled with guild loyalists and team fans. Most defended their own people, with plenty calling Zhang Sun a thief. No matter how heated the barrage of comments got, it didn't affect the players' discussion at all. While Captain Su was assigning tasks, the camera paused on Luo Mingxuan's left side, where he winked at the lens with just his left eye. Ah, Mingxian, brother Xian, brother Xian. Luo Mingxian, with his striking good looks, has amassed a large fan base of female admirers. Yin Lexin stood to his left, shuddering twice with disgust. Bro, don't be like this. There's no need for this between brothers. Luo Mingxian was just about to retort when suddenly, the White Tower's door was pushed open from the outside, letting in a gust of cold wind. Well, came that all too familiar voice, the one that made everyone from Qinglan's team to their fans seethe with irritation. Everyone's here. What a coincidence. The 5 people inside the tower turned their heads in unison and saw Zhang Sun standing at the entrance, backlit by the light. Yin Lexin gritted her teeth and asked, "What are you here for? Coming to steal again?" "Of course not." Zhang Sun shook his head with an innocent, harmless expression. "Then why are you here?" "I'm with the team." Zhang Sun waved the press pass hanging around his neck, which bore the words Embedded Reporter. Simultaneously, a black and gold spherical camera emblazoned with the General Association's emblem floated to his side. Fully credentialed, no deception here. Chapter 38. Now that's the spirit. It's two hammer. God Zhang, my hammer, my precious hammer. Alright, that's enough from upstairs. We're all buddies here, who are you trying to disgust? There were a few random viewers in Qinglan's livestream who were half fans of Zhang Sun. When they saw him appear, they excitedly sent several bullet comments. But this was Qinglan's territory after all, and soon the guild's fans came out to stir up trouble. How dare you steal from others and show your face here? What a nerve! Thief! Squad leader Su, kick him out quickly. Zhang Sun may have few fans in the livestream, but each one is worth 10, with astonishing combat prowess. Well, isn't this the classy behavior of elite guild fans? Truly eye-opening. What's wrong? Does Qinglan rule the universe now? Why not claim you built the White Tower too while you're at it? Enough with the nonsense. If you've got the guts, go snatch him away yourself. Now things were really heating up. The guild's fans and Zhang Sun's supporters were going at it, exchanging cordial greetings about each other's family registrations within the chat rules of the livestream. It must be said that Zhang Sun's small but bold group of fans, completely surrounded by guild loyalists, managed to hold their own in the fight. As the exchange grew increasingly heated, the moderators stepped in and muted a few users. Finally, things quieted down a little. Inside the White Tower, Zhang Sun stood alone, facing off against 5 people. When he revealed his identity as an embedded journalist, expressions of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Yin Lexin asked Wang Shudong in a whisper, "What's an embedded journalist?" Wang Shudong had switched to a different brand of contact lenses. They were uncomfortable and made it look like she was rolling her eyes at everyone. She patiently explained to others. Embedded journalists are a type of staff from the General Association who follow major guilds into dungeons, providing coverage and occasionally serving as commentators. Then how come we've never seen any before? Because it's too dangerous. Most General Association members are scholarly types who'd risk their lives going into dungeons with roughnecks like us. Wang Shudong called herself a roughneck, though her educational background was quite decent. Besides, with live streams nowadays, the position has become practically obsolete. Wang Shudong was right. The position of embedded reporter had been conceived on a whim by the Federation leadership back then. When the role was created, they hadn't given it much thought. But once announced, it turned out no one signed up for it, leaving the position vacant year after year. Now, with reforms imminent, it was about to be scrapped entirely. Xiao Jun, ever the know-it-all, was the first to recall this position. He immediately called his contacts at the Federation to verify if the role still existed. Upon receiving confirmation, he chuckled and said, "I know a newcomer I'd like to recommend as your embedded reporter. His demands are modest, just reserve him a spot whenever the Federation sends representatives to major tournaments." The friend thought that sounded great. After all, their association didn't have any reporters assigned to follow the team, and nobody attended major competitions either. He asked who the poor sucker was that was doing this charitable deed. When he heard Zhang Sun's name, he nearly slapped his thigh in excitement. "Are you sure about this? Perfect. Old Xiao, you absolutely must get Zheng Shen to come. Looks like this person is also a hidden Zhang Sun fan. Xiao Jun's friend is just as reliable as him, delivering Zhang Sun's work ID and the association's specialized filming equipment overnight. Have Xiaozhang hang up his ID first, we can process the formalities later." The association specially created a live streaming account for him. Just turn on the camera and it'll automatically connect. This friend managed to switch from calling him God Zhang to Xiaozhang in one night, sounding both proud and excited about it. Zhang Sun hadn't expected everything to be settled so quickly. He had just woken up in the morning when he spotted an exquisite sky blue gift box placed by his bedside. "What's this? A gift from the association for you." Xiao Jun happened to appear at the doorway, explaining to Zhang Sun the origin of the gift box. "What? So fast?" Zhang Sun's method of unwrapping gifts was characteristically rough, shredding the wrapping paper into bizarre shapes. "I thought it would take at least 5 or 6 days. I contacted a friend, he's your fan, worked overtime all night to get it done. I actually have fans." Zhang Sun hooked the press badge with his finger, eyes crinkling with a smile. "Having fans is really nice, no wonder you all put in so much effort to cultivate them. This is nothing. When you get more and more famous, you might even have rich fans who throw money at your guild and help with promotions. That good? Depends on your skills." Zhang Sun obtained the role of embedded reporter just like that, with far greater ease than he had imagined. However, there was one drawback: he didn't have time to simulate today's scenario. As usual, Zhang Sun would spend his sleeping hours simulating the dungeon before entering it. Back then, it wasn't like now. For an S-rank dungeon, Zhang Sun could figure out the general direction after just 3 or 4 rounds of practice. Another 8 or 9 rounds, and he'd basically have the tricks of every level down pat. Unless facing particularly abnormal bosses or excessively large maps, he no longer needs to expend much energy on simulation training these days. This time was different. When he messaged Su Guan to go to District 547, it was actually a feint, with the real objective lying ahead. But upon seeing the reporter's press pass, he abruptly changed his mind. "Head to Zone 547. And so Zhang Sun found himself here. The association equipped Zhang Sun with the finest microphone, as he'd requested for live commentary. Zhang Sun adjusted the equipment on his head and flicked a hovering camera sphere with his hand. "Hey, everyone, can you hear me clearly? Can you see my face?" The association's live stream synchronized both audio and video. Second hammer. Air Chue's made it big? He actually got into the general association? Typical Air Chue, ahahaha. The Qinglan faction must be fuming right now. Wait, Air Chue's commentating a dungeon run? Someone actually took the disposable position of embedded reporter? That's Air Chue we're talking about, who's consuming whom remains to be seen. The live broadcast room of the General Association instantly surged with 300,000 viewers, far exceeding its usual traffic, and technical limitations nearly crashed the streaming channel. Zhang Sun's fans finally found their sanctuary, while countless curious bystanders wondered how this top-tier player would perform and commentate in the dungeon. Team journalists weren't required to engage, they simply needed to ensure their own safety. So when danger arose, would Zhang Sun stand idly by? He and Qinglan were already half-rivals, would they trip each other up along the way? Because too many people were curious, more and more people flooded into the livestream, leaving the association's executives utterly thrilled. With popularity comes sponsors, with sponsors comes money. Finally, the Everport chief coordinator sees a ray of hope. Zhang Sun switched careers midstream and turned out to be quite a decent journalist. Hello everyone in the livestream, I'm Xiao Zhang, the new embedded journalist joining the team. Welcome to today's broadcast of the Qinglan Guild's 6th Tower Dungeon in District 547, streamed by the General Association. I'll be accompanying you throughout this entire journey. Now, let's first get acquainted with the members of Qinglan Team 1 who'll be tackling this dungeon today. First up is team member Wang Shudong. Zhang Sun curled his right hand into an imaginary microphone and extended it toward Wang Shudong, who stood closest. Wang Shudong opened her mouth but seemed at a loss for words. Very insightful points from team member Wang. What are your thoughts, team member Yin Lixin? Yin Lixin stared at him, wishing she could take a bite out of his flesh. Absolutely right, team member Yin made an excellent point. What are your thoughts, team member Luo? Luo Mingxian smiled cheerfully, being the only one who went along with Zhang Sun's nonsense interview. I agree with team member Yin's opinion. Good, very good. Now let's interview the captain and vice captain. Vice Captain Meng, do you have confidence in this dungeon run? Meng Yijia forced an official smile. Of course, I believe in my teammates as long as outsiders don't interfere. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Lastly, we have our Qinglan ace, Captain Su Guan. Captain Su, do you think all 5 of you will survive this time? Su Guan wasn't provoked by him and calmly asked 2 words, provoking? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Zhang Sun had been playing the fool to liven up the atmosphere just moments ago, but suddenly his expression turned serious. He smiled, though the warmth didn't reach his eyes. I was sincerely asking. He rarely wore a cold expression, but the meticulously crafted smile paired with those indifferent eyes made him resemble a cold and dangerous NPC from the White Tower, a precisely calibrated, bloodthirsty machine. That expression vanished in an instant. Before anyone present could react, Zheng Xian turned to face the camera drone. Excellent. Everyone's in high spirits. We're heading into the dungeon now, best of luck to you all. Bang! He punched the blue start button. Chapter 39, Weak and Helpless Me. The smell of burning hung in the air. When everyone reopened their eyes, they saw a dilapidated gate before them, its surface painted with patterns resembling the tentacles of sea creatures. Looking up, they saw a gigantic cartoon octopus perched atop the gate. Its colorful paint had blurred over years of wind and rain, streaking down in smeared rivulets. The eye sockets had been hollowed out, leaving 2 gaping holes that looked bizarre and chilling. This was a deserted amusement park, vast, silent, and utterly dilapidated. The 5 members of Qinglan all looked rather pale. Given how oppressive this dungeon instance felt, the difficulty level was likely to be high. Everyone was tense and uneasy, except for one person who seemed completely oblivious, who exclaimed in admiration. Wow, what a huge octopus! Zheng Sun clicked his tongue in amazement. P.S. Ha 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 ha, this totally ruined the atmosphere. Is Kui getting hungry or something? So big a fish that one pot can't stew it all. Take this seriously, we're still in the dungeon. After Zheng Sun finished praising, he noticed the other 5 people turning to look at him. Oh, keeping an eye on the player's conditions, right? May I ask player Yin's opinion on this octopus? Yin Lexin was so angry she couldn't speak. What about player Luo? Zheng Sun noticed Luo Mingxian was the only one cooperating with him, so he proactively handed him the microphone. I think poaching is quite good. Luo Mingxian certainly spared no effort to show his respect. With Zheng Sun causing such a commotion, it had to be said that everyone else's mood lightened somewhat. Su Guan's gaze swept over each of his teammates, as if verifying everyone's condition. Draw the lot, and then we'll go in. Usually, Su Guan would personally draw the lot, since landing a 3S could only have its responsibility shouldered by the team leader. But this time, Meng Yijia jumped the gun. I'll go. Su Guan didn't say much, nodding in agreement. Meng Yijia walked toward the long table where the lottery machine was placed, seemingly worried that Zhang Sun might suddenly try something. He turned back to shoot him a warning glance. Zhang Sun didn't give him a look, but his lips pressed tightly together. Luo Mingxian moved closer. Why aren't you reporting? Weren't you supposed to be the embedded journalist? Zhang Sun stopped pretending to be profound and started chattering away. Do you think I'm stupid? What if the draw goes badly and they blame me for it, what then? He'd already carried the blame once, he definitely didn't want to do it again. Luo Mingxian smiled, slipping both hands into his trouser pockets as he waited for the lottery results. After a jingling melody played, a small orange ball rolled out. Another one popped out. SS rank. Is this 2S? Again? Seriously though, aren't S-class dungeons appearing way too frequently lately? We've never seen so many before. Must be probability at work. The dungeons Qinglan investigates never end up being low-level ones anyway. I'd rather believe it's Zhang Sun's unique constitution. This guy Air Choi must have been born with an S rank in his loot box. Feels like all the S ranks I've seen in my life are gathered around God Zhang. 2S is undeniably a high difficulty dungeon, and Meng Yijia's expression turned grim. Captain. Su Guan shook his head, needing no explanation. Everyone, weapons at the ready and prepared for battle at any moment. Shudong, you'll handle the puzzle-solving parts. Okay, I understand. Lexin, you stay with Shudong and cover her when she's solving puzzles. Okay. Yijia and Mingxian, be ready to adapt. If we encounter the boss, the 3 of us will take the lead first. No problem. Su Guan finally looked at Zhang Sun, instinctively assuming he was his own team member. Zhang Sun obediently stood still. Captain Su, orders please. I'll help depending on my mood. Never mind. As expected of a top-tier elite team, their mentality and overall quality were first-rate. Facing an SS-level dungeon, they quickly adjusted their stance. They prepared to enter the amusement park through the main gate. Creak! Without a gust of wind or any force acting upon it, the gate swung open on its own. A chill ran through the 5 of them. Zhang Sun pulled the camera sphere closer, ensuring the livestream audience wouldn't miss this moment. Look at this, he said, truly worthy of an SS-rank dungeon. Automatic sensor doors, impressive. With the previous experience in mind, No one paid attention to Zhang Sun this time. The perfectly eerie atmosphere was thoroughly ruined by him. They thought Zhang Sun would behave properly once they got inside. They couldn't be more wrong. They walked down a corridor where dolls suddenly swung their arms and cackled with a creaking sound from one side, startling Wang Shudong so much she nearly shrieked. Zhang Sun chimed in from the side, thermal sensor automata, brilliant. Before long, they passed by a hand-painted wall. When Yin Lixin turned his head, the faces on the wall suddenly shed bloody tears, their smiles twisting into grimaces of sorrow, sending chills down his spine. He turned his head slightly and saw Zhang Sun leaning in extremely close, his face practically pressed against the wall. Postmodern art, can't understand it, but damn impressive. Yin Lixin clenched her fists to resist the urge to throw a punch. Even worse, they entered a small grove where, in the blink of an eye, countless corpses hung swaying in the wind. Zhang Sun stroked his chin and offered his critique. Performance art, impressive, but not recommended. The audience in the live stream room was dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, Hammer number 2 seems to have some serious issues. Is he here to raid the dungeon or just sightseeing? Hammer number 2, wake up. This isn't a stroll in the park. What started as a decent horror movie is turning into a comedy. He seems genuinely worried we might try to copy that performance art. 2 hammers _ is _ worried _ about _u.jpg. How strange, not a single monster has appeared yet. Now I'm getting scared. What's with those stairs earlier? Aren't these all just monsters? Where are you? Where are you? Those corpses hanging from the trees up there. The barrage comments were right. Lan Chang and the others' first trial was the forest of dangling corpses before them. Is there another way? Su Guan turned to ask Luo Mingxian and Meng Yijia, who had just scouted the perimeter of the woods from 2 different directions. Both shook their heads. We'll have to go through, said Luo Mingxian. Su Guan didn't hesitate when making his decision. Then we'll cross. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Su Guan wielded a scepter whose base contained a gemstone, actually a mode-switching button. With just a light press, half the scepter's shaft would transform into a sharp blade. The other 3, Meng Yijia wielded a fishbone sword, while Yin Lixin carried a curved blade. Wang Shudong consistently held a brown leather case, likely dual-purpose, capable of serving both as a weapon and storage. The last one, Luo Mingxian, stood empty-handed, just like Zhang Sun. Where's your weapon? Zhang Sun asked. And yours? Luo Mingxian flung the question back at him. My weapon isn't something I can conveniently reveal, Luo Mingxian smiled. When the time comes, it will appear. He was so confident and composed that Zhang Sun didn't bother pressing further, he'd find out sooner or later anyway. Before entering the woods, Zhang Sun still managed to interact with his live stream audience. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are about to cross through this wax figure exhibit. What are those preserved meat people comments spamming in the bullet chat? The next part is gonna be pretty intense, so don't blink. Zhang Sun stepped aside as the camera caught Su Guan charging in first. Alright, Captain Su's taking the lead, followed by teammate Luo, Meng, and, wait, teammate Yin, why aren't you going in? Yin Lixin was waiting for Wang Shudong to enter first. Because I'm bringing up the rear. Alright, hurry up then. Okay folks, I'm going in now too. The situation in the corpse grove was worse than they'd anticipated. The moment the first person entered, the entire forest seemed to awaken, with all the corpses launching fierce attacks. Su Guan led his team in a desperate battle, yet amidst the chaos, one person moved freely as if strolling through empty space, even managing to leisurely provide commentary. As you can see everyone, the monsters are attacking now, and our brave team members are fighting back. Team member Wang smashed one to death with his briefcase. Deputy team leader Meng impaled 2 right through. Team member Luo dodged like a dazzling loach amid the monster's frenzied barrage. Captain Su first kill, Captain Su double kill, Captain Su triple kill, truly the ace. Oh my, our teammate Yin is still daydreaming. Teammate Yin, tell us, why so unhappy? Yin Lixin kicked away a monster, roaring at Zhang Sun not far away. If you've got energy to spare, come help out. That won't do, Zhang Sun hugged himself, tilting his head to dodge a lunging corpse. I'm just a helpless embedded reporter, my only job is keeping myself alive. Team, Su Guan suddenly shouted from the front. 10 o'clock direction, move fast. Su Guan had spotted a shortcut and immediately alerted everyone. The others, well trained, quickly followed their captain's lead. 2 minutes later, the exit was within reach. Su Guan slowed his pace slightly, waiting until Wang Shudong, Meng Yijia, and Luo Mingxian had passed. He turned to look for Yin Lixin, only to see Zhang Sun dawdling at the rear of the group. Zhang Sun gave him a look, and somehow Su Guan understood. He turned and left without a word. Zhang Sun pulled a paper megaphone from his cloud storage. Who knew what kind of random junk he kept in there? He was cheering Yin Lixin on. Hurry up, team member Yin. Any later and we'll miss the cafeteria rush. Yin Lixin was utterly exasperated, having to both fend off the chaotic biting and flying corpses while dodging Zhang Sun's sonic attacks. Just as he turned around to snap back at someone, unexpectedly, a corpse monster lunged from the lower left, jaws gaping wide, its razor-sharp teeth mere moments away from severing his head. The Raven cameraman happened to capture the monster's gaping maw, and the chat exploded in shock. Everyone, including Ian Lachine himself, was certain he was done for. Ian, what are you spacing out for? Move faster, don't slow me down. Zhang Sun kicked Ian Lachine 3 meters away with 1 foot. Chapter 40, No one stop me now. The moment he was sent flying, every organ in Ian Lachine's body trembled. He thought he was going to die. Face Skid ate a mouthful of dirt. He spat it out angrily, turning to glare at the instigator. They had successfully escaped from the hanging corpse woods. Zhang Sun was the last one, sauntering over unhurriedly. Ian Lachine lay sprawled on the ground. Even after taking the hit, his tone remained furious. That kick of yours nearly killed me. Zhang Sun wasn't one to take grievances lying down, he immediately crouched low. Young man, don't you know to repay kindness when someone saves you? Why are you so damn annoying? Ha, He kept jabbing Ian Lachine's back with his index finger, jab after jab, poking until the other squealed like a stuck pig. Only when his target had completely stopped making noise and resisting did he finally release his grip and stand up straight. While they were making noise, Su Guan and Meng Yijia had already scouted the path ahead. It's the center of the amusement park with several large-scale amusement rides. Su Guan pointed behind him with his staff. No sign of monsters for now, but stay extra cautious when passing through. Hearing Su Guan preparing to set off, Ian Lachine scrambled to his feet in a hurry. Captain, wait for me. Zhang Sun saw his agile figure and gave the audience a thumbs up. See that, folks? A medical miracle right here. Ian Lachine took a moment to turn back and flashed him a friendly gesture. Ahead lay the core area of the amusement park, where various rides became densely packed, yet everything appeared dilapidated, exuding an air of decay and desolation. What happened here? Wang Shudong couldn't help murmuring in confusion upon seeing the desolate scene before her. A sheet of newspaper fluttered in the wind, and she stood on tiptoe to catch it in her hand before reading. It was the City Evening News, reporting a horrific incident at the largest amusement park in the city. A man in his 30s had barged in wielding a knife, causing chaos and injuring several people. One of the girls, only 10 years old, unfortunately passed away due to ineffective resuscitation efforts. After this tragic incident, strange occurrences kept happening at the amusement park. Gradually, visitors stopped buying tickets, and with no income, the park fell into abandonment. So is the boss a middle-aged man, or the victimized girl? Luo Mingxian also leaned in to look at the newspaper. Wang Shutong's fingers brushed over the photo in the center of the newspaper, which had faded so much over the years that only faint outlines could be discerned. It's hard to say. Based on past experience, any of them could mutate into a boss, she said. Perhaps because they had ventured deeper into the amusement park, everyone felt an unnerving chill. Let's move first. Su Guan pointed ahead. There's a lit control room over there, we should check it out. Amidst all those dull gray devices, the brightly lit small house stood out conspicuously, like a hint. He simply had to go. Luo Mingxian had a hunch. As they set out, he stole a glance at Zhang Sun. Like everyone else, Zhang Sun quieted down upon arriving at the center of the amusement park. He was observing. However, Luo Mingxian noticed that unlike the others, Zhang Sun glanced at the bright operating room before turning his gaze elsewhere. Aren't you curious? Luo Mingxian deliberately slowed his steps and approached Zhang Sun's side. What are you curious about? Zhang Sun withdrew his gaze. Is there something fishy about that control room? Luo Mingxian nodded. Nothing worth seeing there. That control room now looks like a shiny giant light bulb, impossible to miss. At this point, Zhang Sun lowered his voice. Do you know what's the most terrifying thing right now? Luo Mingxian was starting to understand. You mean, there will be changes around us? It's a simple principle. In complete darkness, when a light suddenly turns on, people's gaze will instinctively be drawn to it, making them drop their guard. At this moment, the things lurking in the darkness are the most threatening. Just wait and see, Zhang Sun said. The boss won't be happy to see us gathered together. Soon, someone will go missing. Zhang Ercha truly lived up to his reputation as a notorious jinx. Their entire team had barely walked 10 meters when one member disappeared. It was Wang Shudong who noticed the absence. Captain Su. The girl's voice trembled slightly. Vice Captain seems to have disappeared. Wang Shudong walked in the middle of the group. Being observant, she had been keeping an eye on the people both ahead and behind her. Meng Yijia had just been talking to Ian Lachine moments ago, but had stopped mid-sentence. Finding this strange, Wang Shudong turned around to look. Only Ian Lachine kept his gaze fixed ahead with a tense expression, still replying to Meng Yijia while speaking. You're right, Vice Captain. I also think there's something off about that control room. Wang Shudong, what's wrong with you? He stared straight ahead, completely unaware of Meng Yijia's condition. When Wang Shudong said the Vice Captain had disappeared, he suddenly whipped his head around. The person who had been walking beside them moments ago had truly vanished. Holy shit, where's Meng Yijia? Who knows? It's so foggy here, visibility is terrible, I didn't notice a thing. Is this part from Zhang Sun's perspective in the General Association? Are there any sections from Meng Yijia's point of view? The barrage chat in the Blue Breeze Guild's live stream room also descended into chaos. Shit, where did our big-ass vice captain go? Yo, buddy watching from the vice captain's POV, say something. This is vice captain's feed. We just had lag with some static interference, like electronic disturbance. What about now? Speak up, man in front. Don't tell me something happened to you too? Still me. The vice captain's perspective is completely black now, with no sound at all. The Raven camera might have lost track, and the vice captain's wristband could also be damaged. How could this happen? So terrifying. Hope they're okay. Returning to the heart of the amusement park, with one person now vanished into thin air, they had to make a decision. Captain, what should we do? Wang Shudong asked. Should we go look for the deputy captain? During regular dungeon raids, when someone goes missing from the team, they shouldn't be searched for lightly, as it would scatter and deplete the team's combat strength. Such an approach was cruel, but to preserve more lives, it was a necessary evil. Still, it would be extremely difficult for the captain to make this decision. Su Guan frowned deeply as his teammates waited for his call. Main coordination livestream room. Are we really going to abandon Meng Yijia? Otherwise? This park is huge, and he just vanished into thin air. No map, no direction, how are we supposed to find him? The guy ahead is right. This is an elite team, every member is precious. We can't afford to waste anyone like this. But asking the captain to speak up and abandon a teammate's life, that's just too cruel. Can't you see Su Guan's face full of worry? No one wants to be put on the spot like this. Do you think being a captain is just about flaunting authority? When it comes to critical moments, they're the ones who have to shoulder the blame. Ah, what a shame. Su Guan was also a very responsible captain. No matter how you look at it, this decision is just too difficult for him. With the deputy losing his life, regardless of the reason, the guild leadership will have to punish the captain. Su Guan might not even keep his position as captain. The barrage analysis wasn't wrong, Su Guan's decision was extremely difficult. Whether he chooses to search or not now, as the captain, he's destined to bear the consequences either way. If he went to search and other team members got hurt, he'd be scolded and punished. If he didn't search and Meng Yijia got hurt, he'd still be scolded and punished. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Team members Wang Shudong and Yin Lixin were relatively young and might not have considered all aspects, but Luo Mingxian understood. Captain Su, he didn't address him by name directly, but used his title instead, which also demonstrated his resolution. I'll go find him. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. I can sign a statement right now. In the bureau, drafting a written statement declaring that one's life or death was unrelated to others was a relatively good way to absolve others of responsibility. What Luo Mingxian proposed was already the most fail-safe method, but Su Guan didn't want to owe another friend's life in vain. He shook his head, the word no unspoken, when suddenly an explosive sound rang out from nowhere. Everyone, including the barrage of comments, was drawn to the sound, turning toward its source. What are you looking at? Zhang Sun swiftly stood up, dusting the dirt off his hands. Ahead of him lay a door, flat against the ground. A portable door, one of the rewards he had earned in the last dungeon. The door creaked open, revealing a descent into the depths. The dark doorway led to a few steps downward, though how many layers remained below was uncertain. Zhang Sun then retrieved another item from cloud storage, the teacher's pointer. With a flick of his wrist, the pointer extended to over a meter long, serving as a walking stick to test the steps ahead and prevent himself from falling. After completing these preparations, Zhang Sun finally turned his head to address the others. I'm going to conduct an exclusive interview with Deputy Captain Meng. Don't anyone try to stop me. I'm off now. Chapter 41, I have connections at the General Association. General Coordination Live Room. Air Chue, is this to save Deputy Captain Chunlan? Seems like it. If he wants to save someone, just say so. Why be so weirdly stubborn about it? Maybe he's just here to watch the show. Oh no, why is Brother Zhang saving his enemy? Enemy? What grudge does Meng Yijia have against our hammer? Nah, they barely know each other. Without familiarity there can't be enmity. Did you see how those bastards from Qinglan behaved before? If you ask me, don't even bother saving them, more trouble than it's worth. Brothers, no need to lecture Brother Zhang anymore. He knows what he's doing, let's just sit back and watch him show off. On the General Association side, Zhang Sun has many fans who are worried and feel he's being treated unfairly. The atmosphere in Qinglan's livestream was completely different. How's the vice captain doing? This is killing me with worry. What did Captain Su say? Holy shit, Zhang Sun just went down. Zhang Sun? Where's he going? Does that door lead straight to the vice captain? He wouldn't be running away when he sees things going south, would he? I think so too. This looking for the vice captain is just an excuse. Where's Captain Su and the others? Damn, Captain Su and the team are about to leave. They actually bought that bullshit from Zhang Sun. Su Guan exchanged a glance with Luo Mingxian when he noticed Zhang Sun making a move. Being old friends, they didn't need words, their expressions alone conveyed their mutual trust in Zhang Sun. Let's move out, Suguan said. Lexin and Shudong, stay close this time. Ming Xian, cover the rear and keep track of our numbers. Okay. The four of them headed toward the control room. Lexin couldn't help but add another remark. Captain, can we really trust Zhang Sun? Rest assured, when he acts, he always delivers results, Luo Mingxian replied. Zhang Sun may seem laid back, but deep down, he's incredibly self-driven. Just look at how relentlessly he pushed himself when he ran the Huayin instance dozens of times, you could see the determination in his face. This time their procession was shorter, with Su Guan at the front able to clearly hear everyone's words. I told everyone at Qinglan to watch fewer replays of Zhang Sun, it seems my words went in one ear and out the other? Aside from loyal captain supporter Lexin, the other two showed guilty expressions. I didn't watch that many either, Captain, Wang Shudong defended herself in a tiny voice. Ahem, I was watching it as dinner entertainment, Luo Mingxian spoke with uncharacteristic lack of confidence, but quickly pivoted to criticizing Su Guan instead. Old Su, if you won't let us watch those, is it because you're prejudiced against newcomers? He expected Su Guan to dodge the question, Su usually avoided answering anything tricky. But this time he got a response, and an unexpectedly frank one at that. My personal feelings don't affect my judgment. The reason I banned Qinglan team members from watching Zhang Sun's dungeon videos is this, his performances make everything look far too easy. Su Guan looked at Luo Mingxian, then at the others. You and I, we all know nothing is easy with the White Tower around. Think of the sacrifices made in the past. Whenever Zhang Sun released new content, it truly made people think I could do that myself. He seemed capable of simplifying any challenge, solving problems with all sorts of bizarre methods that somehow still made perfect sense. Like a player who skipped the tutorial without finding any fishing nets or rods, they'd bash fish with rocks and still manage to prepare themselves a full seafood banquet. But before Zhang Sun arrived, the White Tower dungeon was never a stage for showing off. Now, the very Zhang Sun they were talking about was descending the stairs, the hovering camera orb floating above his head like a well-behaved little pet, even thoughtfully turning on its flashlight to illuminate the way. Dear viewers, Zhang Sun's voice echoed in the expansive darkness, amplified by the empty space. You are currently watching a special program brought to you by your beloved streamer Xiao Zhang, the future winner of the General Association Livestream Gold Anchor title for the next month, who also holds the distinction being the hottest dungeon runner in Tower 6 of District 547 for 3 consecutive hours. Today's episode, where did the deputy team go? Even in such a helpless and isolated situation, he still had the nerve to tease the live chat. Half of the viewers were laughing while the other half was cursing at him. Stop joking around, Hammer. Hurry up and get to work. Or else just turn back right now. I'm getting impatient with people again, that bad habit of mine. Don't try to save them, Hammer. That place is crawling with drifting spirits. I'm really worried. Compared to the General Association side, the skepticism in Qinglan's livestream only continues to grow. To help Qinglan's audience stay updated on Meng Yijia's situation, the guild collaborated with the General Association's operations team to add a Zhang Sun perspective feed. Now Qinglan's fans don't need to switch streams to see it. Does this damn door even work? Didn't you say it could only be used as a shield? There's a traitor ahead. You watched Zhang Sun's livestream. Bro, snap out of it. News about this door is all over the forums and media right now. No matter what, Qinglan people would rather die than watch Zhang Sun's stream. Then go ahead and gouge your eyes out now. Never mind the lunatic, it's good that Zhang Sun can get updates on the situation right away. The walking stick in his hand tapped steadily, allowing Zhang Sun to skin 2 more steps ahead. Soon, he noticed a change in the sound, it became much more solid than before. He had already reached the lowest level. After the last dungeon ended, while flipping through the manual, he discovered this portable door was actually a gimmick as a shield. Its true purpose was to serve as a passage. As long as the user silently recited a desired destination in their mind and retrieved the door from cloud storage, its opening meant accessibility. If it remained closed, the path was barred. These were the full capabilities and limitations of this item. Zhang Sun had just tried the door on a whim, never expecting it would actually open. He descended a long staircase, trudging for what felt like ages before his feet finally met solid ground. The camera orb drifted through the space, illuminating the surroundings. Where is this place? Looks like an abandoned tunnel? Probably just part of a small train that runs through the park. I can see tracks there. Holy shit, there's someone over there. Noticed by the barrage comments, Zhang Sun spotted it too. He took a few steps forward, the camera ball following, the flashlight illuminating Meng Yijia's face. Look what I found. Zhang Sun squatted down, a wild deputy Captain Meng. After scanning him briefly and finding no obvious external injuries, he nudged the man awake. Why is it you? Deputy Captain Meng slowly opened his eyes. Surprise or not? Unexpected or not? Does it feel like a nightmare coming true? Zhang Sun stood up and took 2 steps back, leaving space for the others to rise. Meng Yijia struggled to get up and join Zhang Sun in surveying their surroundings. Jang Sun had already reached the end of the tunnel, not far, where a massive mechanism blocked the entire cave entrance. The contraption's shape resembled a clown's face, with 2 rows of interlocking, razor-sharp steel teeth serving as both the exit and a lethal obstacle. There were ship's wheel-shaped switches on both the clown's nose and its left hand. They discovered that 2 people needed to operate them simultaneously to open the door. Seems whatever dumped you here intended to trap you alive till death. Jang Sun's fingers brushed against the side of the clown's steel teeth, still remarkably sharp. Although opening the door, there's no guarantee it'll work. If it gets stuck midway and the steel blade drops, the sight would be so horrifically beautiful you can't bear to look. Jang Sun said he had a way. He and Meng Yijia worked together to open the door and then sent the camera ball inside. The camera sphere flew in smoothly, but when it returned, something went wrong. The steel blade suddenly descended. Jang Sun stood before the door's switch, reacting quickly as he pulled his hand back. Yet, the camera sphere shattered. TSK, this is a bit troublesome. Jang Sun picked up the 2 pitiful fragments. This thing was quite expensive. Damn, that trap is downright terrifying. Thank goodness it wasn't a person walking in there. It's a relief nobody got hurt. I can't even imagine what would have happened if someone had gone inside. So this mechanism only lets people in but doesn't let them out? That seems to be the case. Meng Yijia voiced the same suspicion. It seems we've gone past the point of no return. Who goes first, you or me? Jang Sun was still lamenting over its broken camera. It's unusable now. Can your wristband still livestream? Meng Yijia's wristband had powered off from the impact during their fall, and he hadn't turned it back on yet. But he instinctively covered his sleeve and lied. It's no good, broken. Well, that's it. My bracelet wasn't fully charged before, and now it's shut down too. We're completely out of contact now. Jang Sun showed Meng Yijia his bracelet. He claimed they were doomed, yet his expression betrayed no trace of fear. Meng Yijia was observing him. So what's our order of operations now? He smirked, though Jang Sun couldn't see it. You'll have to go out eventually. Jang Sun squatted by the door, staring intently at those sharp blades. Let me go first, he said. Meng Yijia deliberately feigned modesty, claiming he could be the first one too. Jang Sun finally spared him a glance, saying nothing but giving a brief laugh. He seemed to see through everything, yet chose not to expose it. Unnecessary. Jang Sun straightened up and placed his hand on the switch. Alright, let's begin. Simultaneously, they turned the switches, hearing a crisp click that signaled they'd reached the limit. This sound only occurred when both switches were operated at precisely the same time. Any staggered movement would silence it. Jang Sun bent down, preparing to squeeze through that narrow crevice. Yet just as he was halfway through, suddenly click, one of the switches abruptly fell, and the widening gap was on the verge of snapping shut. Jang Sun's life hung by a thread. At this critical moment, Jang Sun planted one end of the pointer in his hand against the ground while wedging the other end against the descending steel blade. Truly proving itself as a reward from the White Tower, it didn't fail when push came to shove. Relying on his agile physique and freakish reflexes, Jang Sun made it through safely. The pointer couldn't hold much longer. Taking advantage of its remaining usefulness, Meng Yijia bent down and squeezed through. Sorry about that, Jang Sun, Meng Yijia said with an apologetic smile after successfully making his way over. My hand slipped just now. They now stood outside, though dim. The surroundings were clear enough to see each other and the nearby sights. Jang Sun remained expressionless, neither angry nor inclined to laugh it off casually. You did it on purpose, he said. That mechanism wouldn't slip unless someone deliberately moved it in reverse. How can you say that? That would make me the villain. Meng Yijia still wore that has nothing to do with me expression. You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. We both tested it ourselves just now across from here. If you've got eyes and memory, you should know. With just the 2 of them present, Meng Yijia seemed to drop the act. Even if you say so, what difference would it make? No one will believe you once you step out that door. We can test it if you don't believe me. Did you harm Hua Xian the same way back then? Xian? That was so long ago, my memory isn't that good. Aren't you afraid I'll record this? Meng Yijia laughed, as if amused by Jang Sun's naivety. Jang Xin, can I call you that? I've turned off my live stream, and your wristband is out of power. The camera drone broke right in front of us. What exactly are you going to record with? I won't believe baseless threats. You'll believe it if I show you proof? Meng Yijia realized something and jerked his head up. Don't tell me you. The folks at the General Association are really good to me. They know I'm always careless and break things, so they prepared double of everything for me. Jang Sun lifted the work ID hanging on his chest and detached a thumbnail-sized camera ball from where the card connected to the lanyard. When he let go, it automatically floated into the air. The camera balls too. Chapter 42, that's just how helpful I am. The live stream audience saw every detail through the backup drone camera. In the Blue Mist Guild's live stream room, the fans seemed dubious. What are they saying? The trap was set by the vice leader? That can't be. Vice President Meng is such a kind person. I trust the vice president completely. But Jang Sun was indeed nearly cut in half. It's all fake. It must be Zheng Tu putting on an act. I also trust the vice president's character. If he had poor character, his former teammates wouldn't have spoken of him with such trust and reliance during the interviews. The main co-streaming room is about to explode with rage. That Meng Yijia beep beep beep. What beep beep? Got my Air Chue killed. Beep beep beep. Damn, was he seriously doing it on purpose? How can such beep exist? The barrage was a flurry of Morse code, with the mods frantically adding blocked words and muting people. Then someone sent a message. Brothers, those idiots from Qinglan are dropping asterisk in the livestream. Well now, the main association's livestream lost 50,000 viewers in an instant. There had been signs before. Zhang Sun's fans, to put it nicely, have astonishing individual combat capabilities. To put it bluntly, they're reckless thugs who gang up together. In an instant, Qinglan's guild livestream was flooded, impossible to shut down even with bans. Don't bother using that unopened brain of yours, just exchange it for cash. Can't you even spot such an obvious frame-up? Qinglan's fans are just like their idol, cut from the same cloth. Take a piss and look at your own ugly face in the mirror. What's the matter? Do people have to die before you admit your precious brother isn't innocent? Finish this dungeon run and we'll see you at the police station. Unless Zhang Sun is feeling generous, this matter isn't going away. If you ask me, this isn't the first time for your vice-captain. Was Hua Xian framed by him too? The fans from both sides are arguing endlessly, but the person involved on screen remains utterly silent. Meng Yijia's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He forced himself to stay calm and not retort immediately. The more he said, the more mistakes he might make. Do you have proof? He finally seemed to grasp a thread of justification from the cracks, clutching at this lifeline. This is just your own speculation, without evidence. It's nothing but slander. He was convinced there were no cameras on the other side of the mechanism just now. As long as he wasn't caught head-on, the matter couldn't be conclusively pinned on him. Zhang Sun smiled. Deputy Captain truly won't shed tears until seeing the coffin. Alright, let's not waste time. We should hurry to meet Su Guan. His sudden compliance actually stunned Meng Yijia. Zhang Sun had already taken several steps outside before turning back. Come on, Vice Captain Meng. This is your Qinglan script after all. Can't let an outsider like me take the lead every time. Meng Yijia didn't know what mischief Zhang Sun was plotting, but the fact that he wasn't picking a fight now was at least something positive. The two walked in silence with scarcely a word between them, the tension swirling between them more oppressive than the surrounding ruins. Fortunately, they got lucky, soon returning to the amusement park center and arriving at the control room area. The operations room turned out to be a trap, housing the boss they had seen reported in the newspapers, a middle-aged man. Zhang Sun and the others stood in an open area at a safe distance from the operations room, holding back until they could assess the situation to avoid friendly fire. The middle-aged man had transformed into a ferocious boss, moving with terrifying speed. He could morph his body into shadowy forms at will, shifting shapes to evade attacks effortlessly. Su Guan drove his staff into the ground, splitting the earth and sending debris flying, catching the boss off guard and trapping him within the sudden upheaval. Then, a grotesquely oversized, rainbow-hued inflatable head suddenly expanded, its gaping maw stretching wide before swallowing the boss whole. Wow! Zhang Sun gazed at the hovering inflatable figure in the sky, garishly colorful, crudely painted to vaguely resemble a girl. At first, he thought it was a prop, but then he realized the thing retracted back to Luo Mingxuan's shoulder and even nuzzled against his cheek. Having some self-awareness means being subordinate. It's called Snow White. Luo Mingxian really treated it as half a person. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Zhang Sun scoffed in disdain. What an ugly creature, it couldn't compare to his little flower. He actually started comparing himself with others. Su Guan and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Meng Yijia, who was standing behind Zhang Sun, return alive. Su Guan said it was good to have him back. Meng Yijia's face was pale as he forced out a smile. The live stream had recordings. He didn't know what Su Guan would think when he saw that segment after finishing the dungeon. He really wanted to strangle Zhang Sun. Meng Yijia shot a gaze heavy with resentment toward Zhang Sun, who returned it with one of his own. Deputy Captain Meng, I know I'm handsome. You don't need to affirm me with your stare. Meng Yijia found him utterly unreasonable. After defeating the boss at the center of the amusement park, the group noticed the surrounding scenery changing once again. It felt as if they had been thrown into a rapidly spinning teacup ride, with everything swaying violently. Yin Lexin was the first to vomit, while Wang Shudong clung tightly to the inner wall after managing to adapt. The others were also in poor condition, except for Zhang Sun. He was still stubbornly continuing his live broadcast. Friends, see this? Zhang Sun pinched the camera sphere, the shaky footage making livestream viewers nauseous. This thing's a brain blender, don't come sit here for fun. Holy shit, who'd even wanna sit there? Air Chue, worry about yourself first, damn it. Shit, was that pink flash in the middle the boss? Damn, I saw it too. Zhang Sun keenly sensed danger and ducked his head just as a blade flashed past his skull. Close call, almost messed up my handsome haircut there. His tone was leisurely, while the Qinglan team members beside him had already engaged the boss in combat. Peering over the edge of his cup, Zhang Sun saw the boss appeared to be a humanoid doll carved in the image of a girl, sprouting 4 arms each wielding a different weapon. Let's see how the others perform. What's this about? Random punches overwhelming an old master? Perhaps because the viewpoint was simply too shaky, Team Qinglan hadn't quite adapted yet, missing with several attacks. Eventually, the most experienced Su Guan and Luo Mingxian leapt into action first. Su Guan severed 2 tentacles while Luo Mingxian cut 1. The remaining tentacle was about to send Wang Shudong flying when Zhang Sun, being the closest, stepped in to help. The familiar pink inflatable hammer came crashing down with a heavy thud, collapsing half of the entire equipment. It was over. Several figures tumbled clumsily back to the ground in various awkward positions. Zhang Sun was the most composed one among them, standing relaxed as he waited for the dungeon scenario to fade away. 2 silhouettes stood in the white light, one tall and one short, holding hands. Both appeared to be girls. The taller one looked familiar, like the real Xiaoyin, wearing a refined smile. The shorter one was likely the pitiful girl from the amusement park, her round, apple-like face beaming as she waved at Zhang Sun. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the figures vanished, leaving only the scattered remains of Qinglan's team members. Yin Lixin was still vomiting. I feel like I'm gonna kick the bucket. Zhang Sun patted his head affectionately, like tapping a not quite ripe watermelon. If you're willing, I can help make your dream come true. No need to thank me, I'm just that helpful. Yin Lixin rolled her eyes. The dungeon is over, now it's reward calculation time. Since everyone participated in defeating the boss, each person received a reward. 3 people had gift boxes of the same size, Su Guan and Luo Mingxian, and Zhang Sun. Oh, I got one too. Zhang Sun beamed with joy, while the Qinglan fans in the live stream room were about to erupt. Chapter 43, I don't just eat with anyone. Why does Zhang Sun get a reward? Zhang Sun contributed, so he should. But why is his reward as big as Captain Su and Brother Luo's? Hey, you Qinglan fans need to check yourselves. Without Zhang Sun, your whole team would be getting carried out by now with funeral trumpets blaring, got it? Forget it, some people conveniently turn a blind eye, there's no reasoning with them. Honestly, I'm more curious about what 2 Hammers' reward turns out to be. 2 Hammer, rip it open already, let's see. Unlike usual, the fans were bursting with anticipation, but this time Zhang Sun didn't open the gift publicly. What are you all staring at? He said with shameless confidence. There are outsiders here, it's not convenient for me to open this. Clutching the gift box, he prepared to leave. Su Guan, ever thoughtful, asked if he needed a car sent for him. Humph, Zhang Sun put on airs, I've got a personal chauffeur now, don't need your help. As soon as Zhang Sun finished speaking, someone pushed the door open from outside. Cheng Jia, wearing sunglasses, was shouting at the doorway. Old Zhang, where are you? What's taking you so long? Did Qinglan's people already take you out? Luo Mingxian burst out laughing when he saw who it was. Cheng Jia, giving up your career as a top-tier gamer worth tens of millions just to drive for someone. How could you fall so low in just a few days? Cheng Jia's face darkened. Cut the crap. I do what I want. Zhang Sun is our prized panda at Minke now, and he still owes us a few dungeon runs. Old Zhang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Zhang Sun kept his head down, fiddling with his phone, tossed the gift box to Cheng Jia to hold, ignored everyone, and went straight to the car. That's just how he is, doing whatever he pleases and acting entirely on whims. The promised live broadcast by the embedded reporter ended abruptly without conclusion, leaving millions hanging, yet nobody could complain about it. Returning to the car, Zhang Sun still sat in the passenger seat while Cheng Jia kept chattering as he drove. You caused quite a stir at Qinglan, especially with that Meng Yijia incident. It actually trended online. This dungeon run sparked several trending hashtags in a row. Hashtag Zhang Sun Team Reporter Hashtag Meng Yijia Zhang Sun Hashtag Meng Yijia Huaziyan Hashtag Zhang Sun's Dungeon Rewards Hashtag. With so many trending topics exploding at once, netizens found themselves overwhelmed, scrambling to follow every viral drama and jump into comment sections, leaving them no energy for anything else. Among all this, Meng Yijia and Zhang Sun's affair remained the most intensely debated topic. Zhang Sun's near-death encounter with the mechanical trap was clipped into a standalone video segment, quickly soaring into the top 10 of the video platform's daily rankings. The conversation between Zhang Sun and Meng Yijia has also been interpreted by various internet sleuths. Even on a famous gossip app, past incidents involving Meng Yijia and Huaziyan from last year were dug up. The reports from that time used vague wording, and the final outcome was Huaziyan being expelled from the first team. Major platforms instantly turned into battlegrounds for fans and haters, with casual onlookers enjoying the drama. Zhang Sun's fans, especially female supporters, charged into the fray, cursing Qinglan's fans and Meng Yijia's stands as worthless. Qinglan's fans, fiercely protective, refused to tolerate any criticism of their deputy captain, whether justified or not, blindly standing their ground. In the mix were a few pitiful longtime fans of Huaziyan, posting nothing but heartbreak and commenting with endless sympathy. painting Huazian as an aggrieved victim who endured immense injustice yet couldn't speak up for himself. Chang Jia embellished what he had seen online and recounted it to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun didn't react for a long while, which annoyed him. What's the matter? Not even a response? At the red light, he stole a glance at the webpage on Zhang Sun's phone. Forum, what do you want to see? I'm looking for something. Zhang Xian forwarded the video from the post to Su Guan. Afraid Captain Su might overlook the harrowing scene where I nearly became a victim during his review, I decided to send it to him personally. Chang Jia burst into laughter. You're really wicked, Meng Yijia's going to hate your guts. I don't care. Since they've pushed us this far, no one's getting off easy. When Zhang Sun sent the video, Su Guan was on his way back to Qinglan in the car. The team members were exhausted, each draped in their team jackets as they slept across the seats. Su Guan didn't rest. He always preferred mentally reviewing the dungeon run first, that way he could properly analyze it when they got back. So when Zhang Sun's message came through, he saw it immediately. He tapped open the video. Having forgotten to mute it, the sudden crash of mechanisms startled several dozing teammates awake. Su Guan whispered an apology before muting the video and continuing to watch. Seated in the front row, Meng Yijia found himself recognizing the sounds from the video. He hadn't slept either, constantly monitoring online discussions. There were no shortage of comments attacking him or questioning Zhang Sun. The key issue lies within Qinglan Guild, or rather, how Su Guan views this matter. With his back turned to Su Guan, he dared not glance back casually. Except for that initial sound, complete silence had lingered in the rear seats. Su Guan remained utterly silent, and this voicelessness bred deeper unease. When Meng Yijia finally mustered the courage to look back, he found Su Guan already resting with closed eyes. As per tradition, no meetings were held on the first night after returning from missions, allowing team members to retreat to their rooms for much-needed rest. Meng Yijia wanted to speak with Su Guan privately, but ever since returning to Qinglan, their captain seemed utterly exhausted, just dismissing him with a weary wave, offering neither conversation nor explanation. Left with no choice, Meng Yijia returned to his own room, his mind heavy with unease. But he still felt unwilling to accept it, and when he thought of Huazian, the instigator behind it all, fury welled up inside him. He called the person out alone and cursed at them for over an hour. Huazian had been peacefully messaging his sister when suddenly he was summoned to be scolded, leaving him utterly baffled. But recalling Zhang Sun's earlier warning, his mood improved once more. Just as I thought of someone, Zhang Sun sent a message over there. Xiaohua. Sha District Mine Office, come quickly. Hurry up, Xiaohua. After getting to know Zhang Sun a bit better, Huazian realized he wasn't like those arrogant high-level players. Instead, he had a rather straightforward, childlike temperament. When happy, he'd laugh heartily. When displeased, he'd seek revenge on the spot. He packed his things and prepared to head to the materials dungeon. Just as he was leaving, he bumped into his returning roommate. The roommate remarked sarcastically, "Oh wow, going out again? You're quite the celebrity now, I'd better watch my step so I don't offend you." Huazian hadn't planned to pay any attention, but seemingly influenced by Zhang Sun, he'd also learned to disdain those who bullied the weak but feared the strong. "Then you'd better watch yourself." He slammed the door shut. The roommate never expected the usually spineless Huazian to actually talk back. Before he could even process this and prepare to lose his temper, the hallway was already empty. Huazian arrived at the mining base in the Sandy District. This was typical of the Sandy District, always swept by winds sharp enough to cut one's face. He and Zhang Sun had a fixed mining spot. Following their usual route and climbing down into the massive pit, they suddenly noticed two figures standing there. When Huazian got a clear look at the other ragged humanoid figure, he froze in shock. "Captain?" Su Guan didn't rest. He messaged Zhang Sun, saying he wanted to treat him to a meal. No matter how cheeky Zhang Sun's mouth was, he had genuinely helped Qinglan greatly, so thanking him was only proper both emotionally and logically. "You pick the location." Su Guan showed great sincerity, but Zhang Sun's response was filled with disdain. "Plenty of people want to treat me to meals, I'm not lacking this." Su Guan thought if he wasn't willing, then so be it. Perhaps he simply didn't like dining with strangers. But not long after, another reply arrived. "But I'm short a miner, wanna join? Dungeon coordinates." And thus came the exalted first team leader of the Azure Mist Guild to do some mining. Chapter 44, that was then. Before Huazian arrived, Su Guan had already been mining for over half an hour. Zhang Sun was particularly finicky, nothing ever seemed to suit him. Every time Su Guan mined a piece and handed it over, Zhang would either complain it was too small, of poor quality, or, most absurdly, that it wasn't aesthetically pleasing enough. In Su Guan's hand was a piece of ore, covered in a dull gray sandy crust. Without breaking it open, one couldn't see the mineral hidden inside. "Can you really tell the good from the bad just by its appearance?" Su Guan asked Zhang Sun, but judging by his tone, he actually knew Zhang Sun was giving him a hard time. "My eyesight is sharp." Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows. "Hurry up and dig. If you don't dig enough, you're not going home." Huazian stood stiffly nearby, looking nervously around. One was his friend, the other was his boss. He stepped forward and offered timidly, "Captain, maybe I can help you?" He thought Su Guan must be exhausted after today's dungeon run, so he might as well handle this minor task himself. After all, he had good stamina and plenty of experience. But Su Guan shook his head. "It's fine, you stick to your own work." With a clang, Zhang Sun struck his pickaxe against the rock surface. "No whispering, same goes for you, Xiao Hua. Get to work now." Zhang the Skinflint drove people harder than any human should. Okay. The three bent down and focused on their mining. Su Guan had never dug before, but now he found the activity surprisingly cathartic. Burdened with responsibilities and adhering to a strict schedule, he rarely rebelled, yet here he was, sneaking away from everyone to do the most basic labor in this dusty mining area, listening to those around him nitpick and grumble. "Have you thought about my suggestion?" Su Guan suddenly asked. Zhang Sun's scattered nonsense halted as he tugged his scarf up toward his nose. "My rates are steep, your Qinglan faction can't afford them. Mingke offered you a silver plus contract, but we can match at silver. However, you should note Qinglan and Mingke operate on entirely different financial scales. The terms we're offering will far exceed the highest ceiling you could possibly imagine. Come on, Qinglan's fans, and even people inside your own team, would love nothing more than to kick me to the ground and stomp on me a couple more times. If I joined your guild, I'd be ostracized to death, wouldn't I? Every team has its own rules. As long as you're strong enough, earning prestige is just a matter of time." Zhang Sun laughed at these words. You could tell by the crescents of his eyes peeking above his scarf. He turned to look at Su Guan. "Captain Su, let me ask you, what would you do if I broke team rules?" Su Guan's reply came without the slightest hesitation. "Of course it should be handled according to the rules." "Then that settles it." Zhang Sun turned his head back and continued striking with the iron pickaxe in his hand. "I want the rules to be beneath me. Everything must revolve around me. With me as the priority. None of the existing guilds can achieve this, and I'm not forcing it." "So you're starting your own?" Su Guan seemed to grasp his point. "You're not opening a guild to make money, but just to avoid being controlled? That's putting it too absolutely. Who would turn down money? But I hate being controlled even more." No wonder. Su Guan knew that Xiao Jun, that shrewd guy, must have thought of it too. Mingke must have tried every possible way to keep Zhang Sun at the time. But in the end, they had no choice but to sign a loan contract with him. Zhang Sun needed money, so you could rent him for dungeon runs, but no guild could ever hope to keep him permanently. You maintain a lease agreement with the Mingke Guild, and I hope Qinglan can strive to secure this right as well. Su Guan began planning for Qinglan's future, with Zhang Sun being a key asset. If he couldn't make Zhang Sun belong to Qinglan, then at least securing some form of collaboration would suffice. But Zhang Sun fiercely refused. "I won't. If I had recorded it back then, I'd be playing that no renting to Huazian line on loop right in your ear." Su Guan also had a thick skin. When it came to business dealings, he wouldn't budge an inch. That was then, but now you've joined us on a dungeon run, and we've come to understand each other to some degree. What's more, you stole one of Qinglan's marked dungeons from us, causing significant losses. If you want to rent Huazian, I can agree to it. Hey, why does your tone sound so condescending? From now on, not a single word about guild matters. Mining. You've completely ruined my good mood. Su Guan shut his mouth and truly started digging without another word. Before long, he spoke up again. "Huazian is older than you, it's not appropriate for you to call him Little Huadat." Zhang Sun was about to explode. "I like it, Little Su, mind your own business. Friendly reminder, feel free to ignore it." Hearing his name mentioned, Huazian quietly took the opportunity to edge closer to Zhang Sun. "Mr. Zhang, if there's any trouble, you don't have to rent to me." Zhang Sun's temper flared up quickly but faded just as fast. He disliked taking his emotions out on innocent people. "It's fine, Xiao Hua, this isn't your fault. Besides, Xiao Su has that intention too, he just won't admit it." Su Guan remained silent, but offered no denial. Huazian looked left and right, failing to grasp what exactly Captain Su meant, so he quietly turned to Zhang Sun for clarification. "Did you all agree on something in advance?" "Yeah. Originally, this was an internal matter for your Qinglan team, but Qinglan, from top brass to squad members, are all a bunch of dunces. So this clever outsider had to give things a little push." Dunce number 1, Captain Su, remained silent as ever. Huazian was completely baffled, but he sensed this wasn't the time to ask too many questions. "I'll follow your and the captain's lead. There's not much I can do, but if needed, I'll spare no effort." Huazian's sincere promise moved Zhang Sun, who deliberately wiped away non-existent snot in tears. "Xiao Hua, you're truly good. When you make it big someday, don't forget this old pal of yours. Don't be like some people, ungrateful with the disposition of a white-eyed wolf." Captain Su, being completely unbothered by their ingratitude, remained silent as always. Zhang Sun's energy was noticeably low today, his mining movements unusually sluggish. On any other day, he'd be an unstoppable digging machine, a ruthless or assassin. Huazian couldn't help but notice him closing his eyes several times, whether intentionally or not. "Zhang Sun? God Zhang?" He gently nudged Zhang Sun, who had fallen asleep standing up, and Jang Sun propped open his eyelids with 2 fingers. Misham, I hear you. If you're tired, why don't you go back and rest? Jang Sun let out a big yawn. Alright, I'm heading back. Though exhausted, he didn't forget to take the ores excavated by Huazian and Su Guan. Carrying 3 large sacks of stones on his back made Jang Sun's silhouette shrink visibly. He retrieved the teleportation gate from his bracelet's cloud storage, a straight, chimney-like structure suddenly protruding from the sandy ground. He practically squeezed himself along with the 3 sacks through the portal opening. After Jang Sun departed, Su Guan casually tossed his pickaxe into cloud storage and said to Huazian, "Come to the equipment room later. I've got something to give you." "Ah, alright." In the teleportation room of the Singing Sparrow Guild, Jang Sun fell asleep again shortly after leaving the dungeon, almost instantaneously lapsing into unconsciousness. Chang Jia, who had discovered his absence from the dorm room, came here on a hunch and unexpectedly found him. Jang Sun? Jang Sun's brow furrowed tightly. Even in sleep, he found no relief. Chang Jia thought he was too exhausted to walk anymore, so he planned to fetch a bedroll and simply make him a floor bed, since the transmission room was warm anyway. Just before stepping out, he heard Jang Sun mumble something in his sleep. 7th Asylum. Chapter 45, taking you someplace nice. Jang Sun arrived at the 7th hospital in his dream. Unsurprisingly, this was supposed to be his next dungeon, but what struck Jang Sun as odd was that it didn't feel like a dungeon at all. The small white building before him was bright and inviting, with lush green ivy radiating vitality. Children played gleefully in the grassy courtyard, while elderly patients in hospital gowns sat in wheelchairs, slowly being pushed by young nurses. This scenery bore no resemblance whatsoever to the eerie, horrifying, or supernatural. How can this be a copy? Jang Sun stands outside the gate's railing when a red rubber ball bounces once on the ground and rolls perfectly through the gap in the gate, landing in his hands. A little girl with pigtails comes running over, squeezing her small hand between the railings. "Big brother, this is my ball, thank you." Jang Sun gripped the basketball in his hand, even feeling the lingering warmth of sunlight through its rough surface. He extended the ball, intending to return it to the girl. The instant the girl's soft fingertips touched the ball, the scene abruptly transformed like a poorly edited film, flickering twice. The originally warm afternoon vanished as everything around them drained of color. Ivy vines rapidly withered and died, resembling congealed blood vessels slicing across the wall's surface. The doctors and patients had vanished, and the playing children had disappeared as well. Only the girl before him remained, extending a withered claw to grip Jang Sun's hand with terrible force. Her facial features were utterly misplaced, growing where they shouldn't belong. Outsider, her mouth embedded where her left eye should have been, spoke. "You shouldn't be here. Leave." The words "get out" sent tremors through the entire space, ruffling Jang Sun's hair, yet he remained completely still. He faintly recalled having heard this phrase before. "What's the deal?" Jang Sun remained oddly calm at this moment. Does this place require tickets for entry or something? Whether it triggered some hidden mechanism or not, the girl vanished the moment he finished speaking, leaving only a bruise-like mark circling his wrist. Jang Sun rubbed it with his other hand. It didn't come off, so it must be real. He ignored it, didn't feel afraid, and just focused on doing what he needed to do. They were already at the site. What was the point of waiting instead of starting the simulation? Early the next morning, Chang Jie got up and went to knock on the door of the transmission room. Pushing the door open, they found Jang Sun already awake and packing his things. "Where are you going?" "Running another instance." "I'm ready. Give it a rest." Chang Jie shoved his own pile of belongings aside. "Even an Iron Man wouldn't train like this. It hasn't even been 24 hours. You're diving into a second run already? There's nothing I can't do. Back when I watched your Minkei video 70 times, I wasn't this bad." "Then stand up and walk a few steps." "Walk it is." Jang Sun pushed himself up from the ground with one hand, but started swaying after just 2 steps. He stopped to steady himself, pressing a hand to his forehead. "Your Minkei shuttle room has a vibration mode? Fancy. What nonsense are you talking about? Including the marked books you pried open earlier. Look at how little sleep you've gotten these days. If you keep this up, forget staying at our Minkei. You might as well move straight to the hospital." Jang Sun slumped back onto the ground, ruffling his hair into a bird's nest of frustration. "I can't stay idle. Doing nothing makes me restless." "Looking for trouble? That's easy, I'll show you around." When Chang Jie said he'd take him out, Jang Sun assumed he'd be used as free labor again to work for Minkei. To his surprise, Chang Jie brought him to a place he'd never been before. "This is the Blue Tower," Chang Jie explained excitedly, both of them wearing sunglasses and hats that completely concealed their faces. Unlike the White Tower, the Blue Tower is funded by major guilds. It's a dedicated arena for player battles. Jang Sun stood on the second-floor spectator stand, listening to the cheers around him and gazing at the spacious fighting ring below. No matter how he looked at it, the place didn't seem quite respectable. "What are the rules?" he asked. "No rules. You lose when you're knocked off the platform. A match was currently underway in the center of the ring between two competitors, one male and one female, with starkly contrasting physiques. The male fighter was tall and burly, while his female opponent appeared slender and fragile. The surrounding crowd was betting on the man to win. Yet with a sudden chokehold, the woman nearly snapped her opponent's neck before the referee intervened to stop the match. It's all sponsored by the guild, after all, Cheng Jie remarked nearby. Better avoid fatalities, otherwise, things could get messy. Oh, so can anyone join the fight? Of course, the biggest highlight here is the free-for-all stage. Anyone, men or women, young or old, can step up and try their hand at a few moves. As Cheng Jie spoke, he glanced to the side and nearly gave himself away in fright. What are you doing? Zhang Sun already had one foot on the railing, ready to jump down. Cheng Jie grabbed him, leaving Zheng utterly bewildered. What's the matter? Didn't you say anyone could play? You definitely can't. Cheng Jie lowered his voice and quickly explained. I brought you out to relax, not to exhaust yourself even more. Then get down. Their fight is so boring it's putting me to sleep. Of course I can't either. Battle team members aren't allowed to compete in blue tower duels. That's against the rules. Zhang Sun was displeased. Nothing's allowed. This isn't fun. I'm leaving. Hey, wait a second. Cheng Jie suddenly called him back. This guy activated infinite returns. Zhang Sun perked up his ears and turned back to watch the excitement. He saw a tall, slender young man standing in the center of the ring, not very old, with a timid expression on his face, occasionally glancing toward a specific spot in the crowd. Zhang Sun followed his gaze. The person standing in that spot was also wearing a baseball cap, likely a team player deliberately concealing his identity, just like Cheng Jie. The young man in the ring seemed somewhat famous, as murmurs gradually rose around him. Isn't that Xin Guanyu from Silver Snow? That abandoned child? I heard his father was a high-ranking official in Yin Snow, but recently passed away from illness. Fallen from grace? No wonder he's showing up here. Is he playing Infinite Loop? Doesn't that mean fighting to the death? You've got dirt on them, don't you? As the name suggests, Infinite Gauntlet pits a contestant against wave after wave of challengers until no one else steps forward. Compared to regular matches, fighters who opt for this format receive substantial rewards, even securing a potential ticket to join major guilds. But the drawbacks are equally glaring. Once begun, you cannot voluntarily withdraw or fight half-heartedly. The challenge ends only when you're knocked off the platform by an opponent, or collapse from sheer exhaustion. Cheng Jie naturally noticed who was on the stage. Holy shit, Shen Guanyu? What's he doing here? What, is he some big deal? Zhang Sun asked, completely clueless. Damn, he was Silver Snow's former prodigy. His combat skills are insane, practically undefeated. Why would he come here? And now he's starting an endless loop? Seriously fighting till death. Cheng Jie also said so. For those with particularly poor skills, it's actually easier. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the suffering. Many powerful individuals refused to believe this and insisted on trying the infinite loop, only to meet exceptionally tragic ends without exception. This is going to be difficult. Soon, the first challenger stepped onto the stage, a man built like a mountain. The moment his feet touched the ring, the entire platform trembled twice, and even Xin Guanyu on stage couldn't help shrinking his neck slightly. Zhang Sun's brows furrowed. Can he really win? Chapter 46. I'm such a genius. Xin Guanyu had one arm hanging limply at his side while the other gripped his elbow tightly, looking extremely nervous. The surrounding jeers grew louder. He glanced anxiously at the audience below him, the beads of sweat on his forehead glistening under the scorching stage lights. He looks really nervous, Zhang Sun remarked. Rusty? Can't be. It's been too long since I checked on Silver Snow's news. He should have stayed in the first team, Cheng Jie replied. Zhang Sun tapped his wrist display to look up information about the Silver Snow Guild. With a single tap, news flooded the screen about Xin Yuan, one of Silver Snow's top leaders, tragically dying during an inspection of the guild's new headquarters. The coverage was overwhelming, suggesting it had caused quite a stir at the time. Xin Yuan had once been Silver Snow's guild leader, but later, citing health reasons, he voluntarily relinquished his position to the current leader. During Xin Yuan's tenure, Silver Snow had been a regular in the top 10 rankings. Yet, soon after the new leader took over, the guild's strength plummeted, now barely clinging to the 20th spot, neither thriving nor dead. This Xin Guanyu was none other than Xin Yuan's only son. Just as Cheng Jie had said, he had risen to fame at a young age, making his debut at 11 and leading solo dungeon raids by 15. A testament to his remarkable talent. The post included a highlight reel of Xin Guanyu, and Zhang Sun clicked on one of them. This was Xin Guanyu at 11 years old, his combat system still unformed, many movements purely reflexive, yet already displaying a battle prowess even amateurs could recognize. Indeed worthy of the title child prodigy. However, after Xin Yuan's death, Xin Guanyu hadn't participated in any dungeon runs for 3 consecutive months until now, when he reappeared at Blue Tower. It seemed he'd become collateral damage in the power struggle among the guild's higher-ups. Pathetic. After briefly scratching his intellectual itch, Zheng Xian draped himself bonelessly over the second-floor balcony railing, yawning with apathetic boredom. What, sleepy again? Chang Jia tilted his head. Given your personality, I thought you'd intervene. This is the guild's internal affair. Didn't you notice that oddly dressed guy below? Must be one of Silver Snow's players, here to keep an eye on Xinguanyu. I'd rather not stir up trouble. That said, watching the show won't hurt. Chang Jia teased him. Never thought I'd hear I'd rather not stir up trouble coming from you, but since Zhang Sun couldn't be bothered to move, he didn't change spots either. The two continued watching. The audience erupted in wave after wave of shouts, leaving Xinguanyu on the ring like a herbivore surrounded by beasts. His gaze swept helplessly across the surroundings before finally settling on the towering opponent before him. The fighter uttered two sentences, definitely nothing pleasant, turning Xinguanyu's face pale. The two people behind Zhang Sun were whispering among themselves. Will he be okay? He looks so thin and weak. I doubt it. I hope he doesn't die too gruesomely. I can't stand that kind of scene. Makes me sick. Not just his section of the audience, almost everyone was shouting another contestant's name, as if victory had been predetermined. The referee in the black and white checkered mask raised his flag, and the match began. The challenger slammed his fists together, his features twisting into a vicious grin. He took a step back, then launched himself forward like a human cannonball straight toward Xinguanyu. Boom! A deafening collision of flesh erupted from the ring, and the audience gasped in astonishment as they took in the situation. No one had seen what had happened, but the challenger was now sprawled inelegantly outside the ring. Xinguanyu's body stretched out, his legs apart and his hands hanging loosely by his sides. Then, almost immediately, he pulled himself back together into his originally restrained stance. Xinguanyu had actually won. The audience's murmurings of confusion turned into thunderous cheers. Chang Jia was also astonished. He knew Xinguanyu was a prodigy, but he hadn't expected that after years of tempering and refinement, his combat skills would actually reach new heights. He turned around, preparing to quickly wake Zhang Sun so he could see something spectacular. But he found Zhang Sun wasn't asleep. Instead, with his hands folded against the railing, he was gazing quietly down at the contestant's performance on stage. The second challenger has taken the stage. It's the female fighter who previously won using a chokehold. She lasted about 5 minutes longer than the previous contender, but unfortunately, the outcome remained the same. 2 victories in a row. The roar from the audience grew increasingly deafening. He's using fist techniques. Zhang Sun suddenly leaned in and said something, catching Chang Jia off guard. Fist techniques? Yeah, and it looks like a family heritage style, one I've never seen before. To push his combat skills to the limit, Zhang Sun had studied the mainstream combat techniques of this world while exploring simulated dungeons. He would order Little Red Riding Hood to threaten the boss into staying still while he practiced nearby, mastering the techniques and then testing them on the boss in real combat. The style Xinguanyu employed was different from what major guilds now teach their elite players. It prioritized rhythm over raw strength. He could disrupt his opponent's rhythm or drag them into his own. Once he succeeded, there was simply no chance for retaliation. This rhythm, Zhang Sun guessed, probably wasn't limited to just the boxing system. If Xinguanyu were holding a sword or any other weapon, he could likely achieve the same effect. Challengers came one after another, and the atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly intense. Xinguanyu seemed to grow stronger with each battle. The voices around had shifted, almost all now favoring Xinguanyu. That kid is really fierce. How many is this now? The 10th one? Could he really become the first person to successfully defend his title indefinitely? The Blue Tower in this district has only been around for a year or two. No one has managed to hold on to their champion status yet. The Blue Tower is located in several districts with larger permanent populations, and this particular one is relatively new among them. 9 forms. Amid the clamor of discussions about victory and defeat, one voice stood out as distinctly out of place. Zhang Sun counted on his fingers to verify again. That's right, 9 forms. What? Chang Jia didn't understand what nonsense he was spouting now. His fist techniques. Zhang Sun, who had comprehended the 9 forms fist technique solely through visual observation, revealed a thoroughly satisfied smile. Not bad. Though some moves were a bit complicated, I managed to break them down. Damn impressive. Chang Jia gave him a thumbs up. That talent of yours is what you'd call a real prodigy. Makes me want to push you off here and end you right now. See, that's your twisted mindset showing. I recommend seeing the team psychologist, might cure that envy of yours. Zhang Sun had mastered a new boxing technique and felt this trip was worthwhile, so he figured it was time to call Chang Jia and head back. He glanced at Xinguanyu on the platform. No matter how exceptional his combat skills were, they couldn't withstand the gauntlet. He was already wiping sweat with his sleeves, his breathing growing uneven. In 2 or 3 more rounds, they'd probably collapse from sheer exhaustion and drop dead. Zhang Sun suddenly lost interest in watching yet another prodigy's tragic downfall. Just as he turned to leave, the deafening cheers erupting around him left his ears ringing for 3 solid seconds. Holy shit, isn't that little Zhang Sun? Zhang Sun standing right beside them? Chapter 47, Raise the Banner. So it's true? The one who's recently been clearing SS-class dungeons? Cleared about 2 or 3? Almost catching up to Zhang Sun's personal records. Apparently some top-ranking guilds wanted to recruit him, but the guy's standards are sky-high, won't even glance at offers outside the top 20. Zhang Sun had sharp ears and caught every word of the conversation about little Zhang Sun. He turned his head to look at Chang Jia, who remained blissfully unaware, still happily watching the match. Zhang Sun poked him sharply in the ribs, causing Chang Jia to dodge dramatically with an exaggerated yelp. Luckily, at the last moment, he remembered he couldn't reveal his identity and quickly clamped a hand over his own mouth. "What's wrong now?" he asked Zhang Sun, who suddenly fell ill. Zhang Sun still had something to ask him. "What's the deal with little Zhang Sun?" "Ha, oh." Chang Jia suddenly became evasive, completely unlike his usual straightforward character. Zhang Sun immediately transformed his fingers into a handblade, gesturing threateningly toward Chang Jia's ribs. "I surrender. I'll confess everything." Chang Jia swiftly surrendered, explaining with hurried urgency to Zhang Sun, whose mood seemed dangerously unstable. It turned out this little Zhang Sun had only recently gained fame among players. His real name was Zhang Feiguang. Like Zhang Sun, he rose to prominence after a standout performance in a rundown district, then went on to challenge high-difficulty dungeons consecutively. His best achievement was flawlessly clearing an SS-ranked dungeon. Although said to be similar to Zhang Sun, careful observers would notice that Zhang Feiguang was actually imitating him. This imitation wasn't limited to rejecting guild invitations and renting contracts, but also included exploits like repeatedly farming the same dungeon. The controversy surrounding Zhang Feiguang runs deep. Some believe he's simply chasing clout. The high-difficulty dungeons he clears aren't original runs, the original dungeons being those first attempted by players. Since challenging dungeons have extremely low success rates, batches of failed players would leave behind various internal dungeon recordings. Zhang Feiguang's dungeons had extensive information exposed on forums long beforehand. With enough preparation, anyone could theoretically attempt them. But another argument persists: if the information's available to all, why has only Zhang Feiguang succeeded? This proves he must possess genuine talent and ability. A single breakout rookie wouldn't normally warrant attention. Every server region produces clusters of prodigies annually. What truly unsettles Zhang Sun's fans, and even neutral observers, is how Zhang Feiguang claims to dislike being compared to Zhang Sun, yet meticulously mirrors his every move. Such double standards thoroughly disgusted Zhang Sun's fans. During online arguments, Zhang Feiguang's paid trolls maintained a unified stance, stubbornly claiming Zhang Sun's fans were bullying newcomers, and even brought up the incident where Zhang Sun poached Qinglan's marked dungeon, uniting Qinglan's fans to condemn him. Over time, this misled many uninformed bystanders unfamiliar with the full context, making them believe Zhang Sun was truly suppressing new talent. But Zhang Sun himself hadn't even debuted for 2 months yet. To pin such a serious accusation on him was completely unjust. Ming Ke has quietly intervened several times already, though not openly. Both Vice President Tao and Brother Xiao believe we should step in and not let them keep slinging mud. But they didn't want to bother you with such trivial matters while you were still working on the dungeon. They didn't want to distract you. Chang Jia practically exerted every ounce of his ability, wishing he could grow 8 mouths to talk all at once. But Zhang Sun's gaze drifted downward, completely ignoring him. "You should listen to advice. You really can't take this to heart. All of us are constantly in the eye of the storm, getting buckets of dirty water thrown at us every few days. The guild has plenty of experience handling this kind of public opinion. You don't need to worry about it at all. Seriously, there are way too many newcomers using your name to hype themselves up." Zhang Sun version 1, Zhang Sun version 2, popping up like mushrooms after rain. It never ends. Chang Jia was straightforward but also a bit of a troublemaker. His personality wasn't exactly the easiest to deal with, as evidenced by that classic example of him egging Zhang Sun on to steal a flagged notebook. But he had good reason to advise Zhang Sun to endure with such earnest persuasion. These elite star players from various guilds couldn't afford to be swayed by negative public opinion, as it would severely impact their personal lives and even affect their performance in dungeon runs. Chang Jia himself had learned this lesson the hard way after suffering several major setbacks and painful stumbles, which finally tempered his sharp edges. At most, they could vent by using alternate accounts to curse or create anonymous hate threads on forums. Zhang Sun seemed to have finally taken some of the advice to heart, no longer deliberately avoiding eye contact. He raised his head and examined Chang Jia carefully. Chang Jia felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. "What? You're absolutely right." Zhang Sun suddenly nodded, though it was unclear which statement he was affirming. Which one? You can't approach this matter openly." Before Chang Jia could react, he felt a violent tug at his neck that nearly strangled him. His neck suddenly felt bare, and when he looked down, he realized his scarf was gone. The person in front of him suddenly vaulted over the railing with one hand, landed on the staircase steps, and dashed downstairs while wrapping the scarf around their hair and running toward the center of the fighting ring. Holy shit! Cheng Jia swore under his breath. He wanted to stop Zhang Sun but was afraid of being too obvious. He considered calling for backup but had no idea who to summon. In an instant, he performed 800 feints near the spectator stands. In just that short moment, Zhang Sun had already taken his position properly on the arena. The referee was stunned, and the audience was equally dumbfounded. Shen Guanyu and Jiang Feiguan both looked at this unexplained character with some surprise. He wore black casual pants and a long-sleeved t-shirt that seemed to be picked up from some fast food joint, printed with the words half price on second fries. His hair was wrapped in a soft scarf with a logo suggesting it wasn't cheap. The sunglasses seemed mismatched to his face, likely borrowed from someone else, and were of the same brand as the scarf. In his hand was a black baseball cap, which he was struggling to fit over the stacked layers of the scarf. What was even more terrifying was the black mask covering his face. From head to toe, no skin remained exposed except for his hands. Sir, the referee hesitated before speaking. Zhang Sun nodded. He paused, took out a small paper knife from his pocket, and cut a slit in the middle of the mask so he could breathe easier during some vigorous movements later. I want to challenge, he said. His voice sounded muffled, perhaps from wearing too many layers, but no one recognized him as Zhang Sun. Wrapped up so tightly, they just assumed he was some player from a pro team sneaking out for fun. Cheng Jia was already squatting on the ground, clutching his hair in his hands, his face filled with regret. Suddenly struck by a thought, he changed his posture, pressing his palms together in prayer, begging that Zhang Sun wouldn't make too big of a scene. True to their experience, the referee quickly regained composure. But contestant Zhang was the first to step onto the stage. Are there any rules prohibiting 3 people from standing on the challenge platform at once? In principle, it's 1-on-1. 2 against 1 would be unfair to the reigning champion. Of course, if the champion permits multiple challengers, that's also acceptable. Zhang Sun nodded in understanding, then turned to look at Shen Guanyu. Do you agree? Shen Guanyu wasn't the decisive type. The unfolding scene before him had left him utterly bewildered. Beside him, Jiang Feiguan was the first to speak up, putting on an exaggerated display of generosity. Since this friend has also chosen to come on stage, I'll gladly offer him the challenge opportunity first. No need, I don't want your favors. I hate owing people. Zhang Sun cut him off. I'll take you out first. He pointed one finger at Jiang Feiguan, then turned to the bewildered Shen Guanyu, then I'll challenge him. Finally, he glared at the stunned referee standing dumbly. Is this okay? Just say yes or no. Technically it doesn't break the rules. Then it's fine. Zhang Sun, bundled up tightly, gave a nod and pivoted on his toes to face Jiang Feiguan, whose expression was anything but friendly. Raise the flag, he said to the referee. Chapter 48, I'll give you 3 moves. Zhang Sun stood there, exuding an air of righteous confidence. The referee turned his head toward Jiang Feiguan, inquiring about his thoughts. Jiang Feiguan originally found the situation baffling. He had come to challenge Shen Guanyu for the title of defending champion, intending to further boost his popularity by successfully maintaining his position. Little did he expect this uninvited intruder to suddenly emerge and disrupt his plans. And the clothes he's wearing, what terrible taste. He didn't want to waste time and energy, planning to tell the referee that he refused such an arrangement. But then the hooded stranger across from him spoke. Aren't you called Little Zhang Sun? If it were really Zhang Sun, he wouldn't refuse such a request. Jiang Feiguan didn't care about anything else, all he cared about was comparing himself to Zhang Sun. He was stuck in a contradictory mindset, disliking Zhang Sun while unconsciously following in his footsteps. So, he couldn't stand hearing anyone say he wasn't as good as Zhang Sun. Still, Jiang Feiguan had some sense left and knew he shouldn't lose his temper. He cautiously replied, I only do me. A nickname like Little Zhang Sun? I wouldn't stoop that low. You're refusing? Then you're truly no match for Zhang Sun. People were right about you. The masked man's mind worked quickly, and these words truly enraged Jiang Feiguan. Fine, I agree, he said with a dark expression, but not because of Zhang Sun, because of your aggressive attitude. Oh, if you insist on justifying yourself that way, so be it. This masked man's words were truly grating. Jiang Feiguan found his tone vaguely familiar. Are you a fan of Zhang Sun? Jiang Feiguan asked. Sort of. No wonder, Jiang Feiguan smiled knowingly. Are you standing up for your idol? You really shouldn't, your body is your own, no need to sacrifice it like this for someone else. You talk too much. The masked man grew impatient. Zhang Sun doesn't need his fans to fight for him, he takes care of it himself. I'm here because I want the prize money. Prize money? What's wrong? Can't stand seeing poor people? I just love money. After successfully defending the title indefinitely in infinite return, a substantial cash reward would be directly deposited into the winner's account. Coming from a masked man, this explanation actually made sense. Since there were also spectators below the arena who were close by, they naturally overheard the conversation between the two. Is this person a fan of Zhang Sun? Judging by the way he speaks enough to piss anyone off, he's definitely a fan. Zhang Sun's fans are truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Anyone can talk big, I don't see any real talent in him. Let's see how Zhang Feiguang performs. He's had standout moments in the last 2 dungeon runs. Zhang Feiguang overheard the murmurs from the audience. Compared to this enigmatic figure who didn't even dare show his true face, the crowd clearly favored him more. His confidence surged, and he signaled to the referee. Raise the banner. After confirming both parties' willingness, the referee first signaled Shen Guanyu to stand at one side of the arena. There had never been such a challenge precedent before, so they didn't dare let him step down directly. The square banner was lifted high and then lowered. The match begins. Zhang Feiguang didn't move. He said, "You seem inexperienced. I'll let you have the first 3. Before the word moves could leave his lips, a blur of motion flashed before his eyes, followed immediately by a crushing blow to his abdomen. Cough. Before Zhang Feiguang could react, he had already taken his opponent's fist, the impact nearly making him vomit his internal organs. The opponent had already swiftly retreated to a safe distance, preparing for the next blow. The crowd erupted in cheers. Amid the cheers of thousands, Zhang Feiguang heard his opponent's disdainful voice. Still going easy on me? Zhang Feiguang wiped the corner of his mouth and straightened his back. He clenched his teeth. Enough talk. Like arrows loosed from their bows, the 2 men charged toward the center of the arena and collided. Another strike. This time their positions reversed, standing back to back. Suddenly, Zhang Feiguang dropped to one knee. His opponent had landed an effective move. Who would have thought this random bystander who rushed onto the field dressed with such individual flair could possess such formidable skill? Is this a player from some esports team, sneaking out to have some fun? Can't tell which guild's combat system they're using, only saw 2 moves. Looks like a power-focused fighter? Eternal Dynasty? No way it's Eternal Dynasty, they're super strict with their players. The subsequent fight unfolded fluidly, turning into nothing short of a one-sided beating performance with Zhang Feiguang on the receiving end. The masked man might have covered himself thoroughly, but his field of vision remained unobstructed. He could swiftly anticipate Zhang Feiguang's moves and counter them effortlessly. Zhang Feiguang was utterly defenseless. Moreover, whether intentional or not, the audience gradually realized that this masked fighter seemed to be holding back his strength. He doesn't seem to want a quick resolution? With such beautiful combat skills, he could have kicked Zhang Feiguang off the platform long ago. Zhang Feiguang looks utterly pathetic. It's honestly pitiful to watch. Do you think he has some grudge against Zhang Feiguang? Zhang Feiguang was now thoroughly exasperated, neither able to advance nor retreat properly. Advancing meant getting beaten down, while retreating would only get him forcibly dragged back. This is such a dirty fight. Finally, the masked man seemed to have vented enough and casually kicked Zhang Feiguang off the stage, ending the match. The referee raised the flag to signal the outcome. Zhang Feiguang loses, the unknown challenger wins. The audience applauded and whistled, celebrating the victory of those on stage. Only Chang Jia on the second-floor terrace stood out like a sore thumb. Seeing the battle conclude, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone with eyes could see Zhang Sun was harassing Zhang Feiguang. All he could do was pray things wouldn't spiral out of control. Thankfully, the person is still alive. Just staying alive is enough. After venting his emotions, Zhang Sun returned to normal and prepared to put up a brief fight with Shen Guanyu before pretending to collapse and stepping down. But when he turned around, he suddenly found 2 rows of people standing behind him. Zhang Sun, you want to challenge Shen Guanyu? Get in line, wait till I'm done. The male competitor of average height standing at the front shook his head. No, we want to challenge you. ? Zhang Sun turned to the referee. Is that even allowed? He raised his doubts, but the contestant who took the stage next also had something to say. Just like you, we also want to challenge Shen Guanyu, but before that, we'll defeat you. Using magic to defeat magic? Zhang Sun truly learned what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He helplessly rubbed his hair, only to realize he'd touched the thick scarf instead. Then come. The male contestant who had just spoken stepped forward. No, Zhang Sun shook his finger, gesturing through the air from left to right, all of you together. The male contestant froze momentarily, exchanging bewildered looks with those beside him. All together then, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to play games with you. The audience began to stir restlessly. Such nerve from this punk. Standing on stage are 1, 2, 8 competitors. How arrogant. Defeating just one Zhang Feiguang is nothing to be so confident about. Weren't you just praising Zhang Feiguang a moment ago? You must have misheard, that definitely wasn't me. This novel competition format left even the referee baffled. He pressed his Bluetooth earpiece, speaking to someone on the other end whose identity remained unclear. Only after repeated confirmations did he finally nod at Zhang Sun. No issues. Both contestants, please get ready. Chapter 49, Brother, don't thank me blindly. The masked man's second round was even more decisive than the first. This time he seemed intent on tormenting no one, ending everything with the most decisive moves. Compared to sequential combat, this simultaneous assault tested the fighter's acuity and bodily coordination more severely. The mind had to anticipate, yet promptly command the limbs to follow. It was absolutely dazzling. All 8 fighters employed diverse martial arts, creating a spectacle impossible to fully absorb. Amid this overwhelming flurry that strained mere comprehension, the masked fighter at the arena's center actually parried every single attack. Holy shit, this is something beyond human capability. Which guild's talent is this? I desperately need to know his identity. Could it be some newcomer here just practicing? A newcomer? No way, his skills are on par with Zhang Sun. I've never seen Air Chue fight without weapons. His props are all too destructive. One strike kicks up a huge cloud of dust, making it impossible to see anything. Stop speculating. Didn't Zhang Sun just finish a dungeon? He's probably resting. The audience buzzed with discussion while the battle on stage neared its conclusion. The masked fighter knocked the last contestant off the platform. Is that all? He looked around, seeming somewhat bewildered, before finally nodding, that's all. But it seemed he had underestimated things. Soon, 6 more people stepped onto the stage. He was just about to speak to Xing Guanyu when he noticed the crowd on stage had grown again. You're here to challenge too? His voice already sounded impatient, yet he still complied with the rules. Come on. The progress bars of these 6 contestants shrank twice as fast as the previous 8. The masked challenger gifted each of them 3 moves, sending them all off the stage. By the time the third wave of challengers came up, this contestant looked utterly exasperated. Speechless though he was, he swiftly knocked the person flying. Back and forth, he dispatched 5 waves of challengers. Finally, no one else stepped onto the stage. 36. He just fought a total of 36 people? Even if some among them were just there to make up the numbers, having over 30 is still terrifying. And next, he's going to challenge Xing Guanyu. Xing Guanyu had taken advantage of this time to rest and recover. He turned his gaze toward the masked contestant standing in the center of the ring, who was also looking back at him. Finally, it's your turn, he said, his tone tinged with anticipation. I nearly played dead to let you win, but since we're here, why not have a friendly match? Xing Guanyu was baffled by his abrupt and incoherent remark, but the other man didn't give him a chance to inquire further, already urging the referee to proceed. Raise the flag, raise the flag. I'm going back to eat after this match, I'm starving to death. The referee, belatedly realizing, raised his flag. The final round begins. This masked contender displayed a completely different performance compared to before. When Xing Guanyu unleashed his signature boxing technique, the masked fighter successfully dismantled the moves and returned Xing Guanyu's own punch right back at him. He actually replicated Xing Guanyu's boxing technique. The audience erupted in gasps, and even Xing Guanyu himself appeared momentarily stunned. This fist technique had been passed down secretly through generations of their family, never taught to outsiders, inherited only by those bearing the Shin family name. There's absolutely no other way to learn this. Could it be that he mastered the entire martial art just by watching me execute a few moves? Xing Guanyu's heart was shaken to its core. Being young, his temperament hadn't yet reached that level of cultivation. The masked man smelled opportunity. Seizing the moment when Xing Guanyu's attention wavered, he drove his right fist straight toward the other's face. Xing Guanyu narrowly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Fortunately, his extensive experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure and refocus on the battle. The duel between these two was on an entirely different level compared to previous matches. The fluidity and spectacle of masters exchanging blows multiplied exponentially. The surrounding murmurs gradually faded as everyone held their breath, awaiting the decisive outcome. They were using completely the same set of techniques, even an amateur could see it. Xing Guanyu himself was drenched in sweat. The last time he fought someone who knew the Shin family's boxing techniques was his father, Shin Yuan. Now, he was facing another version of himself, or rather, a version that rapidly assimilated the basics of the boxing techniques, growing increasingly adept as the fight progressed. The masked fighter's talent was unimaginably high. Defeat was only a matter of time. Xing Guanyu knew this well, even as the current situation saw him evenly matched with the masked figure. Sure enough, after 3 minutes, Xing Guanyu was already showing signs of decline. 2 more minutes passed, and Xing Guanyu was struck in the chest by a punch. His body reeled backward, tumbling off the fighting platform. Cough, cough, he propped himself up with one leg on the ground while steadying himself against the ring's edge with his other hand. I lost. Since Xing Guanyu, the reigning champion, has stepped outside the arena, the victory is awarded to the opposing side. The masked contender has secured yet another triumph. The crowd erupted in waves of roaring cheers. According to the rules, the masked fighter now becomes the arena's reigning champion, while others still maintain their right to challenge. But it seemed the previous round had shaken everyone's confidence, leaving the spectators without any self-assurance. Winning is temporary, but looking cool lasts forever. They realized they couldn't deliver a performance as spectacular as the last round, and getting kicked off the stage would only bring humiliation upon themselves. 10 minutes later, no one dared to step up for the challenge. The defense was successful. The first defender to make it onto the Blue Tower rankings in this server. The enormous golden sphere overhead burst open, sending colorful ribbons raining down from the sky, draping over the victor at the center of the arena like a royal cloak. While the one in the arena reveled in the fruits of victory, those watching from below wore varied expressions. The members of the Silver Snow Guild hidden among the crowd quietly slipped away. Shin Guanyu glanced in the direction they left, hesitated for a moment, but didn't immediately follow. He turned around, raised his head to look at the masked figure, just as the other's gaze fell upon him. "My name is Shin Guanyu," he said. "Thank you for helping me out. I hope to see you again next time." Without waiting for the masked man's reply, he followed the direction where the Silver Snow figure had departed, his footsteps appearing quite hurried. Zhang Sun suddenly being thanked? Bro, don't thank the wrong person. I only went on stage because I really wanted to beat Jiang Feiguang up. As he thought this to himself, he averted his gaze only to unfortunately spot Jiang Feiguang in the audience again. The other's eyes were full of malice, with a hint of scheming calculation. Zhang Sun, feeling an inexplicable chill down his spine? He lifted his leg to step down from the arena, where the stairs happened to be in Jiang Feiguang's direction. Suddenly, Jiang Feiguang lunged forward and yanked his scarf. It was truly a perfect storm of circumstances. The earlier fight had been so intense that even the tightly wrapped scarf could only hang loosely around his head after the battle. The baseball cap went flying and landed belly up on the ground. The floating camera orb had been tracking the winner's movements, its feed transmitted simultaneously to the 4 massive screens above the arena. When that familiar, handsome profile appeared on screen, the entire Blue Tower fell silent. Only one voice persisted, a spectator on the second-tier stand shouting into a phone call. "Hello? Hello? Xiao Ji, it's me. Yes, I didn't take him wandering around. Don't worry. We went to the amusement park, rode the rocking cars. I've already got a handle on some of these family relations." "You're asking about old Zhang? Old Zhang's doing just fine. He's with me." "What do you mean he's trending? How's that possible? We've been keeping such a low profile." "Holy shit." Cheng Jia, who was on the phone desperately assuring Xiao Jun that he hadn't taken Zhang Xian roaming around, turned his head and nearly lost his eyeballs. "Xiaoji, he'd already imagined 10,000 ways he was gonna die. You must have misheard me. I'm not with Zhang Xian right now. I'm heading to Blue Tower to nab him this instant." Chapter 50. It's all Jiang Feiguang's fault. Many people are familiar with Zhang Sun's face. It's frequently seen in live streams. Yet when he appeared in person at the offline event, the audience still erupted with excitement. Is this really Zhang Sun himself? Could it truly be the legendary god Zheng? Holy shit, the legendary player who fended off 30 opponents and defended the arena was actually Tu Hammer? The audience was both shocked and delighted, scarcely daring to believe their eyes. Among them mingled a few individuals whose expressions were varied and inscrutable. Jiang Feiguang, the instigator, originally just wanted to get a clear look at his opponent's face, so he could prepare to wipe away the shame next time. The other person was all covered up, face hidden, acting all shady. It really rubbed him the wrong way. So he hatched a plan. He would expose this person's true colors. He had initially thought it was one of Zhang Sun's seemingly ordinary yet unexpectedly skilled fans, but Jiang Feiguang never imagined that the one fighting him on the stage for so long was actually the person who haunted his thoughts like a nightmare. He clenched his jaw, realizing this was going to end badly. Online discussions had already mostly favored Zhang Sun's superiority. They just never had the chance for a direct match. Now, he had practically delivered himself to his opponent on a silver platter. As newcomers who debuted around the same time, he couldn't bear being trampled under Zhang Sun's feet like this. Thus, Jiang Feiguang quietly slipped away from the noisy crowd and stepped outside to make a phone call to his team. Shin Guanyu also witnessed this scene. Just as he was about to leave through the side door, deafening cheers erupted behind him. A small group of spectators, likely Zhang Sun's casual fans, began rhythmically chanting his name. Shin Guanyu was drawn by the voice and turned around, just catching sight of the figure standing under the spotlight. The person was tall and slender, with unruly black hair that looked luxuriously soft but was carelessly messy. Their fashion sense was terrible, disheveled, completely unlike star players who spend fortunes on stylists to meticulously craft their images. Having his identity exposed publicly seemingly troubled him. Amid the crowd's cheers, he casually rested a hand on the back of his neck, lifting his dark eyes. When the bright LED lights overhead flashed, they dazzled, brilliantly radiant. He was destined to stand at the center of the stage, surrounded by applause and praise. The platform of the Blue Tower before him was too small, incapable of bearing the weight. Shen Guanyu had grown up in the guild under his father's wing. The guild needed to scout new talent. Having witnessed their skills firsthand and heard the professional evaluations from his father and coaches, he possessed a discerning eye for recognizing potential. He understood that even without a single day of professional training, the difference between a genius and an ordinary person was as vast as the heavens and the earth. His father had once said that he, too, was among the rare and exceptionally gifted players, quick in reaction, strong in comprehension, and decisive in dungeons. But what he truly wished for was his father's presence by his side now enough to witness what a genuine, once-in-a-generation prodigy truly looked like. Unrestrained and flamboyant, no spotlight could outshine his own radiance. A wry smirk tugged at Xingguanye's lips, as though mocking himself. He turned his back to the light, gradually stepping into the shadows until they swallowed him whole. If Zhang Sun's true identity were exposed, aside from Zhang Feiguang, who else would truly be wounded by it? It must be Cheng Jie. True to his better you than me philosophy, Cheng Jie pretended to have poor signal, hung up on Xiao Jun, then clutched his phone and bolted. No way was he going to let his own name appear alongside Zhang Sun's when the latter inevitably got dragged onto tomorrow's trending list. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun on the platform had sharp eyes. He instantly locked onto that sneaky, fleeing figure. He moved quickly, fully aware that being surrounded by fans and the audience later would make it difficult to escape. Taking advantage of everyone still being stunned and not yet recovered from the shock, he decisively followed Cheng Jie's escape route and slipped away. Cheng Jie, who was trying every means to hide his identity while fleeing, felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. As he turned around, cold sweat dripped from his forehead down to his back. "Why did you follow me? Running away without me? That's not cool at all. Take you? We're in this mess thanks to you. Hurry up, this way, fewer people. It's not all my fault. According to my original plan, we could have gotten away clean. Damn Zhang Feiguang ruined everything. You fucking had a plan? Whatever, it's too late for that now. This way, the fans are catching up." You had to hand it to professional athletes. After some twists and turns, the two of them managed to shake off the pursuing crowd thanks to their superb physical conditioning and well-honed escape techniques. They hastily yanked open the car doors and tumbled inside. Today's destination was special, so Cheng Jie drove a car that had been gathering dust in his garage. Now he couldn't be more grateful for this brilliant decision. With a press of the accelerator, the two left the troubled area behind and returned to the Singing Sparrow Guild. Along the way, Cheng Jie repeatedly reminded Zhang Sun not to blurt out inconvenient truths. "When we meet Brother Xiao later, just tell him it was your idea to go play at the Blue Tower." Zhang Sun idly picked at his seatbelt with his fingers. "Do you really think Xiao Jun is an idiot? He won't believe it. After all, Er Chue's classic catchphrase was, 'What the hell is XX?' The existence of Blue Tower was undoubtedly beyond his comprehension. "No worries, none of this is a big deal. Brother Xiao takes good care of you, he definitely won't blame you. If I were the mastermind behind this, you'd find my hide displayed in the guild hall by tomorrow morning. I'd absolutely be strung up there by then." Zhang Sun chuckled shamelessly twice. "Still laughing? Can't you see your buddy's tombstone is practically being carved already, and you've got the nerve to laugh? Let me make this clear up front, whether I bring you out to play next time depends entirely on your performance this round." The journey here had felt tiresomely long, yet somehow the return trip passed by in a blink. The closer they got to Mingke, the paler Cheng Jie's face became. Sure enough, when they arrived, Deputy Director Xiao had already been waiting for some time. Xiao Jun stood at the entrance of Mingke to welcome them. Well, so you did remember to come back." He spoke with a smile, making Cheng Jie shrink his neck. "We're screwed." Zhang Sun immediately followed what Cheng Jie had taught him in the car and replied to Xiao Jun word for word. "Brother Xiao, I was the one who dragged Cheng Jie out to play. Do you really think I'll believe that?" Zhang Sun shrugged, giving Cheng Jie a look that said there was nothing he could do to help. Cheng Jie felt completely dead inside. It was as if only his husk was speaking now. "Brother Xiao, I was wrong. When in doubt, admit fault first, figure out what went wrong later." Xiao Jun nodded. "Your matter isn't urgent, I'll think about how to handle it later. Zhang Sun, come with me first." Well, it's gone from a death sentence to a suspended execution. Outside dungeons, Zhang Sun mostly listened to Xiao Jun's instructions. After all, they had a dungeon contract, and Xiao Jun wouldn't do him harm. Xiao Jun led him to his office. After entering, he switched off all the lights with a remote control and directed Zhang Sun's attention to the projection on the wall. The projection displayed White Tower Forum's content. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Sun was trending in several hot topics again. Hashtag Zhang Sun, Blue Tower hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Sun, Little Zhang Sun hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Sun, Zhang Feiguang hashtag. Xiao Jun specifically clicked on the last topic and then navigated to latest. Is Zhang Sun maliciously targeting newcomer Zhang Feiguang? Perspectives on the Blue Tower Arena match between Zhang Sun versus Zhang Feiguang. Both being newcomers, the moral gap between Zhang Sun and Zhang Feiguang is shockingly large. Zhang Feiguang has a team behind him, currently flooding the entire internet with hit pieces about you. Xiao Jun casually clicked into one post filled with vile language, couldn't bear to read it, and exited. Our guild's PR team has secretly handled several incidents for you before, but this time it's blown up. We want your opinion. If you need us to intervene again, we can, but this time we won't work for free. Zhang Sun touched his chin, looking at the forum page filled with his and Zhang Feiguang's names. No need, I'll handle it personally. Chapter 51. Let me say a few words about the rumors. The forum had been in an uproar all night. Wherever Zhang Sun went, drama surely followed. He was practically a walking storm of controversy. The hottest thread right now is, both being newcomers, the moral gap between Zhang Sun and Zhang Feiguang is just too wide. OP here, just a passerby, not a fan of either. After watching several dungeon replays of Zhang Sun and Zhang Feiguang, isn't Zhang Sun just a reckless lone wolf, going for rewards without any regard for his teammates' lives? Video. First row, came too early, waiting for experts to weigh in. Front row comment, setting up my little stool, behaving well. Wow, OP is ruthless. Zhang Sun's diehard fans are downright insane. You'd better pray for yourself. Monkey_praying.jpg. Same as above, insert Doge meme for protection. OP remember to turn off DMs. See you on the next account. No way, seriously, OP is bringing up the Paradise Dungeon and talking about companions? Everyone knows that back then, Zhang Sun only went in as an embedded journalist. What does cutting through the corpse forest prove? Everyone on the team was struggling just to survive. Suguan didn't help anyone either. Oh, here come the obsessive fans, getting all worked up. To the comment above the previous one, if you're talking about Zhang Sun, keep it about him. Don't drag my Captain Su into this. Stay away from him. Am I the only one who's noticed how this forum has turned into something like a fandom warzone? Fandom stans get out of the tower community. Objectively speaking, Zhang Sun did save the teammate surnamed Dean from Qinglan during the Paradise incident, didn't he? LOL, with millions watching live, he was the closest one. Dare he not save her? Otherwise the backlash would have been insane. You guys contradict yourselves. First claim Zhang doesn't rescue people, then say he only does it for the audience. Technically there's no rule requiring players to save each other anyway. Even within the same guild, shouldn't team strategy take priority over individual sacrifices? Exactly why Xiao Zhang's so chivalrous. Remember that A-level dungeon where he carried an injured player out on his back? That's real integrity. Is Zhang Feiguang really not putting on a show? That player practically did a belly flop out of nowhere. It looked so fake. Big names have already analyzed it frame by frame. Stop making excuses, Sun fans. When your idol saves someone, it's heroic. But when our Jiang does it, it's performance art. This dungeon's deadly. Who'd risk their life just for show? Since when has character become the standard for judging a player's caliber? White Tower has always valued skill above all. They don't go easy on someone just because they're virtuous or good looking. Here we go again with Sun fans and their tired script. Strength in place of emotional intelligence, strength in place of puzzle solving, strength in place of integrity. Well, what else? If you've got no skills, what the hell are you even chirping about here? Exasperated monkey face. The forum buzzed with heated debates, while Zhang Sun, the epicenter of the storm, lay comfortably in bed scrolling through his phone post-shower, casually browsing all the online insults hurled his way. The door creaked open as a listless Cheng Jia shuffled in. Yo, you're back? Yeah. Although Cheng Jia hadn't literally been skinned alive, judging by his expression, it might as well have happened. What punishment did Vice President Xiao give you? 3 months salary and bonus, plus 2 weeks barred from entering dungeons. Lighter than I expected. Cheng Jia felt like he was listening to a ghost speak. Can't you make any human sounds? I'm already this miserable, and you're still scrolling through your phone here. No choice. I need to see how others are cursing me out. Who's cursing you? Let me see. Cheng Jia suddenly regained his energy and squeezed himself next to Zhang Sun. Here you go. I'm going to dry my hair. Zhang Sun busied himself methodically with his own affairs. When he emerged from the bathroom, ruffling his hair, he found Cheng Jia leaning against the bedside, holding his phone and typing away with rapid clicks. What are you doing? Create an alt account, help you curse people out, vent some of this anger I can't seem to shake. Cheng Jia had previously mentioned his experience of recklessly creating multiple accounts to curse at people in his younger days. Judging by the speed of his replies and the ferocity with which he debated crowds, that period of his life was indeed real. His reflexes honed in dungeons came in quite handy for dealing with trolls. Zhang Sun asked if he had any quick tricks, and Cheng Jia replied, what kind of tricks? Just go crazy. Now, he's unleashing that craziness on the forum. And what's it to you guys that God Zhang earned the rewards? Shouldn't someone be rewarded for their effort? Oh, so there are still idiots who'd give opportunities to others nowadays? Did your little Jiang take a tumble in some dungeon and scramble his brain to become such a selfless saint? And all you moral grandstanders should really take a spin through an 3S level dungeon. Let's see if you'd still have the nerve to spout crap like why didn't Zhang save anyone? Calling you dogs would be an insult to dogs. Could it be that Zhang Feiguang lost to Zhang Sun in the Blue Tower and is now asking his own team to smear Zhang to save face? Money makes the world go round. Next time, invite me to the group chat too. Saying Zhang Sun has nothing but skill, then what does Zhang Feiguang have? Looks, moral character, skill, moral character, talent, moral character? LOL, even if Zhang's fans fell into a river, they'd probably float back up shouting, "Our idol has such great moral character." Seems Vice President Xiao punishing him by banning him from dungeons has dealt a severe blow to his mental state. Cheng Jie's bitter, exaggerated resentment has reached a point where even other Zhang Sun fans can't stand it anymore. Let's have a normal discussion and not bring unnecessary criticism to a Kui, second hammer. Yes, otherwise rival fans will start saying us Sun fans have low standards again. I think this dude makes valid points, why should we fear? Zhang Sun is innocent, must we silently endure others throwing mud at him? While Cheng Jie was replying, Zhang Sun also quietly observed the exchanges for a while. I have to say, compared to you, I really need to lower my standards. Wait, are you indirectly insulting me? Cheng Jie cursed to his heart's content, then satisfied, put his phone aside and turned back to look at Zhang Sun. But what exactly are you planning to do? Zhang Feiguang's team is twisting the facts right now. Even if you don't care much about things outside the dungeons, we still can't just let them ruin your reputation, can we? Zhang Sun took the phone, opened the messaging app, and started typing seriously to someone, no telling who. Cheng Jie thought he was calling in reinforcements, but a glance at the chat page showed Su Guan's name glaring at the top. Desperate times call for desperate measures? Xinglan can't help you with this, you'd be better off begging us at Mingke. Not about that. It's nothing major, but I'd still like to sort it out before the next dungeon. Oh, how do you plan to solve this? Zhang Sun smiled mysteriously. By debunking the rumors, of course. After assigning the task of posting malicious content to his team, Zhang Feiguang comfortably enjoyed the results, watching Zhang Sun being viciously bashed online. A night passed, yet Zhang Sun remained silent. Zhang Feiguang refused to believe the other party could be so composed, they'd probably already created a burner account to defend themselves. Finding this insufficient, he decided to pour salt on the wound. He posted the next dungeon livestream link his team had just sent him on his social media account, captioning it, "No matter how chaotic the outside world gets, Zhang's livestream is a haven of tranquility, hug. A simple sentence, brimming with the aroma of tea, nearly sent Zhang Sun's fans into such a rage that they almost snapped their phones in half. Zhang Sun has his own personal account, and yet he remained utterly unresponsive online. But offline, before bed, he memorized the dungeon coordinates Zhang Feiguang had posted. The cold blue light of his phone screen cast an eerie glow on his face, making his smile seem downright sinister. The next morning, Zhang Feiguang, well-rested and full of energy, took a car to the designated dungeon in District 806. The team had already prepared the strategy guide for this dungeon in advance, rated as an A-level. He needed this A-level dungeon as a transitional step. Unlike Zhang Sun's reckless approach, Zhang Feiguang always paid attention to the rhythm of dungeon runs. Confident and composed, Zhang Feiguang wondered how much his popularity would rise this time as he turned on his livestream to greet his audience. Hello everyone. However, the barrage of comments wasn't as harmonious as he expected. His fans were getting anxious, urging him to be extra careful. Careful of what? Meanwhile, Zhang Sun's personal livestream, dormant for several days, had restarted. Given last night's controversy, even after a long period of inactivity, the number of viewers in her Hammer's livestream was still packed to the brim. Zhang Sun was in good form. He had already arrived at the 806 district dungeon, leaning casually against the inner wall of the White Tower. Hello to all the viewers in the livestream, greetings to Xiao Zhang's fans, and Xiao Zhang's fans as well. I'm Zhang Sun. I'm sure everyone was quite busy last night, watching quite the spectacle unfold online. As one of the parties involved, staying silent the whole time without any response wouldn't be very polite of me. Everyone knows I'm a person of action rather than words, which is precisely why I've come to Instance 806 today. Regarding the online rumors about the discord between Zhang Feiguang and me, I'm here today to confirm them. Zhang Sun smiled, with Little Red Riding Hood and Xiaoyin, who somehow had been released, flanking him left and right, flashing gleaming white teeth. Chapter 52, The Accomplice Arrives. Damn, Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun is actually facing off against Zhang Feiguang for real? LMAO, Air Chue, Hammer 2, is the way to defeat rumors to make them come true? That's my hammer for you. 2 hammers. Don't say I'm suppressing newcomers, I'm here to provoke all of you. Zhang Sun's fans cheered and laughed in his livestream, while over in Zhang Feiguang's stream, the mood was tense with worry. Zhang, don't push back too hard. That Zhang Sun is full of sly tricks, he's definitely up to no good. Zhang, why don't we just switch to another dungeon? There are countless dungeons out there, if one doesn't work, we'll just swap. What's the matter? Getting cold feet before the fight even starts? Don't be scared, Xiao Jiang. Zhang fans, come see how panicked you all look. In the end, a curious Zhang Sun fan even slipped into the crowd. Through the audience's chatter, Zhang Feiguang finally figured out what had happened inside. To think Zhang Sun actually came in person. For a moment he panicked, having witnessed Zhang Sun's capabilities firsthand and even crossed blades with him before. That man's combat style was unpredictable as shifting clouds, his martial prowess exceptional, no easy opponent to handle. especially since he'd meticulously studied Zhang Sun's dungeon records. Once Zhang stepped into a dungeon, it was like unshackling a frenzied stallion, utterly impossible to predict what outrageous move he'd pull next. If there were legal constraints outside the dungeon to serve as a safety net, inside the dungeon, life and death depended entirely on fate. Zhang Feiguan couldn't help hesitating. He had already reached the main gate of the White Tower, where Zhang Sun leaned idly against the doorway, waiting with nothing to do. It was a bitterly ironic case of the longest distance in the world. Zhang Sun felt bored waiting inside the tower and let out a yawn. He took out a blue leather ball from his cloud storage and held it in his hand. The previously quarreling Hong Hong and Xiaoyin immediately froze when they saw the blue ball, their eyes fixated on Zhang Sun's hand like domesticated puppies eagerly following its movement. Zhang Sun casually tossed the ball, and a red and a white streak dashed out after it. Little Red Riding Hood wasn't one for making noise, while Xiaoyin appropriately started barking with enthusiastic woof 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 sounds. The live stream audience was about to die laughing. How do you turn a high-risk subordinate into your personal pet? Teach me, teach me. I also want a tower-exclusive pet. Got the ball ready? Where do I pick up the pet? Dog emoji. Zhang Sun remained calm and unhurried, while Zhang Feiguang outside the door couldn't wait any longer. He was now stuck between a rock and a hard place, neither able to advance nor retreat. If he entered, he'd have to face Zhang Sun, whose formidable skills were unfathomable and whose eccentricities were unpredictable. Yet if he didn't, his carefully cultivated image would collapse. Zhang Sun's fans would undoubtedly seize the chance to kick him while he was down, mocking him as a coward who didn't dare confront Zhang Sun head-on. Considering the sunk costs he'd already incurred, Zhang Feiguan gritted his teeth and decided to push open the White Tower's door. Zhang Sun's thrown ball happened, quite inconveniently, to land right by the gate. Red Cap and Xiaoyin, his two subordinates, came barreling recklessly toward the living human at the entrance. Ah! Zhang Feiguan let out a startled cry and took a step back. At that moment, Zhang Sun whistled sharply, calling his subordinates obediently back to him. Truly a dog training master now. The little girl in the red cloak and that indescribable floral thing draped in a white bedsheet stood guard on either side of their master. Zhang Sun smiled faintly, showing no hint in his expression whether that last move had been intentional or not. Oh, little Zhang's here, he greeted casually. Sorry about that, playing with the kids at home and didn't notice you. Even though Zhang Feiguan was seething with hatred, he couldn't afford to lose his temper in front of the camera and the live audience. Mr. Zhang, we meet again. Yes indeed, what a coincidence. Zhang Sun smiled cheerfully, as if he hadn't been the one who just uttered those words about confirming the rumors. The number of viewers in the live stream was steadily rising, and discussions on forums and major platforms had already heated up. Zhang Feiguan's long-awaited surge in traffic had finally arrived, all thanks to Zhang Sun. But Zhang Sun paid no attention to such matters. He walked up to the blue button, ready to activate the dungeon. Alright, everyone's here. Let's dive into the dungeon. Wait, Zhang Feiguan stopped him. Mr. Zhang. Call me Zhang Sun. Alright, Zhang Sun, you're not going to wait for others? You need at least 3 people for the next dungeon. Says who? Zhang Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. I've always soloed them before. Besides, aren't there already 4 of us? Where? Zhang Feiguan looked around and only then realized Zhang Sun had included those 2 subordinates of his in the count. Don't worry, when it comes to critical moments, they're more reliable than people. Zhang Sun's tone remained casual and relaxed, while Zhang Feiguan felt waves of unease rising within him. He wasn't the least bit worried about the boss in the dungeon. What bothered him was Zhang Sun himself. With no other witnesses around, what if he tried to pull some dirty tricks in the dungeon and really succeeded in killing him? As Zhang Sun reached for the button once more, Zhang Feiguan grew anxious, yet couldn't think of a suitable excuse to stop him in the moment. At that moment, the door of the White Tower was pushed open from the outside once again. A tall young man appeared at the entrance, glancing at the 2 people inside the tower. Hey, so there really are companions? 2 of them? Not bad, not bad. His gaze first swept past Zhang Feiguan, nodding slightly as a form of greeting. Then, he spotted Zhang Sun, his gaze fixed. Holy shit, brother Zhang? Is that really you? Long time no see. Turning towards the voice, Zhang Sun immediately recognized the familiar face he hadn't seen in ages. Zhang Feiguan's heart sank even deeper. Damn it, turns out those 2 are working together. Chapter 53, I'm sunshine and cheerful. Zhang Sun had an excellent memory, whether recalling dungeon clues, people's names, or NPC faces. He only needed one glance to remember everything permanently. Though he paid little attention to matters outside dungeons and scarcely cared about most people, that didn't mean he had face blindness. If he claimed to have face blindness, he was definitely lying. Besides, the first dungeon had left a deep impression on him. After all, it was his initial connection to this White Tower world. He remembered the faces of every player who'd ventured through dungeons with him extremely well. So when Zhongyu appeared at the entrance, he immediately recognized exactly who he was. The hoodie-wearing boy who was once mentioned alongside him as Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. After some time apart, Zhang Yu's character hadn't changed much, still carefree and full of enthusiasm. He took the initiative to greet Zhang Sun. Bro Zhang, long time no see, never expected to bump into you like this. Zhang Sun nodded. What are you doing here? Zhang Yu remained brutally honest, as usual. Brother Zhang, don't you prefer challenging entry-level instances? This one's only rated A, and all its strategies have been completely exposed online. It's way beneath your skills. Zhang Yu probably didn't intend any disrespect, but his straightforward remarks thoroughly belittled Zhang Feiguang standing nearby. Beneath his skills, not the original copy. The controversy surrounding Zhang Feiguang stems precisely from these two issues. Xiao Zhang's face had already changed color. Zhang Sun smiled amiably. He had initially intended to push away Zhang Yu's overly familiar hand resting on his shoulder, but now he decided to let it be. When there's no challenge, your teammates become the greatest challenge. Ha 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 ha, Erchui, you absolute master of passive aggression. I'm dying laughing. Hammer, ha 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 ha, just shut up already. What if you make someone's darling Zhangage cry? Truly my Zhang God, better to torment others than to exhaust yourself with internal strife. LMAO, the pot's darker than Zhang Feiguang's face. Zhang Yu, being completely guileless, thumped his chest in assurance. Don't worry bro, I might be useless at everything, but I won't make things harder for you. Why do I suddenly feel inexplicably suffocated already? The two of them bantered back and forth like a comedy duo, leaving Zhang Feiguang awkwardly sidelined. So he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Once we enter the instance, we'll each do our best within our capabilities. Zhang Sun's unusually dark eyes fixed quietly on him for a moment before withdrawing without comment. With a faint smile, he turned his gaze back to the teleport button. 3 people, that's enough for this round. Let's go. He slapped the teleport button without a second thought. Just then, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. He seemed to have traveled a long distance just to barely make it, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Zhang Sun initiated the teleport without even a greeting. Wait for me, he shouted twice in haste, stepping into the final beam of teleportation light. The livestream audience expressed confusion. Who's that? So mysterious. Didn't see clearly, just caught a glimpse of this huge dark thing zooming past. What about the cameras outside White Tower? Didn't catch anything, not sure if they're deliberately hiding their identity. Could it be some player sneaking out from one of the pro teams? Definitely not from a top-tier team. Big-name teams are way too strict. Pull a stunt like this and you're asking for severe punishment. Hard to say. I've seen a few troublemakers who dare to try it. What's the point? Drawn to this remote District 800? Or is it for those worthless rewards from the thoroughly exposed A-level instances? If there aren't any valuable rewards, then Zhang Sun becomes the most valuable prize, said gravely. Agree completely. Just think how much you could learn following Brother Zhang on a single dungeon run. I'd volunteer in a heartbeat, even if it meant death. Spread the word, the guy above is willing to die for Zhang Sun. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Sun, Zhang Feiguang, and Zhang Yu were about to tackle an A-tier dungeon set in a movie theater scenario. They were now seated in the last row of a cinema auditorium, the giant screen still dark, not a soul in the theater. The lottery machine stood by the entrance door. Though the dungeon's difficulty was already known, the lottery remained a mandatory step. Without it, the instance wouldn't properly initiate. Zhang Sun always charged ahead, never one to hide behind others. This time was no exception. After all, there was no real suspense left. He stretched out one foot, but before it touched the ground, he stepped on something soft and squishy, along with an "Aya!" exclamation. All three looked down to see a full-grown man lying at Zhang Sun's feet, half dead. Normally, dungeon instances open after all players are ready. Since transmission times vary across different White Towers, forcing entry into a dungeon when physically or mentally unprepared can cause symptoms like dizziness, nausea, or ringing in the ears. This symptom varies by constitution. Some people react strongly, others weakly. Take the fellow lying prostrate before us. He probably falls into the strong reaction category. Though Zhang Sun's accidental kick didn't land squarely, the damage to him in his current state was still considerable. He coughed violently for a long moment before scrambling awkwardly to his feet. Zhang Sun only then realized that the person before him was dressed almost identically to how he had been during that Blue Tower incident. A black baseball cap on the head, a black mask covering the face, and an exaggerated pair of sunglasses perched on the bridge of the nose. The outfit was an even more riotously dark ensemble, head-to-toe blackness stretched to ludicrous extremes. Zhang Sun frowned. Next time, try a green shirt, this just looks bizarre. The man in black thought to himself, with that terrible taste of yours, you actually dare to criticize others. He had disguised himself from head to toe, probably some core member of a strong team here for fun, or perhaps, to scout Zhang Sun's strength. The other two were only surprised by this sudden fourth player but had no additional opinions about him. Zhang Feiguang was even relieved that a normal person had finally arrived. By normal, he meant someone who wasn't allied with Zhang Sun, that counted as normal to him. Zhongyu frowned as if he had noticed something fishy. It wasn't until he saw the edge of the birdwing tattoo accidentally revealed on the inner wrist of a black-clad man bending to tie his shoe that he couldn't help exclaiming. He Yushing, nearly having his name called out, startled violently. Abandoning his shoelaces, he stomped on Zhongyu's foot in retaliation. Zhongyu cried out in pain, the latter half of his name naturally swallowed up. Zhang Sun glanced at the two of them, ignored them, and continued toward the lottery machine. Yushing stood in the shadows, abruptly wrapping an arm around Zhongyu's neck, grinding his teeth as he hissed, "Watch your mouth, kid. I'm here on a mission this time." Zhongyu pricked up his ears. "What mission?" Yushing's eyes flicked toward Zhang Sun's retreating figure. "Here to chase celebrities? You're also a fan of God Zhang?" Yushing couldn't help but kick him again. "God damn it, I'm here to scout the enemy." Zhongyu shook his head in disagreement. Adoring Zhang Shen is like coveting something shameful, every man loves it, yet none dare speak of it openly. How do you manage to insult him while simultaneously stomping on me? Talent, pure talent. Don't praise me too much, bro. What a lively day today. This humble little group actually gathered Wan Shi's Yushing, the hottest rising star Zhang Sun, the controversial Zheng Feiguang, and cheerful little Zhong. By now, Zhang Sun had already finished the random selection. The vintage projector buzzed to life as a 3-2-1 countdown appeared on the big screen. With a snap, everything around turned dark, only the illuminated screen remained, displaying grainy black and white footage. They squinted their eyes, trying to make out what was playing on the movie screen. Meanwhile, the characters on the screen also squinted and craned their necks, sizing up the audience beyond the lens. Their movements were perfectly synchronized with the film. Chapter 54, just how many scenes are there? Holy shit, that's actually the players in the movie. What? They can play it this way? Why so surprised? Didn't the cinema versions get completely dissected by those strategy posts on the forum ages ago? This is just the beginning, the best parts are yet to come. No spoilers, please be considerate to new players, I beg you. Don't spoil it. Aren't there rules in the livestream room? Let's see how God Zhang and the others perform. With God Zhang here, there won't be any problems. The cinema script is an A-tier difficulty, which is relatively high, but not as terrifying as an S-tier. As for why this script became famous, it's because aside from its danger level, it's also exceptionally entertaining. According to players who've posted walkthroughs online, the cinema-themed script doesn't have many scenes, roughly only 2 to 3. The problem lies in whether there are 2 or 3 scenes. This matter even sparked online debates before. It all started when a guy posted on a forum titled, "Just survived a Class A cinema dungeon, feel free to ask me anything." At that time, cinema dungeons weren't well known yet, and netizens were more curious about how the original poster survived a Class A dungeon. The OP roughly described the scenarios in the cinema dungeon and the attacks used by the bosses within. Netizens began commenting and discussing below, and everything seemed normal at first, but when the thread reached around 30-something replies, an abrupt comment suddenly appeared. The OP is definitely talking nonsense. Weren't there originally 3 types of theaters? The 3D theater, the 2D theater, and the VIP theater. This really stirred the pot. 1/3 of people sided with the OP, 1/3 supported the mysterious netizen, and the remaining 1/3 just grabbed their popcorn to enjoy the show. The OP also replied to that comment. "No playback, no truth. I've got playback footage, can you produce yours?" The original posters shared a replay clip of their gameplay. Half an hour later, the troublemaking netizen reappeared, first posting a video before responding. "My computer was lagging like sh*t, just managed to export it. Got nothing to say now, huh?" When netizens clicked into the new 3-minute video, sure enough, there at the beginning was a VIP lounge indicator light, something never seen before glaring right in everyone's face. A wave of uproar. What's going on? There actually exists a third scenario? At first, some thought it was a hidden side quest triggered by this unlucky netizen. But hidden side quests usually feature either special plots or extremely difficult monsters, yet this VIP lounge has neither. It was just like an ordinary game scene, quietly waiting for players to enter. This incident sparked heated discussions on forums. Some accused the original poster of lying, while others claimed the mysterious netizen had edited the video. The debate grew incessant, even going viral across various social media platforms online. Later, to uncover the truth, many influencers and players specifically went to lift the thin veil of the cinema scenario. Indeed, some ended up unlocking only 2 scenes, while others unlocked 3. Not only did they fail to uncover any answers, but it made the instance even more perplexing. As for why so many people entered Instance A with almost no casualties, the reason is, the clearance condition for this instance appears to be finding the correct exit. If not found, players will be spit out by the instance after exceeding a certain time limit. Many players didn't even realize when or how they were transported back to the real world. The rumor about the cinema grew more and more eerie, with everyone talking but no one ever managing to uncover the truth. It can only be said that Zhang Feiguang's team couldn't have found a more fitting instance for him. It's both buzzworthy and not overly dangerous. Even if he fails to clear it, it's no big deal, it would just add another layer of mystery to the cinema instance. Moreover, the money wasn't spent in vain. Every member of Zhang Feiguang's team truly earned their wages. They've already started steering the narrative in Zhang Sun's livestream. Though the cinema instance is complex, there's no doubt Zhang God can handle it. If Brother Zhang can't solve this escape room, I think it's unsolvable, no one else stands a chance. Yeah, Brother Zhang's so amazing, he's definitely gonna clear it. At first, Zhang Sun's fans in the livestream chimed in, hyping up Akui. But soon, some longtime viewers familiar with the scene began sensing something was off. Bro, don't fall for the hype. Isn't this just putting Akui on a pedestal? Holy shit, the identical talking points. Where did these paid trolls come from for their rally? Guys, don't let them drag you into this mess. I noticed earlier but didn't dare say anything, this is driving me crazy with worry. Mexxer must be Zhang Feiguang's team pulling tricks again. Is Zhang Feiguang the end of the universe or something? I swear you obsessive fans are taking it too far. Can you really blame everything on poor Xiao Jiang? What the hell just sneaked into chat? Moderator, ban this loser immediately. What bad luck. The barrage comments erupted into chaos again without anyone noticing, fans and haters locked in all-out war. Zhang Sun's moderator was loaned from the General Association, and the poor woman had muted so many people she'd gone numb. It's a good thing Zhang Sun never hired a PR team. With his talent for deliberately stirring up drama, he'd wind up on every industry blacklist. Zhang Sun entered the dungeon and, unless absolutely necessary, disliked checking the livestream and paid no attention to where the cameras were. Zhong Yu was a complete newbie, dumbly following his only big brother around blindly, equally oblivious to fans and the livestream. Zhang Feiguang cared about these things and was meticulous about managing them, but right now, the biggest enemy was right in front of him, and just keeping his guard up was already exhausting him. As for He Yuxing, team managers will spend high salaries to hire professional marketing teams specifically to craft personas for their players, even meticulously teaching them how to grow their fanbase and interact with followers. Against this increasingly commercialized backdrop, it has practically become a mandatory course for every star player. The only difference lies in how they personally view it and whether they're willing to participate. He Yuxing is the type of ace player who stays relatively close to fans, approachable and far from aloof. The in-dungeon mobile cameras change according to the scene. Rovers are used for exterior shots, while interiors feature a levitating orb light. He Yuxing noticed the camera and subconsciously wanted to wave to his fans. But then he suddenly remembered his current, colorfully dazzling black outfit and forcefully restrained himself. No, if the captains discovered he wasn't training but had instead run off to a remote district to tackle some A-rank dungeon, and by sheer misfortune got caught on camera, provoking media hype and rival guilds seizing the opportunity to stir drama, well, they'd probably hang him upside down from the main hall and beat him silly. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. He shivered and tightened his fingers around his mask, wishing he could wrap his entire head inside it. Zhang Feiguang and He Yuxing each had their own thoughts, while Zhong Yu belonged to the simple and cheerful faction. The only one who truly cared about how to clear the level was Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun first observed them on the screen for a while the him and the screen also observed. He tried several movements, raising a hand, standing on tiptoe, swinging an arm, and the figure on the screen followed each one meticulously. Zhang Sun slowly lowered his arm. Ha! He suddenly uttered a puzzled sound, drawing the others' gaze toward his direction. What's wrong? Chapter 55, A Strange Request. As soon as Zhang Sun spoke, the other three turned their gazes toward him, curious about what new discovery he'd made. Zhong Yu immediately moved closer to his side. Zhang Sun wasn't looking at the illuminated screen, he had turned his head toward the space behind them. The texture here didn't feel like a wall at all. With a flick of his wrist, the flashlight switched on, casting a straight white beam onto the wall behind. All eyes followed the flashlight's white glow. To everyone's surprise, what they thought was a wall turned out to be yet another white projection screen. Whoa, they can show movies there too? No wonder folks say these theaters are like mazes. Who wouldn't get lost in here? Could it be that all four walls are screens? That would explain the online debates about whether there were 2 or 3 different scenarios. I don't think it's that simple. Just one lit screen is disorienting enough. If all 4 were lit, wouldn't we completely lose our bearings? Come to think of it, how is it that no one noticed before that these walls were all screens? It's probably because when the instance activates, your exact doppelganger appears in the screens. That's way more shocking for anyone who sees it. The barrage chat was buzzing with heated discussions, yet the hearts of the 3 in the instance run were ice cold. What worried them was what changes might occur once the screen lit up again. At the head of the team, Zhang Sun wasn't particularly surprised. In his view, this instance loved its theatrics. It lacked the thrill of those S-rated runs he'd conquered before. This instance revolved around 2 core elements, puzzles and the boss fight. Even on forums where people would argue about how to properly boil dumplings, no one would dispute these 2 points. The difference between one dungeon and another ultimately comes down to boss strength, puzzle difficulty, and whether it emphasizes puzzles or boss fights. If asked about Zhang Sun's preference, he'd still favor boss-heavy dungeons. After all, bosses can be brute-forced, but being stuck on puzzles is genuinely brutal. It's hard not to recall those awful experiences of grinding hidden side quests until nausea. Zhang Sun rotated his flashlight, the beam swaying and adjusting accordingly. The screen was towering, stretching nearly to the ceiling above and flush with the baseboard below. He twisted half his body around to continue examining the other 2 walls. Sure enough, they were all white projection screens. Regarding this cinema script, Zhang Sun had checked the highly praised guides on the forum before bed last night and had run 4 or 5 simulations. To be honest, he cleared it in a single attempt. This clearance speed surprised him immensely. He didn't expect any results on the first try. After all, it was just entering the instance, better to scope things out and get a feel for the place first. After entering the instance, he only held the hammer in his hand, while an identical him appeared on the screen. It was a bit startling at first glance, but once he got used to it, it didn't seem like much. As Zhang Sun walked forward, the shadow did the same. He pushed open the door labeled emergency exit, and the shadow pushed open a door as well. Then, he discovered that the space beyond the door had transformed back into the cinema he had just left. But at that moment, the situation on the shadow side was different. In its realm, where there should have been rows of seats, there now stood circular areas enclosed by curtains, forming a maze. There is only a single exit. Zhang Sun could clearly visualize a shortcut leading to the exit outside the screen. The shadow moved at his command, synchronized with his actions. Zhang Sun weaved through the seats in the audience area, and the shadow likewise rose and fell with his movements. It felt somewhat like a motion-sensing game, a strangely marvelous sensation. He encountered no bosses and hardly any obstacles along the way. Zhang Sun walked to the far right seat in the 6th row, just as the shadow reached the exit door. He made a motion to turn the doorknob, and the shadow mimicked his action. He took 1 step forward, and the shadow crossed the threshold. Then, the next second, he found himself back at the initial simulation state. He had unknowingly and effortlessly cleared the level. It all went so smoothly it left him utterly bewildered. After clearing the level, Zhang Sun looked down at his hands, pondering how he'd managed to pass. He'd definitely succeeded. There was the confirmation chime, unlike those online cases where people got transported inexplicably. If it's really this effortless, how could there be such fierce debates raging online? There are still secrets here that remain undiscovered. In the subsequent attempts, Zhang Sun focused on uncovering the secrets to clearing the level. He slowed down his pace, and quickly, the mysteries of the cinema-themed level were unveiled. However, he never noticed that even all 4 walls were screens. It seems that rushing through and reducing simulation attempts would cause many details to be overlooked. Zhang Sun thought this new discovery was harmless, but the other 3 didn't share his sentiment. Even this area is covered with curtains? Zhang Feiguang tentatively reached out to touch it. Does that mean this wall will also play a video later? As soon as Zhang Feiguang spoke up, his fans flooded the livestream with comments like, "Little Jiang is so amazing," "Our little Jiang is truly wonderful," and "Woo woo my little Jiang. Being stuck in this dungeon with that weirdo Zhang Sun is such a torture." Zhang Feiguang had carefully cultivated an image of a simple, resilient, and positive boy next door, enhanced by his team's excellent styling. Even though his looks were rather ordinary, they managed to create a perfect vibe that attracted a massive following of older sister fans. If there was one area where Zhang Sun couldn't completely outmatch Zhang Feiguang at present, it was that he lacked a formidable team. Zhang Sun naturally disdained such matters. If he had joined any other guild, regardless of his willingness, they would have found ways to make him comply. But since this guild was his own, albeit a bit shabby, he still called all the shots. While Zhang Sun was clueless about matters outside dungeons, especially fan engagement, He Yuxing knew the ropes. He saw right through Zhang Feiguang and his team's petty tricks. This was a blatant attempt to pin something on Zhang Sun by reaching for the moon. Apart from both being newcomers, what else could possibly justify comparing the two? Listening to his teammates gossip, he learned this rookie Zhang Feiguang was even insisting that fellow newcomer Zhang Sun was suppressing him. He Yuxing practically laughed in exasperation when he heard this. Everyone had been a newcomer once. Back when he first debuted, he too had endured some vile treatment due to his overwhelming talent, so he understood the frustration all too well. Some people appear to wear masks, yet in truth, they have taken them off. He Yuxing, draped in a riotous shade of black, spoke with striking bluntness. Anyone with half a brain could see what this little contraption is for, right? If a cinema's projection screen isn't used for movies, what else would it be for? Covering you? Zhang Feiguang found himself inexplicably under fire, unsure why this black-clad fellow harbored such strong resentment toward him. Friend, he paused, weighing his words before arriving at a plausible explanation. You wouldn't happen to be Zhang Sun's fan, would you? He Yuxing was so frustrated he could bang his head against a wall. Why does everyone think he's Zhang Sun's fan? Zhongyu was stifling laughter beside him, not daring to laugh too loudly. As a newcomer to Wanchur Entertainment, He Yuxing was his ultra-senior, and he had to save some face for him in public. To put it bluntly, this hastily assembled team was absurdly disorganized. 10 minutes into the game, only Zhang Sun, the least puzzle-oriented member, was actually solving puzzles. The only illuminated screen continued broadcasting their every move. Silent and monochrome, it looked utterly eerie. Yet what came next from Zhang Sun was even more bizarre. In a moment, we'll all need to walk holding hands. Chapter 56, Faction Game. Hold hands? Did I hear that right? Ekui, do you even hear yourself talking? Bro Zhang must have his reasons, scratching head in confusion. Zhang Sun always goes straight for results. This lazy bastard definitely skipped all the reasoning steps in between and just plopped the answer right out. The friend ahead makes a valid point. Chue is indeed like that, too lazy to write out the steps and just gives the answer directly. Those who don't know might mistake him for copying someone else's exam paper. Isn't it odd for 4 grown men to be holding hands like that? The person who said this had no self-awareness. He was merely offering a solution. Whether you take it or not is up to you. The reason he didn't choose to go all out on his own was because they had entered the theater dungeon as a team of 4. During simulations, he was always alone. If the other 3 followed his advice, great, clear it in one go. If they didn't, after exiting the instance, he'd knock all 3 unconscious and run it solo again. 2 plans ready. Zhang Sun possessed one sterling virtue. Whatever copy he entered, he would never leave empty-handed. See it, want it, get it, that was his hammer's way. Cinema copies rewards were his for the taking. Though Zhang Sun's tone was casual as morning dew, these words landed like sudden thunderclaps. Zhang Feiguang's expression changed instantly. It was hard for him not to think Zhang Sun was messing with him. He Yuxing nearly jumped out of his skin. 2 men holding hands, what kind of nonsense is that? Zhang Sun still had the nerve to correct him. Not 2, but 4 of us. Is there a difference? Are you bad at math or something? What matters isn't the quantity, but the nature. Never mind if you don't want to. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to humor them. This round was a wash anyway, might as well wait for a reset. Xiao Zhong, however, was more than happy to oblige. I'm in. I want to stand next to God Zhang. He Yuxing remained silent speechlessly. He pulled the person to the side, grinding his teeth as he muttered in a low voice. Are you the mole Zhang Sun planted in Wanchur? Damn it, our guild spent so much money nurturing a traitor. Zhang Yu was feeling wrong too. I wanted to join Xuanhui, but I couldn't find their job postings anywhere. I couldn't even submit my resume. He Yuxing had nothing to say. In the end, only Zhong Yu firmly stood by Zhang Sun's side, while the other 2 remained awkwardly reluctant. Zhang Sun heaved a sigh. Forget it, Xiao Zhong. Even your cooperation wouldn't help. Sorry, bro. Zhong Yu, being an earnest college student, instinctively apologized when faced with problems. Why are you apologizing? Zhang Sun patiently taught him life lessons. Don't reflect on yourself, make others suffer instead. Young Zhong nodded vigorously. Bro, I got it. He Yuxing stood nearby, jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Though he agreed with this point, nevertheless, Xiao Zhong, trying to learn everything might end up doing you harm. Since 2 members disagreed, this episode could only be brushed aside so perfunctorily. While the 4 were talking, suddenly, the curtain beside them also lit up, revealing 4 identical shadowy figures. Just like the screen at the very front, there are now 8 shadows in total. Even the barrage comments couldn't make sense of it. Did those online replays not show so many shadows? I remember at most there were only shadows corresponding to the number of team members. Could Ekui have some kind of buff? Is his constitution cursed or something? What kind of open box and get S-rank constitution is this? Damn, I'm starting to get creeped out by people now. The barrage comments were bewildered, and the players in the dungeon were also disoriented. At least that curtain earlier kept some distance from them, but now this thing is practically glued to their backs. The dark shadow imitates their every move one-to-one, and unlike a mirror reflection, it's just a murky, indistinct mass, downright eerie to look at. ZZZZ. The projector whirred to life again, and new content appeared simultaneously on both the front and rear screens. Black and white. Find your friend. Find a friend? Do we really have to hold hands? What do these 2 sentences mean? What kind of friends are we supposed to find? I don't get it. I have a bad feeling about this. Holy shit, is this one of those scripts where they divide us into factions? Thud. What's a faction-based dungeon? Here's the explanation. While there's no strict rule, a regular dungeon typically features 2 to 3 factions, such as the player faction, NPC faction, boss faction, etc. However, the term faction-based dungeon indicates an unconventional faction setup. It might involve individual players being allied with NPCs, or even players siding with the boss. Sourced from White Tower Encyclopedia. Damn, that's wild. If players team up with the boss, how the hell do you even play that? Like a live-action werewolf game? Who's the undercover fits better here. When one player enters the instance, they're given a completely different script from the others. with unique mission objectives. So, among these four, one of them is actually a traitor? Blind guess, Zhang Sun. I know Jiang Feiguang's fans are getting worked up, but hold your horses for now. This traitor isn't just something a Kui won't watch, no one else can handle playing this kind of villain role either. LOL, is there anyone who doesn't know a Kui is the biggest villain in the entire White Tower circle? Brothers, based on my experience running digital simulations of this 3S script 800 times, this doesn't feel like a faction-based scenario to me. In faction games, players scheme against each other, but judging by the vibes of everyone present here, it's just not matching that energy. Stop wild guessing, let's just wait for what a Kui has to say. Although the livestream audience was eager, Erchui remained silent. Zhang Feiguang was the first to voice his opinion, casually showing off his authentic English pronunciation. This should be a faction-based scenario. Black and white likely represent two opposing forces. Find your friend means we need to locate players from the same faction. A 2v2 setup. He Yuxing stayed quiet, and Zhang Sun kept silent as well. Zhongyu saw that no one else was speaking up, so he decided to take a wild guess himself. Maybe they just want us to keep an eye on our own people and not get fooled by those reflections upstairs? After all, look, they're identical to us. I think Xiao Zhang's right, this is clearly a faction setup. The players have already been divided into two groups. Xiao Zhang's thinking is a bit too simplistic. If it were really that straightforward, it wouldn't qualify as an A-level instance. Though Zhang Feiguang was detestable, you had to admit he occasionally showed signs of intelligence. That earlier comment was too harsh. Our Xiao Jiang is plenty smart. He Yuxing remained silent about Zhongyu's speculation, but he heard Zhang Sun chuckle. It wasn't a mocking or derisive laugh, but a satisfied one, the kind that meant, so among these three fools, there's at least one with some brains. He Yuxing was angered by his own assumptions. What nonsense! Was he even inferior to Xiao Zhong, that naive college student? Throughout the discussion, Zhang Sun remained silent. While laziness was part of it, he later came up with another way to clear the level. He couldn't guarantee the survival of the others, but he could guarantee clearing the level. He unleashed his hammer before everyone's eyes. Manual divider. To be honest, I was quite worried when I decided to restart this discontinued book because its initial performance was particularly dismal, lol, but I still want to see the story through to its conclusion. I never expected to receive so much support from friends. I've read all your comments, thank you so much. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. This is just a light-hearted and joyful piece of escapist fiction. I had great fun writing it and hope you'll enjoy reading it just as much. Let us walk together to the end. Chapter 57. I'm targeting you specifically. Holy shit, why did Erchui suddenly pull out his true form? What do you mean by Erchui's true form? Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. Why did Ikui suddenly take out that tough guy Tears hammer? What kind of weird name is Tough Guy Tears hammer? It's that girly pink squeaky inflatable hammer that even tough guys would love so much they'd cry thing. Ha 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 ha, don't laugh at me, what kind of terrible name is this, ha 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 ha. There wouldn't be combat rounds, right? But I didn't see any mention of battles in the forum guides earlier. Forget combat rounds, I haven't even seen two monsters. What do you mean no monsters? Aren't all those things on the screen monsters? Those without combat abilities, and no one has ever seen them come out from the screen, right? The barrage comments were buzzing with heated discussions. While some were just stirring the pot, some viewers were telling the truth. Indeed, no traces of monsters have been found in Theater A. This is strange in itself. How could there be no monsters in Film A? Just solving puzzles shouldn't be enough to earn an A-grade rating. Yet that's exactly what happened. Reviewing all the theater's replays, not a single player encountered any monsters, they were inexplicably transported outside the dungeon, utterly unable to clear it. When Zhang Sun unleashed his hammer, the others' expressions turned peculiar. Zhongyu was the first to react. Seeing Zhang Sun draw his weapon, he pulled out his own. A majestic spear. Zhang Feiguang didn't understand what was happening, but since Zhang Xuanliang had drawn his weapon, he had to retrieve his own familiar tool for self-defense. Zhang Feiguang wielded a long scythe. It was adorned with numerous flashy but impractical decorations, clearly prioritizing appearance over functionality. As for He Yuxing, he didn't take anything out. That went without saying. If he revealed his signature weapon, wouldn't it be just like holding up a megaphone and shouting in everyone's ears? Wanchers He Yuxing has traveled thousands of miles specifically for this dungeon run? How could the noble and aloof young master he possibly lower himself to play this non-S-tier starter dungeon? This was downright humiliating to the extreme. Zhang Sun paid no attention to whatever petty calculations were brewing in others' minds, he simply minded his own path. Since none of you agree to hold hands, I suppose we'll have to feel our way forward, Zhang Sun said, wanting to speed up the process. There's an emergency exit over there, shall we check it out first? Zhang Sun pointed towards the glowing green signage. Zhang Feiguang was the first to object. This looks suspiciously like a trap. Based on past experience, these things usually screw players over, we might get completely wiped out. Zhang Feiguang's fans parroted his nonsense. Yeah, Zhang's right. Even such an obvious trap, Zheng Sun must have been piggybacking off others to clear dungeons before. No fear of a tough dungeon, only fear of teammates acting like pigs. I'm already starting to worry about Xiao Jiang. Zhang Feiguang's questioning elicited a shrug from Zheng Sun. You can stay, I'm going over there. You? Zhang Feiguang never expected Zheng Sun wouldn't even bother arguing with him. Zheng Sun couldn't care less. He lifted his foot and headed straight for the emergency exit. Little Zhong, being a steadfast Zheng supporter, naturally followed Zheng Sun without hesitation. But what truly shocked Zhang Feiguang was that the mysterious black-clad figure with a hidden identity also turned and left, trailing after Zheng Sun. Now he was the only one left, unsure whether to leave or stay. With no other option, he wandered through the audience seating area but found nothing, eventually shuffling slowly forward to catch up with Zheng Sun and the other two ahead. The theater was pitch black and oppressive, making him too fearful to linger. Zheng Sun led the three to the emergency exit, pushing open the heavy metal door. Just as in their simulated scenario, upon exiting, they found themselves back in the movie theater once again. The scene was nearly identical to the previous one, requiring careful observation to spot any differences. In the barrage comments section, viewers who hadn't seen any dungeon records were going crazy. Holy shit, a ghost wall? Am I going blind? How is this scene exactly identical to the previous one? Got takeout and what? Are we still in the first scene? The pacing is painfully slow. Dude who ordered takeout, maybe finish your meal before watching the replay, or you might lose your appetite altogether. Seriously? Someone didn't do their homework? Repeating loops are one of this cinema's signature features. What's the big deal about not doing homework? Not everyone has time to watch every video replay, right? Why are you all making such a fuss over this? I really don't get it. Aren't they just two people arguing? Why can't you guys just shut up and watch quietly for once? The bullet chat etiquette is right there. Oh, here we go again with your high and mighty attitude. Where there are people, there are arguments, especially in a dungeon where Zheng Sun is present. The crowd is particularly rowdy. As the barrage of comments erupted into another round of quarrels, Zheng Sun stared at the identical room and let out a deep sigh. It wasn't supposed to be like this here. He muttered softly, and the attentive fans caught it. Shoo, stop the noise. Zhang Shen seems to have an idea. What do you mean it shouldn't be like this? Ha, is there something more to this? Holy crap, it's true. This was originally labeled as a 2D hall, but now it's changed to 3D. Ah, what difference does it make? Those shadows on the plane haven't moved at all. Look at Zhang Shen, he must have thought of something. Zheng Sun's words also caught the attention of the other three. Zhongyu, still innocent and curious, spoke up. Bro, what do you mean by that? The man in black remained silent, observing Zheng Sun, even capturing his micro-expressions. Zheng Sun had no choice but to resign himself to the situation. Initially, I didn't want to do it this way, it's far too shocking, though I assure you it's completely safe. Zhongyu was anxious. Brother, stop keeping us in suspense. Whatever you have to say, just say it. We'll do our best to help. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feiguang added, yes, Brother Zhang, if there's any difficulty, just say so. We'll cooperate wholeheartedly. Zhongyu's heartfelt words initially met with silence from Zheng Sun. But when Zhang Feiguang spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. You said it yourself. Me? Zhang Feiguang hesitated, unsure how to react. It wasn't until Zheng Sun walked toward him with intense eyes and a toy hammer in hand that Zhang Feiguang realized what the other intended to do. You can't. Zhang Feiguang stumbled back 2 steps as Zheng Sun advanced, the hammer in his hand crashing down with devastating force. Chapter 58, Silhouette. When Zheng Sun swung that hammer down, no one realized what had truly happened. This included the normally unflappable He Yuxing, who'd seen it all, and even the perpetually carefree Zhongyu both stood frozen in shock. Brother Zhang. Holy shit, Zheng Sun. The two hurried forward to stop him, thinking Zheng Sun had suddenly had an episode and was about to do something impulsive. Though he didn't get along with Zhang Feiguang, this was happening right in front of everyone. With so many cameras rolling, you can settle this privately if you want to fight. The livestream audience was stunned. They knew Zheng Sun had always been eccentric, but no one expected him to be this insane. Even with some personal grudges, it shouldn't come to taking another's life. Though unseen, the barrage of comments urged Zheng Sun to calm down. Akui, don't be rash. Akui, if you want revenge, at least do it discreetly. I've left the livestream, so that blow from Zhang Shen never landed. Zhang Feiguang's livestream was also in complete chaos. Why isn't anyone doing something about this? My Xiao Jiang. Why would they let a lunatic like Zheng Sun enter the dungeon? What the hell are the association officials even doing? Guys, I found the association's complaint hotline. Check my profile for the number quick. Inside and outside the dungeon, chaos reigned like a boiling pot of porridge, yet Zhang Xian's hammer strike didn't hesitate in the slightest. Bang! Dust and smoke billowed as if the very ground was about to shatter. The illuminated screen also revealed a black silhouette raising a hammer, then resting it on his shoulder, while another small figure lay powerless on the ground. He Yuxing couldn't stop it in time. Gnashing his teeth, he crouched down to check on Zhang Feiguang's condition. If there were any bloodshed between players, everyone involved in this dungeon would be taken away for investigation by the General Association. What a damned hassle. Seeing that he couldn't stop Zhang Sun, Zhong Yu had already gone ahead to check on Zhang Feiguang. Ha! He let out a surprised sound. Why does Zhang Feiguang look so flat? Zheng Xian grabbed a camera light and tossed it near Zhang Feiguang's corpse. The camera light dutifully performed a 360-degree sweep, clearly projecting the figure on the ground for all the livestream audience to see. It was a flattened black silhouette, its limbs twisted at odd angles, lying on the ground in the most undignified manner. Anyone could see this wasn't a normal person. Zhong Yu stroked his chin, squinting as he looked from the floor to the screen. That shadow on the screen. So there really were monsters inside this Okapi after all. The boss had actually appeared from the very beginning. The silhouette mimicking their every move on that illuminated screen was the true boss of this theater edition. They don't possess attacking abilities, but are highly deceptive. After players first open the emergency exit door, they'll randomly replace one member of the team. If players open it a second time, another member will be replaced. This continues until all players have been successfully swapped out. The silhouettes could mimic every move of the players, including their speech patterns, but they would endlessly lead other normal players in circles, thoroughly bewildering them until they inexplicably got ejected from the dungeon, still utterly confused about what had happened. The clearing condition for this dungeon was quite simple. Just like how Zhang Sun had simulated it, you had to be a lone wolf, soloing the dungeon alone. As long as the number of players entering remained 1, the dungeon wouldn't acknowledge the existence of a party, and the silhouettes on the screen wouldn't trigger their replacement function. Of course, as Zhang Sun had mentioned earlier, things like holding hands were also fine. The silhouettes needed an opportune moment for replacement, often targeting isolated players. The dim surroundings were deliberately set up to facilitate this. They could silently stuff a player into the screen while taking their place undetected. However, if the substitution is successful and they can correctly identify the replaced player within the team to eliminate them, the original player can be brought back. These 3 clearance methods may seem simple, but each is extremely difficult to achieve. First, solo dungeon runs are something only Zhang Sun and a few other star players have ever attempted. Even elite players from major guilds wouldn't undertake such solo challenges unless absolutely necessary. The White Tower's dungeons are ever-changing mysteries that no one can fully decipher. Every elite player represents a massive investment by their guild, their prized assets who can't be risked on such reckless endeavors. Secondly, the idea of grown men holding hands would be psychologically difficult to accept at first glance for most male players. The last method is even more demanding. Even if you suspect your teammate has been swapped, how can you guarantee that a single hammer strike will hit the imposter silhouette? All 3 methods have their own inherent difficulties in practice. Zhang Sun tested these approaches several times in simulations with his 2 subordinates, gradually understanding the operating conditions of this cinema-themed dungeon. He had hoped to avoid resorting to the final measure, but with circumstances forcing his hand, there was simply no alternative. The shadow flattened against the ground. Zhong Yu reached out to scoop it up, but it suddenly recoiled as if startled, darting backward and shrinking into the darkness. Zhang Sun stretched out his hand and asked the 2 present who had a knife. He Yuxing handed him a thin, sharp dagger. He stepped forward, aimed at Zhang Feiguang on the screen, and slashed the dagger through the canvas. A person falls from behind the curtain, sprawling on the ground. It was precisely Zhang Feiguang who had been replaced. Zhang Feiguang coughed incessantly, trying to recall what had just happened. All he remembered was his reluctance to follow Zhang Sun's lead as he weaved through the spectator seats for a moment, attempting to find some clues. Suddenly, his consciousness went blank, and everything before his eyes turned black. The next moment he found himself in a pure white space, unable to speak or hear sounds. It was as if someone had placed a television before him, its screen displaying Zhang Sun alongside 2 others. And him. He screamed for help, but it was utterly meaningless. No exits were visible anywhere, only 3 other black silhouettes mechanically mimicking the movements of the people on the television screen. As he paused, all 3 silhouettes turned their heads simultaneously. Though their arms and legs continued moving, he could feel their gaze fixed upon him. Zhang Feiguang's cold sweat broke out in an instant. He thought he would be trapped here until the end of time, when suddenly Zhang Sun turned around and swung a hammer at his silhouette. Trapped behind the curtain, Zhang Feiguang was also struck by Zhang Sun's silhouette and knocked unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the outside world. He gasped for breath heavily, lifting his head to look at the other 3. Zhong Yu kindly gave him a hand, while the expression of the masked mysterious figure remained unreadable. Zhang Sun had his back to him, the weapon in his hand now vanished, standing beside the emergency exit as he said coolly, "Now you understand why I told you to hold hands." Chapter 59, Big Black. Though reluctant, the 4 finally walked out linked together. Holding hands was still too awkward, so Zhang Sun suggested they could hold on to each other's weapons instead. Zhang Sun walked at the front, both hands tucked behind his back griping the head of the inflatable hammer, while Zhang Yu held onto the other end. Then came He Yuxing, Zhang Feiguang in that order. Zhang Yu was curious. Bro, isn't this hammer usually pretty light to carry around? It's inflatable. Oh, so when you usually need to use it, do you have to pull out the air plug and inflate it first? No. The rest of the process went smoothly. They reached the maze Zhang Sun had seen during his simulation, where the four of them struggled to navigate between the audience seats, circling around until they finally arrived at the emergency exit once more. The repeated appearance of this green exit sign was downright unnerving. When the prompt for a successful clearance sounded, apart from Zhang Sun, the other three let out a sigh of relief. The barrage area also relaxed with relief. Finally out. These looping dungeons are the worst. Second hammer nearly scared me to death. When he swung at Zhang Feiguang, I was already thinking about which detention center I'd need to deliver meals to. But how did second hammer realize Zhang Feiguang had been replaced? He shouldn't be familiar with Zhang Feiguang, right? Zhang the god naturally has his own divine ways. You mere mortals shouldn't meddle in godly affairs. Look, the rewards are out. To everyone's surprise, the clearance rewards were distributed to all this time, and Zhang Sun's gift box turned out to be the smallest one. It was barely big enough to fit 2 feet side by side. Zhang Yu was an impatient soul. He tore open the gift box. A yellow skill card fell out. An enhancement card? What's this? Zhang Yu flipped it over to read the description. This skill card could double a player's combat power during certain dungeon boss battles. It's quite a practical card. Zhang Feiguang and He Yuxing didn't open it publicly. They were both looking in Zhang Sun's direction. Zhang Sun didn't hide it this time, mainly because his curiosity got the better of him. He crouched down halfway and unwrapped all the ribbons and wrapping paper from the box. Zhang Sun made a puzzled sound, cradling the box in one hand and turning it upside down to give it a shake. Nothing fell out. The barrage comments started getting anxious. Holy crap, this dungeon's a freaking pain. It's not giving anything at all? I'm furious. It's always been me, Air Chui, freeloading off others. How dare someone try to freeload off Air Chui today? Is this just the White Tower's idea of a joke? Giving a box of air as a reward is downright insulting. Wait, look at what's on Zhang Sun's shoulder. Zhang Sun originally thought this reward was just a joke, nothing at all. He felt somewhat disappointed, but not exactly angry. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a ticklish sensation on his left shoulder and reached to scratch it. Something abruptly shrank away and darted to his right shoulder. Zhang Sun frowned and patted Zhang Yu, who was crouching on the ground. Xiao Zhong, what's this thing on my shoulder? Let me see. Upon hearing his brother speak, Zhang Yu sprang to his feet. Holy shit, bro. Are these holes in your clothes intentionally designed? Damn, the holes can even change positions. Zhang Sun grew increasingly confused by his words. What the hell? Finally, it was He Yuxing who couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up from the side. It's that silhouette from the dungeon. You must have brought it out with you. Probably a subordinate reward. Another subordinate. As former NPCs of the White Tower, they not only possessed formidable strength but also wielded a dazzling array of extraordinary abilities. It ranks among the highest tiers of dungeon rewards, prized precisely for its exceedingly low drop rate. No wonder people are jealous. How could a newbie collect 3 subordinates in less than 2 months after their debut? Should I gather subordinates or harvest cabbages? Zhang Sun's rewards during each dungeon run were always the most eye-catching, with nearly every platform and even major guilds keeping a close watch on what treasures his gift boxes might contain. After the appearance of his third subordinate, Zhang Sun unsurprisingly skyrocketed to the trending charts again. Alert! Newcomer Zhang Sun's third subordinate has appeared. Suggest the General Association investigate Zhang Sun. Is he actually a White Tower NPC infiltrating the player ranks? I'm so jealous I can't stand it. New players just aren't created equal. Here's my evidence that Zhang Sun is a White Tower NPC. Forums and social media platforms are buzzing with discussions, some curious about what special abilities the new affiliated player possesses, others questioning whether Zhang Sun is even human at all. As for his true motive for tackling the cinema dungeon being to settle scores with Zhang Feiguang, it seems the internet has completely forgotten about that. Zhang Sun didn't have any particular reaction to his new subordinate, but this inky black shadow seemed oddly attached to him, surprisingly timid, shrinking away whenever touched by someone else's finger. Zhang Sun named it Dehei, Big Black. Maybe its courage would grow with time. After packing his belongings hastily, he prepared to leave White Tower. Zhang Feiguang blocked his path. Zhang Sun, thank you for saving me in the dungeon. Though he hadn't performed brilliantly in the dungeon, even appearing rather pathetic, Zhang Feiguang's mind quickly turned. Why not seize this opportunity to craft himself a magnanimous image? If he and Zhang Sun could laugh off past grievances, it would be a win-win situation. It was indeed a golden opportunity, provided Zhang Sun played alone. Zhang Sun quietly observed Zhang Feiguang's gratitude for a moment before suddenly smiling. I wasn't trying to save you. Then you. Jiang Feiguang suddenly realized something, a chill running down his spine. That hammer strike, were you just testing it out? Jiang Sun merely smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying. He extended his finger, brought it close to his shoulder, and lowered his head. Dahai, we're leaving now. We'll introduce you to Sister Hong and Xiaohua another day. He turned to leave, but Jiang Feiguang called him back. Wait. I'm aware of those rumors your team has been spreading online, but I choose to ignore them and won't respond. Jiang Sun had already turned his back when he suddenly swiveled his head upon hearing the voice. However, I do love dungeon raids and have plenty of free time. If you're intent on associating my name with such online antics, then I hope you won't mind my presence in every dungeon you attempt from now on. Jiang Sun's lips were thin, and his words cut as sharply as a blade. Next time, I hope you'll still have some luck left to survive. He opened his palm and waved in farewell. After leaving, Jiang Sun no longer paid attention to Jiang Feiguang's expression nor cared about what actions he might take next. In any case, he was a man of his word. Perhaps that threat really worked. The online posts about Jiang Feiguang and Jiang Sun drastically decreased. Of course, Jiang Sun, who naturally drew attention, remained firmly atop the trending list, not budging for a full day. Jiang Sun returned in a black sedan arranged for him by Mingke, driven by an unfamiliar middle-aged uncle. After all, Zhang Jia was a formal player for Mingke. It wouldn't look good if he kept chauffeuring an outsider like Jiang Sun too often. Currently, Zhang Jia was grounded by the vice president, stuck at the guild headquarters with nothing to do but watch Jiang Sun's livestreams to kill boredom. The moment Jiang Sun ended his livestream, Zhang Jia's call came through. Hey, old Jiang, you just wrapped up? Let me treat you to hot pot, buddy. I'll go if you're treating. Fine, I'll treat. Didn't actually expect you'd personally go threaten that Jiang Feiguang punk? His face turned so green at the end, the kind of green you could recognize even through pixelated lag. Jiang Sun sat in the passenger seat, fingers fidgeting with the seatbelt, loosening then tightening then loosening. Phone pressed to his ear, he tilted his head to watch the setting sun outside the window. He's insignificant, but kind of getting on my nerves. A warning should keep him in line for a while. Zhang Jia laughed. Too bad he chickened out so fast. I was having quite a satisfying argument with his fans. Just because he backed down doesn't mean his fans will. Find one using his avatar and keep arguing if you want. Alright, brother, I'm busy here, no time for idle chatter. What time are you arriving? I'll reserve a table in advance, otherwise we'll be waiting 2 hours this weekend. Jiang Sun was about to reply when his phone suddenly alerted him to another incoming call. Go ahead and make the reservation, then send me the time and location. I've got another call coming in. Who? Su Guan. Su Guan from Qinglan? Hey, I'm telling you Lao Zhang, you're eating our food and living under our roof. 3/4 of you belongs to us at Mingke now. You can't bite the hand that feeds. Jiang Sun coldly hung up Zhang Jia's voice call and answered Su Guan's incoming one instead. Speak. Are you busy? I've got a dinner date. Didn't you say you wouldn't casually dine with others? The one I'm meeting today isn't human. Su Guan seemed to chuckle, though it was barely audible. We wanted to ask your thoughts about what we previously agreed on. My thoughts are that I have none. Wasn't Huazian just thrown into Team 3 to waste away? Just don't tell me he's unavailable when I need him for a mission. Huazian isn't the issue. I'm asking if you want to spend a few days preparing at Qinglan. No thanks. I'm allergic to your vice captain. Jiang Sun's finger traced the number 7 on the car window, then wiped it away. Let me rest for 2 days. At 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow, I'll have Xiaohua come directly. Just act like you know nothing. Better yet, you should schedule a dungeon run for yourself that day to establish an alibi. Let's be clear up front, Captain Su. After helping you with such a big favor, just borrowing little Hua won't be enough. You'll need to remember this debt of mine for a good long while. Come back alive, and you can name your price. Chapter 60 Sealed Copy. Jiang Sun accepted Zhang Jia's invitation and arrived at a hot pot restaurant. The place was packed on weekends, but fortunately they had reserved seats in advance. Both wore face masks, not wanting to draw undue attention, yet their tall statures inevitably attracted numerous gazes. Jiang Sun pulled his hood over his head as they strode through the shop, finally arriving at their reserved private room. Zhang Jia hooked a finger under his mask, pulling it down and letting out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully we weren't recognized. If the vice president found out, we'd be in for another round of trouble. Would Brother Xiao really micromanage to that extent? I'm currently under house arrest. You know, the vice president told me to limit contact with you. People outside won't think you're joining Singing Sparrow now, they'll speculate whether I'm being poached by Loop instead. No way, Zhang Xian declined bluntly. You're too expensive, my shabby little guild couldn't possibly afford you. Though it was an impossible scenario to begin with, Zhang Jia still felt displeased at being rejected so outright. You can't just focus on dungeon runs now that you're popular enough. What about the guild? Jiang Sun had been fiddling with his phone since entering, appearing quite preoccupied. What should we do then? You should focus on securing sponsorships and bringing in projects. Forget about youth training camps for now, since you're short on funds. But you already have your own following, signing a few advertisers shouldn't be a problem, right? How troublesome. Maybe I should just hire myself a boss. Everyone else is getting hired by the boss directly, but you're out here recruiting the boss directly, huh? You still just I'm telling you, what are you busy with? Haven't seen you look up since you walked in. I'm scrolling through the forum, looking for a guide. Old Brute Chung Ikui actually needs a guide? Whatever guide you need, I'll help you dig it up. Don't peek, these are our guild's confidential documents. Then pay for this meal yourself. Suguan won't let me talk about me going to the 7th hospital dungeon. Cheng Jia was initially looking down on Zhang Sun's sieve-like mouth that couldn't keep any secrets, but after some thought, something felt off. Are you going to 7th hospital? Wasn't that place already sealed by Qinglan? What does Feng Lu mean? Seeing Zhang Sun's confusion, Cheng Jia had no choice but to patiently explain to this rookie who only knew how to spam his dungeons, this absolute tower newbie. Sealing a raid instance means not only is it highly difficult, but it has also experienced extremely tragic incidents that significantly impacted the entire guild. Therefore, the guild will officially declare they will no longer run that instance, effectively sealing it away. If the major guilds won't attempt it, does that mean ordinary players can't either? Listen to you, that's textbook, let them eat cake talk. Do you think everyone's like you, starting out with countless raid dungeons at their disposal? This dungeon isn't randomly banned, it's a conclusion reached after evaluation by the guild's professional team. Other guilds and individual players all reference this outcome and avoid recklessly touching this dungeon. There are countless White Tower dungeons out there. If this one's bad, we'll just switch. It's not like this is some server life or death must complete dungeon. There's no need to stubbornly grind away at an extremely high-risk challenge dungeon. At this point, Cheng Jia remembered something else. Speaking of which, that Huayin Dungeon Brother Shao specifically invited you to would have been sealed by our Mockingbird Guild too, if Snowcharm hadn't gotten trapped there. With those words, Zheng Sun roughly understood the scale of the so-called accident they meant. That time, the entire Mockingbird Guild had nearly developed psychological trauma from being beaten by Little Ian in the corridors. If they hadn't brought in Zhang Sun, if they'd failed their second attempt, the consequences didn't bear thinking about. In the White Tower era, tall buildings rose easily and fell just as fast. Even guilds like Mockingbird that broke into the top 20 rankings could collapse overnight from poor management. Cheng Jia's original intention was to advise Zhang Sun to think carefully, but Zheng, ever the contrarian, after careful consideration decided to charge ahead recklessly anyway. Cheng Jia was utterly speechless. If I ever try to persuade someone as stubborn as you again, I'll dive headfirst into hot pot broth. Zhang Sun raised his phone, camera pointed straight at him. Then you must call me, I'll livestream it. As they spoke, the waiter brought out the pot and dishes. After that, the two chatted a bit more about 7th Hospital, with Cheng Jia sharing the inside information he knew with Zhang Sun. Qinglan had to abort her first run of the 7th Hospital dungeon because of what happened to Deputy Team Leader Meng Yijia. You already know that. But even if Meng Yijia had been fine, that dungeon was downright eerie. How so? Zhang Sun pressed curiously, just as Cheng Jia suddenly hunched his shoulders and leaned in closer. They say during that live stream, what the audience saw and what the team actually experienced were completely out of sync. Zhang Sun, who was picking out chili peppers one by one from the spicy hot pot, There are countless versions of this incident. The 7th Hospital was an abandoned facility that had already become famous as a paranormal hotspot before the White Tower appeared. Back then, many bloggers ventured there alone. The footage is quite old now, but all the records can still be found in the mobile library. Later, when the White Tower emerged, this place naturally became a high-difficulty dungeon. With endless supernatural tales and eerie rumors as its backdrop, the 7th Hospital instance had already become an exceptionally popular dungeon among players the moment it appeared. Before Qinglan made her move, numerous guilds and individual players had already scouted ahead. Every dungeon record left behind was bizarre enough on its own. To this day, neither individuals nor teams have managed to explore the complete map of the 7th Psychiatric Hospital. No one knows just how many hidden, unknown secrets this sinister and terrifying hospital conceals. As for Cheng Jia mentioning the desynchronization between the livestream and the team's actual footage, this remains the most inexplicable occurrence since Qinglan entered the instance. According to Cheng Jia's description, when Qinglan opened the dungeon as usual, the livestream connected normally. The audience saw the hospital's main gate, corridors, and the small garden for patients to relax, all perfectly ordinary. But the moment they stepped through the inner main entrance of the hospital, the live feed became intermittent, frequently freezing or cutting to black screens. Qinglan's operational team tried every possible method but couldn't guarantee smooth broadcasting throughout. Viewers had to constantly switch between different team members' perspectives, attempting to piece together the complete live stream. The problem emerged precisely during these perspective switches. At the time, Su Guan was leading the team. They needed to head to the second floor, but the elevator was unusable, and both stairwells were sealed with heavy chains. Keys had to be found. The hallway was lined with examination rooms on either side, so to save time, they split into two small teams, each opening doors to the examination rooms within reach to search for useful clues. Although they were split into two teams, they advanced simultaneously to ensure maximum personnel coverage. Both teams would enter their respective consultation rooms together, then emerge to reunite and exchange information before setting off toward the next pair of clinics ahead. The doorframes of the consultation rooms were marked with numbers, starting from 201 onward, odd numbers on the left side and even numbers on the right. After confirming this point, the team members decided to take action. Originally, half the team was supposed to go to room 201 and the other half to room 202. That was the arrangement. But guess what happened? Cheng Jie teased by withholding the answer, so Zhang Sun started picking out chili peppers one by one and tossing them into his bowl. Hey, alright, I'll tell you, stop sabotaging my food. Turns out, while the players thought they were entering two different examination rooms, the audience realized they were all just entering room 201. Chapter 61, The Vanishing Player. The red hot pot at the center of the square table bubbled vigorously, while the lively chatter outside the private room created a boisterous atmosphere. Yet Cheng Jie's words instantly cooled half the warmth in the air. Just room 201? Zhang Sun frowned. Is 201 the only room, or did they only enter the odd-numbered side? Only 201. No matter if the team members who entered the dungeon said things like head to 202 or check out 205, the viewers watching the stream saw them entering 201 every time. Is the interior layout the same? If it's different, then they must be different rooms. That's the most absurd part. According to the team members' descriptions, they indeed saw entirely different rooms each time, different furnishings, different hospital beds. But from the audience's perspective, they were just repeatedly entering the same room. Zhang Sun remained silent. His left hand held chopsticks frozen mid-motion, the meat half-dipped in broth forgotten, as if lost in deep thought. Cheng Jie took a sip of plain water. These star players strictly avoided alcohol unless absolutely necessary to protect their physical condition, rarely even consuming juice or soft drinks. Did Qinglan Team 1 realize they were going in circles? Didn't Huazian and Meng Yijia later go to the operating room? Zhang Sun asked. It wasn't exactly their discovery either. Later during the livestream, there was an extremely loud shattering noise, like glass doors or mirrors breaking. That's when viewers noticed the scene had changed. They could see the team had progressed to room 220 and found the key to the third floor. Without that sound, no matter how many bullet comments viewers posted earlier, the team seemed unaware. Qinglan's operations team also appeared unable to contact anyone inside the instance. In other words, Zhang Sun picked up that piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it on his plate without eating it. Only the live feed from here was disrupted, but the people inside the dungeon still saw the real scene? He initially thought it might be spatial folding, or something like what happened in his last cinema dungeon, where not following the correct method of clearing it resulted in a loop. Now it seems there's a magnetic field or something else interfering with the live broadcast, if the actual scene hasn't changed. No, we can't simplify it like that. Cheng Jie shook his head. The anomaly in the livestream is one thing, except for Su Guan's run, no one has survived this dungeon before. Zhang Sun didn't take it seriously. Isn't that normal? If an S-rated dungeon isn't cleared, it's basically a complete wipe, unless you use some other method to forcibly tear open an exit. What you're talking about refers to players who are killed by the boss or some mechanism, at least there's a corpse left. But players who fail this dungeon disappear. Disappear? Cheng Jie said those players who had explored the 7 Quartz edition disappeared without a trace during their live broadcasts. Often, the camera would follow someone around a corner, only to pan across and reveal nothing but an empty hallway. Compared to screams and bloodshed, this kind of silent disappearance is truly the most terrifying, because you'd never know what kind of thing you've ended up standing against on opposite sides. How can one fight an enemy they can't even see clearly? Zhang Sun listened attentively throughout, only occasionally asking one or two follow-up questions. Only when Cheng Jie had finished squeezing out information like toothpaste, revealing nearly all he knew, did Zhang begin to contemplate. He had once dreamed about this 7th hospital instance before, and even simulated it once. The first time, he usually doesn't go all out, focusing more on exploring the map and understanding the dungeon's layout. Every instance of the White Tower has its own backstory, especially those rated S and above. They feature relatively clear timelines and narrative arcs. With careful exploration, you can piece together the experiences of even the NPCs and bosses here. Zhang Sun breezed through the battles using brute force tactics, which inevitably happened because he'd replayed the simulated scenarios so many times that he'd grown utterly sick of the plot. Even during the simulation, he still spared some attention to focus on these minor details. Only by understanding the background of the scenario would many clues have a direction to follow. That time, as usual, he activated the simulation mode and only released Little Red Riding Hood. Xiaoyin was too destructive and erratic, prone to wandering off. In contrast, Sister Red was much more restrained. They stood by the fence gate of the 7th Hospital's perimeter wall. Jang Sun wanted to go inside, but Little Red Riding Hood grabbed his hand. The restraining force was gentle, but Jang Sun noticed it. This doesn't seem right. Little Red Riding Hood was a subordinate who spoke little and obeyed diligently. Unless Jang Sun assigned her a task, she behaved like an ordinary well-behaved little girl, standing close to him without running around, touching things, or chasing him with pointless chatter. But this time, she actually attempted to stop him. Perhaps her instincts as a former White Tower NPC detected something terrifying in this dungeon, making her unwilling to let Jang Sun take the risk. Thinking differently, even a monster that could make Little Red Riding Hood feel troubled must be truly dreadful. Jang Sun remembered feeling something odd in his heart at that moment, but he still patted the little girl's head and held her icy hand tightly. The rusted gate creaked open before them, revealing a gap just wide enough for them to pass through. A desolate and decaying atmosphere rushed to meet them. A cold wind swept by, shaking loose a few maple leaves that spiraled down and rolled twice along the desolate garden path. Most of the White Tower's instances lean toward thriller and horror themes, and Jang Sun has experienced some of the most terrifying ones. The fact that he clears levels as effortlessly as drinking water doesn't mean these instances aren't inherently frightening. Jang Sun used to be indifferent to horror elements that changed after being stuck in the Little Red Riding Hood level 1,000 times. His mental state has since achieved a uniquely serene quality. Very few things can scare him anymore. But as he stood before the vine-covered building of the 7th Hospital, what rose from the depths of his heart was not fear, but a loneliness he couldn't suppress. It was truly empty here. Even with the dilapidated buildings and withered plants around, he still felt a void. Wearing his little red hat, he slowly walked through the hospital's main entrance. Inside, decay was everywhere, medical records and prescriptions scattered about, the registration computer screen still glowing, but not a soul in the seats. Jang Sun approached. There was a stack of medical records there, whether intentionally left behind or not, he couldn't tell. He was just flipping through casually, not expecting to find any clues. The medical records were of men and women of varying ages, most with mental illnesses. He couldn't decipher the wildly scrawled handwriting on the records and could only judge by the printed portions. It was supposed to be a casual glance, flipping through a couple of pages before moving on. But as Jang Sun browsed, he suddenly turned back to a previous page. His usually calm expression, bordering on numb, suddenly widened with shock. There, he saw his own name written. Chapter 62 all set. Lost in these memories, Jang Sun looked up and asked Chang Jie, "Have you ever encountered a situation where you discovered information related to yourself inside a dungeon?" Chang Jie deftly maneuvered his chopsticks, visibly irritated as he picked out another chili pepper from his bowl. Hearing Jang Sun ask this, Chang Jie's irritated expression faded, replaced by surprise. Information related to oneself? What do you mean? If you're talking about losing personal items in a dungeon and retrieving them before the instance resets, I've heard of that happening. Jang Sun shook his head. Not that kind of lost personal belongings. I mean when in the dungeon scenes, certain written clues, photographs, documents, or similar items actually bear your own name, birthday, or other personal details. Chang Jie's mouth gaped even wider. How could something like this happen? Old Zhang, have you encountered this before? I'm telling you this is downright terrifying. Normally the text clues in dungeons are related to NPCs or the boss's background. How could they possibly be connected to players? Are players NPCs or bosses now? This would turn everything upside down. A small piece of pepper that had been on his chopsticks wasn't thrown away in time and fell back into his rice bowl. He stirred it unconsciously, completely ruining the whole bowl of rice. Jang Sun naturally understood how absurd this situation seemed, but he genuinely had doubts in his mind. Typically, in scenario settings that require players to engage in some role-playing, the names and identities of the characters to be portrayed are provided. Like in the previous Huayin scenario, Li Baoan was accepted as the new security guard. Jang Sun now wonders whether every player who enters the 7 Courts scenario finds the name and birthdate on their medical record changing. But the descriptions of the conditions below are also quite puzzling. Although the handwriting resembles chicken scratches and is extremely abstract, after careful examination, Jang Sun still managed to decipher 2 or 3 sentences. No obvious behavioral abnormalities. No violence. Low empathy. Shows noticeable reactions. Recommend further hospitalization for observation. In short, his condition is quite serious, though the specific diagnosis remains unclear. Either way, he's seriously ill. The records were exceptionally detailed, clearly the result of prolonged observation over an extended period. Could it be that Ward 7 required players to roleplay as chronically ill patients? Zhang Xian fell into contemplation and stopped speaking. When he grew silent, Chang Jie actually felt uneasy. Old Zhang, why don't you take a few days before entering another dungeon? I think you might be experiencing hallucinations now. Can you still distinguish between the real world and the scenario settings? What do you mean by that? Jang Sun asked, and Chang Jie answered without hesitation, his expression dead serious. You already know how terrifying this instance is, the setting alone is horrifying, not to mention the NPCs and the boss. So the best psychiatric hospital in the entire district is right next to every major guild. If you need it, I can refer you to their most experienced doctor. Teammates who've been there all gave glowing reviews. Jang Sun realized he couldn't pry anything more out of him and had no choice but to give up. The first simulation of the 7th hospital dungeon yielded no results. His exploration was interrupted halfway through by external factors. Perhaps he could investigate further after returning tonight. The two hurried back to Minkei before Xiao Jun returned from his meeting. Once back, Jang Sun immediately washed up and got ready for bed. Before turning in, he told Cheng Jia that he planned to sleep for a very, very long time these next couple days. There was no need to wake him up at mealtimes. If he got hungry, he would naturally come out to find food. Cheng Jia teased, "Are you resting or cultivating here?" but still agreed to give him 2 days of solitude. Jang Sun used these 2 days to complete the simulation of the 7th hospital. By the 3rd early morning at 3 o'clock, Jang Sun lay flat on his bed, hands folded and resting atop the down comforter, his eyes slowly opening. Opposite, Cheng Jia was in deep slumber, his breathing nearly inaudible. Jang Sun didn't turn on the lamp on his side. Instead, he stared fixedly at the ceiling overhead. It was strange. He had cleared the game, yet he hadn't. Jang Sun's mention of clearing the level referred to defeating the final boss. He had also uncovered the secrets of the operating room and the mysterious room 201. Though he survived this escape, he knew full well he hadn't explored every corner of this scenario. Something wasn't right. Every setting in the dungeon served a purpose, either housing monsters or hiding crucial clues. If a dungeon instance contains wasted scenes, then there must be flaws in that instance. Although the White Tower outwardly appears tower-shaped, it operates more like a precision-calculated machine. Such errors shouldn't theoretically occur. But in the 7th hospital, Jang Sun distinctly sensed that at least 3/4 of the space remained inaccessible to him. Moreover, apart from the boss that needed to be defeated, he encountered other things several times during the dungeon run. Jang Sun didn't know how to define them. Neither NPC nor boss seemed accurate. They didn't immediately show aggression, they simply appeared, as if deliberately trying to catch his attention. Jang Sun couldn't figure out their intentions. During the simulation, he intentionally explored more areas, but those regions were either inaccessible or had missing keys. He tried forcing doors open with his hammer, but without success. Something seemed to be preventing him from exploring further. No matter how many times he simulated it, he could only follow the predetermined steps, finding those few clues, collecting those keys, and finally defeating the boss to complete the level. Jang Sun wiped his face and sighed silently. Quite troublesome. Fortunately, these floating things in unexplored areas didn't affect his dungeon clearing progress. Taking Huazian through the dungeon today shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, he rolled out of bed and shook Cheng Jia awake. Cheng Jia, with his disheveled hair. "I'm truly the unluckiest sap in history, sharing a room with you. Keep me company for $5 worth of chatter, I can't sleep." Cheng Jia sprang up like a carp leaping from water, driven by his early morning murderous instincts as he lunged at Jang Sun. "Damn it, did you do that on purpose? Got enough sleep and now you're messing with everyone else, ha? If you're itching for a workout, that's fine. I've been lazing around for 2 days, my whole body's stiff as rusted iron." With both of them making such a commotion, neither could sleep anymore. When Xiao Jun passed by early in the morning, he saw the energetic Jang Sun and the gloomy-faced Cheng Jia standing at the door of their shared dorm. Vice President Xiao raised an eyebrow. "The roles are reversed today? Jang Sun, you're unusually energetic. Cheng Jia, stayed up late gaming?" Cheng Jia let out a yawn. "No, it's real-life Mortal Kombat." Xiao Jun turned his gaze back to Jang Sun, who flashed 2 rows of white teeth. "He's sleepwalking. Brother Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense." In the morning, Cheng Jia had to conduct routine training within Minkei, so Jang Sun called Huazian and told him to arrive at District 079 by 1 p.m. They met up there. Huazian didn't know Jang Sun was planning to take him into Qiyuan instance. Had he known, he might not have agreed so readily. He thought Jang Sun was just being kind, noticing his recent low spirits and taking him dungeon running to cheer him up. At noon, Jang Sun finished lunch in Mink's cafeteria and bid farewell to his enthusiastic fans. With his own capabilities, Jang Sun had already gained a large following of admirers within Minkei. It couldn't be helped, strength reigned supreme. Xiao Jun was already helping him look at properties, probably afraid that if Jang Sun stayed any longer, Minkei would completely rebrand itself into Sun's domain. Xinglan also made their move. The guild's official account posted a live stream announcement a day in advance. By 9 in the morning, Su Guan had already led a team to the marked dungeon in District 104. This included Meng Yijia. It seems Su Guan not only prepared an alibi for himself, but also eliminated a distraction for Jang Sun. Reliable enough. With everything ready, Jang Sun turned on his smartwatch for Genius Kids. Without any warning once again, he started the live broadcast. "Good afternoon, everyone in the live stream. I'm Jang Sun." Jang Sun sat in the back seat of the car, and as sunlight flickered through the window, his eyes gleamed like amber. Today, I'll be streaming a 2-player dungeon. I'm sure everyone is quite familiar with this instance. Area 079, the 7th Psychiatric Hospital. Chapter 63, one deluded fan does more damage than 10 haters. Zhang Sun is about to enter the 7th hospital. The 7th hospital reopens after a year. The participating player is the hottest rookie Zhang Sun. Zhang Yekui is starting another S-level instance. Wasn't the 7th hospital closed? Can Qinglan really let Zhang Sun enter? Anyone who understands, come discuss. Unlike previous occasions when he only started the livestream after arriving at White Tower, this time Zhang Sun opened his broadcast room while en route to District 079 to meet his audience. Compared to his previous streams with no prior announcement, this time served as a small warm-up. And this brief warm-up was enough to spawn dozens of trending threads about him on the forums. Other platforms also saw him repeatedly climbing their hot search lists with various buzzwords. In the White Tower era, everything related to the White Tower naturally attracted massive attention, and Zhang Sun was currently the top trend within that attention. Although there had been newcomers who sparked heated discussions upon debut before, none maintained such consistently high levels of discussion as Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun never handled mediocre dungeons. Every dungeon he tackled was of high quality, high difficulty, and extremely popular among players. From the initial life and death battles in server zones to the most recent highly entertaining cinema dungeon, every one of his dungeons was exceptionally remarkable. Of course, this wasn't Zhang Sun's intention. He wasn't deliberately seeking out dungeons with gimmicks. Or rather, many times, people brought those high-difficulty dungeons to him. He naturally welcomed them all without reservation. This time, the 7th hospital dungeon wasn't one Zhang Sun had proactively uncovered himself. Yet he treated it with considerably more caution. Because this time he would be taking Hua Xian into the dungeon. He needed to uncover a certain truth. This wasn't just about repaying Xiao Huobai for gifting him those mines. What mattered more was his agreement with Su Guan. He was still waiting to squeeze some benefits out of Qinglan. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Zhang Sun looked completely at ease, without a trace of tension or anxiety. It was as if he were heading out for sightseeing rather than tackling an S-level dungeon that had once crippled a powerhouse guild. He even had the leisure to banter with the livestream comments. Zhang Shen, is Air Chui really going to attempt the 7th hospital instance? Holy shit, the 7th hospital. That instance was banned by Qinglan before. Don't be reckless. What's the big deal? Since when does our Air Chui fear Qinglan's people? Take a break there. Whoever said Air Chui is afraid of Qinglan? Do you even know what a sealed bid means before bringing up Air Chui? So, what does a sealed bid actually mean? Zhang Sun deflected with trivial topics, like what to eat for lunch. He avoided answering all those questions about his relationship with Qinglan and Ming Ke, whether he had any personal grudges against Su Guan, or what terms he'd agreed to with Xiao Jun. What's even funnier is that someone actually asked if he and Chang Jia had any shady dealings. What kind of shady dealings could there be? You could say Chang Jia is shady, but don't say our dealings are shady. Chang Jia, who was taking a nap in the break room, happened to browse Zhang Sun's livestream and heard this remark. Furious, he posted from his main account in the chat. Chang Jia, haven't seen me for 2 hours, and now I've become something too shameful to show your face? Zhang Sun pretended he hadn't seen anything. Chang Jia gifted him a virtual yacht and pinned his own comment to the top, prominently displayed in his live stream room. After casually chatting with fan friends for a while, they were finally about to arrive at District 079. In just half an hour, he could reach the target White Tower. Zhang Sun watched as the atmosphere built up perfectly. Hot forum threads were circulating, and trending keywords had made several rounds on the charts. Seizing this unprecedented wave of attention, he glanced at his phone screen and dropped another bombshell. A friend joined me in clearing the 079 district dungeon today. I'm guessing some of you might remember him. Hua Xian, Little Hua. He can also tackle the 7th hospital instance. Qinglan's Hua Xian. The barrage exploded again at this revelation. Holy shit, is that really Hua Xian? The same dude who screwed up everything right after debut? Wow, I just remembered. Some time ago, when Air Chui and Meng Yijiao were making headlines, this name was mentioned too. Quick fact, Hua Xian was a rising star a year ago, later signed by Qinglan Guild with a bronze contract. But during his debut with Qinglan, an accident occurred. Hua Xian abandoned the vice captain and fled alone, leaving Meng Yijiao severely injured. End of fact. Now it all makes sense. Then why is Air Chui so determined to bring him along? He had the accident at the 7th hospital instance. Shouldn't that leave lifelong psychological trauma? I'm more worried if Akui is being threatened. Why would he bring along dead weight? Erchui's perfectly capable soloing. Speaking of which, can Qinglan members freely join dungeon runs? I remember Hua Xian was in the second team. That was ages ago. Now Hua Xian's been put on a loan contract. Qinglan can't wait to offload him. I get it now. Could Akui be trying to get Hua Xian on the cheap, using him as cheap labor and muscle? You seem like the most reliable one here. Given Air Chui's freeloader nature, I bet this is exactly the cheap trick he's pulling. The barrage chat buzzed with all sorts of comments. Before miraculously reaching a consensus, everyone believed Erchoi was trying to freeload. Zheng Sun weakly attempted to defend himself. Aren't you guys supposed to be my fans? Can't you say something nice about me for once? And those who keep advertising my freeloading habits everywhere, are you trying to say 1 fan's harm equals 10 anti-fans? The fans in the livestream were laughing and joking, saying things like Erchoi's panicking, he's panicking, and don't worry, next time we'll pick a moment when you're mentally drained to push our recommendations. Perhaps Zhang Sun's formidable strength had given his fans a confidence boost. The Zhang Sun fans in the chat weren't particularly nervous, instead, it was the random viewers who happened to drop in who were worrying on his behalf. The 7th hospital, what a terrifying dungeon. And yet they still had the mood to joke around? Half an hour later, Zhang Sun arrived at Tower 8 in Zone 079. The white towers in Zone 079 were densely clustered, with Towers 7 and 8 standing opposite each other across the street. Hua Ziyan stood by Tower 7 and waved at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun! Zhang Sun realized he was standing in the wrong spot and beckoned to him with a curled finger, signaling him to come over. Hua Ziyan was first surprised, then hesitant. Ultimately, as if struck by some thought, he made up his mind and crossed the street to stand before Zhang Sun. Are we running the level 8 dungeon today? Yes, it is. Zhang Sun's expression was completely relaxed. You don't know this, Zhang Xin. I was previously in Tower 8. I know, Zhang Sun replied absent-mindedly, tightening his sleeve cuffs as he prepared to head toward Tower 8. Midway, he seemed to remember something and turned back with a smile. Little Hua, my dungeon clearing methods are a bit rough around the edges. Remember to protect yourself, don't worry about me. Hua Ziyan was still hesitating. Zhang Xin, I've made mistakes in this dungeon before that caused harm. You scared? Zhang Xin cut him off, not allowing him to wallow in past shadows. I told you, go all out. You'd need actual skills to hurt me. If you manage it, I'll let you be the president of Xuanhui Guild. Chapter 64, Medical Records. Zhang Sun's statement about making Hua Ziyan the president of the Xuanhui Guild, this remark could only be treated as a joke both within and beyond the screen. Run for it, Xiao Hua. Ha, this guy's scheming again on how to freeload. LMAO, Erchoi, if you're too lazy to run your own guild, just pack your bags and marry into some elite guild already. I think Erchoi truly embodies laziness and sloth. If he makes Hua Ziyan president, he'll probably force him to sign some "you're the president but can't boss me around" kind of predatory contract next. The guy in front, even Erchoi, would say to you, damn, you've got a sharp eye for people. Zhang Sun was full of nonsense, but his ease rubbed off on Hua Ziyan, loosening the taut string in his heart. I'll spare no effort, he promised Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun gave a satisfied smile. One after another, the two pushed open the gates of White Tower number 8. Like other instances, there was a transit key leading to the dungeon here. Without further delay, Zhang Sun punched the button with his fist. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing before the entrance of the 7th hospital. Both players present were already familiar with this scenario. Although they had been in high spirits outside, the moment they entered the dungeon and saw the familiar towering walls and aged hospital building, Hua Ziyan's expression turned grave once more. He had experienced over a dozen dungeons, both major and minor. Number 7 mental hospital was the most unsettling one for him, without exception. From the instant any player's feet touched this abandoned land, a sinister chill would shoot up from the soles all the way to the crown of the head, sending uncontrollable shivers down the spine. Number 7 mental hospital consistently ranked in the top 5 on the horror scale charts, but only by setting foot here could one truly understand its ranking should be even higher. When that cold, desolate white hospital appeared on screen, even the barrage fell silent for a moment. A raven flew in from the distance, perching at the very tip of the wrought iron fence gate. Its eyes were cameras, dutifully recording and broadcasting everything happening within the instance to the audience beyond. Zhang Sun extended his hand, preparing to push open the gate. The doors split open down the middle. Observant viewers noticed something unusual. Dude, did Erchoi's hands even touch that door? I don't think so. The door opened by itself. Erchoi seemed to expect it. He calmly withdrew his hand like he knew. Unlike the simulated scenarios in the dungeon, Zhang Sun didn't summon Little Red Riding Hood. Instead, he pulled out his hammer. He instructed Hua Ziyan to ready his weapon as well, anticipating a potentially intense battle ahead. Hua Ziyan nodded and retrieved a transparent umbrella from his bracelet's cloud storage. Hua Ziyan's weapon is actually an umbrella? It looks so ordinary. The materials all seem to be plastic. Could it be a child's umbrella? Have you guys even paid attention to the new trainees from White Tower? Hua Ziyan's umbrella was actually a reward he brought back from that massively popular debut dungeon. It's freaking insane. That umbrella is a top-tier weapon, capable of both offense and defense. It can be used as a sharp weapon or serve as a protective shield. The umbrella is a weapon that some in White Tower have wielded, though its high skill requirement makes it less commonly used. Let's see how Hua Ziyan performs. This rising star whose career was cut short, I always felt there was immense potential stifled within him. The barrage comments expressed surprise at Hua Xian's weapon choice, but Zhang Sun remained unfazed. Just hold it properly. He didn't think there was anything worth discussing. After all, when one possesses such a hammer, it's hardly fair to criticize children's umbrellas. The mournful howl of autumn wind whistled past their ears, while the hospital garden outside stood deserted and bleak. Zhang Sun and Hua Xian exchanged glances, reading readiness signals in each other's eyes before striding together through the hospital's main entrance. Even the normally reckless Zhang the Hammer showed unusual restraint this time. The bullet comments, infected by their cautious atmosphere, refrained from making casual jokes, not daring to breathe too loudly. After stepping through the hospital's main entrance, the indoor lighting instantly turned dim. It was dusk, so the hospital wasn't completely dark yet. The fluorescent lights in the lobby were out, and the tubes along the corridors flickered intermittently. The atmosphere was perfectly set. Zhang Sun had nerves of steel. The fact that he wasn't scaring the NPCs and bosses today was already a sign of his good mood. He glanced sideways at Hua Xian and noticed that apart from caution and seriousness, there was no trace of fear or similar emotions on the young man's face. Hua Xian was neither competitive nor aggressive outside dungeons, and inside them, he remained level-headed, never venting negative emotions at teammates or losing motivation due to dungeon difficulty. A pity, really. Had he not been framed, even among Qinglan Team's pool of elite talents, he would have been a highly valued asset. Zhang Sun followed the usual procedure by using the lottery machine at the hospital entrance to determine the dungeon's difficulty level. Without much suspense, a yellow ball labeled S dropped out. The machine's automated voice echoed through the empty first-floor lobby, making it particularly eerie. Let's search the lobby for clues first. There are usually some basic background details here. We might be able to infer something from them. Zhang Sun signaled to Hua Xian to split up and search separately, temporarily staying within the spacious hall. They could still see each other's figures and wouldn't lose sight of one another. Hua Xian nodded. There were 3 registration windows in the lobby on the first floor, with the payment and medication pickup counters on the side. Zhang Sun headed toward the registration windows, while Hua Xian naturally went to the other 2 areas. Zhang Sun's suggestion to search this place wasn't without reason. He wanted to check if the information on that stack of medical records had changed. This matter involves him personally, so it's not convenient to discuss it with Hua Xian. The Raven camera followed along, and Zhang Sun could hear the flapping of its wings. He flipped through the pages quickly, thinking to himself that if he came across any unfavorable information, he would simply slip and knock the Raven down to prevent any leaks. Zhang Sun skimmed through the text swiftly, his fingers turning the pages at lightning speed. Before long, he reached the page where his name was supposed to be written. Page 35, he remembered it clearly. Yet what was written on the paper made him hold his breath ever so slightly. Something has changed. This time, the medical record page belonging to him had all its information obliterated with a black marker. Yes, obliterated. It's not that the words were altered or disappeared, but as if someone deliberately covered them up. Even the passport-sized photo in the upper right corner of the medical record had been completely blacked out. This was Zhang Sun's first time tackling 7th Hospital in reality, while Hua Xian was actually the one on his second run. The last time Zhang Sun saw this medical record was during the simulation. Any differences between simulated dungeons and real ones were usually extremely subtle at most. But this was blatant information tampering. Chapter 65, The Anomaly in the Payment Slip. Zhang Sun wasn't one to make a fuss over nothing, but neither was he slow-witted. After all, he'd simulated this scenario thousands of times. He knew exactly how things should play out in simulations versus real dungeons. Had someone altered a crucial clue in the dungeon or changed an unavoidable scene, Zhang Sun might not have been so perplexed. But this was different. At the beginning of the simulation of the 7th Hospital case, he was particularly concerned about this page of medical records bearing his name and photo. But as the simulation progressed, this page didn't prove to be of substantial significance. This useless information, why go to such lengths to delete it? It only serves to make it more conspicuous. The barrage comments joined the discussion. What are you thinking about, Erchue? Daydreaming? The 7 Courts dungeon truly lives up to its 5-star terror rating. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps, let alone standing inside. Zhang, snap out of it. We can't linger in this dungeon. My gut tells me something bad is about to happen. Hey, up front, we're already inside the dungeon. What's with all this gut feeling talk? When has a dungeon ever been safe? Why is this medical record page blacked out? How strange. Where there's abnormality, there's mischief. All the other pages are perfectly legible, only this one has problems. This patient must have some serious condition. You've really mastered the art of stating the obvious. Honestly, what surprises me more is Erchue actually bothered to properly follow clues and solve mysteries for once. %. Zhang Sun was always incredibly skilled at solving puzzles. Just look at the final stage of Little Red Riding Hood. He's no reckless fool with an empty head. Don't let the opponent's rhetoric lead you astray. When will idle fan culture get the hell out of the tower scene? What's wrong with fan culture? Where there are people, there are circles. Hey, stop arguing up front. Isn't it better to just quietly watch God Jing tackle the dungeon? Speaking of which, hasn't this 7 Courts instance also had issues with unsynchronized live broadcast footage before? With an operational team as inept as Urchui's, can they even handle it properly? Who said livestream synchronization was an operational issue? Remember the Qinglan instance last time? Forget it, not worth bringing up. Say it, say it. I'm dying of suspense here, I'm literally going nuts. There was no movement from Zhang Sun's side for a long while, not just the barrage comments, but even Hua Ziyan over at the payment counter couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Zhang Sun? After being corrected by the person himself, Hua Ziyan was slowly getting used to calling him by his full name, though he still occasionally slipped up and called him Zheng the God. Is there anything unusual over there? Zhang Sun put the medical records back in place. Nothing much, just some missing information on one page of the medical records. Oh, Hua Ziyan nodded, keenly sensing Zhang Sun's reluctance to elaborate and thus refrained from pressing further. Perhaps from being routinely suppressed in Qinglan, Hua Ziyan had developed an unfortunate knack for reading people's expressions. Though Zhang Sun seemed careless at first glance, he was actually quite discerning, he just couldn't be bothered most of the time. But this time, he spoke up unprompted. Xiaohua, don't be so formal. It's just the 2 of us in this dungeon, maybe 3, could be 4, or possibly even 5 people. Anyway, you and I can trust each other. Zhang Sun's abilities were undeniable, even his anti-fans couldn't help but believe in him. But then he said he trusted Hua Ziyan. Hua Ziyan himself was genuinely moved. Got it, Boss Zhang. I've stumbled upon a discovery here, take a look at this. The bullet screen comments are also moved to tears. Zhang Sun looked at the straight guy, never expecting him to be quite considerate of his teammates' feelings. A year-and-a-half fan of Xiaohu here, really grateful that Zhang Sun is willing to take him on a dungeon run. The poor kid got completely gaslit in Qinglan. Don't get too moved just yet. Akui is probably preparing to freeload in the future. To whoever mentioned him being considerate of his teammates' feelings earlier, Zhang Feiguang is requesting to speak on mic. Though the dungeon was desolate and bleak inside, the barrage chat section was incredibly lively. Moreover, as Zhang Sun's fame continues to grow, more guilds are turning their attention toward him. The members of the Mingke Guild, from the leader to the ordinary players, are all very close to Zhang Sun. It's safe to say the entire guild is practically one step away from bearing the Zhang surname. The Qinglan Guild currently has a rather tense relationship with him. The guild's fans and Zhang Sun's supporters are like fire and water, completely incompatible, but the biggest traitor sits within their own first team. With Su Guan backing him, Zhang Sun, who was never one to be intimidated, has grown even more audacious. As a wealthy and prestigious guild, Wanchur adopts a more tolerant attitude toward unconventional newcomers like Zhang Sun. After all, a top-tier guild has historically harbored all kinds of eccentric talents. The team members occasionally bring up Zhang Sun in conversation, exchanging opinions about him. Impatient types like He Yuxing have even taken him on dungeon runs, witnessing firsthand his combat prowess, intelligence, and reaction speed. However, Wanchur hasn't shown any clear intention to recruit him. Their internal roster is already well stocked, so they have no immediate need for a flashy rookie like Zhang Sun. The eternal rival, Nine Cauldrons, took quite an interest in Zhang Sun, or so the rumors said, but Nine Cauldrons was notoriously fickle when it came to new talent. Their guild had a tried-and-true method. Whenever they spotted a promising rookie, they'd sweet-talk them into joining, toss them into their second or third team for a 1-month trial, and if things didn't pan out, they'd flip them on the market like a speculative asset. Their whole strategy hinged on short-term gains, chewing up and spitting out rookies like bubblegum the moment the flavor faded. No wonder it's notorious among novice players. Everyone curses Nine Cauldrons as that scoundrel who takes advantage in ghosts. The remaining guilds, lacking the formidable resources of the Wanchur Jiuding Qinglan faction, maintained a rather ambiguous stance toward Zhang Sun. The boss of Senmyo did mention Zhang Sun's name in an interview, but that boss was a slick old fox who did nothing but play the poverty card and feign ignorance. When reporters pressed him for his thoughts on Zhang Sun, he dodged the question again. Now these guilds big and small, along with individual players, have all created alternate accounts to lurk in Zhang Sun's livestream. They are the most qualified group to comment, but unfortunately bound by their identities. Even if they see through something, they can't speak up. In dungeons, what appears normal might be meaningless chatter, but anything blacked out is definitely a clue. That page of medical records was enough to reveal plenty, and Zhang Sun's oversight seemed somewhat deliberate too. This little episode was set aside for now. Zhang Sun focused on the clues Hua Ziyan had given him. This matter took precedence. On screen, Zhang Sun had already joined Hua Ziyan at the payment counter, reviewing the clues together. What Hua Ziyan wanted him to see was a stack of payment records, thick enough to contain dozens of pages. The payment records were handwritten, likely jotted down by hospital nurses as backups. Zhang Sun flipped through them from beginning to end. Though they spanned over a decade, the number of patient names listed was surprisingly limited. This hospital is so large in scale, it shouldn't have only this few patients. Perhaps this payment record isn't complete. Jang Sun didn't think too much about it at the time and continued flipping through the pages. The further he went, the fewer names appeared. He noticed something strange. All other patients were registered by name, except for the patient in room 501, who was recorded by their room number, mysterious indeed. Moreover, this patient's billing records extended all the way to December 18, 2060. This date turned out to be exactly the same as the date of their current mission. Chapter 66, On the Stairs. Holy crap, did you guys see the date on that bill? Isn't that today's date? Could there still be people living in this abandoned hospital? Don't scare me like that. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Trying to analyze rationally. If 501 is still paying fees, it means that person is still in the hospital, so they must be the final boss, right? Does that mean we have to reach the 5th floor to clear the game? Who remembers how many floors Qinglan reached last time? The 4th floor? Or maybe the 3rd? Either way, definitely not the 5th. 5 floors? How big is this dungeon setting? This building has 5 floors? Isn't it just 4? What the dash? What nonsense are you spouting upstairs? There's definitely a 5th floor if there's a 501. Who says I'm talking nonsense? Didn't you watch Qinglan's dungeon replay? They checked the elevator, the highest button only goes to the 4th floor. Aha, I'm genuinely terrified. Don't scare yourself like that. It's normal for there to be no elevator. Maybe it's a safety measure, perhaps you can only access the 5th floor by stairs? At the 7th hospital, players can only use the stairs to move between floors. Wouldn't an elevator be more convenient? If they designed it so the 5th floor is only reachable by stairs, doesn't that imply the hospital staff are trying to stop whatever's up there from coming down? No, I can't. Just reading this description is making me scared. Let's hear what Akui has to say. Even if Shang Sun didn't have the time to read the bullet comments, he would naturally have spotted the issue they raised. There's a big problem with 501, but during the simulation, the highest he could reach was the 4th floor. Contrary to what the livestream audience had speculated, he failed to find any passage to the 5th floor, no staircases, no elevators, absolutely nothing. And even when he finally simulated clearing the level, he still couldn't figure out what exactly this room 501 had to do with the clearance conditions. The 7th hospital was like an enormous onion, layer upon layer of secrets that could never be fully uncovered. He had merely peeled back the outermost layer. Of course, at the moment, Jang Sun's main priority is guiding Huazian through the level safely. He briefly exchanged thoughts with Huazian. Huazian mentioned that they should keep a close eye on this 501 later. Jang Sun reassured him, saying there was no hurry. From the 2nd floor up, every level required a key to proceed. They couldn't go straight to the 5th floor, they had to take it step by step. Huazian nodded in agreement, but inwardly he was somewhat surprised. He was something of a fan of Jang Sun. He never missed any of the latter's live streams outside training hours. Even when he couldn't catch them live, he'd always watch the replays later. Through this, he'd come to understand Jang Sun's personality reasonably well. Jang Sun was the type who'd rather bulldoze through obstacles than solve puzzles, and who preferred action over words. But in this 7 courts run, he appeared more cautious than usual. You must understand, Jang Sun had previously participated in far more difficult SSS level runs where he maintained an exceptionally relaxed demeanor. Perhaps it's because the map for this run is too vast, making it harder to maneuver. That's what Huazian thought. Moving from the 1st floor to the 2nd doesn't require searching for keys. Likely the White Tower intentionally lowered the difficulty to prevent players from getting stuck right at the start. To the left of the registration desk lies the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Jang Sun gazed at the long, shadowy staircase, where the dim yellow glow of the landing light flickered weakly. The lighting here was bizarre. Some areas were blindingly white, while others featured only a few flickering, outdated bulbs. But the unlit stretches stretched farther still, those lightless voids where who knew what monsters might be lurking. Huazian's nerves tensed up. He faintly heard Jang Sun mutter under his breath, "It's about to begin." What? Huazian turned his head. Jang Sun, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Nothing. Jang Sun shook his head. Xiaohua, based on my calculations, an NPC guide should appear soon. This place is overwhelmingly large, we'd be lost without an NPC. Huazian looked somewhat confused. Okay, but during our last dungeon run, I didn't encounter any NPCs at all. Perhaps they were secretly trailing your team without you noticing, Jang Sun murmured, his voice suddenly dropping to a whisper. Or maybe, they've already infiltrated your group, blending in so well you mistook them for another member. Ah! These words sent a chill straight to Huazian's heart. Jang Sun smiled. His skill at spinning lies and telling jokes had reached such mastery that it was now nearly impossible to distinguish truth from fiction at a glance. This time he took the initiative to spearhead the advance once again. I'll take the front. Xiaohua, stay close behind me. Oh, okay. Huazian didn't compete to show off, but instead focused with complete concentration as he followed closely beside Jang Sun's flank. Step by step, they climbed the concrete stairs. In places, the surface had chipped away, revealing patches of rough, whitish texture. Still, compared to the old wooden stairs, these at least felt steady, no risk of missing a step. Zhang Sun walked at the front, not too fast, while Hua Ziyan followed cautiously behind. At first, dimly lit bulbs illuminated their way, but after they turned a corner and continued down the latter half of the stairs, those lights were broken and offered no illumination at all. The two could only see the path by the light behind them. Zhang Sun walked steadily while Hua Ziyan still followed closely. The ground beneath their feet was already barely visible. When nerves are tense, one tends to overlook certain details. Hua Ziyan stopped midway, standing on the middle section of the stairs where a shadow conveniently fell. Taking a slightly misaligned step, he inadvertently stepped on something soft and squishy. Hua Ziyan was utterly shocked. It feels like there's something. Holy shit, what's wrong with Hua Ziyan? He dodged that so hard he nearly took off. What the hell is in those shadows? Looks like a plush toy to me. A child? No, that's a person. Someone's sitting there hugging their knees. Though the staircase was wide, space was still limited. Hua Ziyan remained quite close to the figure. He couldn't hear the person's breathing at all, only his own rapid heartbeat. The figure sat in the shadows, with just the corner of a shoe accidentally exposed to the light, quickly pulling back as if stung by the brightness. And they were green Crocs paired with black socks. The person was a man, barely 20, not tall and quite thin, curled up on the steps. He looked like just a lump. No wonder the barrage mistook him for a child. Hua Ziyan is on the verge of a breakdown right now. Is he even human? Why is he just sitting here without saying a word? Did Zhang Sun really not notice him when he passed by just now? The first two questions remained unanswered for now, while Zhang Sun voluntarily addressed the third one. Wow, I just felt something next to me, thought it was a trash can at first. The carefully built eerie atmosphere was utterly ruined by Zhang Sun's remark. As they were talking, the figure finally reacted. He slowly turned his head, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, his eyes vacant like a rusted machine. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar strangers, he moved his lips. The first words that came out were, "And what?" Chapter 67 He Ziyuan. In such an empty hospital, a person suddenly appeared, which shocked both the barrage comments and Hua Ziyan. Perhaps he wasn't human either. Holy crap, what the hell was that? Scared the life out of me. Wearing a hospital gown? Is he a patient? Family, my blanket moved, gotta go. I'll catch the replay tomorrow. When did he appear there? I remember when I first looked, the staircase was empty. Xiao Huai is literally me. His expression is exactly what I'm feeling right now. The 7th yard dungeon is too thrilling, could it really only be S rank? The moment the unfamiliar patient abruptly appeared, the barrage of comments fell silent for an instant before exploding with streaks of awe and scared to death flooding the screen. Hua Ziyan was also shaken, but when he turned to look at Zhang Sun, where'd he go? The person who had just been standing a few steps above him suddenly vanished without a trace. Hua Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. If even Zhang Sun disappeared, that would be truly terrifying. His gaze inadvertently flicked downward. Turns out Zhang Sun had simply crouched down, now face to face with the suddenly appeared patient. The patient who had only uttered "me" also turned their head, and now the two were staring passionately into each other's eyes. Zhang Sun was the first to break the silence. Are you human? The patient remained silent. Damn, Erchui's one question completely shut up the mental patient. This young guy in hospital gown must be the dungeon NPC, right? Might be the final boss though. Would the boss appear this early? That's how White Tower dungeons work, no written rules. Who says the final boss can't wander around the dungeon aimlessly? Wandering around? Guess why they call it the final boss. So what if she got tired of being stuck in one scenario? Can't she come out for some fresh air? Are you fucking undercover from White Tower? Calling it the boss recreation time? Trading players' lives for it? The bullet chat area explodes over the pettiest shit again, while the mod sister keeps banning people and adding sensitive words with that deadpan expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Sun and the NPC are still locked in a staring contest. The NPC is a sickly-looking young man who appears to be of college age. Aside from his noticeably dark under-eye circles, nothing else seems particularly unusual about him. When Zhang Sun asked his question, the young man opened his mouth, closed it again, then opened it once more. It seemed he was carefully considering whether or not he was actually human. No, I'm not human. The NPC finally confirmed their attributes, giving a definitive answer. The sharp tip of Hua Ziyan's children's umbrella was already exposed, waiting for his next move. Just then, the NPC spoke again, utterly serious and solemn. I am a sheep. Hua Ziyan fell silent, and Zhang Sun, who was already familiar with this NPC from the simulation, also fell silent again. No wonder he immediately went bah. This NPC doesn't seem very aggressive, probably the purely guiding type. Hua Ziyan crouched down as well. Why are you sitting here? Because I want to eat grass. There is no grass here. Whether there's grass here or not doesn't matter, what's important is that I want to eat grass. If you don't go where the grass grows, waiting here is futile. Who says there's no grass here? He suddenly opened and closed his mouth twice. I'm eating grass right now. You're eating air. Huazian still hadn't lost his temper, continuing to converse peacefully with the other person. Nonsense, what I'm eating is grass. You're talking about air, but I'm talking about grass. I could just as well say I'm eating meat. He took 2 more bites of the air, then suddenly froze. Like a machine abruptly unplugged from its power source, his entire body came to a standstill, even his thoughts. After about 10 seconds, he stiffly turned his head toward Jin Sun's direction. I am a bear, he said. Huazian was too exhausted to complain, yet Jang Sun seemed oddly comfortable with everything. Fine then, we'll trouble this Mr. Bear to show us the way. I have a name, it's Heziyuan. Got it, Mr. Bear. I told you my name is Heziyuan, you should call me by my name. But you also claim to be a bear. Are you a bear or Heziyuan right now? Heziyuan's CPU overloaded yet again. What was supposed to be a perfectly terrifying atmosphere actually dissipated quite a bit thanks to this back and forth between Heziyuan and Jang Sun. The barrage starts laughing again. Ha 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 ha, how did Erchue manage to sync brainwaves with him? Don't ask, only a mentally kaleidoscopic Zheng Erchue could pull this off. Doesn't anyone care about why this NPC appeared? I remember when Qinglan was dungeon crawling earlier, this character wasn't here. Probably just randomly spawned by the dungeon. The replays of the White Tower dungeon can only serve as reference. Higher difficulty dungeons sometimes have minor deviations. Haven't the pro players discussed this before? Dungeons have various trigger conditions, and players only have one life. You can't just casually experiment to exhaust all possibilities, right? Try it and die. Wait, that's not right. This NPC was present when Qinglan ran this dungeon last time. The livestream can't share links easily since they get removed. Click my profile to check my homepage video. This attentive netizen posted a clip on their homepage, none other than the last Qinglan dungeon run. At the same scene, the staircase connecting the first and second floors, Captain Suguan led the way with 4 teammates following behind him. They had a 5-member team in total, but just as the 5th male teammate ascended the final step, a figure suddenly rose from behind and silently joined the rear. The shadow followed quietly at the end of the line. Whenever any teammate was about to see its face, it deliberately turned away. Nearly all the lights on the second floor were broken, forcing the team members to rely on flashlights for illumination. The beam's limited range meant that shadow trailing silently behind them went completely unnoticed. It uttered just one sentence upon entering room 201, remaining perfectly quiet otherwise. Viewers who watched this clip were stunned. How could such a person circling behind them escape everyone's notice? Even long after, the memory sends chills down one's spine. But for some reason, this NPC seemed unwilling to conceal itself completely this time. Not only the 2 players in the dungeon, but even the livestream audience caught glimpses of its presence. The situation was entirely different from last time. While Jang Sun was dealing with the NPCs, outside this dungeon, Team Qinglan had new developments of their own. Suguan and Jang Sun had coordinated this in advance. Keeping to their agreement, he led a team into another dungeon. This dungeon was rated A level. Although they entered 2 days earlier than Suguan had anticipated, they were fully prepared and would return safely. The copy's map is vast, requiring some time to familiarize oneself with it. Suguan isn't in a hurry, urging his team members to stay patient and take their time. Since the last amusement park incident, Mang Yijia hasn't been in the best condition. This time, their team brought along 2 newcomers. When the newcomers sought advice, Mang Yijia only snapped out of his daze after being called vice-captain twice. Sorry, I spaced out. What did you want to ask? While Mang Yijia responded gently, Suguan stood nearby, saying little with calm eyes. Counting the time, by the time they finish, Zhang Sun's progress would have reached about 2/3. Chapter 68, The Inescapable 201. Zhang Sun needed to continue exploring the second floor, which was still somewhat complex. He had to find the key to the 3rd floor. Huazian followed beside him. Being more familiar with the place, he remained relatively calm. Heziyuan stood silently behind him, lost in his own world. Patient Heziyuan's brain was operating at full speed. This Heziyuan doesn't quite seem like an NPC. How come he doesn't look very smart? What's wrong? Can't someone be an NPC if they're not smart? First he said he was a sheep, then he claimed he was a bear. This kid's words seemed to carry some philosophical undertones. Bro up front, you alright? Need me to hook you up with a hospital contact? I know someone. What's going through his mind? He's not keeping the conversation going, not giving any hints. In the end, will Erchue have to figure it out alone? Erchue's mental state seems to match him perfectly. Wait, it looks like he's about to speak. Listen, are we finally going to get a hint? Heziyuan did indeed open her mouth, showing every intention of speaking. But the moment he spoke, he proved everyone wrong. Actually, I'm a bear called Heziyuan. What kind of damn bear is called Heziyuan? Even someone as good-natured as Huazian could only give him a helpless look before returning to his own tasks, having long given up any expectations. Zhang Sun kicked open the door of room 201 with such an your granddaddy's here swagger that for a moment it was unclear who was the actual monster in this dungeon. Zhang Sun spoke. It's no big deal. My neighbor even named their golden retrievers Wei Zhaokai, Wei attracts fortune, and Wei Jinbao, Wei brings treasure. With a proper name. Hey Xiaohe, come here. He Ziyuan had been earnestly debating whether a bear like him should give himself a prosperous-sounding name. Hearing Zhang Sun casually call him Xiaohe, he seemed moved by something and voluntarily walked over. Zhang Sun beckoned him closer. Before that, Zhang Sun and Hua Zian had been whispering to each other for quite some time, seemingly plotting some scheme behind NPC He Ziyuan's back. The barrage of comments buzzed with speculation. Comment, is there any lip-reading expert who can figure out what evil scheme Zhang Sun is concocting? Comment, I'm so anxious. Why are they just moving their lips without making a sound? No surprises here, we're about to witness the 7th Hospital's signature performance, the Ghostly Loop. As livestream viewers, what we'll probably see is 201, 201, and 201 again. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Let's see if Hui can break the cycle. He looks pretty confident about it. Given Erchui's temperament, wouldn't he just smash through all 4 walls of room 201? Damn, using physics to break through a supernatural maze? Knowing Chuizi's simple-minded nature, he might actually try it. Speaking of which, why is he suddenly calling an NPC again? And calling Xiaohe so casually? Damn, I genuinely thought there were 3 players in this dungeon. Don't jump to conclusions though, maybe there really are 3 players. Or possibly 2. Are you calling our Erchue not human in disguise? Watch out or Erchue might restart your colorful life with one hammer swing. Checking Xuanfan's mental state, can't tell whether you're being sarcastic or genuinely responding anymore. Thanks for your concern, Xuanfan's mental state is as solid as steamed buns, our idol. By now they were standing at the entrance of room 201. Just like during Qinglan's last dungeon run, the second floor had extremely limited lighting, only a single pale bulb hanging at the far stairwell, its dim glow barely illuminating a small area. The 2 players turned on their flashlights for illumination. Zhang Sun beckoned, and He Ziyuan took 2 stiff steps forward. Little He, Zhang Sun smiled with harmless innocence, you go in first. This time, it was He Ziyuan's turn to fall silent. Sending an NPC to scout ahead was truly a first in the White Tower dungeon run. He Ziyuan's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Aside from occasionally getting lost in his own world, he usually behaved like a clear-eyed college student. When Zhang Sun told him to go first, he obediently shuffled forward a few steps. Damn, this NPC is actually so obedient? Honestly, facing a crazy player like Zhang Sun, I'm starting to feel sorry for the NPC. Empathizing with everything will only doom you. Still waters run deep, this NPC being so quiet must mean they're brewing something huge. The barrage was speculating whether He Ziyuan, as an NPC, would eventually turn dark-faced like Little Red Riding Hood in the previous boss level and slaughter everyone still breathing. Yet he obediently followed Zhang Sun's lead through the door. The moment he stepped inside, he stood at the threshold, scanning the surroundings in bewilderment. Zhang Sun raised his right hand, pinching a black flashlight between his fingers, and waved it near He Ziyuan's right side. A beam of light reflected onto his face. Slightly squinting, he realized there was a mirror on his right. The mirror was largely intact, with a few cracks in the upper left corner, but they didn't affect the clarity of the reflected figure. Zhang Sun directed the flashlight beam onto He Ziyuan's face this time. The white light radiated upward from beneath his jaw, combining with his expressionless face and pale skin to create an especially terrifying reflection in the mirror. The barrage comments were already showing signs of discomfort. Holy shit, that's genuinely scary. What the hell is Hui trying to do? Being a human reflector for NPCs? Damn, who the hell uses a reflector like that? Erchue, hurry up and make your next move already. If we don't beat this level soon, I'm gonna die of fright right here at home. He moved. Could you 2 quit spamming the chat? I can barely see Erchue's gorgeous face anymore. You're the one who posted several messages in a row earlier, weren't you? Damn, what if the NPC looked in the mirror, realized he wasn't actually a bear, and went full villain mode? I swear I hate you internet people so much. Why am I equal parts terrified and cracking up right now? He Ziyuan stood before the mirror, staring unblinkingly at his own reflection. Just when everyone thought he'd transform on the spot, growing some tentacles or other sanity-draining appendages, he suddenly grinned at his reflection with a bone-chilling smile. I'm actually quite good-looking, hee. Gosh, if only I could admire myself all the time. Amidst the overwhelming waves of speechless bullet screen comments and Hua Zian's equally dumbfounded silence on sight, the only enthusiastic cheerleader in the audience, Zhang Sun, suddenly spoke up. Xiaohua, now. A slender umbrella suddenly extended from He Ziyuan's left shoulder, its sharp tip pressing against the existing cracks in the mirror before thrusting downward with brutal force. Crack! The mirror shattered completely within 3 seconds, and inside it, He Ziyuan's face fragmented into several pieces. He stood in front of the mirror, unable to believe his eyes, watching his handsome face shatter into fragments. Am I an egg? Chapter 69, Little Higu. Why did Erchue smash that mirror to pieces? Damn, Hua Zian's move was insane. I didn't even see it coming. Can someone please say something for Xiaohe? His mirrors shattered, and he's literally falling apart. Take your time piecing yourself back together, Xiao He. Ha 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 ha, this NPC Xiao He is kind of hilarious. He seems to have a richer vocabulary than other NPCs, but also acts a bit nutty. How does he manage to be both dumb and smart at the same time? If I remember correctly, didn't he say the same thing when we were doing the Qinglan dungeon? Which line? Which line? That line where he complimented his own good looks. Holy shit, could this be some sort of keyword trigger? NPCs rarely perform actions unrelated to puzzles or plot progression, and checking himself in the mirror must be a clue. I totally agree with what the previous guy said. Mirrors inherently carry the meaning of symmetry and overlapping, plus spatial distortions often appear where mirrors are present. Now it all makes sense. No wonder Ekui told Xiaohua to smash that mirror. But Ekui is way too sharp. Did he already spot something suspicious while watching Qinglan's replay? I noticed he discussed it with Hua Zian before entering. All these words can be condensed into one sentence: Brother Zhang is simply god tier. At this moment, inside the dungeon, Zhang Sun was unaware that the barrage chat was showering him with elaborate praises once again. He simply wanted to complete the instance smoothly. The barrage chatter's guess was correct. He had indeed known about the existence of this mirror maze in advance. During the simulation, from the moment He Ziyuan appeared, he had followed her. After engaging in some dialogue with her, he discovered nothing except that both their mental states were concerning. This couldn't be right. If it was useless, why place such a sizable NPC here, just to inspect the player's mental state? Can someone just communicate normally with He Ziyuan to be accepted by the 7th Institute? This suspicion lingered until they entered room 201. At first, Zhang Sun heard him praising his own appearance in front of the mirror. Unwilling to accept this, Zhang Sun smashed the mirror with a hammer. No joking, no one gets to boast about their looks in front of Zhang Sun. Then little he squatted pitifully on the ground. Zhang Sun waited a while but found that this NPC neither darkened nor did any strange anomalies appear in the scene. On the contrary, the process of finding the keys afterwards went incredibly smoothly for him. It seems that this accidental, reckless act of breaking the mirror actually helped him solve one part of the dungeon puzzle. While this He Ziyuan didn't exhibit strong aggressive tendencies, he was probably the NPC responsible for confusing players. With him around, players would likely have to go through considerable effort to find anything useful. Don't talk about helping players solve puzzles, this thing is here to make the game harder for them. As for the inconsistency between what the audience and the team members saw in the replay of the Qinglan dungeon, Zhang Sun finally figured it out. In fact, what the audience saw was correct. The team members really were entering room 201 over and over again, all because of He Ziyuan's presence. And the team members inside didn't notice, probably because in their eyes, the room numbers outside would change. But once they entered the consultation room, they'd end up back in 201. Room 201 was enormous, and all the examination rooms lay abandoned. Most of the medical equipment had already been removed, leaving only a few items tucked away in the corners, covered with tarps. In the darkness, one easily loses their way, while the tense and oppressive atmosphere makes it easy to overlook many details. So at first, the team members didn't notice. It wasn't until someone in the group realized they'd been circling the same room repeatedly that they finally found a way to break the cycle. If they had never noticed the anomaly in this clinic, they probably would never have found the key, much less even managed to escape the dungeon. Back in the current dungeon, Zhang Sun swept his flashlight around, inspecting every corner to see what was there. Though he already knew the answer, he still made a show of looking around carefully to avoid drawing suspicion. While this dungeon tested one's reflexes and stamina, for Zhang Sun, it also put his acting skills to the test. Zhang Sun wasn't particularly patient. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, he considered this routine procedure already completed. Then he walked toward the diagonally opposite corner and lifted the dustproof cover. There weren't any other medical instruments here, just a knee-high storage cabinet with 3 drawers in total. Opening all 3 drawers from top to bottom revealed nothing but emptiness inside. Hua Zian approached and also shone his flashlight around. Zhang Sun, none of these 3 have it. Should we check somewhere else? He vaguely recalled finding it last time in his storage locker, but that was over a year ago, an unpleasant memory he'd deliberately tried to forget. Many details were fuzzy to him now. This time Zhang Sun abruptly took him into the 7th hospital dungeon. He should have reviewed the recording from last time beforehand. Zhang Sun shook his head, signaling there was no rush. He reached one hand into the second drawer, groping upwards. 2 metallic clinks sounded, the jingle of keys. After confirming the location, Zhang Sun gripped the keychain with his hand and pulled it out. The substance sticking to the keys wasn't glue, but rather a thick, green liquid. It didn't have any strange odor, yet still looked utterly disgusting. Zhang Sun glanced at his own sticky hand without expression. He passed the keys to Hua Zian, then turned to speak with He Ziyuan. The girl curled up despondently in the opposite corner. Xiao He. I'm not Xiao He. He Ziyuan's voice sounded dejected. That hammer blow had apparently added 2 more dark clouds to his already shadow-filled heart. I'm a mushroom. Alright then, Xiao Mushroom. Can you take us to the 3rd floor? We need to check up there. Won't go. Too sad. Don't be sad, the third floor has mirrors for you to look at too. Zhang Sun patted He Ziyuan's back, smearing traces of green pond water onto the patient gown. The barrage comments erupted in laughter. Ah ha 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 ha, Kui, you're the worst, lol. Stop bullying the NPC, Kui. Just ask for directions, why are you wiping your hands on them? Quit crying already, shout he, ha ha ha. Wait till you see what's coming next, that'll really break your heart. A perfectly good horror movie, and these two are practically turning it into a comedy. Zhang Sun finished wiping his hands and finally let He Ziyuan off the hook. Over there, Hua Ziyan had made a new discovery. Ha, Zhang Sun, come here, there's something over here. What is it? Zhang Sun obediently walked back again, this time with Xiao Higu trailing behind him. He Ziyuan walked without making a sound, and he didn't even breathe, audibly quiet as could be, likely a well-behaved young man by nature. But in this dim environment, his silence seemed exceptionally eerie and terrifying. You never knew when he might silently press closer, lurking behind your back to give you an unexpected fright. Zhang Sun could actually sense someone following closely behind him through pure intuition. He ignored it. Xiaohua, have you noticed anything suspicious? Chapter 70 I don't bully NPCs. What Hua Ziyan discovered was a photograph. The photo was quite old, the photographic paper had yellowed with age, its edges curling at the corners. Unfortunately, the portion marking the date had been damaged beyond legibility. There were two people above, one tall and one short, a man and a woman who appeared to be a father and daughter. The tall man was wearing a white lab coat and frameless glasses, looking refined and scholarly, likely a doctor at the 7th hospital. He was holding the girl's hand. She appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, with two braided pigtails and wearing a purple dress. Considering their ages and the way they posed for the photo, they could pass as father and daughter, though it was also possible they simply had a doctor-patient relationship. Still, the fact that this photo was kept alone in a drawer suggested that, even if she was a patient, she must have held special significance to the doctor. None of this is the point. The real issue is that while the girl's hand is being held, she looks extremely tense. Her smile isn't genuine, it's painfully forced. She seems afraid of something. That girl in the photo, her expression doesn't seem right. Are these two father and daughter? They look a bit alike. Can you really say they look alike? The photo's so blurry, how can you even tell? Could the little girl have seen something that scared her? Is it possible she was threatened by that doctor? That's not something you can say for sure. I reckon the girl herself has serious issues. Who says she's even human? Whether she was human before or not, inside this dungeon there's always a chance she could turn into a boss. Come on guys, stop guessing. They're both in the photo, one of them's definitely the boss, or maybe both are. Full house. Damn, you're giving me goosebumps just saying that. In the lounge of the Vanquish Guild at this moment, the others were scattered in small groups, resting after just completing a simulated dungeon run. This dungeon had an S-rank difficulty rating and heavily tested physical endurance. The team members had spent a full 2 hours clearing the dungeon. Having just eaten lunch, they were now chatting idly to ease their fatigue. He Yuxing, usually the most talkative, was unusually quiet this time. He occupied a two-seater sofa alone, holding his phone with both hands and wearing a pair of white customized over-ear headphones. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the screen. With his headphones on, he couldn't control his volume. So while everyone else was whispering casually, he suddenly slapped his thigh and cursed loudly. Guess my ass. How is this ever just a regular photo? This is basically throwing down the Joker cards. A curious teammate leaned in. Yuxing, watching Zhang Sun's livestream again? I'm telling you, find some other hobbies. Grinding dungeons offline all day and online all night. Aren't you exhausted? Then why don't you watch someone else? There are so many beautiful streamers doing dungeon runs, but you just have to watch Zhang Sun. Are you a bit obsessed? What's so great about Zhang Sun? Sure, he's strong, bulldozing through dungeons feels satisfying, and his looks are passable. Damn it, you're a fucking Zhang Sun fan too. Our guild is full of goddamn traitors now. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Teammates kept chattering away until Li Yuxing finally couldn't take it anymore and glared at them. The teammates were fooling around without any seriousness. After teasing him enough, they finally started discussing something useful. Which instance dungeon is Zhang Sun entering this time? Another SSS level 1? Is it the 7th hospital? Holy shit, the 7th hospital dungeon? Wasn't that the one Qinglan already cleared? How deep is the grudge between Zhang Sun and Qinglan? He actually went and cracked their sealed dungeon again? More than just cracking it, he even poached one of Qinglan's players to tackle it as a duo. Who? Zhang Sun? A duo dungeon? Isn't he famous for being a lone wolf charging through the battlefields? I saw livestream comments saying Zhang Sun's trying to recruit Hua Ziyan to his guild, probably sweetening the deal now to make the transfer negotiations easier later. Would Su Guan ever let someone go? With his uncompromising nature. Given how bad things are between Qinglan and Zhang Sun now, even if Hua Ziyan is useless to the guild, would Su Guan really hand such a huge advantage to Zhang Sun? What kind of advantage is Hua Ziyan? He's already Qinglan's discarded piece, with serious psychological trauma to boot. Besides, how do you know Zhang Sun hasn't already dealt with Su Guan? The guy seems plenty capable to me. Damn, if he can actually handle Su Guan, I'll switch to their guild right now. Enough already, they might not even be willing to take you. Teammates chattered away in discussion, but He Yusheng couldn't be bothered to listen. His brows remained tightly furrowed as he stared at the photo and observed Zhang Sun's reaction. The incident of Qinglan sealing this 7th hospital instance had caused quite a stir back then. Wherever there was drama, He Yusheng would be there. Naturally, he'd studied this highly controversial instance thoroughly. Though he couldn't physically enter the instance himself, by analyzing various versions of Qinglan's replays circulating online, he'd managed to piece together some clues and uncover partial truths. This photo is one of the crucial clues. He anticipated that this clue directly relates to the final stage and the game's ending. Yet in the instance, Zhang Sun merely gave it a fleeting glance before walking away. He Yusheng couldn't stand it. He didn't believe it when others said Zhang Sun disliked solving puzzles, but now, with such an obviously important clue right before his eyes, Zhang Sun still only gave it a fleeting glance. This threw He Yusheng into a panic. No, I have to send him a tip. The teammates who had just been passionately discussing Zhang Sun and Qinglan's relationship all abruptly shut their chattering mouths. To whom? Zhang Sun? Holy shit, Yusheng, snap out of it. When I said you were a Zhang Sun fanboy, I was joking. Don't let outsiders' words shake you so easily. Spread the word. Wang Pai of the Ages smashes fortunes for a male streamer. I bet this news will hit at least 17 or 18 trending posts. You guys have a talent for gossiping with zero regard for your teammates' dignity, He Yusheng said with a face full of exasperation. I'm trying to give Zhang Sun a hint. Don't be idiots and miss the crucial clue. Oh my, since when does young master he need to worry about this? Isn't Zhang Sun incredibly awesome? He'll figure it out himself. The incredibly awesome Zhang Sun is currently reasoning with NPC Little He Mushroom. Little He, you should know that as an important NPC in 7 Courtyards, we can't survive without you. You need to guide us. Don't know, sad. I'm just a mushroom. Alright, Zhang Sun said with a regretful look as he pulled out his hammer. Then I have no choice but to resort to this. Xiao He, be a good mushroom in your next life. NPC He Ziyuan suddenly stood up. I'm human now, I'll guide you. Aren't we going to the 3rd floor? See, wasn't that easier? Zhang Sun smiled contentedly. You almost made me act rudely again. Wouldn't it look bad if word got out that some player keeps bullying NPCs in dungeons all day? Chapter 71, Who's Afraid of Who, Really? At the end of the 2nd floor corridor, a pendant light hangs from the ceiling, its outer ring shell damaged, the bulb flickering intermittently. The passage is blocked by an alloy sliding door with an old brass lock hanging on it, requiring players to use a key to open. This key is now in Zhang Sun's possession. At that moment, 3 people stood by the door, Zhang Sun, Hua Ziyan, and He Ziyuan, who was trying his best to minimize his presence. Patient Xiao He had been utterly unwilling at first, but under the hammer-wielding coercion of Zhang Sun, he had no choice but to tag along. And Zhang Sun had his own little scheme in inviting him to follow. During the simulation, he had noticed that He Ziyuan behaved quite differently from any NPC he'd encountered before. Whether it was Sister Han, Xiaoyin, or De He, when serving as White Tower NPCs, each had their own relatively fixed behavioral scripts. Xiaoyin's performance was somewhat unexpected that time. Li Yueying displayed a certain level of self-awareness in the dungeon. Even so, Li Yueying tried her best to disguise herself as an NPC that could only execute fixed commands. Had it not been for Zhang Sun's sharp perception, no one would have realized until the Huayin scenario was deciphered that she actually possessed the ability to think and make judgments. As for this He Ziyuan before him now, Zhang Sun summed him up in 10 weighty characters: a fractured psyche, a liberated soul. He seemed unaffected by scene restrictions. As long as he remained within the boundaries of the 7th hospital, he could wander freely. Unless it was a place he didn't want to visit. During his initial simulations, after solving the puzzle of room 201, Zhang Sun allowed He Ziyuan to slip away without pursuit. The consequence was an arduous journey ahead. At nearly every corner and in every room, 1 or 2 minor monsters would jump out to harass him. Although these minor monsters weren't difficult to deal with, their sheer numbers began to irritate him. That was until Zhang Sun took the NPC He Ziyuan hostage. The minor monsters seemed to be suppressed by some unknown force and never appeared again. For convenience in subsequent simulations, Zhang Sun kept him by his side at all times. As long as he wasn't allowed to admire himself in mirrors, everything was fine. Now, returning to the real-world scenario, Zhang Sun jiggled the keys in his hand and shot a glance at the downtrodden-looking He Ziyuan. He Ziyuan was highly sensitive to gazes, immediately detecting the malicious stare beside her, sharp as a needle's prick. He silently turned away, walked to the wall, pressed himself against it from head to toe without a gap, and spoke in a sullen voice. I'm actually a clock that doesn't understand human speech. Zhang Sun placed his hand on his shoulder, palm open with a key resting in it. Then I'll tell you a secret too. I'm a hammer, a damn good one for smashing bells. Ha 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 ha, Airhammer, please stop being so hilarious, ha ha ha. Priceless. Even after watching over 100 dungeon streams, this is the first time I've seen someone threaten an NPC. Be a hammer that defies definition. Is this NPC Heezy-Yuen a bit too smart? He can engage in free-flowing conversations with players this extensively without overheating his CPU, and he can even execute players' commands? Listen to their dialogues. Does that sound like normal human conversation to you? No, compared to Second Hammer, I actually feel Heezy-Yuen seems more like a normal person. This NPC gives me the feeling of a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's not gonna turn into the final boss at the last moment, is he? Shit, don't jinx it, Heezy-Yuen wore a sullen expression as she took the key from Zhang Sun. Standing before the alloy door unlocking it, even her silhouette radiated resentment. Hua Ziyan quietly asked Zhang Sun, "Is this really okay?" Xiaohua, you just don't get it. Zhang Sun reassured Hua Ziyan with absolute confidence. Xiaohe was originally from the 7th Institute, and now he's joined our team. This builds a bridge of communication between us and the 7th Institute. If anything comes up, Xiaohe can handle it. He was talking nonsense with utter conviction, even nodding to affirm his own words. Getting through a dungeon, it's all about social connections. This time even Hua Ziyan was left speechless. Heezy-Yuen, who was forced to step up, turned back dejectedly, pinching the key with 2 fingers and stretching her arm to return it to Zhang Sun. There you go. Zhang Sun smiled knowingly. You've worked hard, Xiaohe. Heezy-Yuen pressed herself against the wall, shutting her eyes, ears, and mouth tight. The aged alloy door's bottom track had rusted from years of disuse. Hua Ziyan and Zhang Sun each pulled on one side, combining their strength to wrench open just enough space for a person to squeeze through. Hua Ziyan had intended to go first, given his prior experience in these situations. Zhang Sun grabbed hold of him. Xiaohe, you go first. Heezy-Yuen, who had originally wanted to remain invisible, was forced to become the leader of their makeshift team. He seemed like a hollowed-out shell, dragging his feet as he ascended the stairs one by one like a wandering ghost. Hua Ziyan thought that since he couldn't take the lead, he might as well bring up the rear and provide cover. To his surprise, Zhang Sun had already taken the initiative to stand behind him and was urging him on. What are you spacing out for, Xiaohua? Hurry up, don't delay clearing the level. Pushed by Zhang Sun, Hua Ziyan had no choice but to stand in the middle of the formation, the safest position possible. On their way up to the 3rd floor stairwell, photos of doctors, nurses, and patients interacting adorned the hospital walls. There were scenes of visiting bedridden elders in hospital wards, and accompanying young patients playing in gardens. The yellowed photographs captured heartwarming moments. They would have looked quite cozy if not for the eerie and gloomy setting. But sharp-eyed viewers spotted something odd. Holy shit, those photos are moving. What? The photos. After someone passed by, the faces in those photos suddenly turned to look at them. The audience wasn't seeing things. When Heezy-Yuen, leading the group, passed by with her head lowered, everything seemed normal. But when Hua Ziyan walked past the first photo, the one showing nurses and doctors gathered around a sickbed with an elderly patient, who had all been looking at each other gently, they suddenly turned their heads to stare at the players on the staircase. Their faces still wore smiles, but those grins no longer carried any warmth. Instead, they evoked an eerie sensation of being watched. Hua Ziyan's attention remained fixed on the steps beneath his feet and the retreating figure of Heezy-Yuen ahead, seemingly oblivious to the shifting photographs on the walls. As he passed, those photos silently reverted to their original state, lying in wait for the next person. Zhang Sun waited until Hua Ziyan had climbed 4 or 5 steps before following suit. He casually carried the hammer in one hand, his gaze fixed straight ahead without wandering. He walked past the nearest photograph. Just like Hua Ziyan's experience, the person in the photo initially showed no change, but as Zhang Sun's body brushed past it, the face in the photo transformed again. Just as the viewers assumed Zhang Sun hadn't noticed and wouldn't react, Zhang Sun, who had already climbed 2 steps, suddenly whipped his head around to stare intently at the person in the photo. The scene was utterly bizarre. Instead of cowering in fear like players normally would, he glared at the face in the photo with an expression that clearly said, "I've got you now." Meanwhile, the faces that had turned toward him couldn't quickly turn away again. The eerie atmosphere became awkwardly strained. Zhang Sun flashed the same smile as in the photo. Chapter 72, The Red Ball. Damn, what kind of wild move is Ekui pulling now? Ekui is watching you. OMG, I'm dying, lol, I swear I want to crack Erchui's head open to see what the hell's inside. Erchui here gives off major thank god I turned around fast or I wouldn't have caught you bastard energy. LMAO, this is so fucking awkward. I can already picture everyone in those photos turning into sweating emoji faces. The footsteps behind him suddenly stopped. Hua Ziyan noticed and turned around. What's wrong, Zhang Sun? Taking advantage of their conversation, the leader Heezy-Yuen tiptoed away, trying to slip off unnoticed. Hua Ziyan didn't even turn his head, yet his hand precisely grabbed the back of his collar. Ugh! Poor patient Xiaohe found himself gripped by the throat of fate. From the speed of Hua Ziyan's movements, it was clear he indeed had some skills up his sleeve. But now he was more concerned about Zhang Sun's condition. Such a powerful expert suddenly stopping in his tracks surely meant serious trouble. Zhang Sun remained locked in a longing gaze with the face in the photograph, his lips trembling slightly. He was talking to Hua Ziyan. Xiaohua, 3, 2, 1. Bang! As Zhang Sun finished speaking, the people in those photos suddenly burst out of their frames. Hua Ziyan released his grip, and He Ziyuan immediately slipped away without a trace, leaving only him and Zhang Sun on the staircase. The monsters in those photos were frantically pouring out. They looked utterly grotesque, with only their heads and faces maintaining normal human proportions. Their limbs were either extremely long or extremely short, their bodies either massively robust or peculiarly slender and emaciated. Rather than humans, they resembled bizarre insects with human faces. Entangled together like a tide, they surged toward Zhang Sun and Hua Ziyan. Eyes that had been narrowed with laughter now cracked open slightly, revealing dark pits that resembled abysses. Zhang Sun didn't hold back, swinging his hammer to smash each one square in the face. In an instant, the quiet staircase abruptly erupted into chaos. The screeching of monsters, the heavy blows of hammers, and the snapping of aged steps converged into a symphony of destruction. Monsters surged toward Hua Ziyan, attempting to surround them both. Yet, he swiftly dispatched them one by one with his weapon. The once dead silence was utterly shattered as the overburdened stairs collapsed in rapid succession. Indeed, wherever Zhang Sun went, demolition followed. The two moved with seamless coordination, gradually carving out a bloody path. As the entrance to the third floor came into view, Hua Ziyan swung his umbrella horizontally, blocking a wave of monsters. He reached out a hand, and Zhang Sun leveraged the momentum, leaning backward. Both tumbled behind the alloy sliding door of the third floor. Zhang Sun hooked his toes into the door's latticework and, with a whip of his long leg, slammed it shut with force. Hua Ziyan reacted instantly, springing up to fasten the bronze lock on the door with one hand, barricading all the monsters outside. The monsters clawed desperately at the alloy door, shaking it relentlessly. Unfortunately, unlike He Ziyuan who could effortlessly traverse between scenes, they could only glare resentfully at the people separated from them by that single barrier. In the end, their venomous gazes remained, but like a receding tide, they had no choice but to fade away, transforming back into mere photographs on the wall. Silence returned to the surroundings. Were it not for the devastation outside the door, there might have been no evidence at all to prove what cataclysmic events had occurred in less than 3 minutes. Zhang Sun also stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hua Ziyan, both holding their breath as they stared at the door. Only when they confirmed the monster outside was truly blocked by the door did their shoulders relax simultaneously. The livestream audience was nearly scared to death too. I didn't even dare to breathe just now. I had a feeling, but I never expected there'd be so many monsters in those photos. Well, there goes my reputation as the two-hammer demolition contractor. Can't shake that nickname now. Phew, thank goodness. That staircase was seriously dangerous. Even if the monsters didn't tear you apart, the collapsing steps could have crushed you to death. Never mind two-hammer. Who would have thought that newbie player surnamed Hua would be pretty decent too? Hua Ziyan is no rookie. Who would have thought Hua Ziyan had this level of skill? Not just anyone can keep up with Zhang Sun's pace. So our two-hammer actually struck gold? Didn't he specifically take Hua Ziyan into the dungeon because he saw potential in him? Come to think of it, with skills like Hua Ziyan's, how did he end up declining at Qinglan instead of rising through the ranks? Could it really have something to do with Deputy Team Leader Yi's suppression? Deputy Team Leader? You mean Meng Yijia? Deputy Captain Meng was the one Ziyan abandoned back then, leaving a teammate stranded in the dungeon. That's downright traitorous behavior. I told you, our Xiaohua was framed. Meng Yijia has more tricks than the pomegranate seeds I spat out. I don't believe he didn't whisper something to Xiaohua in the operating room. So where's the evidence? Qinglan's replay is right there for everyone to see. But didn't that segment lack audio? There were freezes and black screens too. Regardless, I believe in Deputy Captain Meng's integrity. Fuck this, I've had enough. All you Qinglan fanboys should get the hell out of Jinshin's stream. The scene just now was chaotic, but Hua Ziyan's performance was truly stunning. He doesn't seem to fit the online comments that labeled him as another Zhong Yong, a prodigy who shone brilliantly in rookie battles only to become mediocre afterward. His personal skills have always remained at a high level. At the very least, his adaptability and teamwork are sufficient to warrant training in Qinglan's first team squad. That final moment when he pulled Zhang Sun back also proves he's not the type to abandon teammates casually. This isn't to say that the live-streaming audience's watchful eyes prevented wrongdoing. In those split-second life-or-death moments just now, any sudden turn of events was possible. Of course, Zhang Sun's fans believe he could have escaped unscathed on his own strength, but in that instant, Hua Ziyan instinctively saved him. In that fleeting moment, too brief to calculate the other's survival odds or consider potential consequences for himself, Hua Ziyan dragged Zhang Sun up to the third floor. For this reason alone, Zhang Sun's fans, and Zhang Sun himself, have concluded Hua Ziyan is fundamentally good. Without hesitation, such kindness takes greater courage. Because of this rescue, Huazian became the subject of a trending post. #Huazian saves Zhang Sun #. Many passers-by might not know who Huazian is, but most people have heard of Zhang Sun's name. A mighty reckless warrior. Who could possibly save him? Or perhaps, would he even accept being saved by anyone? Driven by such curiosity, tens of thousands more flooded into Zhang Sun's livestream, with the numbers continuing to climb steadily. The operation's sister, who was temporarily pulled in by the General Association to save the day, really wanted to demand a raise from her boss right then and there. Huazian had no idea about the storm brewing outside. He was just annoyed that he'd let his Yuan slip away. Zhang Sun patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, he thinks he's a clock now. If we follow along the wall, we might just find him hanging somewhere. The other party's expression was so serious that Huazian couldn't quite tell whether Zhang Sun was joking with him or speaking in earnest. Thump thump. A sudden noise caught their attention. As they turned their heads, the dimly lit corridor stretched endlessly before them. A red rubber ball bounced twice on the ground, rolled half a turn, and stopped. Like a red eye, it silently stared at the two of them. Chapter 73, Xiaohe in Danger. As the red rubber ball appeared, a string of children's laughter slipped past their ears, fading from near to far, echoing through the empty hallway, adding a chilling touch to this eerie scene. The corridor on the third floor had a wall of windows, where the ghastly moonlight streamed through the shattered panes, casting the shadow of the window frames onto the floor. From the darkness, a pair of feet in red leather shoes suddenly appeared. The live comment section was about to freak out. Holy shit, there's a kid in the shadows. Holy shit, that's terrifying. Did Chunlan trigger this plot point last time? I have absolutely no memory of it. I don't think so. Didn't Qinglan only make it to the third floor operating room before being forced to stop? That's how I remember it. How could Zhang Sun's experience this time be completely unrelated to last time? First there's Hiziyuan, an NPC that never appeared before, and now there's this terrifying child? You can't blame the livestream audience for doubting. It's clearly the same 7th hospital dungeon, yet when Zhang Sun enters, it becomes completely different. Some viewers were perplexed, but more experienced players who had tackled higher-level dungeons explained that S-rank and above dungeons operate this way. They have major variations, multiple side quests, and complex narratives. So encountering previously unseen NPCs and monsters actually makes perfect sense under these circumstances. Is 7th Hospital really only S-rank? The monster triggered in that corridor just now was terrifying enough, it feels like it should be at least SS tier. Could it be possible that only the S-ranked areas of this dungeon are currently open? What do you mean by that? That comment was probably from some guild player's alt account. This player provided a new perspective. The map for the 7th Hospital dungeon is vast, with not all areas accessible. This was evident in Qinglan's playback replay earlier. They passed many blocked-off forks during their run. Zhang Sun this time was no exception. The path he took largely mirrored the one Qinglan had followed before. Perhaps the monsters and quests on this route were set to S-rank difficulty, but the areas beyond it would far exceed even that level. Perhaps the appearance of Zhang Sun, this unpredictable variable, has alarmed the monsters in other areas, causing them to swarm toward this location. Then how is Zhang supposed to fight? Doesn't this turn it into a raid dungeon? You'd need like 10 or 20 people to tackle this, right? Stop overthinking, just trust Zhang unconditionally. Let's deal with this creepy kid in front of us first. Could this child be the one in the photo? The little girl in red shoes remained silent, standing quietly without a word. She stood motionless, and Zhang Sun and the others felt too awkward to move either. Who knew what she intended to do? After a while, the child across from her finally moved. The moonlight shifted to one side, revealing the lower half of her face. Her face had no lips, only teeth were exposed. It seemed like he wanted to force a smile, but couldn't quite manage it, only making him appear all the more sinister. Come, play with me. Again came the laughter of children, as the red bouncy ball unexpectedly leaped high into the air without any external force applied. It bounced and bounced until it landed right in front of Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun looked down. Huazian remained tense, unable to relax. He had seen this girl before. Or perhaps, he was one of only 2 people within Qinglan's team who had ever laid eyes on her. Zhang Sun, he said softly, this girl isn't easy to deal with. We shouldn't act rashly. Zhang Sun nodded. Don't worry. Then he released Little Red Riding Hood. They don't move casually, but Sister Red can step in. Come on, Sister Red. Zhang Sun smoothed Little Red Riding Hood's hood and pointed at the red shoes opposite. Your long-awaited playmate has finally arrived. A glint of excitement suddenly flashed through Little Red Riding Hood's hollow eyes. Like a red firecracker, at Zhang Sun's command, she grabbed the bouncy ball and shot forward with a snap. The girl opposite fled in terror. LOL, Second Hammer himself won't play with kids, so he lets Red torment other children? Ha ha. This is too reminiscent of some big bro, play with me, moments. Who would have thought this little girl in the red hood could be so powerful? New here? Don't recognize our sister Hong? Let these S-ranked monsters feel the power of a 3S level boss. With that suddenly appearing creepy girl being handled by Little Red Riding Hood, Jang Sun could rest completely assured. There's one more thing to take care of. Jang Sun suddenly crouched down. Holy shit, what's Hammer trying to pull off now? Why isn't he searching for clues while Red Sister's leading the monsters away? What are you waiting for? I'm dying of anxiety. Why has Jang Sun suddenly become so unhurried? I know you're upset, but calm down first. Jang Sun must have his own reasons. Jang Sun's brainless fanboys need to tone it down. Seems to me he's just empty-headed with no ideas. Spill it, you at the front. Are you Qinglan's mole or Jiang Feiguan's fanatic? Why is Xiao Jiang catching strays while lying down? Hands off our Xiao Jiang, you Jang Sun stans need to chill. Friend, you've come to the wrong place. This is Jang Sun's livestream. What's a Jiang Feiguan fan doing here? Don't tell me you've got a secret crush on Jang Sun. What vicious unrequited love. At that moment, Jang Sun was kneeling on one knee with his right arm extended straight and his other hand resting near his wrist. Stop playing dirty and come down. I'll give you a chance to show off. The audience only now noticed the faint circle of black shadow around his wrist. The shadow was moving. This thing was none other than the subordinate creature Dehei that Jang Sun had collected from the cinema originally. Though it was named Big Black, Dehei, its temper remained timid as ever. Clinging to its master tightly, it resembled nothing so much as a medicinal plaster stuck fast in place. Actually, calling this scene Little Hermitage would be most fitting, but that flashy flower thing would only smash everything to pieces, and with the slightest carelessness, it would destroy the very place he needed. Coincidentally, Jang Sun also needed to practice Big Black's courage. This time, he'd let it take the lead. Don't be afraid, Big Black, you're a White Tower NPC, and so is he. Your co-workers, what's there to be shy about? Big Black wriggled anxiously, terrified that Jang Sun might abandon it there. There's no other way. If you refuse to take advantage of such a great opportunity, next time I'll have to put you in a room with Xiao Hua. Let her cheer you up a bit and give you some lessons. If they were human, Xiaoyin would be the ultimate social butterfly, while Dehei would be the extreme social anxiety type. This wasn't a lesson, it was downright torture. Dehei's squirming body froze, not daring to throw any more tantrums. It snapped off Jang Sun's wrist like an arrow released from its bow, darting away swiftly as if afraid Jang Sun might call it back. Jang Sun was extremely pleased. Hua Ziyan watched from the side, utterly baffled. God Zhang, you let it go, why? Jang Sun grinned crookedly. Let's find our dear little patient He Ziyuan. Without him present, your matter will be difficult to resolve, and I won't be able to give a proper account. He Ziyuan, who had barely managed to escape and was now hiding far away listening to the voices. Feeling a bit unwell today, just one update for now. 3 updates tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74 Overwhelming Public Opinion. Dehei worked with astonishing efficiency. Its movement speed directly corresponded to how desperately it wanted to avoid being locked in the same room with Xiaoyin. In the end, He Ziyuan was brought before Jang Sun trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Little he lay sprawled on the floor, not even bothering to lift his face, having completely given up on resisting. Jang Sun crouched down halfway and greeted him warmly. Oh my, isn't this Little He? I was just worried seeing you wander off earlier. He Ziyuan angrily turned her face away from Jang Sun. Little Red Riding Hood had disappeared without a trace, and that little girl was nowhere to be seen either. But Jang Sun wasn't worried. Red Sister could handle everything. He extended a finger, letting Big Black crawl up before withdrawing it. Then he gave Little He a pat on the shoulder. Alright, quit playing dead. We'll still need you for the road ahead. He Ziyuan reluctantly stood up from the ground, neither responding nor arguing. Her presence was purely performative companionship. Compared to the second floor, the third floor had sparser room distribution, mostly empty with nothing worthwhile to search. If there was any highlight on the entire third floor, it was the operating room at the end of the corridor. This was also the very place where Qinglan had encountered her incident years ago. To be precise, it marked a turning point for both Hua Ziyan and Meng Yijia. Qinglan was one of the top-ranking elite guilds, with every move closely watched by numerous White Tower players. Back then, even their foray into the Sevenfold Abyss dungeon had drawn widespread attention. Not only was it Meng Yijia's first dungeon run as deputy leader, but it was also Hua Ziyan's debut with the team, the prodigy who'd shown brilliantly since his very first battle after joining Qinglan. After joining the guild, new members are typically placed in Team 3 for training. Those who demonstrate exceptional and consistent performance are promoted to Team 2. After about a year of observation in Team 2, the most outstanding players become reserve members accompanying Team 1 on dungeon expeditions. Due to the high danger level of the White Tower dungeons, combat team members experience significant turnover. Even the strongest Team 1 in each guild usually needs to replenish members every few months. As a result, it's common for Team 1 to run dungeons while bringing along new members. That time when Hua Ziyan appeared among the members of 7 Yard's main roster, skipping the preliminary selection processes of the second and third teams, demonstrated Qinglan's high regard for his potential and talent. One could say they were eager to foster his rapid development so he could secure a place in the first team in the future. Moreover, Hua Xian had good looks. With a bit of packaging, he could attract many fans and possessed considerable commercial value worth tapping into. From any perspective, Hua Xian stood out as the most exceptional among the newcomers who joined the guild in the same batch. At the time, Qinglan invested heavily in promotional efforts specifically to push him into the spotlight. But what happened later was far from satisfactory. What truly happened in the operating room back then has now become a matter of endless speculation. Because that live broadcast was severely lagging, even the present audience couldn't piece together the entire sequence of events. The mainstream narrative now claims that Hua Xian abandoned Meng Yijiao alone in the operating room and fled. After all, Vice-Captain Meng did sustain fatal injuries. No one could believe he inflicted such severe wounds upon himself. A rising star that should have shone brightly was thus silenced. Hua Xian had defended himself, but it was to no avail. The one-sided public opinion online crushed this newcomer without any influential backing, leaving him powerless to fight back. Even he himself suffered from psychological trauma for a long time. Now that Hua Xian has returned to this old haunt, to say there were no lingering resentments would be lying to himself. Ever since stepping onto the third floor, his entire demeanor had grown noticeably gloomy. Zhang Sun noticed but chose not to offer any words of comfort. He prefers action over words. He doesn't care about the plots and schemes among team players, but he needs Hua Xian. Before recruiting someone into their cycle, it's crucial to wash away the dirty water first. Xiao He once again pressed himself against the wall, attempting to disguise himself as a clock. Zhang Sun lightly tapped his back with a hammer, peeling him off the wall. He took 2 steps forward, then realizing the person behind wasn't following, slung the hammer over his shoulder and turned back. Let's go, Xiao Hua. Ah, right. Hua Xian shook his head, forcing himself not to dwell on unpleasant memories of the past, and hurried to catch up with Zhang Sun's strides. Zhang Sun walked with such ease, as if this weren't a high-risk dungeon but his own backyard. They quickly found the operating room, its door long gone, leaving the entire space wide open. The shadowless lamp above the operating table suddenly flickered on as they crossed the threshold, illuminating a white cloth spread across its surface. The cloth lay carelessly atop the table, perfectly flat. Anyone could tell at a glance there was nothing beneath it. The moment the lights flashed on, the livestream viewers all jumped in fright. Zhang Sun and Hua Xian in the replica showed no visible reaction. Zhang Sun turned to look at his companion. Let's search this place. These lamps are lit so brightly, it's practically an invitation to walk into the trap. Hua Xian's expression turned troubled. This scene seems a bit off. Why don't you go search elsewhere first, Zhang Sun? I'll handle this place. Having experienced it once before, he didn't want Zhang Sun to take the risk. Despite the psychological scars, Hua Xian decided to shoulder the danger himself. Before Zhang Sun could respond, the live chat had already begun buzzing with discussions. What's up with Hua Xian? Why did he suddenly make Zhang Sun flee? No idea. Is this place really that dangerous? Don't tell me you didn't see, it was right here that Qinglan got into trouble before. Su Guan forcibly evacuated all the team members back then. Looks completely ordinary. Isn't that creepy enough that the light turned on by itself? Is Hua Xian really reliable? Didn't he leave Qinglan's deputy team leader alone in the operating room, and then the accident happened? Isn't he saying he'll stay behind himself now? Probably just wants to keep Zhang Sun out of danger. I think there's more to it. Maybe he's noticed something. A traitor is always a traitor. The leopard can't change its spots. Run, Erchue. I told you to solo this dungeon, you'd probably have the loot by now. Now look what you've done, planting a bomb under your own feet. Zhang Sun understood Hua Xian's good intentions, but he'd only wrapped these dumplings for the sake of dipping them in vinegar. With so many dungeons available, he didn't need to torture himself in this 7th hospital instance. Let's take a look around first. Hey Xiao He, you come over here too. I'm a potted plant, I can't walk. Zhang Sun turned around to find He Ziyuan crouching in the corner with her back to him. You. Before Zhang Sun could take any action, little He, who had been pretending to be a potted plant, suddenly let out a scream. A ghost. This horror script's NPC being afraid of ghosts is truly one of a kind. Zhang Sun was speechless. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't any ghost at all. Little Red Riding Hood tucked the gleaming kitchen knife back into her basket and pattered over to Zhang Sun. Recently, she seemed to enjoy making deliberate noises, probably thinking it made her cuter. Did she get away? Sister Hong hung her head low, clearly upset about not completing the task. It's okay, Zhang Sun patted her head, she'll show up again anyway. As they spoke, Hua Xian made a new discovery. Zhang Sun, here's a drawing notebook. Chapter 75, It's Not Your Fault. Zhang Sun walked over to look. What Hua Xian held in his hand was a blue-covered sketchbook filled with children's drawings. Where did you find this? It just appeared on the ground moments ago. The operating room's visual style starkly contrasted with this picture book's, and its sudden appearance seemed deliberately intended to be discovered. Huazian cradled the book cover with one hand while flipping pages with the other, as Zhang Sun directed the flashlight beam onto it. The picture book wasn't particularly thick, containing about a dozen pages filled entirely with childish crayon drawings. The crude technique suggested a very young artist. The color palette on the first page was fairly warm, with 3 figures identifiable as doctors by their white coats, all wearing bright smiles. The left half of the page showed this scene, while the right half depicted a father holding his daughter's hand. The father was smiling too, but the daughter appeared frightened, clutching a teddy bear tightly in her arms. On the second page, the father was absent. The girl sat alone on a small stool in the hospital ward, surrounded by nurses in white uniforms. The composition placed the girl at the very top center of the frame, with the nurses forming a semicircle around her, their faces still gleaming with cheerful smiles. Due to this peculiar composition and the girl's nervous expression, the bright color scheme somehow created an unsettling, eerie atmosphere. The girl seemed out of place among them. Her contours were always drawn with a black crayon, perpetually wearing a sorrowful little frown with downturned lips. The later paintings mostly depicted scenes from the girl's life at 7th Hospital. Some showed her playing in the garden, others reading alone in her room. It appeared the girl was a patient receiving treatment there. She didn't wear hospital gowns, always dressed in a purple dress instead. She was the same little girl they'd seen in the photographs on the second floor. Huazian's fingers continued turning the pages, and gradually, the artistic style took a strange turn. The lines became increasingly messy and scribbled, while the colors grew bizarre: blue suns, red grass, with all the doctors' and nurses' faces distorted into horrifying grins, their smiling mouths morphing into fangs. The little girl's father also appeared, but his actions seemed peculiar within the frames. At first, he shielded the girl, standing between her and those mutated doctors and nurses. Then, on one page, he lay in a pool of blood, gravely injured, while the little girl wept beside him. On the very next page, the little girl clutched her teddy bear tightly, locked away in a tiny corner at the bottom right of the drawing paper. Before her stood nothing but scribbled black adults. They bared their claws and fangs at the girl, crimson-drawn canines flashing, their white lab coats already stained with blood. Even more chilling was the sudden reappearance on this page of the girl's father, who had been dead on the previous page. He aligned himself with those terrifying people, intimidating and threatening the helpless little girl. "I also saw this picture book last time," Huazian suddenly said, but before I could figure out what was happening, something went wrong. Zhang Sun responded casually, asking seemingly offhandedly, "Xiaohua, what exactly did you encounter in the operating room last time?" Huazian hesitated slightly. He had given the same explanation many times before, but no one had ever believed him. He locked eyes with Zhang Sun, whose face was half-lit, half-shadowed by the flashlight's spill of light. He saw Zhang Sun's eyes. Those eyes held no excess emotion, no doubt, no denial, no probing, only pure focus on the facts themselves. Huazian found himself irresistibly drawn by that gaze, involuntarily revealing the truth. He took a deep breath. "I didn't notice anything unusual inside the operating room at that time. What I saw was outside the operating room." Huazian said that after he and Meng Yijia entered the operating room, everything was calm at first as they searched for clues inside. Then Huazian heard heavy footsteps from just beyond the wall, growing louder as they approached. It seemed to be some enormous thing. The footsteps of that huge creature grew fainter, until they completely faded away as it reached the section of the corridor corresponding to the operating room. It wasn't leaving, it had stopped right outside the operating room. Realizing this, both Huazian and Meng Yijia tensed up instantly. The unknown breeds terror. They didn't dare move a muscle, and the thing outside showed no signs of forcing its way in. This stalemate isn't helping. At that time, Huazian was still a young man full of ambition. Meng Yijia, as the deputy captain, held great importance not only for the entire team but also for the guild, and couldn't be risked casually in a dungeon run. Moreover, Meng Yijia had a slight sprain in his ankle at the time. He never mentioned it, but Huazian noticed from his slightly awkward gait. Although Huazian also felt fear, at this critical juncture between life and death, he was willing to step forward. So he took the initiative to tell Meng Yijia that he would go and scout the situation. Meng Yijia warned him to be careful at the time. Huazian nodded, took his weapon, and silently moved toward the door. Outside was empty, but the moonlight cast a huge shadow. The shadow was just over 10 meters away from him. In that split second, the shadow suddenly moved. What Huazian saw was a twisted, stitched-together monstrosity, impossible to tell how many people's dismembered limbs had been combined to create it. In one brief glance, he counted 7 or 8 hands, 2 female faces and 3 male ones. All the faces had their eyes closed, only their noses twitched as they sniffed the air. The monster had spotted them and was charging straight at Huazian. Huazian thought the timing was perfect. He shouted to Meng Yijia, who was waiting inside the operating room, telling him to run while he drew the monster's attention, creating a chance for Meng Yijia to survive. The creature charged fiercely, yet Huazian's martial skills were exceptional. Given just a bit more time, eliminating it wouldn't pose any problem. But just as they grappled with each other, the agonized screams of Meng Yijia pierced through from the operating room. Deputy Captain Meng is in trouble. Su Guan and other team members were searching for clues in a ward several rooms away on the third floor when they also heard Meng Yijia's scream. The situation had become extremely dire. Meng Yijia was already shouting for Su Guan to use the rest symbol and forcibly terminate the instance. Su Guan clenched a black card in his hand, marked with a musical note. He glanced at the other team members present, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, and they all nodded in unison. Afterwards, Su Guan forcefully pulled everyone out of the dungeon using a skill card. All I knew was what I was facing, was Zian answered honestly. At that time, my only thought was to lure the monster away from the operating room. I couldn't let it harm the vice captain. But I had no idea what other anomalies emerged afterward that caused Vice Captain Meng to sustain such severe injuries. Hua Zian was no traitor abandoning his teammates. On the contrary, he acted out of protection, even willing to sacrifice himself, which led to that decision. Yet for some reason, the livestream only captured his solitary fleeing figure, and the audience never glimpsed the amalgamation monster at all. Zhang Sun finished his explanation, his gaze shifting deliberately to the left, locking onto the furtive figure of He Ziyuan attempting to sneak away. This isn't your fault, it's because of him. Chapter 76, The Belated Truth. NPC He Ziyuan is rather peculiar, as previously mentioned. His role is specifically designed to increase the game's difficulty for players. As long as he's around, both players and even the audience behind the screen will be led by the nose. Zhang Sun also discovered this secret during the simulation. Aside from assessing players' mental states, Patient Xiaoyi's primary talent seemed to be causing trouble for others. He wouldn't attack players directly, but he could certainly create plenty of distractions. His skill appeared to revolve around concealment and confusion. If he could turn room 201 into such a labyrinth, manipulating a mere Raven camera would be child's play for him. He Ziyuan showed no overt hostility toward the players. Zhang Sun confirmed this over the course of his simulations. He guessed that the disruptive actions the other party had taken might not even have been intentional, and it was precisely because of his unintentional behavior that Hua Zian had been subjected to such prolonged injustice and oppression. But Zhang Sun didn't want to blame these things on an NPC who thought itself a flower. The fault still lay with Meng Yijia. No matter what dangers he faced in the operating room, it hadn't been Hua Zian who harmed him, yet he shifted all the blame onto a newcomer. The rookie had sacrificed himself to save him back then. Hua Zian briefly recounted the truth of what happened at the time, but he no longer cared how the outside world viewed him. He was only worried whether there might truly be something horrifying inside the operating room. Zhangshan, Xiao Wu blurted out, reverting to the old nickname, this operating room is really eerie. Let's just take this picture book and leave. Xiao Wu, Zhang Sun didn't follow his lead. If that monster appeared outside now, what would you do? Hua Zian paused, the events of that year flashing vividly before his eyes as if they were happening now. Countless scorn and insults, the exclusion from teammates, the persecution from the guild, all the hardships he endured over the past year had left him sleepless in the darkness night after night. If it hadn't been for his younger sister still in school, he would have given up long ago. Now Zhang Sun was asking him, placing the choice before him once again. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. I'd still rush out and draw the monster away. You have to understand, Meng Yijia and I aren't comparable, and neither are you, of course. If I face that monster, the odds of winning are very high. That can't be, Hua Zian said urgently. If one of us has to be sacrificed, it should definitely be the more valuable one who stays. Besides, I know my own limits. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't recklessly face danger. Confident in your own strength, yet leaning towards self-sacrifice, Zhang Sun concluded with a nod, appearing quite pleased. Good, I understand now. Ha! Hua Zian looked somewhat puzzled, but Zhang Sun didn't elaborate further, instead pulling out his hammer. Xiao Wu, sometimes it's not about choosing between two options where someone must be sacrificed. He weighed the hammer in his hand a couple of times. Let's work together. He looked at Hua Zian, who seemed to understand but not quite, and smiled. Of course, 1-on-2 is also possible. But, let's call it a day today. Outside the wall, familiar footsteps approached once more. Hua Zian's expression turned grave. Zhang Sun lifted his chin slightly. Do what you believe needs to be done, don't worry about me. Didn't you say you could handle that thing outside? I'd like to see what you're capable of. But, if you keep dawdling, I won't take you out to play next time, and I won't go mining with you either. Then I'll go now. The moment he heard Zhang Sun wouldn't play with him, Hua Zian hurriedly bid farewell and rushed out the door. At this moment, viewers in the livestream could still only see him alone. What kind of riddle are Hua Zian and Hui playing it here? Holy shit, was everything Hua Zian just said true? That's insane. After all this, it turns out Meng Yijia orchestrated the whole thing himself? Directing and acting my own scene? Hardly. Most likely, he couldn't handle the monsters emerging from the operating room and just fled at the critical moment. And then shove all the blame onto the newbies? That's fucking heartless. Understandable, since he'd just been promoted to deputy team leader and barely warmed his seat, probably didn't want to get booted out so soon. Just goes to show this Mangijia is no pushover. Remember when he bullied Ikhui? That guy. Shit, I'd totally forgotten about that until someone mentioned it. Mangijia can go himself. Encrypted conversation resurfaces, the mod is adding blocked words again. This sparked heated discussions in Zhang Sun's livestream, and naturally, it blew up outside too. Turns out back then, Qinglan rookie Huazian didn't abandon his teammates? Anyone watching Zhang Sun's stream? Explosive Qinglan scandal exposed. Mangijia's guilt of suppressing newcomers is confirmed, waiting to see how Qinglan fans spin this. Hashtag Mangijia and Huazian. Hashtag Mangijia operating room hashtag. Hashtag the belated truth hashtag. Countless trending posts and hashtags took turns dominating the scene. Qinglan's PR team scrambled into emergency action, first controlling the situation by mass deleting posts and suppressing the heat. Simultaneously, they attempted to contact Mangijia personally, but Deputy Captain Meng had long been taken into the instance by Su Guan, making him completely unreachable at this moment. Everything seemed so coincidental, so natural. Deputy Captain Meng, immersed in the dungeon, remained unaware that he was teetering on the brink of complete disgrace. With rising popularity and guilds joining the fray, Zhang Sun's livestream suddenly saw a surge in viewers. Some began to speak up in Mangijia's defense. I believe in Deputy Captain Meng. We can't just listen to Huazian's side of the story. Has Huazian run out again? There's still nothing out there. Rather than worrying about our vice captain, you should check if your male streamer still has a chance to survive. Don't get betrayed by some treacherous schemer. Now there's a mixed bag of people in the livestream. This is exactly the effect Zhang Sun wanted. He heard Huazian's running footsteps. Red's sister. Zhang Sun called out, and Little Red Riding Hood in the corner leaped to her feet. She tapped Heziyuan's waist with the back of her knife, startling him into immediately straightening up. Zhang Sun was very satisfied. Xiaohe, you are now just a human. He walked up to Heziyuan and stared into her eyes. You know nothing, you're merely a human. Heziyuan looked somewhat bewildered. I am human? The livestream's footage suddenly changed. The corridor where only Huazian had been running now abruptly revealed the figure of a stitched-together monster. It was relentlessly chasing Huazian. Now everyone saw it clearly. Rookie Hua had never once chosen to flee. He should have risen brilliantly, but was forcibly dragged into the abyss instead. Huazian was busy with his own affairs outside while Zhang Sun had his own matters to attend to. Heziyuan was plunged into the horror of realizing he actually was human, and Zhang Sun instructed Little Red Riding Hood to keep an eye on him. The sketchbook handed over from Xiaohua fell to the ground, flipping open to the last page by chance. At the center of the drawing stood a man dressed in a blood-red robe, wielding a sharp hatchet in his hand. As the page of the painting unfolded, an identical man appeared before Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun gently tapped the hammer in his hand against the ground. So, you're the one Mangijia ran into? Well, seems you've got some skills able to go 1-on-9 with me. Chapter 77, The Fake. The stitched monstrosity Huazian faced in the corridor might have been sanity draining to behold, but compared to this one in the operating room, it still fell slightly short. Barking dogs seldom bite. This freak looked almost human, neatly dressed in well-tailored clothes, with freshly groomed hair. If not for the blood staining most of his body and the gleaming hatchet in his hand, Zhang Sun might have even sat down for a 5-yuan chat with the fellow. Given Zhang Sun's current mental state, one might say he's blended perfectly into the 7th mental hospital's atmosphere. Fortunately his companion was Huazian. Had it been some random stranger, if he claimed he wasn't this dungeon's boss disguised as a player, people probably wouldn't buy it. Joking aside, Zhang Sun's hammer was no laughing matter. Human and monster stood in confrontation, neither moving, the atmosphere so tense it could freeze solid. Suddenly, the monster made the first move. The creature swung its hatchet wildly, charging straight toward Zhang Sun. The blade's shadow lashed out, but Zhang Sun leaned back just in time to evade its razor-sharp edge. With a swift motion, he gripped the hammer planted on the ground, switched its mode, and delivered a powerful swing that forced the monstrous foe to retreat. Nice blade you've got there, Zhang Sun said as he smoothed his tousled hair. I think I'll take it. The man in the corner ignored the taunt and charged forward once more. If their previous exchange had been a test of strength, Zhang Sun now abandoned all restraint. He raised his hammer and charged head-on. The ensuing battle scene was intensely fierce. Zhang Sun was the kind of man who would hammer his way to victory without any unnecessary flair. His inflatable hammer frequently switched modes, starting with restraint before relentlessly advancing at every opportunity. Wherever twin hammers struck, destruction followed. In mere minutes, the operating room was riddled with craters, and even half the corridor wall was demolished. Little E in the corner nearly got hit by accident. He squeezed himself tightly into the nook, pretending not to see anything. The fight in the operating room was about to end soon. The rising dust finally showed signs of settling, leaving only one person standing in the scene. Zhang Sun's hammer struck the monster's back as he bent down to pick up the fallen chopper, testing its weight in his hand. That's a fine blade. I'll take it. A crimson mist sprayed forth, staining the Raven drone camera that had moved in for a close-up. The live feed flickered red. Is it over? Holy shit, two hammers fights are absolutely brutal. Is the male streamer always this aggressive beating up monsters? Here's a total newbie asking. He's changed a lot lately. He used to chase bosses across the entire map before. Look at that NPC standing in the corner like they're in timeout. Told you we should have investigated Hammer number 2's background. That guy's definitely not ordinary. Has Huazian finished over there? Just wrapped up too. This young Huo is really promising. What a shame he got overshadowed by Chenglong for a while. Things are already heating up outside. Mang Yijia's fans are everywhere trying to whitewash this. Still washing him clean? Shut your trap. This incident is irrefutably proven, utterly appalling. Mang Yijia might even lose his position as deputy captain. Look, they've reunited. After dealing with the man in the operating room, Zheng Xian stowed away his hammer, picked up his beloved hatchet, and went out to find Huazian. Huazian had just finished off the stitched-together monster moments earlier, sustaining minor scratches, but nothing serious. Zhang Sun crouched closer, prodding at the monster that had dissolved into a puddle of rotten flesh with his firewood axe. One of the woman's hands was clenched tightly. Zhang Sun pried her fingers open, and a key fell from her grasp. So the key really was on this monster after all. Huazian spoke while casually wiping the sweat from his neck, his gaze also fixing on the key. Zhang Sun pushed himself up from his knees. Xiaohua, you alright? Yeah, no injuries. Then let's go. Zhang Sun motioned for Little Red Riding Hood to escort the unlucky He Yuen out the door. We're checking the 4th floor. Above the 4th floor lay uncharted territory for both the audience and Huazian. As usual, Zhang Sun had He Yuen open the door to the 4th level, and they stepped inside. Oddly enough, after dealing with the two creatures on the 3rd floor, they felt an immediate lightness surrounding them. Logically, greater danger should lie ahead, yet both the livestream audience and the players within the dungeon felt as if they'd already left peril behind. Zhang Sun and his companion took the stairs up to the 4th floor. Upon arrival, they swept their flashlight beams across the ceiling above. Only blank white walls met their gaze, with no visible path leading to the supposed 5th floor. This aligned exactly with what Zhang Sun had witnessed during the simulation. Yet it made no sense. They'd found clues about the 5th floor in the 1st floor lobby. If the 7th hospital had no 5th level, White Tower wouldn't create such contradictory settings. This 501 must exist. It's just unclear why it's not open to players. If players aren't allowed in, then who is it meant for? Zhang Sun puzzled over it endlessly. It's meaningless to dwell on these questions now. They've already stayed at the 7th courtyard base for quite some time, and currently need to clear this level as soon as possible. When the alloy door on the 4th floor was pulled open, those red leather shoes reappeared. The girl stood in the shadows, with only her little leather shoes illuminated by the moonlight. The moment Little Red Riding Hood spotted the girl, she instinctively assumed a posture resembling an animal preparing to hunt. Zhang Sun placed his hand on her shoulder, signaling her not to act rashly. The girl moved, her leather shoes clicking crisply against the floor tiles. As she approached slowly, the bright moonlight fell upon her face. There was no blood or disturbing imagery. Her face neither had extra eyes nor lacked a nose. Though she was the same person, she looked completely different from what they had seen downstairs. She was a beautiful and adorable girl. Hugging the picture book to her chest, the girl took a dozen steps forward until she stood before the two players. Huazian shot Zhang Sun a glance, his eyes filled with silent inquiry. The girl appears harmless, but in dungeons, the cuter they look, the harder they hit. Zhang Sun's expression remained calm, seemingly unwilling to take action. Huazian had no choice but to hold back, but in the next second, his vision blurred. A firewood axe was pressed against the girl's neck. Let's keep it civil. Any closer would be impolite. The girl took another step forward. The blade traced a line along her neck, yet she neither cried out nor flinched, as if utterly numb to the pain. This little girl appeared calm and composed, but the moment she opened her mouth, "Daddy!" Huazian widened his eyes, while Zhang Sun could only stare in speechless exasperation. There was no other way to clear this level. He had to acknowledge this dad. Zhang Sun put his hatchet away, seemingly abandoning any further attempts at intimidation. Huazian was somewhat taken aback. Is this the final boss of Ward 7? Probably. Zhang Sun responded vaguely. Truth be told, he was also puzzled. At least the things they encountered on the 3rd floor had some attacking capability. On the contrary, the girl on the 4th floor didn't seem like a boss, but more like an NPC. The girl called out Dad again, urging the player to follow her footsteps. Has Dad finally come to pick me up? I want to go with you to another world. I know the previous father wasn't my real father, he was fake. Everything here is fake. Chapter 78, Not a Good Person. The girl kept murmuring to herself, and through her words, one could piece together the complete picture of the story. She wasn't actually a patient at the 7th hospital. Since her father was a doctor transferred here for work, and she had no mother, she had no choice but to grow up within the hospital walls. From the day her father brought her to the 7th hospital, she sensed something unusual about this place. Uncle doctors and sister nurses, they're all bad people. I often hear them saying things I can't understand, as if it's another language, very fragmented, rustling like the sound of insects crawling. I saw that beneath their white coats, their bodies had already rotted, ribs protruding, stuffed full with spoiled internal organs, perhaps not just from one person. I told Dad, but he never believes me. I'm afraid Dad will become like them, so I have to escape with you. Unfortunately, Dad still changed. The girl clutched the book tightly in her arms. Change begins bit by bit, first with expressions, then behaviors, and finally, speech. Dad, when you were telling me stories, many times you mixed in words I couldn't understand. It scared me. I didn't want Dad to become like that, so I made sure Dad stayed forever in his best form. The girl's voice was calm, yet she spoke an utterly horrifying truth. But death is not the end of everything. Fear will spread along the extended line of death, like creeping ivy, like blood vessels. The girl walked back into the moonlight, turned, and lifted her face to the player. Her previously sweet and adorable appearance had now become mottled, revealing flesh and bone. Even I am changing now. Her face, no longer whole, broke into a smile, grotesque yet beautiful. I'm tired. I don't want to wait any longer. Take me with you, Father. Now we look alike again. Even if we've grown strange, we're still the same. She longed for release. Zheng Sun gazed at the girl, his lips pressing together slightly. He didn't use weapons, but instead released De He. The shadow surged forth like a tide, devouring the moonlight and the girl along with it. The girl let the shadows crawl up her feet until they enveloped her entirely. When the shadow reached her shoulders, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zheng Sun. At that moment, she seemed like a different person, her gaze filled with confusion. Brother, why are you here? Zheng Sun froze. When the shadows were retracted, the corridor was left utterly empty, as if nothing had ever existed. The final boss was defeated, and the 7th hospital dungeon was cleared. Familiar virtual cubes appeared as the surrounding scenery gradually blurred. Zheng Sun and Hua Ziyan successfully conquered the 7th hospital dungeon. Finished the game? Finished it. So that girl was the final boss? She didn't even have any attacking power. I actually found it rather poignant. What did she mean by those last words? Brother? Who was she calling? Probably just seeing her life flash before her eyes before dying. This instance looks complicated, but it doesn't actually seem that hard to clear? Are you seriously saying that? Not to mention that deceptive room 201 on the 2nd floor that toys with people, just those 2 monsters on the 3rd floor are enough. Just because Zheng Sun cleared it easily doesn't mean this instance isn't difficult where the monsters aren't vicious, right? Just asking, why so aggressive? Not everyone who enters a livestream has to know the host's background. Stop arguing already. Why is Urchui's livestream always filled with fights? I'm more curious about what reward Ikhui got this time, rubbing hands excitedly. His Yuan was gone, perhaps vanished along with the dungeon. Little Red Riding Hood and Big Black had both been recalled into their bracelets by Zheng Sun. Now only he and Hua Ziyan remained in the White Tower, standing before their respective clearance rewards. Hua Ziyan picked up his own reward and looked up at Zheng Sun, only to find Zheng Sun lost in thought. Zheng Sun, he called out the other's name. Zheng Sun snapped back to attention and bent down to pick up his own box. His gift box was tall, nearly half a person's length. This time, however, Zheng Sun didn't open the box in front of everyone. The viewers in the livestream couldn't hide their disappointment, but Zheng Sun paid no attention. He reverted to his usual laid-back demeanor and waved at Hua Ziyan. I'm off now, Xiaohua. See you another day. Hey, Zheng Sun, Hua Ziyan called after him. You helped me clear the 7th hospital dungeon. I was thinking, I should find a way to thank you. Hua Ziyan was still unaware of the storm brewing outside. He simply cherished the opportunity Zheng Sun had given him, a chance to break free from the psychological shadow that had haunted him for over a year. Zheng Sun smiled. There's no hurry. You'll have plenty of opportunities to thank me later. Just remember you owe me a favor. He hoisted his mission rewards onto his shoulder and walked out of White Tower. Outside, a crowd of reporters and fans had gathered, but the bodyguards assigned by Ming Ke were already in position. Zhang Shen, is Zheng Sun running the 7th hospital dungeon this time because of personal grudges with Meng Yijia? What are Zheng Shen's thoughts on the matter between Hua Ziyan and Meng Yijia? Are you siding with Hua Ziyan? Zheng Sun ignored all their questions and just kept walking. At one point, a girl, probably one of his fans, was accidentally shoved by someone behind her and nearly fell. Catching sight of this from the corner of his eye, Zheng Sun reached out to steady her arm. In her fluster, the girl didn't realize who had helped her and kept saying thank you. Zheng Sun smiled with his eyes slightly curved and continued walking forward. It took a moment before the screams erupted behind him. The scene was promptly captured by reporters along the way, quickly trending on social media. Under the protection of his bodyguards, Zheng Sun smoothly boarded the Minx car. During the return trip, perhaps fearing Zheng Sun would be exhausted, Xiao Jun switched to a spacious van. Zheng Sun ducked his head into the vehicle, lay down in the back seat, and opened a messaging app. I was about to message Captain Su to claim my reward, but noticed two new friend requests instead. One was from He Yuxing of Wanshi. The other was from Mo Qian of Jiuding. Zhang Sun didn't recognize either of them, yet somehow he'd heard about Wanshi and Jiuding through Chang Jie's conversations. After some thought, he decided to bother Su Guan first. I cleared the level. Reaching out for money.jpg, Su Guan didn't respond, unsurprising, as Qinglan was probably causing an uproar right now. He exited the current chat interface and clicked open the friends page. Both of their profile pictures were distinctly unique, both featuring dogs. He Yuxing's was a golden retriever looking straight at the camera, while Mo Qian's was a border collie in profile. The moment's posts were set to friends only, he couldn't see them unless he added them. After much deliberation, Zhang Sun decided to first give Cheng Jie a call. Hello. Cheng Jie sounded impatient on the other end, but still picked up the call. You just had to call me during training, didn't you? If Brother Xiao finds out I brought a phone in, I'm dead for sure. You've already brought it in, didn't you come prepared to die? Besides, aren't you banned from dungeon runs? Zhang Sun stretched lazily in the back row. Can't I train without running dungeons? Spit it out if you've got something to say. Someone wants to add me as a friend. Who? Just accept if they're adding you. I don't know them, that's why I'm asking you. Zhang Sun counted on his fingers. One is He Yuxing from Wanshi, the other is Mo Qian from Jiuding. Cheng Jie paused for a moment on the other end. Zhang Sun suddenly realized something and held the phone slightly away from his ear. Sure enough, the next moment explosive rage erupted through the receiver. I wouldn't even mind the Wanshi dogs, but goddamn Jiuding, what's that Playboy Alliance doing hitting on you? Don't they have enough rookies to ruin already? Chapter 79, politely declined. After selectively omitting Cheng Jie's more extreme remarks, Zhang Sun finally managed to understand the underlying intentions behind these two friend requests. The two cases were quite different. Cheng Jie explained that while both might have intentions to recruit him, He Yuxing leaned more towards personal willingness, whereas Mo Qian was clearly carrying out some mission. He Yuxing, known as the Eternal Star, is an exceptionally popular professional player. His outgoing personality has earned him numerous friendships with players from other guilds, and he's particularly familiar with Cheng Jie. After calming down, Cheng Jie concluded that He Yuxing likely just wanted to sincerely befriend Zhang Sun. But Mo Qian was another story entirely. When it comes to operational maturity, if Jiuding Guild claims second place, no other guild would dare claim first. Although there are still a few guilds that can rival Nine Cauldrons in terms of overall strength, when it comes to the exploration of commercial value and the expansion of their business empire, Nine Cauldrons is undoubtedly the absolute leader. This is especially true in the operation of their team players. When scouting for new talent, the guild scouts don't just assess the candidate's abilities, talents, and personalities, they also pay extra attention to their physical appearance. A face is part of one's strength, as the saying goes, a quote from one of Nine Cauldrons' most seasoned scouts. From the first team to the third team, whether male or female, the players of Nine Cauldrons are all impeccable in looks and height. The cameras at every All-Star game always seem to favor Nine Cauldrons players, and who can blame them? They're truly a sight for sore eyes. The second team captain, Yeshua Shan, frequently trends on social media for her stunning, icy beauty, while the first team is often referred to as a male model squad, packed with handsome guys all towering above 180 centimeters. Online debates have arisen about Jiuding's preference for good-looking players, with critics saying, why bother about appearances in the White Tower era? In the end, death reduces us all to a pile of flesh. But Jiuding's players are far from just pretty faces, they've never backed down from diving into dungeons. Whether male or seemingly the most delicate female players, they chop through monsters without hesitation, strike after strike, shutting up haters with resounding slaps. Good-looking and skillfully strong, how infuriating is that? Yet behind such a high-performing team lies massive investment in countless rookies who don't even make it past preliminary screenings before they can step into the spotlight. The Nine Cauldrons earned its reputation as a meat grinder for rookies precisely because it offers newcomers an impossibly short growth period. Even if these arrogant young geniuses could later join other guilds, the psychological scars from such brutal beatings tend to linger. You either succeed spectacularly under the spotlight or pack your bags in disgrace. Nine Cauldrons also holds the record for poaching the most talents from rival guilds. Numerous 1 or 2 year veterans would receive invitations after outstanding dungeon performances, marking the beginning of their true trial by fire. If thrown into the meat grinder, no one can guarantee they'll emerge intact. When you can't return to your original guild, the outcome is bound to be miserable. But who could resolutely refuse an invitation from a prestigious powerhouse? So the online claims about Jiuding's notorious playboy reputation do hold some truth. Wealthy, sophisticated, dazzlingly attractive, when cherished, you're treated like the apple of their eye, showered with opportunities for exposure, endless wealth, and fame, as if the entire world revolves around you. Yet once their affection fades, you're cast aside like worthless trash, not even worth a second glance, abandoned as they pursue the next more striking newcomer. During his rookie days, Cheng Jie also received an invitation from Jiuding, but Mingke held special significance for him. The former president of the Great Pottery Studio had recognized his talent, so he decisively declined. However, a remarkably gifted newcomer who joined Mingke around the same time fell for Jiuding's sweet talk and ended up getting burned. With that cautionary tale right in front of him, even though Cheng Jie knew Zhang Sun, the king of free rides and a master of trading favors, would never let him suffer a loss, he still felt compelled to dissuade him vehemently. Jiuding is downright sneaky. Normally, guild scouts send emails first to discuss terms when poaching players, but they must have studied you and knew you detest formalities, so they had Mo Qian, the captain of their first team, reach out to befriend you first. The team's training and dungeon clearing schedule was incredibly packed, yet 9 cauldrons actually dared to send their first squad captain out. Seems they placed exceptionally high value on Zhang Sun's potential. Make friends, and then what? Zhang Sun had been silently listening to Cheng Jie enumerate 9 cauldron sins over the phone, only managing to interject now. And then what else could it be? Cheng Jie lamented like a disappointed mentor. Just those playboy tricks for deceiving young girls, saying how much he admires you, claiming you share the same interests, dinner invitations, buying gifts, driving you home in a sports car, relentless pestering until you cave. I'm telling you, once this combo attack lands, few players can withstand it. Treating to meals, buying gifts, driving her home in a sports car, Zhang Sun repeated, pondering, feeling something was off. Isn't that your old playbook? Cheng Jie fell silent on the other end of the phone, while the bodyguard sitting across from Zhang Sun could barely hold back his laughter. Anyway, don't add Mo Qian first. Xiao Jun was calling the team back to practice, and Cheng Jie seized the last moment to warn Zhang Sun through gritted teeth. He Yuxing doesn't matter, with his IQ, he couldn't trick you even if he tried. But Mo Qian is sharp, the slightest carelessness and you'll fall right into his trap. Before you know it, you'll unknowingly sign your life away, and not even Brother Xiao could save you then. Got it. Your tone makes it clear you're just brushing me off again. You. Xiao Jun's voice came through the phone receiver. Chen Jia, what are you busy with? Who are you talking to on the phone? Zhang Sun? Where have you driven to now? Xiao Jun took over Cheng Jie's phone. Hurry back, Zhang Sun, that annoying guy, still found time to tattle. Cheng Jie took a phone call during training time. Brother Xiao should confiscate his phone next time. Hey, you're kicking down the ladder after crossing the river, huh? Brother Xiao, I was wrong. Having obtained the desired information, Zhang Sun hung up the phone with satisfaction. After exiting the call interface, he opened the friend request page again. After some deliberation, he decided to heed Cheng Jie's advice and ultimately only accepted He Yuxing's friend request. Zhang Sun was unquestionably authoritative within White Tower, but outside of it, he occasionally took advice, especially when it came to social nuances. Jiuding was troublesome. Though prone to losing interest quickly, during its initial infatuation phase, it could be incredibly persistent. Zhang Sun also didn't want to give the impression that he was inclined to join a major guild, so he chose to nip the idea in the bud from the start. As for Mo Jian, Zhang Sun also searched for him on the forum. There were numerous news articles about him, and his popularity was overwhelming. Any random post would have thousands of replies. Zhang Sun opened a post about a Jiuding press conference, which included a video. It featured the coach, all the first-team players, and 2 assistants. No wonder they were dubbed the male model team. Just a glance at their dazzling looks was almost blinding. The one sitting next to the coach is Mo Qian, who is speaking in this video clip. Mo Qian is the type of person whose high intelligence is evident just by looking at him. He speaks with remarkable coherence, articulating each word clearly. Even when faced with reporters' tricky questions, he responds ingeniously, sometimes even smoothing things over for the coach with a couple of well-placed remarks. One particularly viral meme circulating online shows Mo Qian smiling as he holds a bunch of reporters by the collars of their shirts, captioned, "Poor media getting played like a fiddle by Mage Mo." Because Mo Qian is so brilliantly clever, often devising clearance strategies in dungeons that ordinary players would never conceive, fans have dubbed him the Archmage. The press conference took place shortly after Zhang Sun's sudden rise to fame. At the time, speculation about this newcomer's future was rampant both online and offline, making it a highly debated topic. Jiuding was also inevitably asked about its views on Zhang Sun. The one answering this question was Mo Qian. Mo Qian's face was utterly composed, as if he had anticipated it long before. Zhang Sun perfectly fits Jiuding's selection criteria. I believe the moment many media friends see his true appearance through various channels, they'll say, "This is a Jiuding man." Mo Qian jokingly referenced the online criticism that Jiuding only picks pretty faces with no substance, drawing knowing chuckles from the reporters below. Of course, Zhang Sun shows great promise. We never miss the opportunity to discover talented newcomers. Jiuding needs them, and our doors are always open to players with both skill and courage. Should they be willing, Jiuding will offer terms that are absolutely satisfying. This statement was flawlessly crafted. It affirmed Zhang Sun's value while simultaneously promoting the guild and calling for other promising players to join. It made clear Jiuding's interest in Zhang Sun while keeping negotiations flexible should things not work out. For a long time, Joding hadn't made any moves, likely observing from the shadows and assessing just how much value Zhang Sun truly held. When they finally decided to act, it would be the moment they deemed victory inevitable. If it were any other newcomer, even if not fully convinced, they'd at least add them as a friend and exchange a few words to build connections. Unfortunately, Choda was as unyielding as an iron plate. No friend requests meant no friend requests, and that was final. Thanks, but no thanks. Zhang Sun dismissed the notification's red dot, accepted He Yuxing's friend request, then rested with his hands behind his head, waiting to return to Ming-Ke. His phone vibrated in his palm. Bringing his arm back to check, he saw it was a message from He Yuxing. Chapter 80, Everyone Dies. According to Cheng Jie's description, He Yuxing should have been an enthusiastically outgoing person. But after adding him as a friend, all Zhang Sun received from him was 2 words and a punctuation mark. Hello. Zhang Sun was puzzled. Still playing hard to get? He had no idea why the other suddenly wanted to get acquainted, but with little age difference between them, why be so reserved? He tossed back a reaction meme, only for the car to jolt as it hit a speed bump. Let me punch you twice. JPG. Oops, sent the wrong message by accident. Zhang Sun recalled the message. He'd meant to send that rarely used well-behaved horsemaster emoji, but the car went over another speed bump. Hey, daddy's here. JPG. Message retracted. Hello. He Yuxing was hydrating during a training break, staring at his phone the whole time when he witnessed Zhang Sun retracting 2 messages right before his eyes. He choked on his water and coughed for a long while. I saw that, speechless. Zhang Sun replied to him. Sorry about that, I don't usually use greeting stickers, they've all sunk to the bottom. So what tone do you usually use when chatting with people? What stickers do you normally send? He Yuxing adding Zhang Sun as a friend was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. Originally, he thought someone with that insufferably lofty personality of his wouldn't casually accept. Unexpectedly, the request went through. Stunned by this development, He Yuxing suddenly found himself at a loss for conversation topics. Zhang Sun was bored out of his mind. Cheng Jie's phone had probably been confiscated, and Su Guan had no time to respond. Little Huo was currently caught up in his own whirlwind of troubles. With only 3 friends in total and none available, his only option left was the newly added He Yuxing. Zhang Sun lay in the back seat of the car, holding his phone above him with both hands as his fingers clattered away at the screen. If you're from Eternal Guild, why do you want to add me? It's still daytime, doesn't Eternal collect phones during training? I heard your guild's cafeteria is cheap and delicious. Any chance I could mooch a meal off you? Not talking? You're so cold. When Zhang Sun wanted to chat with someone, he didn't care what the other person was doing or whether they could reply right away. Cheng Jie suffered greatly from this. Zhang Sun would bombard the chat with messages, and his phone would instantly ding with 40 or so notifications. Damn it, we're literally across from each other in the same room. Can't you just say it out loud instead of texting? He Yuxing never expected that Zhang Sun, who usually ignored everyone during dungeon runs, could be such a chatterbox. The flood of messages left him dazzled, unsure which one to reply to first. In the end, he responded to the cafeteria message. Wanshire's cafeteria isn't open to outsiders. Why? Minx already opened theirs to me. What makes Wanshire so special? He Yuxing was silent at first, then stabbed at his phone screen aggressively, typing rapidly. That's because you've bought off everyone from Mink's chairman and vice chairman to the team. At this point, Ming-Ke might as well rename itself to Xuanhui. Brother Xiao said no. You actually went and asked Xiao Jun about this. He Yuxing couldn't imagine the expression on Deputy Director Zhao's perpetually smiling face when Zhang Sun earnestly asked whether Ming-Ke could be renamed to Xuanhui. If it were him, he'd probably be furious enough to challenge Zhang Sun to a real-life duel. Zhang Sun was chatting away happily by himself, seemingly getting along extraordinarily well with this He Yuxing. He even had the audacity to push his luck further. By the way, do you players have any big group chats? Like one with members from many different teams, not just your Wanshire internal ones? Yeah, what do you want to do? I want to join. All I do these days is run dungeons and collect rewards. It's so boring. I want to play with everyone else too. Do you even believe that yourself? Is it really that they won't play with you, or that you refuse to play with them? Alright, looks like I've been isolated by everyone. Hey, don't twist the truth. And Cheng Jie is in the group too, just ask him to add you back. Cheng Jie says he doesn't want to expose our private relationship. He prefers to keep up that untamed, rebellious image he had from the start. And do you think I want this? I added you in secret. If the captain or vice captain finds out, I'm dead. What should we do then? Maybe you can add Cheng Jie in the group and ask him to add me? Great idea, and it'll annoy Cheng Jie too. Take that untamable nonsense. He Yuxing immediately exited the chat window with Zhang Sun and switched to their guild's main group chat. Eternal, He Yuxing, Cheng Jie, Zhang Sun says he wants you to add him to the group at Songbird, Cheng Jie. He Yuxing gleefully poured oil on Cheng Jie's fire, imagining how explosive the other's reaction would be upon seeing this message. Then it dawned on him. Damn it, this isn't right. Hadn't he just trapped himself in this mess too? In the group chat, other lurking team players suddenly jumped out sending question marks. Amid this overwhelming flood of question marks, the ID of One for All's first team captain stood out glaringly. One for All, Xiaohan, Yuxing, come find me at dinner. Yuxing wanted to cry but had no tears left. He denounced Zhang Sun. You've killed me. Zhang Sun sent a well-behaved monkey emoji. But soon, he realized something too. Wait, could Jiuding be in that group chat? What are you thinking about? Good. That's nothing. Of course there couldn't have been nothing. Zhang Sun quickly messaged Cheng Jie, telling him not to add him to the group. You have joined the die early or die late, we're all doomed White Tower mental patients discussion group. Zhang Sun. Having just been scolded by Xiao Jun and barely gotten his phone back, Cheng Jie gritted his teeth and added Zhang Sun to the group. Nobody's getting out of this unscathed. Chapter 81, Relentless Pestering Through Thick and Thin. Zhang Sun being pulled into the main group caused quite a stir between players and guilds. Things started spiraling out of control the moment Yuxing had mentioned Cheng Jie in the group chat. While players frantically spammed question marks, they also couldn't resist gossiping about what was going on. Am I seeing this right? Is Eternal C Yuxing asking Church Cheng Jie why he didn't add Cycles Zhang Sun to the group? What a messy connection. Dog head emoji. Young Master He, are you drunk? Maybe it's your dog sending the texts. Has canine evolution really progressed to this point? Even capable of tagging at Cheng Jie now? Cheng Jie, who initially wanted no part in this three-person drama, got tagged yet again. Twittering Finch, Cheng Jie, the fuck who tagged me again? Much obliged, really. Cheng Jie's troll persona resurfaced, plunging into the chaotic battle with his pack of shady pals in the group chat. Yuxing had been pretending to be dead. No, he was practically dying already. It wasn't until Captain Xiao of the Eternal Legion posted in the group chat that he weakly replied. Got it, Captain. Monkeycrying.jpg. A grand drama of three individuals, each with their own troubles. Cheng Jie got scolded by Xiao Jun and nearly had his ban extended for another week. The moment he got his phone back, he wanted to take the whole world down with him. Yuxing faced a similar fate, but Team Vichi's regulations were even stricter. Captain Xiaohan would never let him off lightly, and this time, he'd surely be saddled with mentoring the new recruits. God knows how much Yuxing, with his impatient temper, hates having to explain the same thing repeatedly to rookies. Before meeting Xiaohan for dinner, Yuxing, who had stayed behind in the training room, was already going crazy. As for Zhang Sun, the reason he suddenly asked if Jiuding was in the group was that he had been playing dead earlier too. Now that Mo Qian had caught him actually checking his phone, Zhang Sun figured there was no way he wouldn't come asking. I should have known better than to tease someone, now I've ended up digging my own grave. Zhang Sun rolled over with resigned frustration, burying his face in the crook of his arm. Just 15 minutes away from reaching the Minke Guild, Zhang Sun's phone rang with an incoming call. It was Su Guan. There seemed to be people arguing over at Su Guan's side. Zhang Sun caught a few indistinct phrases, things like, at this stage, we have no choice but to replace him and it's beyond recovery, blame him for what he did back then. And then another voice pleading, but the punishment doesn't have to be this severe. Let's discuss it further. Then came the sound of a lock clicking shut, probably Su Guan returning to his office and shutting out all that noise. Was someone just arguing? Su Guan, who had just finished the dungeon, also sounded tired, pressing his fingers against the bridge of his nose. It's the higher-ups and the managers. Zhang Sun caught the exhaustion in his voice and chuckled. Regretting it now? You letting me stir up such a huge mess makes it really hard for your guild to clean up. No destruction, no construction. Su Guan's tone was calm, but his words were ruthless. If we let the infiltration continue, my position as captain will be taken sooner or later. Zhang Sun tilted his body again, pressing the phone to his ear, his fingers tracing the genuine leather stitching on the front seat. Complicated, truly complicated. Your big guilds are terrifying. They even said they'd spend a fortune to recruit me, but I won't go. Who knows if I'd even survive with my bones intact. Su Guan chuckled. If you join, we'll naturally make special arrangements for you. Think about it, Qinglan's benefits will absolutely satisfy you. No way, I'm in high demand right now, other companies are reaching out to me too. 9 Cauldrons? How did you know? Check the group chat. Zhang Sun had originally intended to answer a phone call to avoid the awkward atmosphere, but when Su Guan brought it up, he had no choice but to steel himself and open the group chat. There were already 99 plus new messages. His thumb flicked rapidly across the screen as he skimmed through the lines. Amidst the chaotic chatter from various players, he finally spotted Jiuding's message. 9 Cauldrons Mo Qian, so you've all added Zhang Sun as a friend, cheerful. Zhang Sun off-screen? Though Mo Qian sent a small smiling emoji, the more he looked at it now, the more sarcastic that smile seemed. Players aren't just representing themselves, to some extent, they embody their guilds. Mo Qian rarely spoke in the group chat, he was a cautious man, whose life creed was that loose lips sink ships. This time, he actively brought up the topic of Zhang Sun. Perhaps it stemmed from his personal stance, but more likely, it signaled the 9 Cauldrons' intentions. Another player asked in the group, Captain Mo, you're interested in Zhang Sun too? Yeah, handsome and skilled, who wouldn't say he's one of Jiuding's own at first glance? Wow, wow, wow. If Jiuding makes a move, us small guilds might as well step aside. You're interested in Zhang Sun too? Ha, no use just drooling over him. With Zhang Sun's level, he'd command tens of millions in annual salary. We're broke, can't afford him. Mo Qian didn't respond this time, probably because it involved money, a sensitive topic where unauthorized statements couldn't be made. But the other contestants were chatting away enthusiastically. By the way, doesn't Zhang Sun have his own guild, so he pays himself a salary? Sounds pretty sweet. When one person's fed, the whole family's full. It must be really tough for a new guild to survive, right? The landscape is pretty much set now. How's he dragging the guild along all by himself? From what I see, Xuanhuan hasn't even set anything up yet. There were already newcomers complaining they couldn't even find a website to submit their resumes. I don't get why he's putting in so much effort to build his own guild. Couldn't Zhang Sun just waltz into some elite guild effortlessly? Watching the chat group messages flood in with increasingly ridiculous speculation, Zhang Sun facepalmed mentally, typed a response into the input box, and hit send. Luke Zhang Sun, hey everyone, I'm in the group chat, still alive and kicking. The flood of messages paused for a split second before erupting into frantic greetings again. God Zhang is here. Welcome back, God Zhang. Applause, applause. Zhang Sun couldn't be bothered watching them go through these superficial motions and was about to exit the chat interface when a new message popped up in the group. Jiuding, Mo Qian, hello, Zhang Sun. Then a friend request notification immediately followed. Let me pass through, cheerfully. Zhang Sun? Suguan noticed Zhang Sun's prolonged silence and called out his name. Zhang Sun? Yeah, still alive. His tone wasn't great, probably the group chat messages had put him in a bad mood. Don't mind them, Suguan brought over a thermos and poured himself some hot water. You're in high demand now, it's normal for some people to be jealous. Forget about me. What's up with that Mo Qian? He keeps trying to add me as a friend over and over. Mo Qian is a very sly person. It's best not to deal with him, you'll get badly fooled. You say so, and Sheng Jie says so too. Ah, now I'm somewhat curious, just how clever is he really? Zhang Sun is the very definition of a contrarian. Suguan hit the nail on the head. Once you witness Jiuding's relentless persistence, you'll regret adding him as a friend today. Oh, sounds like Captain Su speaks from experience? Not exactly. They couldn't offer me a team leader position, so naturally they didn't bother. Ming Xian, on the other hand, has been approached many times. Sigh, let's not talk about these annoying matters. Something more cheerful. When are you going to fulfill the promise you made me, Captain Su? When it came to conditions, Jin Sun was brimming with enthusiasm.